The accumulation of waste. A political economy of systemic destruction. Ali Kadri. Contents. Preface 9. 1. The accumulation of waste. 1. Introduction. 1. 2. Situating waste in imperialism. 18. 324. 4. The bomb as pure waste. 28. 5. Absurd and sane alternatives. 30. 6. Apportioning waste. 37. 7. Wither subject. 45. 8. Issues of waste measurement. 46. 9. Class unmeasured. 54. 10. Eurocentrism. 60. 11. Conclusion. 66. 2. Imperialism and waste. 73. 1. Imperialism with reference to the Arab region. 73. 2. History omitted. 75. 3. War and historical surplus value. 77. 4. Brinksmanship without organized labor. 81. 5. Militarism versus military spending. 89. 6. The war event. 92. 7. On imperialism and essence. 97. 8. Markets past and present. 103. 9. The military landscape and China. 106. 10. Actual and potential war. 114. 11. The Western Marxist position on war. 124. 12. Closing comment. 128. 3. Against empiricism. 135. 1. The empiricism of Harvey. 136. 2. Diluted imperialism. 143. 3. Concretising some forms of capital. 150. 4. Excessive entropy. 154. 5. A periodist. Imperialism and the mainstream. 159. 6. The persistence of waste. 167. 7. Lenin's imperialism. 171. 8. Misinterpreted imperialism. 178. 6. Contents. 9. Imperialism and nature. 184. 10. Imperialism and dead labor. 188. 11. Waste and living labor. 198. 12. Waste in social time. 202. 13. Waste and technology. 207. 4. Value and space. 216. 1. Forms of exploitation. 217. 2. Substance and value. 221. 3. The terms of trade and value. 225. 4. From value to waste. 229. 5. Imperialism thingified and actuated by price signals. 234. 6. The physical limits of value. 244. 7. War as social production. 246. 8. Waste and the global division of labor. 253. 9. Excess population and carrying capacity. 261. 10. The not so innocent omissions. 266. 11. The negativity of capital. 272. 12. Revisiting the elusive measures of value. 276. 13. Class and space. 284. 14. Overproduction and space. 288. 15. A portrait of control. 296. 5. Us-led capital is the only imperialism. 305. 1. Retheorizing imperialism. 305. 2. Value reconsidered. 315. 3. Pragmatism contra value. 324. 4. The time in value. 328. 5. The struggle for time. 339. 6. Abstract time misdefined. 342. 7. Productivity and productive labor. 347. 8. The positivist/pragmatic method as rationale for imperialism. 354. 9. Value and the national boundary. 357. 10. Class institutions and waste. 360. 11. Hegemony and war. 364. 12. The war to reign. 368. 13. China is not imperialist. 372. 14. Reproduction by waste. 377. 6. Waste is at the origin of capital. 393. 1. Development redefined. 398. 2. The origins of equity in development. 403. Equality and development in Islam. 403. 4. Expansion by economic as opposed to religious zeal. 408. 5. The East in the economic backwater. 409. 6. The consumption of commodities by commodities. 413. 7. Involution and the AMP. 417. 8. England piloting capitalism. 424. 9. Production relations define exchange. 429. 10. A restless Islamic world. 434. 11. The infanticide of early Eastern/Islamic development. 440. 12. Thingified institutions. 445. 13. Islamic wealth and the transition. 457. 14. Moneyed capitalism contra feudalism. 465. 15. Islam's cozy relationship with materialist philosophy and commerce. 473. 16. Closing comment. 477. 7. The absurd is real. 488. 1. The negative dialectic. 492. Waste as entropy. 495. 3. Waste in social reproduction. 501. 4. Self-reinforcing waste. 509. 5. Waste as essence appearance. 515. 6. False value. 520. 7. Class cannibalism. 531. 8. The analytics of resistance. 536. 9. Back to basics. 547. 10. Resist to exist. 554. Preface. In 2011, the U.S. Army estimated that at any one time Navy SEALs, Army Green Berets, and other special operations forces undertook 116 missions across the globe. 1. In 2016, U.S. Army Special Operations were conducting 96 activities in 20 countries of Africa. 2. This is but one face of capital's social activity. Under capitalism, people and nature prematurely perish. This book analyzes the resulting structural genocide of humans and surrounding nature. Despite this radical reality, Western Marxist theory is anything but radical. It tinkers with liberal politics whose undertone is Eurocentric, or justifies aggression against the developing world in terms of northern class-based moral standards. Western Marxism has compromised the premise of abolishing private property central to theoretical Marxism and the necessity of eliminating the value relation. It has overlooked the truth that capital's profits derive far less from 9-to-5 jobs in the Western Hemisphere than from the wasted lives in the developing world. This book examines the phenomenon of waste since the onset of capitalism. It posits that waste is essential to surplus value. In material form, waste is manifest in the excessive death of people and nature. By means of war or cost-cutting measures, capital shortens lives and undermines nature. Waste expresses capital, greater profits require more waste, and capital reaps more as it sells the waste. This study, however, is not about reified nature. It is not about the residues of metabolic reproduction, or the substantive waste or trash and the green bonds poured into engineering techniques to recycle trash. There are production and consumption residues, the material form of waste, in any society across history. Capital, however, defines the meaning of what is useful and what is waste and forces society to accept its definition. After all, waste as residue is a thing and not a dialectical concept of object inseparable from its social subject. Waste as theorized here is created by the social subject capital, the fundamental social relation. Capital abuses nature in the process of undermining the working class. The resultant waste demolishes the potential of labor as historical agent. In the self-reinforcing domain of waste accumulation, a nature exponentially sickened becomes a machine for which capital has not paid, but which uproots, socializes labor, and reduces longevity. To be sure, polluted nature, just like a machine, does not produce surplus value. As an intermediary created by living labor, however, it catalyses the waste of people before their due time. It thus reduces the cost of social reproduction, leaving more of the social product to capital over the life cycle of society. And to boot, when one considers that pollutants, sickness, and death are items traded on the market, capital buoys by the amount of waste it unleashes upon society. At such ontological level, shorter lives and degraded nature leave more of society's surplus labor to turn into capital. With everything being commodified under capitalism, the prematurely wasted lives are reconstructed as use value destined to be exchanged. They are implicitly or explicitly priced at a capital-determined gestation period and, of late, financialized. Higher future prices attendant upon a bleak future, reconstruct scarcity, raise current prices, and secure capital's monopolistic profits. Organic foods may cost more at present, but all commodities comprise a risk premium arising from the difficulty associated with future production conditions. Accordingly, capital's concern for the environment is a scare tactic to mark up prices. With profits rising, not only by backgrounding the social costs of waste but also by the production and sale of waste, the reproduction of society becomes the principal industry of capital. In the idiom "capital drips with blood from head to toe," blood has literally gone on sale. Wasted lives array against a time asymmetric price matrix to be traded and, conversely, these death commodities become fetishes that command the reproduction of social life. That death determines life is no longer a rhetorical statement. For surplus value to rise, the industries of ethnogenocides that laid the foundation of early industrial capitalism, the scalping of the native Indian for $1, imminently mature into the evident wider structural genocide and the daily unnoticed casualties of capital. The process of thinning down what capital concocts as excess population in the permanent crisis of overproduction auctions shortened lives relative to historically achievable longevity for a price. The rate of waste mirrors the rate of surplus value. Theoretically, the historical subject in charge of wasting social nature is capital. Social nature as substance is labor as subject in nature. Structurally, the Western formation that cannibalizes the masses of the South sits atop the international class order. In social production, capital condenses the labor time of production in a factory to get more out of labor. It deploys technology to lower the cost of essentials such that it pays lower wages and, all in all, strips labor of its autonomy. Yet, the idea that technology is Western and socially funded by the Western working classes and then grabbed by capital is a misconception of historical subject. Western social funds flowing into research and development are constituents of the circuit of capital, reconstituted by imperialist rents. Northern taxes that contribute to R&D are investments that generate imperial rents proportionate to how they boost the technological rapport de force against the South. Technology is an element of the productive forces, a subdivision of capital and integral to the imperialist relation that excludes the South from development. Hence, the historical relation of excluding the South is the historical subject, while knowledge-derived scientific and industrial development gathers in the North. Seen from the vantage point of social reproduction, however, the world has been a single factory that economizes people's livelihoods, and for which the waste of life is a primal commodity. The rate of the expiry of life before its historically determined time, or social reproduction, defines the rate of exploitation. Situating waste in social reproduction, dying social nature as dead labor obtained gratis by capital, in addition to the labor robbed from the prematurely extinguished people, which also transmutes into dead labor, these push capital more and more to retain surplus value producing living labor in order to produce itself as dead labor. When in social reproduction all of living labor or society is responsible for the social product and, therefore, productive, and with dead labor unable to create surplus value, the activity of social autodestruction becomes the cornerstone of capitalist expansion. More living labor shortchanged in wages over shorter lifespans, creates more surplus value and leaves more of surplus labor to transmute into capital. Capital not only crams the lives of people into short chronological intervals of time to capture more of the social product, it makes a lucrative industry from the sale of social natural death. As northern working classes secure imperialist dividends, and as the relation of exploitation structurally centers in the south, lower pension age in the north, for instance, implies a lower life expectancy in the south, altogether to maintain rising rates accumulation. With the rent-laden social product of the north rising by imperial rents, its redivision between northern capital and northern classes becomes a redivision between two circles of capital living off the avails of imperialism. The cycle of engaging the living in their own saleable death is a surplus value-making activity that attenuates the inherent contradictions of capital. In a world structured as a two-tier class system of consuming and consumed classes, the increasing cannibalization of the lower tier offsets the declining rates of growth associated with the run-of-the-mill declining effective demand of the upper tier. The demand of militarism, which generates imperialist rents, counters the declining rates of demand associated with civilian end-use commodities. The debts that prop up northern consumption are underwritten by current and future imperialist rents. With production holding primacy over consumption, that is, with capital submitting labor to its desired patterns of consumption, or with its drive to depress wages rather than increase wages. To raise demand, wasted social nature, of which militarism is a principal constituent, will more and more constitute the substance of wealth. A fortiori, the ominous rates of social natural decline or premature deaths reveal that forms of waste exploitation exceed commercial or slave-like conditions of exploitation. In commercial exploitation the chattel slave was kept alive to produce, while in waste exploitation, the premature death of the wage slave becomes the business end of capital. A capitalist mode of production becomes a waste mode of production. And, with the preponderance of destruction, one can no longer partition the creation of value by analyzing a production process emerging from fractional exploitation conditions. Rather, the world forms a single domain of exploitation and unit of analysis. Although the rise of China and other forms of class resistance in the South militate against the waste system, capital to gain in profits what global society loses in years of life. Mainstream economics does not examine capital as the historical subject of waste and restricts analysis of social production within sectarian or national boundaries. It abstracts from separate constructed facts omitting the interconnectedness of class relations, and then presumes its one-sided abstraction defines the changes in inherently processual facts. All facts are processes governed by laws of development. Marx derided such method of crude empiricism by noting that when an abstraction is made from a fact, then it is declared that the fact is based upon the abstraction. This dominant approach to reasoning is characteristic of positivist methodology applied to social science. It splits an indivisible reality in the mind, selects observations that support its thesis that the capitalist system is non-explosive, and isolates any activity from its determining social class context, only to highlight the rosy achievements of Western-led capitalism. Apart from struggle against U.S. imperialism, in the pile of waste masquerading as wealth, nothing is rosy. What develops in thought about the partitioned social condition would sound logical by use of supply and demand equations, but it would also be divorced from the holistic waste fact in ways that cater to the inclinations of the dominant class. To say that individuals enjoy consuming a commodity and pay a price for that commodity valued against the relative utility it imparts, as mainstream economics argues, follows an intricate math maximization procedure whose formulaic eloquence neglects the broader class system of waste. It ignores the fact that commodities effectively consume individuals depending on their position in the social class system. The top tier consumes organic foods, while others consume namely deleterious substances contained in staple items. The bomb, for instance, is the perfect waste commodity cum machine whose productivity is determined by the rate at which it consumes human lives. Meanwhile, every other pollution-laced commodity is in lesser part a bomb. At the present stage of global integration, an adequate abstraction of fact must be referenced against the totality of social reproduction, or rather dear production. At this juncture in time, the data with which one works reflect whether the planet is 1 minute or 30 seconds to midnight. Although science is concerned with questions of degree and scale, the scale of the present social natural disaster represents a structural phenomenon to which such gradation is superfluous. The imposing structure of waste necessitates a confrontation with the pervasive methods of reasoning, especially the corruption injected into revolutionary thought by Western Marxism, which dislodge social being from social consciousness. Asking will the planet sustain life for the next 50 or 100 years is secondary once one recognizes that capital's reason governs social reproduction. Superficially, such a question may be scientifically evinced, however, science kowtows power. For the cannibalistic class whose consciousness evolves with the death of the South, mainstream science will recommend the building of walls and the shooting of refugee boats. Although questioning the obvious is science, questioning whether the color white is white, or whether phenomenal waste materializes in the death of social nature, is absurd. To query whether the planet warms in 50 or 100 years ends up being a vacuous question, since those who adopt the reason of the commodity, capital, and labor as a form of capital, self-destruct for profits. However, as the southern masses sink into misery and find it difficult to manage their survival from day to day, such question turns out to reek of chauvinism. Despite overcapacity, which is a characteristic of the capitalist system, life expectancy in the South has been gun-shortened to way below that of the North since the onset of capitalism. Still, evidence from Cuba and similar social models show that when man and nature become socially organized, as opposed to production anarchy serving private ends, there is enough to go around, and life expectancy rises. Yet, for much of the planet under capital, social being remains autophagic, with the prevailing forms of social consciousness addressing only techniques of trash removal. Thence, the auto-consumption of social nature, once an abstraction reductive of the complexity of capital, has become a concrete representation of social auto-destruction destined for sale at some point in socially determined time. To deliver meaning without sounding ludicrous or absurd, that is adding too much detail or overly generalist statements respectively, it is no longer sufficient to report that some capitalists overconsume some workers and nature in some garment factory of the South. The degree of the social disaster is so complete that the organizing principle of the system becomes the policy of waste integral to dominant ideology. As the world turns into a single social reproduction unit, the auto-consuming social totality, a higher abstraction of complex and multi-layered social relations represented in observations constituted as facts, becomes a concrete social totality of production. Consequently, an abstraction about the garment factory without reference to imperialism as a state of continual aggression aimed at the waste of social nature is partial truth, and therefore, an inadequate tool to deliver meaning. To say that some people are repressed somewhere, without mentioning that these people must have been beaten time and again into submission by U.S. imperialism, is meaningless. The consciousness that people form to accept being wasted, or to consume waste, is imposed by the guns of the US and NATO synergizing with the dominant ideology. The transference between military and ideological powers lays the foundation for capital to further transform social reproduction into social dereproduction. The fact become abstraction, is the overly self-consuming social nature. That the planet is a global factory eroding at higher than sane anthropic rates implies that the absurd is real. People are forced, persuaded, or paid to excessively self-consume. And although waste is a necessary result of any metabolic social natural reproduction order across time, under capital, a rising rate of waste is a rising rate of surplus value. Cheaper, more dispensable social nature is requisite to boost profits. What would under a planned economy be a sane rate of social natural erosion emerges under capital as the waste relation that crushes socially appropriate levels of obsolescence. With the absence of labor as historical agent, the fact collapses into the abstraction. The abstraction, overly auto-consuming nature, is no longer the meaningless and too general philosophical sophistry of the past times, it is the concrete fact imbued with meaning. The hypotheses proposed herein are: first, the fact become waste phenomenon is driven by capital's omnipresent relation of waste, and secondly, social nature wasted, as against replenished, creates surplus value, and thirdly, Waste as a form of value is value. The phenomenal waste is ex post facto proof that the logical end of capital has collapsed into its historical end. The rational is in complete unity with the historical. Capital incarnate in the commodity self expands by the reason attendant upon the dynamic of the commodity as self-expanding value. The value contradiction between value proper, the socially necessary labor time, and use value mediated in exchange, turns into value proper contra disuse value mediated in exchange. This book provides a theorization of capitalism's path of auto-destruction. It is based on my previous writings and lectures. It is also structured in terms of propositions that are defined and redefined for the purpose of elucidation and to flush out new meanings situated in different tackled contexts. It includes 7 chapters. Chapter 1 is a cursory review of the concepts to be developed, while the concluding chapter arrives at the point made by Friedrich Engels in Anti-Düring, which is under unfettered capitalism, the irrational becomes rational. The defeat of labor has heralded the most barbaric period in history. Thence, capitalism should not have been posited as a progressive stage in history. Value is waste as of day one of the capitalist era, and to arrest waste, value must be arrested. The book accords analytical centrality to imperialism, the historical stage in which militarism as perfect waste leads the mediatory measures that momentarily resolve capital's crises. Chapter 6 rereads the rationale of capitalist history as a history of waste from the start of capital. Naturally, to have written this I am indebted to many people. I am, however, most thankful to Matteo Capasso, Roland Bohr, Martha Mundy, Ray Bush, and Vincent Kama for their comments. All errors and omissions remain my sole responsibility. Ali Kadri. Zuhai, PRC. 1. Introduction. This chapter outlines the principal concepts to be used throughout this book. It addresses the metamorphosis of value into waste. It focuses on waste as a domain of accumulation that redresses the crisis of capital because it employs living labor to waste living laborers. It specifically regards imperialist war, the purest form of waste, as a value-forming activity whose saleable product is the premature death of labor. The social class formation that transpires under waste is one in which the cannibalistic classes consume the cannibalist masses of the South. It is a necrotrophic process in which the parasitic classes feed off the host until it perishes. The exchange of waste, the costs to society imputed in the price system over historically defined gestation periods, is the principal vehicle that transforms surplus labor into capital. Against the broader empirics of ex post facto social and natural degradation, this chapter also examines the measurement of waste and why the concept of class is ignored in mainstream analysis. Waste production has surfaced as the leading domain of accumulation. The pile of defunct people and nature, otherwise the social nature or substance to which labor appertains as subject and nature as object, is phenomenal. The empirics are such that no reparation or recycling under capital could reverse the degenerative process. The problem is radical, but one-sided empirical studies and the proposed policies are not radical. Anything said about partial progress in greening the planet, recycling or striking imperialist reared peace deals will remain grossly unsubstantiated in relation to the deteriorating holistic condition. The phenomenal waste must presuppose the logic of waste accumulation. Waste is both part of every commodity and the principal commodity of capital. It sells, and as a form of value it reproduces capital. Under capital's hierarchical, socially metabolic, and complex order, the production and allocation of waste follows the diktat of the imperialist class, or the cross-national bourgeoisie integrated by finance. As a product, waste is chiefly realized in developing formations and, accordingly, the imperialist social formation. 2. Consumes the imperialist formation. One such unequal and necrotrophic production cycle is foundational to the rule of capital, and its law of value that governs the rate of value usurpation from the social product of the South. This work argues that waste is immanent to capital. That the contradiction between use and exchange value, public and private concerns, resolves in the interest of capital, and is borne out in the fact that the waste commodity consumes the laborer by the gradation of his class. It further argues that waste assumes more intensified forms under the monopoly finance stage of imperialism. Either by the protracted demise of nature or capital, imperialism may yet prove to be the last stage of capitalism. The discussion of this thesis departs from the following four premises. 1. Production is anarchic, auto-propelled and, since it is concerned with immediate and tangible results, it causes a metabolic rift with the social natural order. It depletes nature such that it undermines the basic support mechanisms meant for the reproduction of human life. Marx further declares that capital in its pursuit of profits economizes the living conditions of labor. Capital loses for society what it gains for the individual capitalist. It is wasteful of society's material and human resources and shifts its costs of production upon society to raise profits. It does so in capital's commandeered time, otherwise social or abstract time, whose turnover cycle is the time of social reproduction compressed to adhere to capital's bookkeeping tables. Mazaros proposes that to reduce the material and living labor costs of production, on the basis of the ruthless application of capital's time accountancy, may show some achievements on one plane. However, on another plane, these achievements are nullified through the creation of the most absurd artificial appetites, which serve the most wasteful reproduction. I contend that they are not only nullified nor do the phony appetites hold primacy. Waste is a production activity producing the waste commodity, which like any other commodity assumes the position of a fetish and creates the waste-consuming man alongside itself. Waste requires socially necessary labor time and realizes/sells in capital's designated time. Whatever cost a consumer defrays for a commodity at the time of purchase, the production of that commodity would have involved social and natural wastage whose costs will be borne by society instead of capital across the spectrum of time. 2. Luxemburg emphasized demand deficiency and stagnation as reasons that compel central capital to imperialistically engage non-capitalist markets. To her, demand was final consumption determined rather than the stream of inputs into production ensuring social metabolic reproduction. This angle underrates the historical interrelatedness of global production and allows for the center-integrated underdeveloped part of the world to be categorized as less or non-capitalist. However, the colonies and ex-colonies are included with capital in an indivisible social relationship. They are deprived of industrialization by an act of colonial imperialist aggression, which is itself, as I will argue in this work, a sphere of production. Luxemburg's consumption-cum-capacity-based or substantive approach to gradating capital, via the position that the imperialists are more productive and have to integrate new markets, theorizes that capitalism is constrained by an economic limit too theoretically, as peripheral markets fully join the center, capital's reproduction reaches a boundary beyond which it cannot go. Another implication of such gradation occurs as countries of low development in the productive forces and lower socialization, become less ready for a proletarian revolution. Although rarely mentioned, this point effectively remains the position of Western Marxism. 3. Cohen was one among many to promote technical change, which alters production relations, culture, and ideology, and induces social change. He departs from Marx's German ideology, where it says that it is only possible to achieve real liberation in the real world, by employing real means. In general, people cannot be liberated as long as they are unable to obtain food and drink, housing, and clothing in adequate quality and quantity. Liberation is a historical and not a mental act, and it is brought about by historical conditions, the development of industry, commerce, agriculture, the conditions of intercourse. Such is out of context, because for Marx the class with the better machine and war machine reproduces by devastating to socialize the class with the lesser machines. These lesser capitalist formations whose production circumstances appear to rely more upon private, less socialized forms of petty ownership and production, are said to exhibit a consciousness polluted with strands of thought that thwart the leap into a more communitarian mode of life. Deutschers remarked that the mind of China cannot be fructified with liberating ideas is a case in point. However, Such logic neglects the less developed formations socialized by colonial and imperialist aggression, which leaves its human and natural resources up for grab en masse. There might be more small private producers in the South, but their nation-states and the whole of their national property are controlled by imperialism. They are more socialized and readied for socialist transformation than northern workers serving as gunners for imperialism. Luxemburg's 1909 and later in 1918 labeling national self-determination as utopian, or her characterization of Lenin's stance that foreign peoples should determine their own fate as entirely wrong are one-sided positions that stem from the substantiveness of demand-side analysis. Capitalism may hypothetically drive the planet to a natural limit, however, because an imperialist war as perfect waste production is permanent, there will be no substantive economic limit to capital. Militarism, the production of premature death, employs living labor to produce itself as literally dead labor. Dead labor as a subcategory of capital is the social effort robbed and embedded in the private means of production. The robbed labor of dead laborers becomes dead labor whose inability to produce surplus value impels the re-engagement of more surplus value producing living labor in the production of its own death. Wasted human life adds to the means of production as thieved effort. It can be both objectified labor and living labor, creating new value at the same time by its self-consumption in production. The negative dialectic, or as things before us go from bad to worse, will be about the production of waste, foremost wasted lives, and the sale of waste for profits. The demolition of labor is the objective of capital, and that is why nature will be butchered to butcher man. With living labor consumed in production as dead labor, surplus labor will increasingly arise upon the activity of the liquidation/disobjectification of the subject labor in social nature, with no shortage of people to waste and no material limit in sight. For to put things in an Althusserian jargon, the Congolese and Iraqis could continuously perish into a future that lasts a long time, while militarism and Western economies buoy. 5. Lenin swung the accent in the first contradiction of capital from the capital-labor contradiction onto the plane of colonial nations versus colonist nations. Furthermore, he differentiated between two interdependent paths of capitalist accumulation, one by civil end-use commodity realization and another by encroachment wars. Regarding the latter point, he, like Marx, commented that militarism and its waste are forms of value, but added that it is a source of super profits for the so-called civilized states. 3. Although wasted people in colonial wars have long been traded for a price, wasted nature has only recently matured as a commodity and entered the world of exchange. The unlimited time scale of capital is the longer horizon into which the concrete time of each social activity reworked in short-term production consummates. Mazaros illustrates his concept the car case of time with an example of nuclear power proliferation, when as each capitalist pursues profits through reliance on nuclear energy, the abominable implications surface in the more distant future. He goes on to say that capital's timescale is mind-boggling, while the relevant productive processes and their unavoidable residues, their potentially lethal radiation time counted in many thousands of years, i.e., covering the lifetime of countless generations, appear absolutely prohibitive. There are, of course, people, who for the sake of short-term profit, would not hesitate for a moment to tamper with the perilously long-term scale of nuclear radiation time. Others, instead, might simply run away from the problem itself by rejecting on some a priori ground the possibility of nuclear power production even if the need for it becomes overwhelming. Before Mazaros, Perlman, referring to a nuclear leak in the U.S., theorizes that capital consumes its servants. However, wasted humans, as distinct from the natural waste, which has of late surfaced as a commodity, have since the inception of capitalism been commodities. Although the mainstream considers victims of genocides as casualties of human blunders ascribed to human fallibility, capital in command of history has purposely employed waged soldiers and traded and sold human deaths. 6. Rarely if ever does Western Marxism consider colonial and imperialist massacres as market processes, ergo, as value relations. It only acknowledges what capital records in its books as a transaction against which a certain money form of value lodges. Value, However, the successive applications of socially necessary labor time in production, is a historical journey that consummates every time it metamorphoses the abstract labor into its associated money form. Every time Europe wars for resources, it employs labor and wars to waste the human resource. Such is an industrial activity whose product is wasted humans. Moreover, since the moneyed form of value of such activities accrues as a share of the social product to both capital and labor and remains indifferentiable by its constituent classes until the state carries out its distributional function, the total effort of society, wasteful and unwasteful, gathers in the moneyed form as an indifferentiable whole. Although the price that capital jots down appears to be related to a specific item exchanged, the reality is that any price gels in relation to all the powers behind the prices that it interacted with or were omitted and will make their appearances at some point in time. Price as a symbol, like any other symbol, is diachronic and synchronic. It relates to all the past structures of the price system, as well as its current structure and future evolution. Beneath the apparent price system, there are the non-visible or negative prices associated with production efforts waiting to surface when the resultant of the class struggle works out the grounds for the length of their gestation period. Western literature attributes the rising natural waste to rising consumption. It treats waste one-sidedly as a consumption issue, as opposed to production. Bauman stressed the pursuit of consumption as a never-ending process, which emits redundant people, in a fast-changing or liquid world. Japp instead saw it as an amalgam of narcissism, commodity adoration, and insatiable consumption constituted by the subjectivity of capital. In both cases, insatiable consumption leads to exponential waste. Their notion of fetishism was more about the fantastical attributes of the commodity than its role as procreator of production, its function as a fetish that commodifies society to increase the scope of capital. More focuses on capital's reliance on cheap natural inputs as the crucible of waste. However, without mentioning how imperialism mines the lives of men to be realized as commodities, the argument boils down to concern for the trashed environment as a thing. Trash as subject, rather than the law of value acted out by imperialism to allocate resources, especially by winnowing the reserve army of labor, is an engineering problem that could be solved by appropriate trash disposal strategies. The issue, however, remains to bring into focus the social relations that trash people by the practice of imperialism as opposed to trash itself telling society how to dispose of it. Others confine the subject of waste to the spatial dimension. They hypostatized Marxian concepts into dependency on spatial attributes and compiled them in ways that mask over capital as the subject's social relation and or imperialism as history proper. Moreover, they considered waste as an epiphenomenon of capital but not as the form of value or its surrogate value relation. Waste was treated as a necessary outcome of production but never a self-contained sphere of production. Whereas the regulation of the growth of the reserve army of labor, a function of the labor process, is a predicate of production, man is said to be excreted into unemployment. As with the metaphysical man of Pottstone and Galambos or Postone, what is wasted for Yeats is the idea of man as opposed to actual man, or as opposed to the masses of the South who perish under imperialist assault. Postone is briefly discussed in Chapter 5. Moreover, in this approach, the surplus population is incorrectly cordoned off from capitalist exchange or value relations. Yeats precludes the notion that capital is waste and only focuses on the fact that it excretes waste. The immanence of waste, however, means that capital is a priori a waste relation, or by the impulse of its inherent laws, especially the repulsion between use and exchange value, which expropriates the direct producer not only of his commodity but also of his life. Expropriated life is the premature death of man destined for sale. By that logic, the wasting of the reserve army of labor is what employs and excretes the employed. The activities of capital must be referred back to the intrinsic predisposition of the capital. That anything positive comes out of capital is purely a matter related to the opposition provided by labor, which so far has proven moribund. Furthermore, What capital records on its accounts as exchange of commodity/labor power for a price/wage obscures the real creation/transfer of value in social time. For example, the seemingly unwaged mother care that reproduces children and labor is not an explicit entry in business records for whom a wage is assigned. Firms do not state that they will pay the mothers of workers, but mothers are actually paid, although very little. The mother reproduces a social laborer whose wage is social and from which she receives a certain share. As can be discerned, a leap from concrete to the abstract, a mother reproducing a child/laborer who earns a social wage for her care work, can also be put in reverse. The share of the mother from working class power determines social wage pays for her concrete activity. A mother's concrete labor has been market-mediated into abstract/social labor and does not fall outside the exploitation sphere or the sphere of value relations. Her input into social reproduction may be lowly or negatively remunerated such that her life may be wasted before the historically determined life expectancy, but it is not unproductive labor that she does. As distinct from production and the concrete economic category of productive labor, in social reproduction all social labor is productive. Marx praises Mandeville for showing that every possible kind of occupation is productive. At a further remove, capital is also universal. It reaches wherever its guns and dominant ideas reach. Power is the non-illusory side of capital. Capitalist market exchange and its incumbent value relations occur only wherever capital as a social relationship rules. Since European ships in search of resources and slaughter ruled the seas, capital became universal, or the process of global social reproduction became a universal process. As such, a mother underfed in the Arab world is someone overfed in the center. To understand immanence and what is being wasted, it is compulsory to understand value in terms of ascent from the abstract to the concrete. It is not enough to state that there is waste at the level of the general or the abstract level, one must refer back the broader observation to the particular or prematurely wasted concrete lives. Each time of life necessarily cut short by capital surfaces in the emaciation/disobjectification of labor and the general state of waste on display. To remain metaphysically abstract is to address the self-reasoned ideas, the forms or ideals for which phenomena are some unnecessary addenda. At the level of logical ideas unassociated with reality, the casuistry of logic holds sway, and one may prove that bombarded Congolese people may have potentially become freer by the belligerence of Belgians and, subsequently, merit their fate. Indeed, for Hegel slavery in Africa has freed the African by exposing him to the superior spiritual development of the West. The subject absorbed by capital is a reified person, a human who adopts the dynamic of self-expanding value as his mode of reasoning, as opposed to being the abstract/social relation but also real, historical, and a subdivision of the intercompeting class power relationships. In Marxism, man as species being does not realize in a Hegelian state epitomizing the ethical idea. Man realizes as he self-concretizes in the social activity of labor. What is wasted is not man the idea, but the concrete or real time of life of real human beings. Such is the regimentation attendant upon the labor process under capitalism, which under imperialism becomes dictated by a financial cycle whose higher frequency of surplus usurpation makes real inputs turn over to the tune at which financial capital turns over. Concepts, such as value, reserve army of labor, productive labor, etc., drawn from Marxist terminology, cannot be referred to without adherence to the law of unity between the rational and the historical. What is theorized in the concept must be borne out by history or phenomenon. Value is the social form of concrete/materialist labor, it is the relation of expropriation that corresponds to experience. Everywhere one sees wage labor dispossessed, it is phenomenal. With this in mind, the Western Marxist deploys Marxian terminology reified to fit observations selected from phenomena but which are in no way universal or phenomenal. What is outside the mind is delivered by sensory experience to the mind without qualification by the category of social being, or the fact that labor like social production is an integrated organic and universal totality. The idea of the thing outside the mind is exactly the thing without consideration of social being or class biases. Moreover, for Western Marxism, social being is just European being and, as such, value is only European value. Commodities and waste are just illogical or mental states reflecting the wealth or trash that piles outside their person without specifying the social subject, the class, which carries out the production of things. Their concepts are unreferred to the social production totality or the history of imperialism. These concepts mediate either in a fictional whole and a world of pure ideas, or in a postmodern realm where the philosophy of language and its indeterminacy of meaning hold the key to understanding the daily structural genocides, the deaths below the historically determined longevity. The following long quote from Engels best demonstrates structural genocide. When one individual inflicts bodily injury upon another such that death results, we call the deed manslaughter. When the assailant knew in advance that the injury would be fatal, we call his deed murder. But when society places hundreds of proletarians in such a position that they inevitably meet a too early and an unnatural death, one which is quite as much a death by violence as that by the sword or bullet, when it deprives thousands of the necessaries of life, places them under conditions in which they cannot live, forces them, through the strong arm of the law, to remain in such conditions until that death ensues which is the inevitable consequence, knows that these thousands of victims must perish, and yet permits these conditions to remain, its deed is murder just as surely as the deed of the single individual, disguised, malicious murder, murder against which none can defend himself, which does not seem what it is, because no man sees the murderer, because the death of the victim seems a natural one, since the offense is more one of omission than of commission. But murder it remains. While capital is altogether systemic genocide with direct and structural manifestations, the big issue for Western Marxism remains whether imperialism has imparted progress or whether there is such a thing as imperialism. Still, the mainstream's discussions of semiotics, metaphysics, or the empiricism addressing partial physical activity have not arrested the Western daily practice of class cannibalism. Rich people, as declared Fanon, are no longer respectable people. They are nothing more than flesh-eating animals, jackals, and vultures which wallow in the people's blood. In a recent review of the role of war in economic theories by Alio, none of the Western Marxist theorists address imperialist genocide as a value-forming process. The upshot of this class-biased discourse is the developing world treated as a charity case. The South is irrelevant because it counts for little money. Money, all of money, however, as a form of value capturing the social product in social reproduction, belongs to global society because social labor and the social wage are one integral whole. Moreover, by Marxian value standards, the standards that posit human worth measured by the socially necessary labor time invested in the reproduction of man, the worth of lives is the same across the world. Under realistic conditions, the upshot of such theorizing is for the deaths in the South to be prioritized in terms Marxist-Leninist strategy, and specifically, and that is so because they count for little money. In scenarios where man the idea is wasted, as opposed to real man, Vietnam and the US sharing some aspects of capital's repressive practices, since they both submit to a capitalist wage system, and as such, both can be regarded as equally unethical or equally imperialists. Such is a bourgeois ethic hiding behind the Kantian moral equivalence. The imperialism of metaphysics is one thing, while the practice of US imperialism is another. To stick a decontextualist Marxian concept such as the wage system into a theory without consideration to the historical moment, a benchmark of the Marxist method, is to discard a materialist reading of history, the repository of the Marxian approach. While the ethic of the proletariat is what advances the position of labor in the class struggle, the Western Marxist frame of reference and its ethic are not based on a contradiction between international labor and capital, but rather on how US imperialism subjugates other social formations to impart progress. At this historical juncture, the moment of imperialism in the finance monopoly stage of history, the us rationale for being is expansion via imperialist wars. Wars of encroachment are a magnification of the war inside the commodity/value as itself expands by the expropriation of labor. The proletarian ethical point will be to arrest this momentum and overturn it. In a fictional idea world or in a world devoid of imperialism of one-sided forms, the white man who are 2ps the Afghan civilizes them. In such a hypothetical world, the class struggle or history actualized in imperialist aggression disappears. The ubiquitous commodity of militarism, premature death, which is a principal ruling fetish, also disappears. For Boron, in an archetypical position of Western Marxism, history does nothing, it wages no battles. It is man, real, living man who does all that, who possesses and fights. History is not, as it were, a person apart, using man as a means to achieve its own aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims. Although this parody of historical materialism aims to write off the momentum for imperialist aggression and highlight the errors of aggressed countries, it is also true once one posits that the man of which he speaks is the reified European or white man, labor as subject reduced to its predicate or the products he makes. Such man is the social man flattened and possessed by the reason of the commodity that has become the rationale of history. In actuality, the identity of commodity with money is the crucial force that regulates social processes. Marxism without money being absorbed and realized in the practice of imperialist wars to produce the wasted social nature is just as inane as money-neutral neoclassical economics. At an ontological level, production holds primacy because it is what reproduces social being. At a more concrete level, it is the bigger consuming nations that control and organize social production in line with their consumption patterns. Their residuum of production or the social state of overproduction subtends the rate of accumulation and disciplines the labor process, producing man the laborer as well as producing the obsequiousness of consumerist man. 4. This work expands upon Mazaros's point that the military-industrial complex, the cruelest form of resource allocation, generates surplus value on the basis of an auto-consuming and destructive production process divorced from human needs. However, the concept of waste as developed throughout will not be limited to wasted plastics and nature. Waste accumulation will have as its primary objective the wasting of man. The work further proceeds from Marx's notion that under capital and its commodity fetishism, social relations are established indirectly via commodity exchange or as commodities assume the money form of value. When waste becomes the useful product from which labor gains a share, the momentum of more waste gains grounds. By the intercompeting pressures of wage systems, countries of the South drop their social and environmental guards to receive foreign direct investment, which reinforces the exchange of wasted lives for US dollars. Social production becomes determined by the forms of value that the commodity assumes. Waste is thus materialist or reified labor. As early as 1960, A.K. Davis posited that waste has become the leading activity and product of the system. So great is the expanding productivity of this glittering economic machine that its distributive channels are periodically inadequate to accommodate the flow of its goods and services. Without waste it would collapse. And the amount of waste, even on today's colossal scale, is not always sufficient. Under Marx's absolute general law of capitalist accumulation transposed onto the age of imperialism, profits must emerge from the sphere of waste production and engender more human and natural waste. Capitalist production, when considered in isolation from the process of circulation and the excesses of competition, is very economical with the materialist labor incorporated in commodities. Yet, more than any other mode of production, it squanders human lives, or living labor, and not only blood and flesh, but also nerve and brain. Indeed, it is only by dint of the most extravagant waste of individual development that the development of the human race is at all safeguarded and maintained in the epoch of history immediately preceding the conscious reorganization of society. Since all of the economicing here discussed arises from the social nature of labor, it is indeed just this directly social nature of labor which causes the waste of life and health. Although to compress socially necessary labor time is to reduce longevity, The act of life reduction as a commodity is foundational to capital. Accordingly, this work further hypothesizes that the word creative in the maxim creative destruction is visibly about creativity in the production of destruction and, therefore, waste. The smart bomb may serve as an example. Moreover, as the run-of-the-mill products gestate in social time, the event-lived time decided by capital, to be consummated in a market and arrayed against a matrix of prices, they must consummate more and more as dead social nature. The social activity of labor objectified in the commodity will, as per the edicts of capital, morph into a corresponding money form of value that in part gels in profits. These profits attendant upon the waste commodity will circularly signal for higher waste-related production to kick in. The work further postulates that imperialist necrotrophy, the imperialist act of parasitically usurping the imperialist nation, accelerates alongside higher rates of resource decimation/dislocation or the production of waste for profits. This process exceeds the monstrosity of primitive accumulation because higher rates of surplus value emerge from the enslavement of whole nations subjected to waste exploitation, the prematurely wasted wage slave. Thence, under imperialism and finance, capital intensifies and comes out for what it truly is as a waste relation. The principal contradiction between capital and labor could be put as that between the wasting and the wasted classes. Unhindered, value or the activity of depriving labor of its labor power and products by means of force realizes more of its logical end, which is waste. However, this hypothesis is not the bio or necropolitics that write off the class struggle and the prospect of change on the basis of a psychoanalytical bent inherent to man. At an ontological level, labor is wasted because it is concretely cut down and because its potential is wasted. Wasted potential means to eliminate labor as subject of history. It is what labor could have contributed to society but was lost because of perverted usefulness, reduced quality of life, or alienated creativity. To waste the potential of labor is to waste its particularization, which mediates emancipation, or theoretically, to put an end to. 15. Class struggle and, especially, the dictatorship of the proletariat. It may be worthwhile to note that bourgeois historians may also describe historical development in terms of class struggle. However, for Marx, the existence of classes is bound up with particular historical phases in the development of production, while the capitalist class struggle necessarily but not exclusively leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, which in turn constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes. Lenin asserts that unfitting Marxism to the theory of the class struggle means curtailing Marxism, distorting it, reducing it to something acceptable to the bourgeoisie. Only he is a Marxist who extends the recognition of the class struggle to the recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Capital captures value by destroying the actual and potential of emancipatory efforts of labor through the class struggle. Although the crushing of labor is the value-making activity, decimating concrete labor is far easier for capital than crushing labor's potential. That's so because in social reproduction, which was Marx's point of interest rather than production, class struggle centered on changing the historical mediation between labor and nature, substance proper, in contradistinction from changing the immediate. Moreover, the chance occurrences associated with immediacy, the accidents, the violence, the sudden deaths, these could be anti-systemic, altering the mediatory frame of history, namely the institution of the state. Chance violence may be anti-systemic if systemized, organized, and armed with revolutionary alternatives, to confront capital's dominated mediations. Fanon, for instance, developed the role of violence in anti-imperialism, and like Marx, emphasized the necessity of winning over the superstructure so that the nascent mediations alter the social base to the benefit of labor. Institutions must be targeted because they outlive individuals or immediate beings. Marx focused on the dialectic of the mediated with the immediate, not immediate alone, and used the expression, man's inorganic body, which is not simply that which is given by nature, but the concrete expression and embodiment of a historically given stage and structure of productive activity in the form of its products, from material goods to works of art. As a result of the alienation of labor, man's inorganic body appears to be merely external to him and therefore it can be turned into a commodity. Everything is reified, and the fundamental ontological relations are turned upside down. The individual is confronted with mere objects, once his inorganic body, worked up nature. 16. And external least productive power, has been alienated from him. He has no consciousness of being a species being. Species being is social man capable of restructuring the world, as opposed to abstract man. Capital alienates the laborer in a way that she becomes an inorganic body and ceases to self-recognize as species being. It thus renders the laborer only immediate and just a body, which cannot self-emancipate, nor could her being influence a future generation. It is as if she is a discrete point in time. Social man ceases to be because of capital. However, this alienation is ontological and is similar to conditions in previous modes of production. Under capitalism and the rule of capital or the social abstract, man's consciousness of his species is supplanted by a cult of privacy and an idealization of the abstract individual. Thus, capital's crime is when the laborer is alienated from himself, his society, and his social rights, such that he cannot contribute to future social development. Man treated like an immediate thing by capital is the alienation that foregrounds capital's attempt to demolish social potential, labor as subject of history, or the prospect of emancipation. Yet, capital cannot fully suppress social potential no matter how hard it tries. In the dialectic between the immediate and the mediated, or between the contingency of history and the structure of history, lies the terrain of labor's potential. Capital reifies all into an inorganic body. Its mediations transform man into an immediate. The Homo economicus hypostasist in the modern consumerist unaware of his cannibalism is a case in point. However, with the labor process being the real foundation of an otherwise fictitious capital, it is surplus labor that permits capital to invert reality. Capital or the totality of relationships is not external to labor. Some may not realize their potential or are said to lack revolutionary consciousness, but that cannot be said of all of labor. Capital destroys the concrete laborer, and the laborer can no longer contribute to labor's social consciousness and to changing the dominant mediations. The decimated laborer cannot contribute to changing the structure of society, and she is doomed to the immediate. Then again, that cannot be true of all of society. Capital cannot refy and homogenous the totality of labor. The particularization of labor, its self-assertion through the union of its traditions with its working-class symbols in the face of capital's universalizing assault, such as the national struggles against imperialism, persist. The failure of capital to subjugate all of the working classes or to quell labor's potential is why the class struggle endures. The argument may a fortiori be supplemented by the inevitability of change inherent to modes of production, which is what differentiates Marx from liberals. Unlike the liberalism locked in 17. Immediacy and pouring second-hand emotions over war, for Marx, to grasp the mediation of history and make historical sense of the immediate is to understand how chance or spontaneity co-align with necessity. More important, it is to understand that weakening the position of the imperialist center and anti-imperialist armed struggles, which tilt the balance of forces in favor of national liberation movements, are the primary tools of labor. Having clarified the primacy of the class struggle and the rule of labor, the substance of capital's commodity becomes waste because labor is wasted. The reproduction of capital can be gauged by following the development of the new waste form of the commodity, or that which is attendant upon its waste content and waste relations. Although Mazaros invokes the term counter-value to capture the new form of capital, he does so from the standpoint of alienation and blockage to the realization of human potential. Thus, within the framework of the existing socio-economic system, a multiplicity of potentially dialectical interconnections are reproduced in the form of perverse practical dualisms, dichotomies, and antinomies, reducing human beings to a reified condition and to the ignominious status of time's carcass. And since the possibility of practically manifesting and realizing the inherent worth and human specificity of the individuals through their essential productive activity is blocked off as a result of this process of alienating reduction, value as such becomes an extremely problematical concept. 4. In the interest of capitalist profitability, not only can there be no room left for the actualization of the individual's specific worth but, worse still, counter-value must unceremoniously prevail over value and assert its absolute domination as the one and only admissible practical value relation. However, counter-value is the leading form of value, or it is the logical constituent and the historical end of value qua waste. Once more, waste is not trash reified. It is the essence of the value relationship, its law of movement, making its presence known more and more in the imperialist stage. Waste is not the negative impact of the commodity upon society that could be turned into something positive under capitalism. The wording value itself has become misleading because it resonates with something of benefit to society. The dictionary lists 18. Usefulness as an equivalent of the term value. Ex post facto capital has snuffed the planet. More important, before alienation matures into the act of depriving the life of man from man and overturns value into waste, the value relationship itself, at every moment of its development is logically an act of dispossession and waste. Historically, the advance of capital in the colonies, its decimation of hundreds of millions, has been all about wasting social nature by the pressure of permanent overproduction crises. Thus, as one includes the non-European world into the analysis, waste was a form of capital and its principal relation from its very start. Another related conceptual property to waste arises as capital requires increased socialization for higher rates of surplus value. Socializing labor or increasing the reserve army of labor compels the imperialist expropriation of nations, their decimation, or their loss of sovereignty prior to their dispossession. Accordingly, the social process of waste, the necessity to waste man, is as interdependent or organic as the natural process, for instance, pollution or waste necessarily spread to all parts of nature. Social metabolic reproduction governs social entropy reasserts the totalizing nature of capital or the interpredication of global production. 2. Situating waste in imperialism. That native Indians should be thankful for the electric showers of white man typifies the French settlers' comments to the media during the aggression of the Canadian state upon Mohawk sacred land in Oka, Quebec. Although Bedford and Cheney rightly observed that state broadcasts instigated fascist practices to quell the rebellion, they however underestimated the class content of settler colonial racism. They conjectured the imminently unachievable or that solidarity between the working class and the Mohawks may have resulted in a more positive outcome of the conflict. In this, they misdefined the proletariat. Some rich folks also receive wages, but not all wage workers are potential proletarians. At first principles level, the social class is the reproduction of being. How one man as social being relates to another man as social being to mediate and resurrect the social forms that remake the conditions for reproduction is the class as social activity. Along these lines, the social reproduction of the white working class has occurred by the consumption of the Mohawk and his nature, ditto for the relationship of the imperialist center to the developing world. These white classes are not to be only defined solely by their income profiles, nor by their privileges. Yeats critiques Sakai by underscoring the fact that 19. There are poor white people. These are historical processes that reproduce capital because they are vested in imperialism and waste. A white working class is not bought off to side with capital through the labor aristocracy, it is rather an embodiment of capital. Class as the historical condition bears its adjuncts whose ideological color is white, and whose northern structure is namely phenotypically white. After all, the category of the subject is constitutive of all ideology, but at the same time, the category of the subject is only constitutive of all ideology insofar as all ideology has the function of constituting concrete individuals as subjects. In the interaction of this double constitution exists the functioning of all ideology, ideology being nothing but its functioning in the material forms of existence of that functioning. It is because of that reallocative function of ideology, reconstituted and reconstituting the subject, that capital's fictitious constructs assume the status of natural forces. However, white wealth or poverty are derivatives of their primary spheres of reproduction, which are imperialist war and genocide. The role of ideology in the white world may be limited to assuaging the conscience of the butchering class, which reproduces as capital does. More important, unlike intercompeting labor, which becomes a form of capital, the strategy of economistic unionism in the North that feeds imperialism is not merely a form of capital, it is the structure of capital that reproduces capital as subject. Thence, the impertinence of revolutionary potential to northern working classes. The ups and downs of white working class incomes over time are predicate-wise shares of rent they enjoy in relation to other spheres of capital. Their deconstruction, as will be argued in Chapter 4, will depend on the abolition of their imperialist nations. In Marx's, the law of value allocates labor power and the means of production, spurs on the development of the productive forces, and restructures production relations to boost exploitation. The productive forces, the organic unity of the accumulated labor or the totality of material elements of production necessary to meet the needs of society, are primal and condition the development of society. Under capitalism, social production abides by the law of value or the historically grounded reason and practice that allocates, commodifies, and monetizes labor power to either below the social cost of labor reproduction or to outright dereproduction. In social reproduction, natural value becomes socially necessary labor time or value, and subsequently, both outcomes designate what commodities are required to maintain human lives. The latter case of dereproduction occurs as labor power is expended upon the consumption of the commodified life of man. In addition to eviscerating nature, which supports the life of man, social man, a subcategory of class, consumes another social man, or another subcategory of class. 20. While capital tightens its grip over the social sphere, it dereproduces labor not only because of the surplus value associated with the commodity labor produces, but also because the earlier than historically determined demise of the laborer is itself a commodity with an associated surplus value. As the organic composition of capital rises in combination with an imperialism that demodernizes a developing nation experiencing high fertility rates, so intensifies the contradiction between capital's productive or carrying capacity vis-a-vis the excessive population, there is cheaper labor to turn into capital. The industry of cutting short lives attenuates the brunt of the capital-population contradiction. It is an industry that exhibits significant rates of surplus value because capital allocates socially necessary labor time in a subject-to-subject relationship. Living labor, a subject, engages with another living labor, another subject, to produce the dead laborer qua the objectified commodity. The products of such wasteful accumulation are workers dying before their time at the hands of other workers. The work applied to prematurely extinguish a life and the act of self-defense to remain alive are processes objectifying concrete labor in the wasted life of man qua the commodity. And just as in any commodity, the alienated product of social labor assumes a money form of value as per the mediation of the contradiction between use and exchange value. Subsequent to exchange deliberations and autonomous improvements in the productive forces, markets inform the industry of living man producing dead man that the socially necessary labor time required for the production of wasted man as subject reduced to substance must be compressed and delivered in the shortest chronological intervals. Under capital, nature trades as property or commodity. By definition, a commodity's purpose is to sell rather than satisfy human needs located in a sane or non-degenerative environment. To commodify nature is to repackage nature for the purpose of trade. Furthermore, in relation to substance, man is highly developed nature, and the unity of man and nature is organic/substantive. Since it is nature that supports the life of man and it is social man or class as subject that reworks nature and sets the price of nature, nature as thingified substance must be metabolised/destroyed at rates that offset a slowing pace of capital's assault on human life. Where armed brutality or austerity fail to deliver the historically desired numbers of shortened lives, poisoned nature symbiotically steps in to fill the gap. Cutthroat competition literally lives up to its name. The rate of exploitation associated with extracting surplus labor by means of wasting the laborer as well as the nature that supports her reproduction in shorter time soars, and so follows the profit rate. 21. Impersonal capital in command of impersonal history pursuing cross-personal profits dissipated social nature at rates in excess of reasonable anthropic levels. Aside from the ongoing significant war and austerity-related human losses, the incontrovertible loss of nature has corroded the basis of human reproduction. Salient scholarship adduces that for 4 months of every year, the global population sustains itself by consuming non-renewable resources. 7. Of course, what is renewable Oregon non-renewable transfigures by a class optic. The hundreds of millions of lives colonially or imperialistically wasted over 5 centuries were renewables. These losses were allegedly worth it or the price of progress. However, with the onset of the 20th century, poisoned nature contaminated white man who, in turn, signaled to his science to authenticate the phenomenal waste. Class-wise, the loss of non-whites was not disorderly entropic, while the loss of nature afflicting whites amounted to higher than tolerable entropy. Not that anything is monadic or unemergent, as an emergent property, entropy, the inherent disorder associated with any multitude, cannot be argued away. It so happens that capital's entropy, which squanders or poisons the wealth required for social reproduction, exceeds that of the natural world. At least by the impact of man upon nature or by the latent industrial stages of the Anthropocene, for a lesser fraction of sane commodities produced that slightly deplete the social natural cycle, there has been at the same time a significant fraction of waste being produced that overly depletes social nature. The relation dying nature pitted against the working class reverts into an ontological condition of the capital-labor contradiction. Waste is a consumption and a production item at once. It is inherent to any salient consumption item. Time and again, the cycle of the use value of waste repeats as consumers gulp whatever capital dangles before them. Any Coke can is part soda and part insecticide, part slave-like labor, and part war. As to the dual nature of waste, it unfolds as both input and output across its many stages of consumption and production. Waste's productivity/contribution is also twofold. First, it deracinates, socializes, and calibrates the growth of the reserve army of labor to the rate of accumulation and, secondly, it ensures the stability of capital's rule as it disempowers labor. Just as the use value of labor power is the efficacy of its productivity, so too is the use value of waste when it reduces life expectancy and further uproots or expropriates private labor in a process whose interface steadies the ideological hold of capital. The wars, the austerity, and the global warming, all historically born conditions, dispossess workers and evict peasants to further transform the working class into wage slavery. The fundamental logic of capital, which has dissipated social nature, could be restrained as labor waters down the synergy between private property and profits. However, the expanding planetary waste emanates from a structure of class power instituted in the ideological and military forms of the Western formation. The combined material and spiritual accomplishments of the Western formation, its Western civilization, are manifest more so as combined human and natural waste than otherwise. Such civilizational triumph, realized by the accumulated stock of historical surplus value, hypothesizes as scientific facts only that which does not stall capitalist progress or the law of capital. By way of further explanation, the historical surplus value is the weight of history. For Abdel Malik, the concept designates the looting of all major continents since the 15th century and the centralization of wealth in the then rising bourgeois centers of the West. The roots of modern violence and the roots of global war lie in the restructuring of the international order, that is, the construction of Western hegemony, steeped in rising historical surplus value from the 15th century onwards. Western academia considers surplus value as if it was a product of the last stage of the history of mankind and or a product of the last phase of the class struggle, during which the bourgeoisies exploit the working classes. However, the historical surplus value is not limited to the last economic stage of production, or the final consumption of raw material, energy, resources, land, and space, etc. It has above all provided a reflexive backstop to Europe or the automatic means to secure world hegemony. Historical surplus value eroded the powers of the East and foregrounded the rise of the scientific and technological revolution. Its in-sync geopolitics furnished Europe with the means of control of the world via sea routes, while the dissemination of ideas from the center via communication technologies dictated the made-to-measure theories for the Third World to grow into. In contradistinction, the ethical normative position by which the Western liberal left judges violence as a pathology of the system, or as an exogenous syndrome, conceals the cumulative effect of colonial policies which were laid down by the permanent violence of European imperialism. Accordingly, Asia, Africa and Latin America could only develop along the lines suggested by Western schools of thought, which are otherwise the collective unconscious of lesser self-assertive formations. All in all, imperialism as a central factor in the power structure of modern times was viewed in its immediacy and not as a contemporary expression of a historical process. By natural interconnectedness, and as the capital of the Western formation overconsumes social nature, it also consumes its pliant working classes. Despite 23. That, commodified capitalists, people incarnating the reason of the commodity, embrace capital and veneer the swakal dimension of the necrotrophic process. In a commodified world, natural damage earns capital present and future returns. However, things are not reparable with capital in the lead. Arithmetically, in the cascading and imperialistically imposed autophagic process, there are lesser profits with lesser rates of waste. Things further sour for capital as its over-commodification of man, the transposition of the commodities dynamic upon social reproduction, which desubjectifies labor and diminishes its autonomy, necessarily lowers the rate of surplus value. By the dialectic of too much of a good thing, which breeds a bad thing, or as people become things, the opposite result is achieved. Why so? The clout of labor in the class struggle determines the share of labor from the social product. As living labor, the source of surplus value, becomes more like a thing, or as variable capital resembles constant capital, requiring only the recovery of its depreciation, it may just pass the value within it and no more. As the organic composition of capital rises by the reduction of labor to labor power, or as labor becomes thing, a composition treated throughout as only an initial positive shock that tapers down by the fallacy of composition, surplus value falls. There is a balance that the organized dimension of capital needs to strike between overly thinjifying labor, erasing the subject in living labor, and empowering labor. Such is a delicate balancing act because capital's complete ideological victory necessarily implies a crisis of profitability. In standard parlance, with mechanization the total surplus may fall while the relative surplus value rises, unless waste stands for value, which raises the total surplus. Nonetheless, surplus value is not only the stock of additional commodities created, but also the relation and the state of revolutionary consciousness exercised in the making and distribution of the money form of value associated with the commodity stock over time. As revolutionary consciousness retreats and with it the share of labor compressing demand, the de-reproduction of labor begins to set the pace of capital accumulation. To contain labor's autonomous development, the organized dimension of capital, or its state and ideological apparatuses, subvert the ideological alternatives, especially Marxism-Leninism. Apart from the obviously capital-backed Western Marxism that supports NATO aggressions, there are also the not-so-obvious career opportunities, the funding of anti-communist art and magazine platforms, etc. Capital's objective is the intellectual corruption of Marxist heritage symbolic of working-class struggles. In that sense, the ideas of class struggle, revolution, value, productive and unproductive, etc., become Eurocentric abstracts, or formal a priori notions, into which reality must fit. Such theory applied as opposed to theory practiced turns Marx into an 24. Idealist and, in an odd twist, the real Marx must be extracted from the Western corpus or stood on his feet to shed the metaphysics of substance without subject or form bereft of content from this body of thought. In other words, Western Marxism reifies nature, while nature cannot be fathomed apart from social being. The content or the elements and processes that constitute an object cannot exist apart from their forms of organization or structures. Not that any state could be anything else but state capitalist since it is tied to a wage system. However, whatever progress is made in a struggling developing nation under imperialist assault is discredited as a form of state capitalism by Western Marxism. The conflation of revolutionary struggle in worker states necessarily engaged in capitalist practice supports further imperialist assault. This Puritan argument endures not because of any intrinsic theoretical rigor but because it is a class position. Under capitalism, all is capitalist, even air is a commodity. That the leading structure and institutions of capital precipitate disasters is a forgotten point. A fortiori, such argument persists because the Western working class turned into a form of capital predicates imperialism. Northern working classes are not weaned off their proletarian origins by the payoffs of capital over time, the higher wages, which would transform labor or the revolutionary subject into the labor that reproduces capital. On the contrary, these classes were capital from the very start, as will be argued in Chapter 6. They were interlaced with capital as an adjacent relation to attenuate the contradiction with global labor. Structurally, they were the settler colonial mass that engaged in the industry of premature death not because it is paid a productivity-indexed wage by capital, but because its wage bill is a share of capital's genocidal rents. Although such partaking in war booty predates capitalism, once capitalist production relations dawn, these strata begin to earn their keep as organic partners of capital. 3. Alongside substantive efficiency, as in the increasing number of dead people produced as commodities together with other commodities per unit of input, the higher frequency of the slaughter industry also desubjectifies the subjects, it strips labor of autonomy. Working people are either forced to die by superior technology or are deceived to willingly die for capital. Living people without revolutionary consciousness lose the power to negotiate or become subject devoid just as dead people are. With revolutionary ideology suppressed, the simultaneous input of living labor and its elimination, along with its labor power, in waste production, mitigates capitalist crises arising upon the thingification of labor, when living labor in waste production eradicates itself. 25. Although the organic composition of capital rises, the value outlays on variable capital also rise as more living labor consumes living labor, both as input and output in shorter life cycles. More people are paid less for the value of their labor power and more of the surplus turns into profits. The more the lives of people compressed and realized in chronological time to the exigencies of capital increase the scope for higher variable capital outlays which temper the negative impact of a growing organic composition of capital upon surplus value. The reproduction rises by the efficacy of capital or as the rate of metabolic consumption shortens the lives of people relative to the historically determined life expectancy. It does so protractedly by austerity or pollution, or instantaneously by wars. Such is a projection of the law demonstrated by Marx in 1894, as mentioned in premise 1 above. Profits depend on economizing the living conditions of workers, or in relation to the rising demand for waste in modern times, upon economizing workers outright, albeit at higher turnover rates as per the requisites of financialization. The rate of exploitation is not to be inferred from the recorded sale price at an alleged final realization stage of a commodity on the market. These assessments are based on the hypothetical time frame and the utilitarian accounts of capital. The price category, including the productivity inferred therefrom, veil value, the social category. If anything, prices distort any comparative analysis meant to flush out value. More pertinently, in an overdetermined history or time-incoherent dynamic process, every moment in the life cycle of commodity production is also a realization stage. To be sure, actuality is not analytical and the stages of the realization of the commodity, including the realization of the labor power commodity, are historically overdetermined. In actuality, the elements/relations/contradictions of a totality are reconstituted on their own relations and by their relations to each other in social time or the time of social reproduction. To fall back on Althusser's overdetermination, the contradiction is inseparable from the total structure of the social body in which it is found, inseparable from its formal conditions of existence, and even from the instances it governs. It is radically affected by them, determining, but also determined in one and the same movement, and determined by the various levels and instances of the social formation it animates. It might be called overdetermined in its principle. Althusser's overdetermination argues against Hegelian logical immanence, the internalist contradictions which systemically propel consciousness from one stage to the next in a teleological order. These stages are not overdetermined despite the complexity of their emergence. Immanently, we arrived at this end stage by necessarily living earlier specific stages. Hegel reasserts the point that no matter how dynamic a processual philosophy is, if it rests on the tenet of the self-reasoned form or that the world remains in a state of 26. Untruth as it evolves towards some higher truth, its logic must be internally coherent, deductive, and absolutist. Such is not the historical materialism of the theoretical Marx, where the theoretical interface with reality may build into the contingency of barbarism. For Marx, historical necessity is a rupture that arises upon a praxis of counter-systemic tendencies. Its time is social time, or the time in which capital's reason ensconced in its ideological monolith compresses the life of labor to drain it of its labor and its life. Because social time is ideologically preconfigured, there is no sequence in which one thing leads to another in chronological time. Historical necessity is not exclusive of chance occurrences. Chance and necessity are the interpenetrative abstract and concrete of each other's, while necessity is qualified by the masses obtained levels of revolutionary consciousness and organization. Consumption is what has been consumed at every stage of production, and what consumes a consumer after every moment of consumption. Each of these moments acquires a social time-defined moneyed value form, which contributes/discloses variations in living conditions. For instance, as people consume toxins whose damage to health trades on the market for some price, then the price equivalent of these health costs undermines labor's living conditions. Just as the contradiction between value, the socially necessary labor time objectified in the commodity, and its alienated use value, resolves in exchange value and its money form, so too the money form, in the scramble for it to be conjured as profits, acquires a life of its own and signals the reduction of socially necessary labor time expended upon labor, or necessary labor. That lesser labor power should be expended upon the reproduction of labor entails the elimination of some laborers, always to lighten the capital population contradiction and adjust the stock of labor power to capital's historical imperatives. Although technology creates abundant commodities and supposed wealth, it is rather imperialist conquests which strip nations of sovereignty or disobjectify the South, reduce global necessary labor, raise surplus labor, and down the road, raise profits. Whatever is constituted as wealth, the waste content notwithstanding, will be distributed by the sway of the class struggle. Imperialist aggression is the primary source of necessary labor reduction, or on the flip side, the source of higher imperialist rents for northern capital and its adjoint classes. In relation to the point above, to only account for a realization stage in the high-end/high-priced market is not arbitrary. It establishes by specious accounting methods that the sum of prices, a proxy of productivity, approximates the sum of values or the social product. Accordingly, the tech-related northern rate of surplus value appears to prop up northern wealth as opposed to colonial pillage, commercial exploitation, and/or super-exploitation. Such is 27. Falsification meant to show that the higher sum of prices in the north, which sublates, negates and preserves, the material constituent of value or socially necessary labor time, accords with higher value in the northern market, thence wealth justly, and by reasons of effort and creativity, appertains to us European workers alone. In short, here is the price obfuscation of value inborn with capital as its fetishism. Private property, cultural suppression or expropriation, environmental abuse in addition to encroachment wars that deny development are social as well as economic categories. As a matter of definition, the social and the economic spheres are an intermediate process in which the social realm is the concrete side of a more general or abstract realm, the economic facet, relying upon the approach of Ilyankov. These institutions industries of capital carry out many intermediate stages of realization of their respective commodities. Pollution effects may be created and sold over many interdependent production and consumption processes. What is final is class perspective defined. The finalized life of the sugar plantation worker or the consumption of the coke can are final stages to working and corporate classes, respectively. These continuous time consumption processes are means and ends within social time or, class struggle derived time, to which chronological time acts as a front. Unless one adheres to tautology, the sort that explains phenomenon without a history, there are no economic lags, sums of prices or quantities consumed/produced, in some path dependence over discrete algebraic time that compel events to occur in one way or another. Historical uncertainty ensures that high prices last time do not necessarily mean high prices this time. Behind the price facade, there are social forces, which command space and time, and which force commodities to appear to be realized for a certain number of times and for a corresponding price each time. Prices as well as the groundwork for price setting are fetishes consistently fashioned by capital to show that trade occurs by mutual consent between free agents, whereas the exploitation constituting the value of what they trade, the socially necessary labor time, remains hidden. Labor is coerced to trade its labor power. It foots the bill for the real-time costs of production, the waste unpaid by capital, which are also market-mediated value relations. As the logic of capital and its units of measure rule, profiteering from the sale of commodities in capital-constructed time and accounts cuts its costs by shifting and spreading the social and environmental costs of production upon society. In doing so, it shortens the life of society relative to the historically achievable life expectancy, and accelerates the velocity of value/social product turnover time. The social conditions, the death and desubjectification of labor, must worsen at higher rates to accommodate the demands for cheaper resources and higher profits. 28. 4. The bomb as pure waste. Apart from the standard wear and tear, the commodities of daily use come through as weapons, which commensurably with capital's power, to reproduce society. The bomb is capital's ideal commodity, and every other commodity is sort of a bomb with a lower detonation impact than an actual bomb. Commodity realization is both the substance being sold and consumed and the social relation governing the creation, sale, and disposal of the substance over its life cycle. For social science, it is the social relation that matters in reading the historical development of the commodity or the commodity commandeered society. That relation is the historical value relation whose dynamic of real and ideological powers strips use value from society and generates wealth and income for capital. The purest waste industry emits a waste commodity, a product of materialist/reified labor, the objectified labor whose subject is capital, and whose social form reproduces capital. The pure waste of militarism and its commodities, including its affiliated social expropriation industries, are an augmentation of the chattel slavery of yesteryears, which persist as pedestals of central capital. Without value in the form of waste unfolding as a bomb, pollution, or an asphyxiating social activity, the capital-led social order comes to rest. So long as labor weakens vis-a-vis capital, the social activity of man intermediate by the law of value increasingly unfolds as waste and waste relations. Even in the case of the civilian end-use commodity, as competitive capital shifts its input costs of production upon society, the waste component exceeds what is sane use value in the commodity. That is so because competition is also about competing to conceal the unpaid costs of production, which are generally waste. Against $1 worth of use value associated with the instantaneous gratification resulting from the consumption of a coke can-like commodity produced to meet private ends, There are many dollars worth of wasteful inputs/products and other life-threatening toxins consumed over the social reproduction cycle. Correlatedly with the level of development of capital's productive forces, what is produced progressively de-reproduces society. Reinterpreting Marxist orthodoxy in waste, the capital contradiction, or as the private opposes the social by emaciating labor in terms of numbers and ideological standing, the de-reproduction of society gains momentum. Given steady realization, the rising organic composition of capital materials in a given level of technical composition reduces the rate of surplus value and the profit rate. Larger outlays on constant capital, which are meant to redress a falling rate of profit, but never do so in the dynamic whole, are not without increasing social repression. The issue of building constant capital is not about heading to the hardware outlet next door to fetch 29. Raw material or better tools and machines. It is tied to value transfer from the South and practice of forceful expropriation, foremost imperialist expropriation. Machines with higher productivity will shed labor and only pass the value within them less depreciation, whereas surplus value emerges by short-changing the lives of living labor. For surplus value to form and for the rate of profit to grow, it would not be only the counteracting tendency of cheaper raw material among others which would have to kick in, it is also the shrinking weight of the dislocated labor in terms of historical subject or revolutionary consciousness. While value outlays on society must relatively fall, the erosion of labor as substance and subject has to become a sphere of value creation for surplus value to rise. There are no raw materials or machines as things lying about to be grabbed, there are raw materials as social things or matter animated by a social subject/relation. The issue of reducing value outlays upon society has a precondition, which is the defeat of labor. Working classes must be stripped of all their institutions, forms of organization, memories, and culture of resistance. Bring in waste accumulation into this equation, or the making and selling of waste, and living man begins to simultaneously serve as the laborer, the raw material and also as an output whose substance is the premature death of the laborer himself. This process of waste production is the precondition of every other stage of production. As the wasted man whose very wasting requires expending socially necessary labor time becomes the source of surplus value, waste, which is a form and substance of value, becomes the dominant activity of capital. Alongside the waste-laced commodity, capital produces the class-gradated autophagic social person. No matter the toxicity of the consumption bundle, alienated man, the social man come class beaten to relinquish command of history, engages in consumerist pursuits or satisfies hunger without concern for sane social reproduction. While capital decimates labor as subject in association with its production of waste as substance, the value form of labor, the defeated laborer subsumed in the money form of the commodity, encapsulates the potential for more waste production. Capital reimposes a mode of thought amassed as the ideological counter-image of the greater stock of waste. Moreover, since waste parades as wealth, the mystification required to draw a veil over the waste process doubles as science. Necessarily but not exclusively, the science that investigates the social impact of the waste emerges from the class power exercised by waste-producing capital. Bourgeois science worms its way through the stock of humanity's knowledge to obviate historical causation and horizon. Against capital's processual nature, which would under ideal conditions call for real-time associated laws of development to be understood, ahistorical formalisms capture the imagination as the auto-accomplished concepts with which social problems are to be solved. In such a world, all alternatives are 30. Born in the still of the moment, bereft of the historical continuum, and adopted as either / or binaries. Figuratively speaking, to the question why Germany turns to green energy and appears civilized, while Africa burns by excessive fossil fuel dependence, the answer would be the present African governments ill-govern. The issue of the role of Germany and the Western formation in ransacking the continent and their continued aggression to impose their rules and, above all their cultural hegemony, is not entertained. The Western structure in command of history, a process that optimizes itself by breeding the global waste culture, emerges as pro-nature against a developing world weighed down by its environmental irresponsibility and social race to the bottom. 5. Absurd and sane alternatives. The pile of waste is the product of capital's phantasmagorical hypotheses institutionalized and put to practice by the dominant class. With labor beaten to a pulp, capital instantiated its theoretical notion of an asocial/abstract man, who is in reality forcefully estranged from the natural order as well as society. The calculus of felicity or utility of such hypothetical man, Homo economicus, is biasedly referenced in space and time. He, the individual not the class, chose the wasted world as the best of all possible worlds. However, real consumption is an act of production over a given natural space in time. The class order tying production with consumption determines whether social reproduction will impart betterment of living conditions or the opposite thereof. Yet the algebraic function of neoclassical economics representing utility omits the act of auto-consumption spilling over into social production. It neglects history or the real time in which one may envision an otherwise anarchic social production where unuseful things are desired. A social welfare framework arising upon the joy corresponding to consuming a commodity in the spur of the moment is not only impossible because of the absence of some dictator who homogenizes people and their tastes, it is impossible because one's social welfare incorporates social responsibility and its associated costs in production, value, and profits cease to exist. As a rule of thumb, when use value corresponds to human perfectibility, value relations wither. At a further remove, one may hypothesize that there could be negative prices, or costs in a social accounting framework debiting social reproduction. Over time, society's earnings fall way below society's needs. Rightly so as it may seem, such would still be a measurement issue related to defining one of the four quadrants in a Cartesian graph. In the negative quadrant, a society whose work is paid for in lost years of life has debts to capital that exceed its revenues. 31. Over its lifetime, society would have earned a negative income. Beneath the semblance of positive prices, there were negative wages at play and waste potentially priced/costed to bring to a premature end the life of man. While the exact measurement of waste is not the purpose here, the logic is as follows. While the planet degenerates into an uninhabitable lump, the stock of waste is not only significant, but waste will trend-wise be all that exists. At any rate, value as a social relation quintessentially realizes its anti-welfare predisposition. It is not so difficult to imagine that to level down a social being to the state of an automaton-like consumer, the high prices/profits and utilities associated with bombs and heroin imply that war and opiate dependence are logical as well as historical ends, not far from the reality of the U.S. To halt the anarchy of production or to reorganize man and nature to sane levels of development, labor must wrest social control of time and space. It must not only gain hegemony over the cultural channels, but it should also own the space and time upon which culture grows. Reflexively, the global South must circumvent the armed, technological and ideological means of the West. Aside from the self-evident point of socializing space, the time of the market, which assigns ex post through exchange the allocation of labor resources, must be socially commanded. Society should ex ante be informed to decide on socially accountable production, including the deployment of resources that modify social metabolic reproduction, break with wasteful traditions. The case is not too dissimilar from a colonial force abusing the resources of a developing nation and the requisite response to the abused state of affairs. Maurice Dobbs' position on how colonially crippled African economies should subdue the market forces and let communities handle their development by matching income growth with welfare could be generalized. The community's decision will then be a priori to any costing or pricing process in terms of which methods of production are chosen. Labor ought to set the conditions for macro price formation and the spaces upon which it invests over time. In the colonial age, it was not some impalpable capital that represented the enemy of the developing world, rather, it was the easily identifiable boots on the ground. Of late, forms of post-colonial control became European ideology enshrined in neocolonial institutions. A similar sane alternative to the status quo is delinking. Overall, these alternatives are based on the sovereignty-obtained policies of self-reliance pioneered by the Soviet Union and replicated in the Third World. The idea to rein in international market forces and their price systems may also be extended to delink from capital's rule over its dominant modes of reasoning. A priori, the exponential degradation of social nature should ideally spark an epistemological rupture with the intellectual edifice of capital. Epistemological rupture as used here is Gaston Bachelard's term. 32. Refashioned by Louis Althusser. As theory reduced to ideology confronts traditional epistemological obstacles, it ought to build itself up by revolutionary practice toward an ideological break with the past, however, with the Althusserian twist that the break emerges from the primacy of the global balance of powers, which subsequently realigns various struggles with its commanding lead. Balibar labels dubious to position Althusser's dialectical reversal into a structuralist current constituted by synchrony/diachrony and variation/invariance, because it would be meaningless for Althusser to speak of an epistemological break in a system of invariance. At any rate, invariance cannot pertain to the tumult of a class struggle imbued with an anti-systemic mode of thought, it cannot be overlaid onto a system of variance. At least since Aristotle's categories, the practice of theory does not develop by formal variance in thought, it develops by the interface between theory and practice. Principally, each variant of the Marxian method relates to a changing social relation in a dynamic and interdependent holistic process. Althusser, to be sure, elaborates a theory of discontinuity without invariance, a theory of discontinuity conceived not as the counterpart of an invariance but as the counterpart of a tendential transformation, or as a relation between terms which are processes of a different nature, instead of being different in variance but of the same nature. Beyond the circularity, what is being said here is the heterogeneous world is commanded by a dominant ideology whose growth influences the inner drive of every object/element as well as its relation to every other subcategory of the totality. It may be as well to mention that an Althusserian structure is morphologically the complex whole structured in dominance. The subject of such multipartite system is the class struggle, as opposed to a humanist man. Althusser disdained the notion that humanist man is subject since such reduction vitiates the antecedents of the class struggle. Atop the whole or history sits the suffocating weight of Western ideological power. History for Althusser resolves in an overdetermined and impersonal manner. History's subject is not missing. In a state of inter- and intra-class flux, or in the flux of the class struggle, it is futile to analytically pinpoint any class as subject because no class as variant could be isolated or be uninfluenced by other classes. Thus, for Althusser, the subject is the class struggle altogether, which is the motor of history. That said, rupture is a process that begins by unseating the dominant ideology. Incidentally, the notion that there is nothing to falsify in Marxism because whatever happens may be attributed to consciousness mirrored in ideology omits the fact that consciousness is the intermediate subject of history and its object at the same time. Dialectics as means of understanding reflects a reality, which is observably a movement between. 33. The simultaneously true and false and the not so false or true relative to future findings. To assess whether a historical event will be borne out is to envisage a consciousness remade by all the events surrounding the event to be predicted. Prediction per se is an impossibility. More concretely, to envision whether socialism will occur or not is to assess the synergy between organized anti-systemic struggle and revolutionary consciousness. Conversely, to predict all of history separate from its mediating constituents is impossible because history as a totality is not self-contained. That is to say, to hypothesis the whole of history apart from history being the product of both contingent and necessary social activities is a question for theology and not for science. What has been borne out so far is that the rule of labor brings forth public schooling and public health, or rather development, while the free market enslaves labor. Such is an observation from fact brought about by the laws of capital rather than attempting the ludicrous exercise of prediction under the aegis of capital of whether a classless society has or will come about hither and yon. Put differently, it is an unscientific hypothesis to presume that history altogether without reference to its constituent social activities is an object of analysis. If one says history, one must say the history of what and of which class and in which period, etc. It is also an unscientific hypothesis to presume that the consciousness that shapes current and future events could be assumed a variant of a trans-historical trait. Typically, what such analytic frame disregards is the overwhelming weaponry of imperialism that disembowels the Third World, and the imperialist booty of war that refashions the white working class into strands of nationalist fascism. Such stance analyses away the totality of capital as the pile of waste subtended by waste relations, or only analyses particular situations that support its position. Yet, for the science of capital to posit a hypothetical man whose tastes set prices and allocate resources, a man bereft of a real past or future as subject of history and object of social science, is not haphazard eclecticism. In the state of socialist defeat, capital constructs the man of its choice. It chooses a still image from a qualitatively shifting social process that becomes the concept around which its favored state of the world becomes the only possible state. Its abstraction of man reduced to some hedonistic desire without the weight of history, which molds the social man to its own profit desires, is an ideal unrelated to the real. This is not to say one cannot formalize a dynamic process with still cross-sections to elucidate the laws governing a process. It is to say that when capital employs the form of value, the product of labor reified, to erase the potentiality of labor as subject, it does so to expand upon itself. It erects its own perspective of man in the stillness of things, but with its inherent biases, never a word about its own overly anthropic system whose very growth spells disaster, or the debasement of the planet. It only abstracts. 34. That which is palpable and deprived of social context and, hence, deprived of subject. The absence of the social in the subject, or the reification, is itself a degradation of real time or history. Since questions of degree matter, and because past developmental progress has tallied with socialization, social historical alternatives abound, development anywhere is about reinvestment in labor. Under capitalism, social as opposed to private assets designate progress. One does not say a country has many billionaires, and therefore it is developed. One says a country has good public schooling, health, and transport. To not recognize what is common sense, a workable guide to practical affairs in contradistinction to optimal formalism, the overwhelming heap of waste and slash or the outstanding damage to man and nature will grow. How so? Consider 4 overlooked instances that go against common sense. 1. Much of the globe exchanges in the US dollar, stores its wealth in the dollar or some proxy of the dollar, and concedes to the dollar as the conveyor belt of value transfer to empire. Leading financial strata share a vested interest in pauperizing the international working class. They promote hollow nationalism and identity politics that forestall working class unity. Here we have private capital socialized with international financial institutions doing their bidding, while social labor develops into a form of capital intercompeting with itself and developing as a heterogeneous multitude. 2. Capital as subject of the irreparably damaged social nature is another obvious but omitted condition. Even though capitalist production had battered social nature for systemic cost-cutting reasons re-enabling surplus value making from waste, mainstreamers such as E.O. Wilson recommends setting aside half the earth to preserve whatever remains for safekeeping some biodiversity. Such is an invocation of G. Hardin's idea of preserving Western civilization by keeping the developing world at bay. Recognizing that the planet fails to replenish its losses, the decorated Wilson, speaking at the Albright Lecture in Conservation, parochially recommends that each can contribute to make this possible. Aside from the fact that such views are relayed from a platform named after the woman who deemed worthwhile the slaughter of 500,000 children to Americanize Iraq, the cant of bourgeois democracy, the each doing something, under uneven power platforms results in Iraqi-like Americanization. Under the capital relation, the progenitor of waste production, the setting aside of half the earth is the enclosure of primitive accumulation writ large. By primitive accumulation, Marx meant that the capitalist mode of production and its private property have for their fundamental condition the annihilation of that commoner property which rests on the labor of the individual himself, in other words, the deracination. 35. Of private labor. By the pressure of the laws of capital, cordoning off half the planet socializes labor, and as always, by fire and steel. It is absurd not to question how the subject of history, capital amassed in Western civilization, can be tasked with saving a planet whose very destruction is an act of accumulation. 3. Imperialism consumes its partner class. By class-defined priorities, capital first came to the man of the colonies and now comes to its adjunct class, which is a sphere of capital. At first, Barron noted that the benefits of capital to the working class in the center were tardy and skimpy, but altogether negligible in the Third World. Later Rodney stressed that Africa did not progress despite the brutalities of capitalism. With the certitude of hindsight, wealth turned out to be waste made to appear useful. Gilgamesh's wisdom that mankind can number his days, but he has only achieved wind has turned out to be more fact than fiction. Yet, the world according to dominant discourse is being run by a multitude without subject national formations. The thrust of such unreasonable thought is far-reaching to the point that even astute Marxists must engage with capital's recalcitrant intelligentsia on its own terms. They do, as they must, to refute farcical theories claiming the non-existence of imperialism. For instance, Putnaik and Putnaik devote pages of their book to argue the historical phenomenon that a closed and self-contained capitalism in the metropolis is a logical impossibility, or that capitalism without imperialism cannot be. They do so although India and much of the developing world continue to cave in under neocolonial assault and imperialist legacy. Peasants in the developing world do not receive less than adequate caloric intake by a choice they made. Instead, they do so because the structure of imperialism reproducing disparity ensures that they should receive less than adequate caloric intake. 4. To address a Western intelligentsia whose class cognitive dissonance stacks up against the facts by imperialist rents is pointless. The treatment of the counterfactual, the statement if people had adjusted their behavior to capital's theories of social science, is inadmissible as a benchmark for progress. To pursue an a priori argument radically at variance with an a posteriori condition is beyond reasonable. For instance, had polluters paid for their negative externality, as in this world would not be polluted argument, miss the point that waste is permissible and without waste, especially the wasting of humans, profits disappear. Anyhow, a class that reproduces by imperialist rents would not admit that its science put to practice necessarily overpollutes the world. Through transference between military and ideological power, the capital class profits by undermining the social natural basis of social reproduction. 36. With the retreat of labor as a political force, social production exponentially manifests as substantive waste. Yet by the reign of the absurd, which exemplifies the conceptual structure of capital, and which governs the remaking of reality, truth is what the reigning hallucinatory mode of thought makes of it. It is for the postmodernists many truths but never a truth of the whole because there is no whole. Oddly, it is as if there are no holistic neoliberal policies homogenizing capital through finance and lubricating world dollar flows to the U.S. financial market. That capital is universal or totalizes is a reflection upon phenomenon from the days of warring seafaring companies to the time the U.S. rattles the globe with any of its market policies. For the Western Marxist, however, it so happens that dividable truth translates into each developing country in isolation from the imperialist center inflicts self-harm upon itself in the process of production. By drawing on Althusser's point that the workers who read Capital can understand it far more easily than all the bourgeois specialists, because Capital deals quite simply with capitalist exploitation of which they are the victims, it so appears that Western Marxists also misunderstood Marx' universalizing value relation for class reasons, or by belonging to exploiting nations they failed to digest capital as exploited workers potentially do. Such partitioned truth, however, is logical and exhibits a desultory relation to an activity of capital acting upon an indivisible reality. Moreover, this dividable truth is not the perception of the lived experience awaiting adjustment by the truth of a future lived experience. It is the belief that an intransient, self-entitled capital with its allegedly endogenous price system are deus ex machina. To illustrate with a recent example, the Lenoden Economic says that 3 decades after the fall of the Soviet Union, a snowy food bank queue in London still compares to some Eastern European country that's been decimated by years of communist rule. 8 To date, the Western Marxist alignment with anti-Sovietism boys with every act that diminishes the prospect of the socialist alternative. Here is a planet ruined by the London bourgeoisie and its dominant ideas, nearly a billion people eliminated by Europeans in their conquests since 1500 AD, and an Eastern Bloc ravaged by capital recoiling into its elemental state of fascism adopted in the Second Great War, while reinterpellation by some implanted fear of communism or outstanding working-class criminalization unburdens white man on account of his mission civilis atris. History rewritten as Europeans who come in peace, but sadly it is the virus that massacred the natives, is an example of a decisive constituent in the stock of capital's wealth. Examples like these are manifestations of the defeat of labor or, its counter-image, capital's hegemony over the labor process. It is furthermore what capital and its Western Marxists adjutants have sown as science for a continuously battered working class coerced into autodestruction. The class-ordered autophagic state self-demonstrates as white nations overdevour the underling classes of non-white nations along with their nature. Such issue is tangential to the Western intellectual corpus. With a bit of casuistry, a mix of neo-Malthusianism with idealized nationalism establishing progress bred by imaginary identity, the malleable ethic of utilitarianism trumps the strict ethic of the categorical imperative. Bound by capital's constructed bottleneck of supposed limited resources vis-a-vis an immense global population, the case of feasting upon the lives of non-whites brings utility to most in us Europe but not all the planet, as per the utilitarian ethic. Either by desire or need, utility as such includes the needless overconsumption of man. The imaginary binaries of Malthusianism, the half-world emptied for trees to grow or the lifebuoys ethic, the notion that man must save what could be saved, is a European constructed falsity to befit capital's profit motives. Neither demographic growth nor use of resources are independent of capital's imperatives or the global accumulation process. Supposing that it is ethical to make most peoples of the world happy in an overproducing system, which thrives by waste, while a minority remains in misery, makes it also ethical by extension to sacrifice minorities. In reality, the minority turns out to be the majoritarian other of the South whose elimination is sine qua non for accumulation. 6. Apportioning waste. Rephrasing our hypothesis in light of the foregoing, history has actualized as phenomenal waste. This history submits itself to reason. In their pursuit of higher prod rates, the owners of the means of production usurp more from the social product by reducing value outlays on labor. By the latter one means fewer or lower quality schools and hospitals, lower all-round development and numbers of mouths to feed. Broadly, there are 2 ways by which the pawns of capital carry out this measure. First, capital subdues direct producers by a combination of repression and ideological means. Secondly, it reduces the life expectancy of social producers relative to the historically determined level, such that over society's life cycle, it keeps more of the social product for itself while lessening its outlays on the reproduction of labor. Both instances require some variant of violent coercion. Theoretically, these processes deflect from the commodity and its attendant value relation. By some degree of violence or encroachment war, the concrete labor objected in the commodity 38 is alienated from a direct producer who does not own the right to its use value. The commodity would then be destined to exchange for money, the universal commodity, such that market imperatives of cost reduction and competition inform producers on whether they allocated competitive levels of socially necessary labor time in production or not. Producers receive market-dispensed information on how to adjust production conditions and survive only after the fact or after their products left to be traded realized. Thence, the inefficient investments that some undertook to produce must be disengaged or written off. Obviously, central powers in control of the market are privileged. As labor becomes a form of capital, through its labor power, the commodity that predicates the production of all commodities, which trades on markets and involves an investment from society to be produced, it also becomes subject to a process of creation and destruction. And while capital becomes more efficient as it modernizes by new technology and sheds labor, the destruction of the laborer along with the labor power she houses in her becomes itself an industry of destruction. The issue gains in complexity because of commodity fetishism. The commodity is ontologically, in its being proper, the activity determined by the contradiction inherent to its objective state, is the tug of war between use and exchange value. Under capital's rule, exchange value becomes the determining moment, and as such the commodity becomes an act of disguise to conceal real production conditions or value relations beneath its glitter. In putting on a show to equivalent different value contents for the same amount of money in exchange, the commodity seizes what is best in people to support its dissimulation. Just as early man alienated what is ideal in himself onto the animated nature that he worshipped for providing him with sustenance, the dependence on the commodity to organize the reproduction of social life bestows supernatural powers upon it, or the creators have bowed down before their creations. The spectacle of the commodity in the act of exchange becomes a proxy for real social relations between people. More important, by spectacularizing wealth on earth, it creates a worldly heaven into which few of the adherents of the market mantra may be admitted, while the many intercompeting zealots sink the planet further into misery. All in all, the reason of the commodity, its dynamic to self-expand by ripping use value from society for the purpose of private gains, becomes the reason of society. The market and its symbolism become ingrained in the received theory that furthers the reign of capital. 9. The commodity's power has recently peaked with the textbooks of economics speaking of a rational man whose utility rises by consumption, while in reality social man is literally self-consuming. The mystification is such that social man, a subcategory of the social class, adopts ahistorical or formal reasoning, and hence, enters into a state of amnesia in which the labor of society, which reproduces him to produce, completely vanishes. Conventionally conceived man exists only when on the job and or increasingly consumes to be satisfied. Whereas the real person exists only because of other people, this capital fabricated man consumes more of himself than the commodities he paid for. That's so because value proper, the socially necessary labor time, a portion of which covers the cost of social reproduction, gets slotted against a price/wage whose foundations are the power foundations erected by capital. While capital's power determines the wage share as a residual, the real consumption of man is laden with waste that shortens her life. For Western Marxism, however, value is gauged by the hours of productive labor in some factory, and not in the labor of death experienced in the trenches of the wars visited upon the Third World. Both activities are waged, and their products sell as constituents of other products, or await to be sold. Unbeaten by capital, the subject in value is revolutionary labor, otherwise it is only object. Labor devoid of revolutionary subject is repressed, and/or depopulated, and always, by the ex post derived decision to expend minimum socially necessary labor time in all the stages of production. Competing products signal to the market the minimal labor necessary that keeps various capitalists above average profits. Minimizing reliance on living labor, in addition to a smaller wage share attendant upon the weakened labor, reduce necessary labor and consumption. In the case of wasted lives in the trenches or other wasteful activities, people are productive by producing their own deaths. Back to square one, the high profits associated with waste demand that life on the jobs in social reproduction be cut shorter. The value forms are ideals, and for Marx these are the material world reflected by the human mind and translated into forms of thought. In reference to metaphysics, these are not that which exists only in consciousness. The ideal is a transmutation of the real captured in thought, or put less abstractly, the money form of value is the content of value or the law of value as itself expands. These laws are manifest in a history of labor suppression. It is not because some English businessperson sells the blood and toil of the Third World for a higher price in London and then imagines that his instance of sale and / or realization is the only value form from which to deduce value. Value is not what he concocts of the relationship of value to price in his head. The price of that commodity, its money value form, in that moment of sale encapsulates the value relations, the history of the totality of social production, which began the second capital subjected labor to its repression. Illustratively, is it not the case that bombing the Third World engages living labor and expends socially necessary labor time to produce literally dead labor and cheaper labor power? In other words, is it not the case that the pilot of an F-35 jet fighter realizes profits as he engages the Iraqi person on the ground, altogether as forced labor in self-defense, as raw material to the war machine, and as the desired output when he dies? Is it not the case that the depletion of life under bombardment, this swift expenditure of brain and muscle as concrete labor in the factory of war, is a source of surplus value? Questions of this nature rarely emerge in the Western Marxist corpus. Forgetting for a second the false thesis that it is the bourgeoisie that owns technology, and that productivity is not surplus value, the argument that surplus value interfaces without mediation with some form of technology may contingently, and under extreme autarky, hold as the nation which owns the technology employs the technology in higher productivity areas. Such is logical but unreal. Ownership or the exclusion of others from right of use are products of imperialist aggression and formative of surplus value. The advanced imperialist nation must not only prevent the subjugated nation from the ownership of advanced technology, but it must also unceasingly clobber the aggressed nation to arrest any of its prospects for advancement, while the very act of clobbering resulting in waste is, at the same time, a surplus value-making activity. It does not take much in the way of imagination to foresee that bombing resource-rich nations reduces value outlays upon the reproduction of the masses in these nations, cuts down to size the power of these nations to set prices for their products, and founds the conditions for capital-convenient prices of inputs to be used at every stage of production later. The reason why these obvious questions are not discussed is because Western Marxism theorizes a misplaced value relation, one that exists only in its mode of thought that safeguards its imperialist class rents. It specifically neglects capital, the subject encoded within the commodity as self-expanding value. By that conception writ large, it disregards imperialist aggression as the pivot of accumulation. What is theorized then is the moral value of an aristocratic nation, as opposed to value proper, socially necessary labor time, and value as the social relation, which governs the process of accumulation. Theorizing with the circumspect national boundary in mind is the self-reinforcing theoretical activity that heeds capital's edifices of price and time. With dollar fetishes and capital's calendar in mind, Western Marxists weigh 41. The value contribution of the developing world to the global product as minimal because its moneyed form is minimal. The implications of such calculations are such that the developing world has been negligible and replaceable, and all along, while the central wealth has been the product of the central working class, strata organically interwoven with capital. However, a commodity and its money fetish are also objective and impersonal. Fetishism is inborn with to the commodity's drive to self-expand. As humanity auto-commodifies, fetishism becomes not man's act but an act of hypostatization, the constructed idea of the thing transmutes into a subject that defines social relations. Being so, it is the commodity that rebestows divine power onto itself, or it is the commodity, which scaffolds dominant ideology. The purpose as such remains the falsification of value by the veneer of its money form. To elucidate, fetishism permits capital to say that there was no contribution from native tribes who were eliminated along with their forests, whereas the act of elimination itself is the leading industry and the premise upon which any other related industry may emerge. It is not money that designates surplus value. Money is the magnitude of value and its unit of measure. That said, it is not the nation with more money that actualized value. The act of labor elimination is value acted out. Figuratively, the socially necessary labor time compressed in the waste industries of the developing world, which reduces necessary labor and shortens the lives of natives, should formulaically by the pressure of competition also convert any BMW plant in Germany into a more wasteful industry with shorter Germanic lifespans. However, it is not only by the primacy of politics or the payoff that imperialism dishes out in wages to bid the North against the South that such does not happen, but also by the long-standing organic tie of capital to labor in the North. Historically, in the quest for imperialist booty, Northern workers were the personification of capital. Under capitalism and subject to the Prot motive, a 15th-century world that was underproducing, relatively overpopulated and underfed for natural reasons, is today a world overproducing, relatively overpopulated and underfed for social reasons. Although in social reproduction all of labor is productive, at this juncture, there are billions of people who do not engage in supposedly worthwhile market activities. Capital confronts a significant reserve army of labor and resolves the contradiction by winnowing the excess labor and its labor power relative to spare capacity. Its policies of inadequate food supplies, easily treated diseases running amok, and wars, become industries of depopulation. In a nutshell, waste accumulation, the wasting of social nature, which presupposes the reproduction of man, emerges as the principal domain of accumulation. Capital shifts more of the costs of production upon society, or it disinvests in labor, and always as it peddles the earlier than historically. 42. Determined elimination of people as a product to be sold. In the grand factory of waste, living labor produces dead laborers using dead labor. And just as with any commodity, the more socially necessary labor time transmutes into surplus labor, the more prots. Since the productive forces of waste face off against waste production relations, the contradiction resolves in the autophagia of society. 20th century capitalism assumes the concentrated form of imperialism, an evolved stage whose contradictions necessarily but not exclusively resolved by encroachment wars. Furthermore, Nationalisation and its higher velocity of exchange impresses upon society its own turnover time. People organize their lives according to the quarterly prot reporting intervals. As finance capital dominates, a higher pace of exchange annihilates space with time, turning over social material as inputs and outputs realized in shorter intervals. Although the rate of obsolescence of nature and commodities rises, its ascent must be predetermined by a rising obsolescence of man. Capital's aggression submits anything with use value, or of binet to society, to the edicts of exchange value. In parallel, its higher capital concentration and centralization exercised as market power steady its rate of return in relation to its capital stock over longer periods. The uninterrupted and auto-reinforcing process also preserves the separateness of use from exchange value. Since market power is propped up by imperialist violence, the means of producing violence and the violence itself become systemic, objective, and/or alienated from society's control because they are commandeered by a fetishized thing, the objective and alienated commodity. The activities eroding social nature, in particular militarism, are subdomains of waste accumulation. Waste sells or its products take on a price and a money form of value in a capital-erected social time made to deliver most surplus labor in quarterly prot intervals. The costs of waste to society stretched over its reproduction cycle are the cost-cutting measures that capitalists impose such that the prots they report in short intervals rise. Concealed by the semblance of free trade in instantaneous exchange is the lower share of socially necessary labor time allotted to the reproduction of society over its life cycle. At the end of the day, it is not only the super-exploited garment worker who earns a measly wage, it is all of society, which earns far less than it requires for a decent living. The garment also leaves in its trail many harmful pollutants and social ills that literally shorten life and, inversely, expand surplus labor vis-a-vis necessary labor. Such erosion of life by waste industry is another reason why commercial exploitation, the form of exploitation associated with slavery, which has morphed into enslavement en masse by encroachment wars, is a higher plateau of exploitation, not only a higher rate but a different. 43. Structural shift altogether. In this death on sale output reworked by labor such that necessary labor falls into the negative quadrant over the life cycle of society exceeds chattel slavery. The modern wasted man is valuable dead as opposed to being needed alive for cotton planting and picking. Moreover, capital decides which portion of the socially necessary labor time reified in waste it realizes in sale at the time of production and which it spreads over time to realize at later dates. Society consumes and pays for the waste now and covers the cost of waste in the future. Instead of bettering itself, it labors to clear the damage excreted by capital, and could only afford to grow by creating more damage. People, for instance, incur taxes and lost years for all the deaths and diseases that reckless production entails. As capital breaks down all resistance, creating the man to whom capital is the natural order, it owns time, and sections time to its own binet. Capital may only appear to sell a commodity when in reality it is selling the time of one's life. Time sectioning is worked out by the dominant class through its personal and impersonal institutional structures. To illustrate with an example of the roundabout way in which capital bears upon the time of life, consider the hiking of the U.S. interest rate to contain inflation in 2022. That measure raised the dollar and the costs of servicing debts in the Third World, worsening its social condition. In the 2007 to 2008 crisis, the lowering of the U.S. interest rate pushed the prices of basic foods upward by speculative pressure and caused hunger for yield. The textbook theory of monetary policy that prioritizes fighting inflation, also redistributes income to the rich, and fits cozily in an ideology that ordains capital as a natural force to which there are no alternatives. In a less convoluted manner, the victory of the U.S. against a starving nation or a small island like Grenada, will boost its global standing and with that the cross-national power ties of the imperialist class. When the unconscionable torture of one political prisoner in a Libyan jail gets more coverage in international human rights bodies than the daily structural genocide instigated by the us regnant ideology, then liberalism presents itself to be reasoned as a surrogate fascism. Selling shorter lifetimes, the prematurely wasted lives, by squeezing socially necessary labor time into conventional time, leaving little leisure and lifetime for labor, means that the depopulation industry consummates the capitalist order. The more capital commands time, the more the time in socially necessary labor time becomes the shorter time of life destined to the market. Logically, as capital reigns, the system's entropy rises, waste production dominates, more waste products of waste industries assume the form of decaying social nature on display in the shopping windows. These costs will be borne by society across time because as the production of waste centers on the sale of 44. Shorter lifetimes, capital deploys more of the time in socially necessary labor time, value proper, to waste activity and to further decimate the concrete time of labor. Insofar as strategy is concerned, it is no longer a case of fighting for an 8-hour day, it is a case of making sure that shorter workdays in Europe do not cause shorter lives in Zimbabwe or similar places. As these waste costs reduce life and the quality of life, the reduction in life expectancy relative to the level attained in an imperialist society signifies the variations in the rate of surplus value. Hidden from view by ideological blinders, waste accumulation is the production sphere of the biggest industries. War, the conduit of commercial exploitation, is a top-of-the-range arrangement for waste because it condenses socially necessary labor time in an alienated production process whose purpose is to sell death. However, not only the war dead, but also each of the waste products is market-mediated and arrayed against a price system over the turnover cycle of society, as opposed to capital's bookkeeping time and price. Each of their products is value and a production relation diminishing the social cost of the reproduction of the working class as it reduces the population relative to the time of the reproduction cycle. Residually, it reduces necessary labor and lays the ground for higher surplus value. Waste industries extract the most value per socially necessary labor time in the shortest conventional time and dispose of the inputs, the laborers, as outputs, ergo, the dead people. As death of social nature becomes a product, the rate of accumulation through rising dependence on waste or the metabolic rate of social reproduction becomes determined by the liquidation of social nature. Clearly, the degree of social entropy, or waste that reproduces society, is counteracted by the power of labor. As labor slumbers, socially responsible production retrogresses, and economic growth undermines society. An ingding or identity-absorbed working class bereft of revolutionary consciousness hands its cheapened life and resources to capital. Since the system is highly anthropic, and as waste accumulation encodes its values in the dominant traditions of capital's pawns, the system's logical as well as its historical trajectories become explosive. Neoliberalism as the contemporary version of capital's ideology heightens the scale of social dispossession and accelerates the waste. For instance, there is utility in a bomb and, collaterally, some will be made better off by the bomb while most of the immiserated mass will worsen. As an expansion of the reason and the function of the capital relationship, neoliberalism represents a higher degree of commodity adornment. By virtue of its accentuated income differentiation, waste becomes a super fetish, colloquially, the rich class enriches. 45. From the bomb and its associated utility. Either pure waste, the wars, or more products laced with waste, dominate the market. Meanwhile, the costs of waste borne by society are the credit that capital earns. These once more reduce the social costs of reproduction by reducing wages and the lifespan of society, over its turnover cycle. Here in terms of open scissors analysis, as the outlays on labor fall and as surplus labor rises, the rate of surplus value soars. The counter-image in history of such equation is the momentum for waste that contributes to the historical surplus value, which sets the rules of the game for the practice by which surplus value reflexively builds. More so under neoliberalism, the rate of exploitation mirrors the rate at which society auto-liquidates. 7. Wither subject. Judging by the depth of the social natural crisis, the politics of reform have so far adhered to the dynamic of capital, or the sway of prots in the last moment over the politics of current and intermediate moment. Figuratively, the last moment may be thought of as the Marxist way of saying in the long term we are all dead, but in content it is not the same. It is not about future demand rising by rising wages or one where future price meets long-term average costs. With economics being determinant in the last moment, the structure of society becomes a structure in dominance where the relations of production are determinant in the last instance. The Marxist last moment designates the primacy of politics or the necessity for capital to cement its rule before it makes its prod. To requalify our hypothesis once again, prot making requires cost-cutting, underutilization of resources and an overly anthropic rate of metabolic reproduction. Capital overconsumes man and nature and pays little in return for the damage. Social nature is overconsumed and not consumed because the decline of socialist or revolutionary ideology heralds the emasculation of labor as the historical subject and frees the hands of capital. In relation to the prevailing wealth level, the rate of surplus value and its money form in prot are anchored in economizing the living conditions of the working class. This rule translates into a reduction of life's time and quality. The substantive destruction, the amount of waste products accumulated so far in the social and environmental calamities, designates the substance side of the cumulative surplus value, the pile of commodities or waste. Despite the ongoing crisis, the veneration of commodities and their money forms, the things labor produces upon which the reproduction or dereproduction of life depends, shrouds the immiserating impact of capital's laws. Needless to say, capital is no divine entity. Its ways should not be mysterious. That. 46. A worker in the developing world deprived of the means of subsistence works for poverty. Wages is not a choice one makes by legal contract, it is as per the foregoing a slow death sentence. However, fetishism has become more than a jargon of positivism in which things produce things. It has metastasis to occupy popular culture and imagination. If it is not the hypostatist market that dictates social movement, it is the abstract person, this or that non-social individual, in power. The state of the social mind is such that things make history but never the social class transpired in dominant ideology. The triumph of capital manifests in the inversion of social subject. Capital stands for labor, and the allure of the commodity/money. The deadliness of a bomb, the thing, appears to shape the power balance behind price formation when in fact it is the capital relation bent on aggression that erases labor as a subject in the formation of value. As revolutionary practice ebbs, capital reconciliates its logic with reality. Man, who consumes to self-consume, becomes actual man. The equations the neoclassical economists scribble on the blackboards of classrooms create their isomorphs in the value forms by which labor auto-liquidates. For instance, as the planet hurries at capital's behest, the hassle-free supply and demand curves parade as replicas of the real historical processes of production and consumption, respectively. Daunting capital transmutes the real social being into an automaton like man whose life is charted by the capital-erected two-dimensional diagram of mainstream economics. When human reproduction relative to society's available capacity becomes a principal production sphere and an end in itself, surplus value could only be negligible derived from the production of partially useful/sane commodities. It principally arises from the production of waste, especially the purest form of waste, militarism. This waste is not to be gauged in the difference between the energy consumed to produce a single saleable item and the energy stored in that item. It no longer becomes a case of a 500 calories beefsteak in the US, which has taken 20,000 calories, or 20 kgs of cereals, to be produced. The building block of surplus value becomes the wasted man whose very life is a saleable item. Hence, capital's augmented determination to decimate the labor subject. 8 issues of waste measurement. To restate still another variant of our proposition with the problematic of measurement in mind, the pile of commodities presumed as wealth turned out to be endless wars, deaths from famines and curable diseases, and irreparable harm to nature or, more generally, waste. The accumulation of waste. 47. Overwhelms social production. This process has a subject, it is the capital relation whose structure is the us-European constellation and whose preeminent activity is to produce and market waste. Measurements arise upon a system of thought and its method of conceptualization. A datum imparts adequate knowledge of the fact only in the way the concept of the fact was abstracted to represent that fact in contrast to other facts. An object, any object as substance, is a subject and predicate of itself. By way of definition, a concept representing an object is best read as intermediation of subject with substance. Where the subject is capital, it constructs an image in the mind of the substance, here social nature, it desires to portray in one shade or another. The irreplaceable loss of species and peoples in the war on nature and colonies, new and old, are assessed with capital's own accounting system and units of measure. Since capital clubs labor into submission, it imposes upon society an atomistic and thingified mode of social life. It erects its theory as a counter-image of the reified social/cultural phenomenon it had created. It then tautologically measures what it has fabricated, with the conceptual framework it had adopted, and the units of measure it had concocted. In its utilitarian national accounting system, of which the gross domestic product is the measure of value added or alternatively income, or what people consume and pay at the point of purchase counts as a product produced and consumed within the time of reference. The critique of national income or its variant GDP rests on the omission of the social costs to society and the past consumption in production. Regarding inputs consumed in production, gross output captures part of their moneyed worth and, accordingly, the added item of capital's consumption lets final consumption appear as it should, much greater than purchases of final consumables added together. In the US, GO is nearly double the GDP. What these putative measures do not capture is the contribution to income generated by depleting or wasting the human resource. Social costs are traded and respond to market signals, however, their corresponding prices may neither be recognized nor entered separately on finance accounting ledgers. Social costs impute as lost income or lost living conditions to labor, albeit correlatedly with labor's falling political clout. Their real values are included but hidden from view in the price or moneyed form of each traded input or product. These as well as their forms in waste products remain bearers of exchange value. Put differently, social and environmental costs are sublated in the presumed final price of the presumed final product as reduction to production costs and, conversely, profits. To illustrate with an example, the treatment of cancer and its reduction of life encumbers society. However, the treatment as a product is a value process with an attendant surplus value and profit, cancer as a modern phenomenon. 48. Of advanced industrialization wastes man whose costly treatment contributes to the profits of the bourgeoisie. In militarism, an accumulation sphere whose product is death, defense, and war budgets are capital's credit, whereas the social convulsions of war and austerity reorder productive capacity, including the social turnover time of production. The average lifetime of society falls, leaving more for capital. Waste processes are economic activities with an attendant surplus value. The wasting of labor may accelerate to generate income from the depletion of the human resource. Since price is not an injective relation to value, the assessment of value or value transfers cannot be inferred from capital's price system because prices embed the history of labor as eliminated subject. Powerless labor cannot negotiate the price adequate to its contribution in the product. Adjacently, the money form/price designated by capital conceals or unreports labor's effort in the prices on its register. Many of the production steps qua value processes undertaken to produce a commodity, and not only those of the last effort that went into making of the commodity, may be unaccounted for. Price is a conventional time composite that negates the value relations or production activities, which occurred in real or social time, the time designate of the events that occur. Capital marks down the life of labor and the damage incurred by society as a result of its butchery of social nature. The price form is a trickster not so much because the buyer does not know the moneyed costs defrayed by the seller, but because the social costs, especially those above sane levels, are deemed necessary by capital. Moreover, the price of any commodity or its money form of value holds within it a valuation of labor's standing in the class struggle reflected in the price of its corresponding labor power in the time of reference. The wages earned by society are high or low depending on the power of labor, and these would be passed on to the prices that capital issues. Illustratively, since the terms of power influence the terms of exchange, the price of a Coke can holds within it the meager power standing of sugar plantation workers. As labor's agency falters, the grounds upon which price determination forms, tilt in favor of capital. Value and price are disparate categories because the former is a history of social relations mediated by labor and actualized in production, while the latter is a symbol of these relations in conventional time. Through the superstructural institutions of capital, the class power of social subjects/classes in the value relation transforms value into price. Within the price, the moneyed form of value as the market-generated magnitude of abstract labor, the already resolved contradiction of value also reveals the worth of each historical subject of the value relation. Obviously, wasted labor as powerless subject. 49. Accounts for the downward pressure on the price in terms of reduced costs, as well as upward pressure in terms of future UPS as capital's power platforms bulk up. Aside from the fact that the unit of measure in any currency is a fetish enshrined by hegemonic powers, attempting to infer value or imperialist value transfer from the apparent sum of prices, which allegedly approximates the social product, encounters the difficulty of juxtaposing essence, the social labor abiding by the laws of capital, with capital's money form of value, its appearance. Under capitalism, assigning a quantitative magnitude to the contesting powers in the class struggle, to the strength of labor or capital, must adhere to the bias of capital's conservatism inherent in its accounting system. Correspondingly with the weight one ascribes to labor solidarity or the strength of an international front against imperialism, the assessments of value transfer couched in the money form may assume high or low amounts. A low labor clout permits capital to underrate the moneyed contribution of the South and in turn infer that the value transfer from the South is insignificant. The weakness or strength of labor is snapped as a still shot in the money form of value. To decipher the value in the price, one must reverse study the imperialist assault applied to subdue labor at every stage of production. The rate of value transfer to the center can then be discerned more from the cumulative impact of wasting the South upon the incomes in the North rather than from the picayune amount of money flows from the South to the North. Tend to foreground the issue with a historical reference, without apportioning a weight to the role of France and its ideology in ransacking Africa and abolishing it as a competitive formation. The net capital flows from Togo to France, for instance, within a year of reference cannot represent the real value transfers no matter how one adjusts the macro prices, including the exchange rates. The power behind the wealth of France is a result of the continued class-articulated destruction of Togo and similar states. The gap in longevity between a country like Togo, whose life expectancy remains around 60 years relative to about 90 in France, proxies the compounded losses of Togo, which are the wealth of France. Togo denied as subject in development is the source of value formation in France and the reason why Togo underprices its resources. Value transfer is not only judged in the siphoning of money from the developing world but also by the impetus of outstanding development in the South and the theft of resources in relation to wealth accumulation in the North. The latter case, whose growth emerges from the lopsided balance of forces, also creates value for the North by the very act of destruction in the South. Moreover, weaker and security vulnerable nations invite by their feebleness imperialist aggression, which retranslates into high surplus value generating militaristic accumulation. Imperialism copies the path of the objective course of the commodity as self-expanding value. It hits at the weakest links in the chain to establish a higher rate of exploitation. It prioritizes the bombing of a starving Iraq not only to demonstrate its strength, but also to draw the most waste qua value from the feeblest. In relation to a crisis-ridden business cycle in the center, the amassing of surplus value in US Europe necessitates the relentless wasting of Togo and similar developing nations. Without accounting for the contribution of waste to accumulation, the salient moneyed value form in units of currency falsely relays the usefulness of use value. Real productivity occurs in subsumed and underpriced waste rather than products of daily use that fetch high prices. In the substance of a commodity whose subject is a decimated laborer whose death is marketed as waste, value is waste. The case for waste may be readily observed from phenomenon given the explosiveness of the capital system and the meager stock of unuseful things. Attributing usefulness to the value relation is logically impossible because the rate of exploitation equivalates the rate of surplus value. Usefulness cannot become the leading link in value relations because the stream of value stocking up as disusefulness or waste further backstops the rate of profit. Logically and historically, value is waste. Of the waste process, wasting a developing nation, like Iraq, as a sphere of production reinforces capital and repositions it as a stronger global subject in production become value relations. Capital's triumph resets the grounds upon which the labor process unfolds to the demands of waste accumulation. The actual destruction and the control of oil as a prolific input, along with the ideological weight of imperialist victory biases the global mechanisms of price formation. Determinatively, it reorders social production at the behest of the law of value by ridding the population of its excess labor. Holistically, surplus value emerges by imperialist devastation reducing global necessary labor as well as by quashing the international proletariat, the revolutionary labor as subject. Value in its substantive form is the capital stock including the stock of devastated humans and nature. In a very literal sense, the stock of wasted humans and nature in metric and moneyed measures, including the negative credit outstanding upon society, is preponderant. Similarly to any capital stock, waste. 51. Production exhibits a capital output ratio in which the product is the premature death of social nature, In social nature, man the subject is the ultimate object of destruction, as opposed to physical nature. Waste as flow building into stock is the instantiation of capital's ideology of death. To assign a money measure to value or value transfers without conceptualizing value as a subject-object relationship, as an ideology of death affecting the death of social nature, is inadequate because the very concept to which measurement would be applied is either misconstrued or formal, and in both cases one-sided. Moreover, proportionately with its power, the subject in value or capital, disguises objective value or the socially necessary labor time materialized and reified in the commodity. Through the mystery engulfing its money-formed ideal equivalent of value, the commodity money rapport revs up its phantasmagorical abilities that outline the course of events. In his discussion of the ideal, Ilyankov notes that historically the form or the ideal of a palpable thing acquires fantastical properties and a commanding position in social relations. Ilyankov traces the origins of the mystification of forms to Plato's ideals, the forms of thought, organized as a state of stable and internally organized world of laws, rules, and patterns, which magically control the individual's mental activity. After passing through the definitive Kantian contribution by which the transcendental ideal relays knowledge of the objective empirical, or how knowledge depends on our frame of reference of the objective empirical, Ilyankov finds in Hegel's determinate negation, or the process of knowledge that grows by contradictions immanent to concepts, a break though. Although still in inverted form, that is with nature as an ideal being in itself, Ilyankov thinks that Hegel's approach to the ideal dialectically mutated into the material and vice versa, which is sounder theoretically than the silly materialism of things outside the consciousness to things inside the consciousness, the material world unrelated to the ideal. Until Marx arrives at the scene and exposes the ideal remained mystical, whether it is that of a being in itself, Hegel, or of the concept of the thing in the mind separate from its palpable substance, the case of logical positivism. The commodity as a value relation arrives with capitalism. Capital's commodity is money, and the money is commodity. The money form, the ideal, acquires yet more potent and convoluted animistic powers. Regarding the commodity's ideal or money form, Ilyankov argues that the commodity remained a mystery with regard to its form for the classical theory of value. The classical approach could not explain why the substance expressed itself as it did, and at all events, deduction of the form of value from its substance remained an insuperable task for bourgeois science. Here Ilyankov reasserts the chasm between the money form and labor as objectified substance in the commodity. Marx overcame the obstacle because 52. Although the commodity's money form as an ideal separate from the body in which it is represented, ideality remains the phenomena within which the ideal is understood as the activity of social man, or social activity reified. Fetishism as such expressly arises upon the process in which the subject, labor, whose activity created the commodity, ceases to exist, and is supplanted by the commodity money qua fetish. However, just as the real commodity is the product of labor, the ideal, or the value form is also the product of defeated labor. And just as money represents the value of commodities, it is this act of representation, which is performed not in the consciousness of the seller but outside his head, which is the barometer of fetishism. It is performed in the space of the market, of which the seller is not aware and without his having even the slightest suspicion of the mysterious nature of the money form and the essence of the price. The essence is the process of emaciating labor. Value relations reveal themselves via a sort of reverse engineering that records all the battering labor took to release value meant for social reproduction. Capital and labor are therefore power ensconced in the various stages of price formation. In a context of reproduction by waste, the epigram "everyone can spend money without knowing what money is" implies that for society to mimic capital in its pursuit of money-making, it will prove unwise because of the excessive social damage capital creates. Through reification of the money form of value, capital alienates labor from the commodity and erases labor as subject. To de-alienate labor is to read the history of things as things made by labor. Such is a dynamic process whose formalization, its rendering into quantifiable symbols, is adequate only if it assesses to what degree was labor clubbed into submission to release its work for the low prices desired by capital. Every snapshot of the history of commodity making accords with a price whose essence is the social activity of repression. Subjects whose impetus changes the balance of social forces behind the exchange of commodities, also revamp the groundwork upon which a price system emerges. Prices are the immediacy manifest in the uncertain state of becoming, resolving the ascent of necessity into coincidence. Such is a dynamic or a qualitative process in which prices symbolize not only the last act of production, but also varied value relations across time. Prices reference more than just the activity capital had designated as relevant to price making. For instance, buying something off the shelf for a price is not only about redeeming the costs plus profits of the store owner, it is also a refraction/signal of the past activities that went into the making of the product. It is symbolic of the labor shortchanged in the past as well as the future repercussions arising upon the consumption of labor's product. 53. The differing imprint of shifting social forces, constituents of value, cannot lend themselves to arithmetic operations such as summation, unless standardized with sacrifice to content by some quantity such as price. That is not to say that adequate quantification is unfeasible. The assessment of value-forming social forces is possible post-market mediation or as exchange consummates and assigns shares of the social product to capital and labor. The variation of the share of labor over time, a result of labor's stand against the aggression of capital, or the degree to which capital wastes labor in relation to the demands of its crisis-plagued capital accumulation, signify the strength of labor in the value relation. Falling inequality indicates that there is a lesser rate of sane use value alienated from labor, while more inequality indicates that more years of life are being wasted. Labor as subject countervailing capital must be assessed ex post as an inference from a history of unequal and wasteful development. The departure of appearance, the ideal or money form of value, from essence, the real or socially necessary labor time, is equally the impossibility of establishing an identity between value and price. However, systems of accounts remain subjective and could be imposed upon any situation with a degree of approximation. The commodity as self-expanding value is the outcome of a value relation abiding by the law of value. What should be measured is then the extent to which the delegation of capital's power to its reified objects, in particular its money form fetishes, which suppresses labor as subject. Letting any sum of value equal any sum of prices, without accounting how the price system serves as a veneer of value, is to neglect the subject's class power in value, or worse yet, to measure the social product with the fictional symbols that capital has prefabricated. To understand a dynamic process, one must overcome the conservatism of data produced to support the dogma of conventional theory. Moreover, as a consequence of pure abstractions, untethered from historical reality, the subject in value is nowhere to be seen in conservative data. It is rendered amorphous and unintelligible, such that the imperialist states of the North also fade from view as subjects of imperialist practice. The extent of labor's alienation from its product and the point to which the commodity's dynamic as self-expanding value dictates social life are commensurate with the degree of the crushed subject in the value relation. Conversely, unalienated labor in charge of socially responsible production assigns a symbol to products equivalent to its benefit to society. In this case, value and its relations would have then ceased to be. Accordingly, the difficulty in assigning a measure to value arises because labor's incognizance of its historical role, the non-revolutionary working class, or labor introjecting capital's obscurantism. 54. Appears to echo the rate of exploitation. Lenin commented on the difficulty of changing rote thinking in the population by opining but how to change its forms in a new situation, how to learn and think anew for this purpose, this we do not understand. Labor is exploited because it consents to self-consume. It does so by turning fictional capital into a reality which then redefines its consciousness. At the extreme end, for labor to totally self-waste at the behest of capital implies that it had become inanimate matter. In this theoretical condition, Labor as natural substance may be stable long enough for its automaton-like subject to become indifferentiable from the constitutive material or other natural entities, it is just matter. As a physical object, labor is easily quantified because it remains unchanged and it no longer plans its activity ahead of time. Atoms do not plan their future as humans do. However, completely self-incognizant labor as subject is an impossibility, especially in a social dynamic in which surplus value is a negotiated settlement with capital. In this dynamic state, it is inadmissible to set natural substance aside for measurement in price units without considering the changes in self-cognizant labor qua subject. To evaluate value in the money form without conceptualizing prices as instantiations of historical power plays is to measure something that does not remotely resemble real value. The value that ought to be measured is by definition the natural value or the outlays on products governed by capital that reproduce or de-reproduce society. Resorting to Maurice Dobbs' common sense welfare, the workable guide to practical affairs in contradistinction to optimal formalism, may be better put as a workable guide that services what is in the best interest of the working class. 9. Class unmeasured. Although consumption in the system of national accounts appears significant, what is actually being consumed and reconsumed by consumers and producers is much greater than what is being officially recorded. What the working class earns and consumes relative to what it produces and needs to socially reproduce, that is the residual, serves as a signification of surplus value in moneyed form. All products serving as inputs or outputs engorged in production gestate and interrelatedly assume a money form of value and are realized in consumption. People consume the plastic waste and the wasted humans, but these do not figure in the SNA. The form of value reinvented as a fetish subs labor as subject and separates the working class from its output to reproduce capital. Relatedly, the share of labor and capital vary by the machination of the class struggle. Conventional national. 55. Income or its subset GDP are partial sums of the prices of some consumables consumed by abstract individuals, maximizing the mainstream definition of utility, but not all consumables within the time of reference. However, in neoclassical positivism, the things inside consciousness to be consumed match the things outside consciousness to be consumed. Consumables are unrealized by social activity, products are supplied on the shelves of stores without a history. They just fell from the heavens and people count as consumables only what capital defines as consumables. Thus, mainstream utility theory overlooks not only what is necessary for social reproduction, it overlooks the totality of production become consumption. Mainstream consumption is a partial sum or a subcategory of the totality of social consumption production, reduced to units assessed in prices or are weighted by capital symbols/prices. Although the waste affected by labor inputs is conserved in social reproduction to be consumed, consumption is concocted as a no harm done issue. It is said to be not exponential over a trend or it increases at decreasing rates. The consumption and production of waste, which boomerang to consume man, do not agree with rational consumer theory. Attempts are made by the mainstream to reconstruct the obviously lacking utilitarian individual in less abstract fashion. Experimental behavioral economics, the novelty of the mainstream, relies on psychological or biological investigations to evaluate social interrelatedness, risk, or generosity, and other behavioral traits to focus on individual inclinations missed by the neoclassical suppositions. The approach does not address social class as a form and functional arm of capital. Surveys of taste or genetic predisposition query individual behavior under controlled experimental settings in order to investigate consumption behavior influenced by the network of social or genomic relations. Networks, however, are momentary instantiations of classes but are not classes. They might inform how one sort of behavior is influenced and influences another, but they do not inform of the historical relations that pre-situate people in a certain income consumption bracket and a certain culture of consumption. It is the class whose ideology and institutions presuppose social activity. Behavioralists question incentives in a lab setting but not the encompassing social environment or class with its directives, historical motives, and connected ideology, which foregrounds social and individual proclivities. Apart from stating the obvious that people's behavior is interrelated, the social class context, history proper, in which individual behavior occurs is nowhere to be seen. These intellectual efforts end up either as a diversion from class, the meta-interrelatedness and history innate to social being, or as a mass surveillance project to service capital's police force. At any rate, these disciplinary inroads also prove that the mainstream cannot sidestep the prevalence of class. 56. Another attempt by Wendt posited that a quantum social theory, emulating quantum physics, would consider people as particles, complementary and entangled through various social institutions. Indeed, the causality of society resembles non-local causality or the asymmetric influence of events upon other events, which cannot be explained in terms of observed locality, neither in time nor in space. Also, the uncertainty of the social world resembles Heisenberg's uncertainty. The superposition of particles, which are particles and waves at the same time, may resemble humans in the digital age, who may be here or there in different states at the same time. Particles may correspond to the dual nature of man as physiological being and the set of social relations at the same time. There is a difficulty in measuring related to the dual nature of particles, which are in constant flux, unless pinned down by observation. Most interesting in the parallels between the social and the quantum world is Marx's definition of the reality of man as a social relation reflecting other relations and in connection with the totality of social relations, which echoes the particles per se and their interconnectedness as waves. At any rate, particles and humans only exist because of their interconnections and relations to each other in a totality of the quantum or social world respectively. A cursory reading of social affairs speaks of a reality structured in terms of social relations, uncertainty and indeterminate causality across history, or, figuratively, the uncertain is certain. The topic of causal indeterminacy is at the heart of philosophical debates. Hegel addressed causality as the effect, looked at in its identity with the cause, is itself defined as a cause, and at the same time as another cause, which again has other effects, and so on forever. Not dwell on the logic, causality is inferred from its essence or law of movement, while observation is not sufficient proof of causality. Indeterminate cum determinate causality is the state of becoming under uncertainty in Marxist dialectics. Althusser develops the concept over determination to account for the complex structure in dominance as cause/subject or the dynamic of history. In order of precedence, to say that people, just like particles, relate with each other in an indeterminate or non-local causal environment, could be turned around and put as particles behave somewhat like people. However, the particle cum individual tied by entanglement cannot be a surrogate of social man. For Marx, social man reflects the totality of social relations. He or she is a subset of a social class or the more universal set. Entangled man alone without history, the objective whole into which people are born, is not an environment unbeknown to man as it is so for the incognizant particle. Particles do not read history, plan history, or make history consciously. Social beings do. 57. The relation of man to history comes under man's full command as he ceases to relegate his fate to the fetish commodity. Such relation of man to history is different, however, from the relation of particle to universe, or Paul Dirac's unsolved enigma, how to reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity. As particles do not consciously make or interpret the universe, it is left to Dirac and others to interpret it one day. People, however, through social classes, have always made and interpreted history, the general condition into which they are born. For Marx, inanimate matter, the particle, is immediately one with its activity. It does not distinguish itself from it. It is its life activity. Whereas man makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his consciousness. To re-emphasize, man lives history as a knowledgeable subject unlike a particle. His knowledge of history depends on the demystification of history in a process of knowability in contrast to knowing. In the latter Kantian approach, the noumena, or things beyond experience, cannot be known unless they appear before us, while in the former, Hegel argued that it is the process of adding to knowledge by iterations that matters. Thinking in terms of process, the changing state of the world, as opposed to immutable conditions, the knowability process as opposed to knowing, is the defining epistemological contribution of Hegel. Since things change, knowing as an activity also changes, hence, to know is to know relative to what is going to be knowable as opposed to knowing from a vastness that could not possibly be known. Nevertheless, the subject of social science is as impenetrable as the subject of natural science. While the natural world lends itself to be readily understood by the math of physics should not make it more rigorous than social science. Rigor begins with the mode of conceptualization or by the building blocks of what constitutes an abstract. To leave out history and class by the transposition of particle physics onto society is not rigorous because it leaves out the interrelatedness of a man conscious of himself and of history, ergo, the social class knowing itself. Marxism's social activity is the interface between social class consciousness and social class being in relation to dominant ideology or the weight of history. With capital's organizing principle effected through the law of value, the process of articulation and re-articulation between particular and universal repaves the grounds for social activity anew. Social contradictions are not formally solved, they resolve into an auto-negating process and are understood as the part refracts back to the whole. Here the whole is history or the class struggle. Unlike Dirac's lacuna, the class-to-class context or the class struggle is the context which prefigures the relation of man to history. Man become class is either coerced to make or consciously makes history. As capital's hegemony wanes, history reveals itself as the realization of man, the species being. 58. In the building of socialism. Under capitalism, however, what transpires is the production relation regulating labor at the behest of capital. Subsuming man, the social being or the particular, into the general or the complex whole structured in dominance writes off the humanist man of Western Marxism who is indifferentiable from the social class, in an identity with class. For Marcuse, speaking of Paul Baran's dialectics, such cross-referral of the part to the whole is taboo for the mainstream. More important, capital will not question which of the historical forces and how the prevailing forces remake history into the baleful immediacy before us. By the slanted optic of capital, the substances of which waste is composed include the damage to nature but not the historically spilt blood of the developing world. Although socially entangled man consumes himself through his rapport with others, just as the particles in quantum physics do when they alter their positional state, the two processes are considerably different. While measurement techniques may overlap, one cannot posit that capital's bias is the equivalent of quantum interference. In the latter, the results in the double-slit experiment depend on whether a human observes the experiment or not because particles are waves in a state of motion. Capital's interference, however, through its crushing ideological weight is a continuous conditioning machine always observing man because it implants itself in the mind of man. Furthermore, with capital's omission of the concept of class, even if social science could rewind time, redo its experiments and remeasure the results as does natural science, only capital's desired results will be borne out. Neither its logical positivism nor any other of its analytical approaches to experiment or history, will commit an error of measurement. Not only because what it measures is what it had designed, more so because capital sets out to measure the appearances it sows as a code of conduct and ones that people uphold as a system of belief. Appearances are distinct from essence, or the laws of development shaping the society or object in time. Capital does not recognize the exploitations emerging in new forms of value and value relations as existing to be measured. Capital's fictions drilled into the consciousness of a crushed labor that surrendered its critical stance become real and measurable. Value, or what has actually happened to produce commodities, would be left unmeasured. In a capital world of appearances devoid of history, interpersonal comparisons freeing science from ideology become intercommodity comparisons defined by capital's self-styled standards. Not only are commodities produced by commodities, the labor power without laborer, but commodities are also discussed by commodified people. Folk internalizing the commodities self-expanding dynamic as their own reason debate the reign of the world of commodities as fait accompli. Truth is only what the commodity qua fetish dreams of, otherwise all is fake or falls outside the spectrum of permissible debate. 59. Furthermore, as the higher rate of liquidating life relative to the class demonstrated sane level of development fools the demands of the Agilka, capital counterpoises the higher social entropy with the progress of its tech machinery, or its meliorism. While the machine itself is an estranged social product arising upon the autonomous development in the productive forces, the rate of alienation of society from its scientific development determines the rate at which the machine decimates social nature. Machines or technologies on their own are not panacea and do not redress the harm of a waste metabolizing social order. Formulaically, the rate of sane reproduction relative to existing capacity will exceed the rate of human depopulation and species extinction only as the estrangement of scientific development exceeds capital's grip upon the labor process. Pinpointedly, conventional systems of accounts and units of measure are lacking exactly because they discard the Agilka. In indeterminate space and time and / or non-locally, to entertain the quantum term, capital embellishes and sells waste and wasted humans for a price. In this it is aided by its conventional theory and corresponding tools of measurements. Altogether, these say the world is doing well with some reparable hitches. However, these systems of thought are convenient to capital since they bear partial or distorted relations to the objective facts. Consider for the sake of argument waste established as fact by virtue of its phenomenal state. The same fact, the waste seen holistically, should incorporate the related fact of the deaths that the imperialist class visits upon the developing world in relation to the power that the aggressed masses exercise in self-defense. Holistic waste therefore is poisoned nature and prematurely dead people. Through their power exercised over the price in market operations, masses in control of social reproduction would lessen the emission of waste and / or allocate more useful value to their own reproduction. Yet, the waste itself as fact or substance and the assessment of the intermediation of subject to substance, or the efficacy of the wasting class in producing waste, otherwise the state of becoming of the object under consideration, or the waste in its state of becoming, are rejected by the mainstream. To resort to Ilyankov to study the object waste, is to look into its history and examine the forces that produce waste. Ilyankov might also recommend the employment of laws of dialectical thought, such as the unity of the rational and the historical, for a more rigorous elucidation of such issues. However, imperialism / capital regards working peoples, especially of the developing world, as disposable. In waste as in any other social process, it is not the facts that relate to or oppose each other, it is the concepts fashioned upon the facts, the different philosophical views, which are at rock bottom class positions. Once things stop procreating things as per the dominant paradigmatic, and once abstraction is isolated as a social 60. Relation drawn from a historical process, then the critique of social conditions classifies the partial observation in relation to the whole, thence, the emergence of categorical knowledge. This section tangentially addresses Eurocentrism or the thought framework that braces the ascent of capital into waste. Lindner proposes that Eurocentrism is a combination of ethnocentrism, Orientalism, and false universalism. Unless equated with some essentialist attribute, Eurocentrism cannot be considered racism. However, racism occurs as the powerful nation or social group, which distinguishes itself by the concocted edifice of a superior race, subjugates the less powerful by means of violence, instills inequality and exploitation into the system, and usurps their social product. That is not so different from any superstructure of imperialism. As theories of race became widely discredited, newer essentialist notions associated with modernism supplanted race as the theoretical body to justify and promote accumulation via the imperialist channels. Racism is a requisite for exploitation. For instance, to the question "Are the Arabs inferior?" Moshe Dayan replied, "I would not like to say that, but we are more modern and can win any war against the Arabs." 11. Modern here, as in more civilized, is the replica of race, or the core of authoritarian universalism. Like structural racism, Eurocentrism may be spotted in the case where an articulate non-white person is considered an exceptional prodigy that draws the awe of white audiences, only because she acts like them. On a broader level, Eurocentrism is observable in the contrast between the few concerns voiced over millions of American natives who perished under colonial assault, and the loud cries that we are in a race with time, which were only voiced by Europe as sea levels began to rise. Eurocentrism is the stock of knowledge built upon imperialist wealth accumulation from which people draw without realizing that thought is inseparable from practice. Following Samir Amin's train of thought, the practice of imperialism creates wealth and builds the thought that promotes the wealth. To be modern and bomb for progress is racism by any other name because capital cannot expand without racist justifications. For the purpose of this work, Eurocentrism is a subdivision of the historical surplus value, or the state of social consciousness remolded in direct rapport to the material circumstance in which the North consumes the peoples and the resources of the global South. The centralization of power in the imperialist center proceeds in lockstep with the domination of the central cultural values that re-promote imperialism. In the same manner that the ideological footwork of capital adds to the historical surplus value, these values are re-encoded in the cultural sphere and assume the Eurocentric vernacular, which recreates the South as the inferior other. In a system accumulating by waste production, it may be self-evident that a beefsteak would cost much more in energy, in the caloric sum of its inputs, than it delivers in output. However, what that meal really costs is the systemic reproduction of the global South. 12 Capital and its waste-derived profits gel in forms of social organizations, states, and formal and informal institutions whose function lubricates the channels for the commodity as self-expanding waste. At the current historical moment, the capital relation manifests in two conspicuous structures, a northern structure spearheading capital and a global South of namely wretched masses. Malcolm X's adage, "On noon Sunday, there is a church for black people and another for white people," defines the white bastion as the target, whence structures ought to be identified for the purpose of putting theory to practice, otherwise labor's weapons cannot confront abstract ideas. Of late, capital targets weak nations under the abstract idea of the war on terror. However, labor under the tutelage of Western Marxism is guided to only target the abstract idea of capital but not the rich nations. This latter point resembles a catechism: capital is awful in the abstract, it is everywhere like some divine entity, but not to be physically found in the Western formation and its industry of slaughter. These North and South structures confront each other in a principal contradiction as a South representing labor and a North capital presided over by the U.S. Recently, Lawson transposed the principal contradiction of capitalism onto the U.S. versus China. The workings of the law of value incarnate in imperialist practice, which impulsively allocate resources away from people, also abide by the system's principal signaling mechanism, its prot rate. As the rate of exploitation must grow for profits to grow, the rate of consumption of man by man, the concentrated form of surplus value making arising upon the industry of waste, also must grow. In the North, not only capitalists became things, as in spirit/consciousness commanded by fetishes, workers who adhere to capital's ideology also became things. What was good for the commodity was good for. 12. Perlman points that a kilo of steak delivers a small portion of the energy in calories that went into its production. It takes roughly some 20 pounds of cereals plus additional human and fuel energy to create 1 pound of steak. 62. Society. It was not any deep state that orchestrated the work of capital, it was a commodity-besotted deep class with a deeply commodified culture. The northern incremental piling up of waste was driven by a doctrine of white supremacy couched in Eurocentrism. The malaise was so considerable such that capital incorporated the sophistry of hired Marxists in search of new readings of Marx to beautify the culture of a Western civilization whose daily modus vivendi is genocide. By military superiority and ideological inertia, capital's foresight, despite being curtailed by the commodity's myopic vision, prevails. For lack of or because of distorted social alternatives, anesthetized masses hugged capital and its curves of quarterly prot rates. Yet, ugly capital could not present itself as a social alternative, and remain the sole option to humanity. It had to expropriate the heritage of Marxism. The latest of such attempts is to portray Ilyenkov as a Soviet dissident whose genius was repressed. Peppered with out-of-context quotations from Marx, the Western Marxist corpus is laden with pro-imperialist cant, which in the end justifies imperialist aggression, the sort where Saddam is bad, therefore it is justifiable to obliterate his whole nation. Capital deployed its Marxist intelligentsia to demolish the social alternative. These contrasted the contradictions of nurturing the social in the developing world and the sacrifice of self-defense under constant attack from a nuclear-armed imperialism against the bows and arrows of the South with messianic versions of socialisms. The stance of either utopia at once or nothing dominated Western discourse. Communism in a jiffy was an impossibility, and to boot, none of the third-worldly socialisms enjoyed the privileges of a white voting working class, which reproduced capital because it identified with it. The northern working class votes with capital's imperatives in mind, as if it was a student facing a multiple-choice question. The questions and the material taught are coached by capital. None of the socialist states of the South could risk going to the polls with a population that preferred the sack of wheat to the right to vote. The Western left was the cultural exteriorization of the imperialist right and its weapon. It fought capital's battles by inculpating the regimentation that the developing world deploys to fend off imperialism as state capitalist practice. Tony Cliff trumpeted this vacuous of characterizations, which fits any state under the sun. To mark off the building of socialism in the South by the pernicious state capitalism, on account of its lingering wage system, implies that no state could ever achieve socialism because it is impossible to abolish the wage system overnight. At any rate, Western Marxists had dropped anti-imperialism from socialist construction, or neglected the premise that socialism develops by an anti-imperialism that re-socializes the national front for better resistance. Conversely, action direct in the center fares as the foremost responsibility. 63. Of the central left. Needless to say, the demonization of fledgling socialist states contributes to imperialism's ideological arsenal. To overemphasize the partial errors in the practice of Southern socialism as truth, albeit partial truth, without accounting for its costs in self-defense is to discredit it. The receptacle of partial truth is the partial state of things, whereas the world is holistic and interdependent. Truth corresponding to any observation from fact, unreferred to an interconnected world where the U.S. Federal Reserve moves the global population in and out of hunger by moving its interest rate, is partial or untruth. Moreover, as aggression itself becomes an industrial enterprise, imperialist war, all on its own, ties the world together. War is either an undercurrent or a determinant of the value of all commodities. For processual truth to be meaningful, it must correspond to the dynamics of that interrelated world, which is indivisible, social, abstract, yet real, or with real consequences. The aggression of the West as a mode of accumulation holds primacy in the way it ties into Southern class formations to sink them. Instead, Western Marxists shifted the accent onto tertiary contradictions rather than arresting the killing for Prot's modus operandi central to their mode of life. Instead of exposing a democracy in which the northern working class has long voted to demolish peripheral populations, or instead of reversing the vortex of historical surplus value exemplified in supremacist ideology, the Western left turned Marxism into a chauvinist ideology. Their democracy became a form of capital dictatorship reconstituted by the rents of imperialism. In relation to historical surplus value, Silva argued for an ideological surplus to reflect the equivalent of the Marxist category of surplus value in the symbolic realm. That is not the same as the concept used above. Marx's dialectical method does not situate its definition of value or surplus value on an analytical dichotomy, as in symbolic and non-symbolic apart. Ideological production is concomitant to the reproduction of capital, commensurate with the strength of capital, and only serves a function for it, that is, the imagery of ideas is neutral unless marionetted by a subject and, therefore, Ideology has no substance of its own that trails in essentialist fashion across history. In conjunction, value, motivated by its absolute law of surplus value, is the relation that governs social reproduction or de-reproduction. It may be illustrated by an analysis of the facts counterposed against their corresponding ideas. Yet in dynamic processes shaped by the resultant vector of a social order structured hierarchically, what must be emphasized is the state of becoming of subject-object, the social activity rationalist, or ideology in relation to material circumstance. Value may be conceptually argued as the contradiction of subject/substance resolved by the force of history, or the momentum that shapes the conditions for the creation and allocation of socially necessary labor time. 64. White nations, which allegedly produce higher surplus value by virtue of their better technology, are said to experience a higher rate of exploitation and are more socialized, hence, readier for social democracy. Marx's Agilka connects wealth making with the mass murder of the working class. Although Marx was noted for saying that, "We have no compassion, and we ask no compassion from you. When our turn comes, we shall not make excuses for the terror," he has been transformed into a liberal obsessed with the Western rules of the game and voting systems. Long forgotten in the dominant discourse are the historical moments, the balance of forces and their associated weapons, the ideological apparatuses and the many NATO military bases strewn across the globe, which are the true factories of capital and the symbols of its power. Discernibly, the calculus of misery may be put this way: the ideas propagated by Western universities do more harm in a single day than all peoples of the developing world pulling rank to keep imperialism at bay do in a century. It is this cultural cum civilizational force of the West that transpires as impersonal and objective history. It pre-imposes the grounds upon which instantaneous choices gel into a working-class auto-destruct mode. Self-consumption, as will be discussed in this work, is a sphere of production. Without changing the power that antecedes the making of the grounds upon which social agents tread, the system elects itself no matter where and when. Proposed measures of participatory democracy, governance by public opinion or frequent plebiscites in the North, will only disclose the inherent chauvinism of a thingied majority smug with its imperialist rents. Their democracy is a form of class power exercise, which has become the power of the commodity thriving upon the further commodification of man. To be sure, it is the weight of history which imposes choices whose chance appearance is a realization of the laws that make them necessary. Although the dominant culture of the dominant civilization points to the achievements of humanity hither and yon, post facto the planet is a minute to midnight. In terms of systems dynamics, the systemic driver of history is the value relation and its law of value, whose ideal culture for growth is waste. Because capital qua history, which materializes as Western civilization, is wired systemically as such, it cannot sui generis impart civilizational progress. Capitalism's scientific innovation is a meat grinder with band-aids. Apart from being an existential task, the required civilizational turnaround faces the intractable mission of convincing peoples of any color to shed the deeply ingrained white masks of which Frantz Fanon spoke. Recently, a glimmer arose as China's path of exercising cultural identity as a socialism pitted against imperialism deracinates the ingrained values of Western civilization and inverts its particular cultural aspects into a universal internationalism. To self-realize culturally, to exercise one's distinctive qualities. 65. Against the torrent of the homogenizing commodity peels the white masks or dichotomy's history. The crumbs of imperialist rents tainted with the hand-me-down inward-looking identity politics promoting parceled civil liberties are the wage and perks premia of the northern working classes. The process works time and again because the northern classes are vested in imperialism and its rents and are not the negating other that has to be controlled. The notion that somehow this northern working class is repressively subjected to forms of implicit and explicit control leaves out the fact that its activity shaping its reproduction has been conditioned by the material circumstance that reproduces imperialism. Hence, as classes, the northern bourgeoisie and its working class share the same sphere of production as well as circulation. The white working class is not only partaking in the crumbs of imperialist rents via the circulation of value, it also owns means of production abroad, military bases to which it contributes, as well as a war industry in which it is vested. The supposed northern control methods are never imposed by the systematic force that leads to ruptures. Northern capital hands its working classes cheaper southern commodities and more civil liberties, not so much for its consent to bomb abroad, but as the brokerage required between intercompeting circles of capital. It is this material foundation, the division of imperialist tribute wrought by all forms of war, which bolsters a global apartheid system. The northern working class and its affiliates downstream stand for the ideologically white minority, which literally consumes the lives of the wretched of the global south. A social reproduction cycle, a process in which the life of southern man is the consumption commodity on offer to northern man, has no null realization stage. The imperialist pillage that beefs up the imperialist wage bill is the material circumstance whose associated liberal activity forges white consciousness. The northern class's dedication to imperialism through the Western democracy channel translates into "let us vote to bomb others," which is both an investment in militarism through the tax contribution that funds the T-bills of the war effort and waged work in the military campaigns of imperialism. Unless the global scales are rebalanced, no matter the social democratic activities, the welfare, and the unionism, Western working classes cannot be transformed or re-educated into revolutionaries because they are ontologically rooted in the practice of imperialist war. Some Western substrata may be revolutionarily conscious, but as a whole the balancing act with capital is ensured with the phenotypically white classes. For white classes to undergo a volte-face of spirit, is unlikely no matter the depth of the crisis. Ideally, a turnaround requires an improbable return to the oneness of humanity rather than the current Webelnian mindset in which some experience schadenfreude for incurring less damage than others. A sort of the world is sinking, but the 66 Browns are sinking faster than us syndrome. The spirit in command of history is irrevocably bound by this materialist chasm. Relatedly, there is no need to invent a madman theory, a US president foolish enough to scare the world with a nuclear first strike, because the whole cultural phenomenon of the Western formation is commodified to the point of madness. It reenacts the madness as it abides the terms of the commodity as self-expanding value. 11 Conclusion. Beneath the semblance of expanding wealth, the pile of wasted social nature was not to be outdone. Wanton militarism, pollution, and severe austerity, all subcomponents of waste accumulation, cut life short. Unlike pre-capitalist phases of history, the process of reducing life expectancy either instantaneously or by attrition relative to what is realized under conditions of overproduction, tallies with the rate of surplus value. A life expectancy in the South 20 or 30 years less than the North is a counter-image of surplus value, because as waste it is an engine of surplus value in itself, and by reduction in the ranks of the reserve army of labor, or as it spins off into ideological defeatism. The rate at which brains and bronze are consumed in shorter intervals of waste production are paralleled by a rate of exploitation. Since waste production feeds off and acts upon the demographic process, it also regulates the labor process. The latter is the social foundation without which capital reveals itself as the fiction it really is. In an interconnected world, historically shaped demographic policies influence the formation of value relations at all levels and, hence, presuppose the concept totality in the composite concept totalizing capital. Nothing works without people, and waste accumulation produces wasted people for sale, cheapens people, and, worst of all, its generated defeatism dulls the masses. Waste commodities, including the wasted life commodity, like saner commodities, require labor power be expended upon them, are objectified, and realized for a price in a market. Circularly, the society that produces the waste must dispense from its stock of labor a certain flow of socially necessary labor time to be expended upon its own reproduction. Working folk who produce and consume waste must also reproduce or de-reproduce themselves for a price. The ex post decided allocation of socially necessary labor time abides by market deliberations and competitive pressures equalizing profit rates, which through the law of value assign less labor power to be expended in. Less people will be effectively wage employed in producing commodities destined for sale or for the reproduction of society. The corresponding decline in unremunerated labor and the 67. Rise in the reserve army of labor denote that less value outlays as a share of the social product upon society per unit of output are required. The money form of value reflecting lower value outlays upon social reproduction emerges in a lower share of the wage bill from the social product. Phrased differently, the share of the moneyed costs expended upon the reproduction of labor is the value form of necessary labor. The living wage drops while capital accumulates. Theoretically, the natural end of the compression of labor power expended in shorter chronological time, or the diminution of socially necessary labor time, circuitously raises surplus value because the rate of exploitation is determined by the intensity of wasting the laborer in cheaply remunerated work and before her due time. For society, the shorter lives imply that less is spent by capital on labor in a shorter social turnover time. Alternatively, the premature snuffing of human life lowers necessary labor because it lowers the living conditions and length of workers' lives over the social turnover cycle. Surplus value should absolutely rise by the reduction of necessary labor. Realistically, however, the variations in surplus value are contingent upon labor's clout on the historical theater of the class struggle. On its own, the point that capital exercises downward pressure on the cost of labor or living wages for profits to rise is not an innovation. It is a point neoclassical economics puts across, however, with the twist that social life reaches an optimal condition. Contrariwise, Marxism sees in competition for profits a regeneration of capital by the forms of capital, and a race to the bottom. Besides lower wages, waste accelerates social reproduction, or the waste produced thus far, war, austerity, and pollution, reinforces the downward spiral. Once the cost price of expended labor power is pressured to fall, the wage form of value whose content is socially necessary labor time, which also serves as input into the production of wasted lives and reproduction at the same time, must also fall. To reduce the cost of labor engaged in the production of shortened/wasted working class lives is to reduce the socially necessary labor time or value invested in the life of the laborer engaged to shorten the life of another laborer. Unless the worker is an organic partner of capital, as in a northern working class, the gun-toting worker mowing down the life of other workers, will be short-changing the value of his own labor represented in the meager wage he receives. In such vicious circle, the value outlays required for the reproduction of society fall alongside falling living conditions, a proxy of which is the longevity of man. Over society's life cycle, the relative wage share drops not only by the power exercised by capital, but also by the endogenous impact of waste accumulation upon life. As the wage of the worker whose job is to waste his fellow worker falls because of working class dividedness, so decline over the shorter lifetime of the worker the costs to recuperate the losses in health and living standards. 68. Furthermore, the low cost of lives expended in production, slotted against a matrix of prices in social time to produce more wasted lives, auto-reinforces by the fetish of excess population. It is this contradiction of capital with population growth, made real by the repression of labor as the activity resolving capital's crisis, which turns into capital's principal chimera. The construct become hypostatist subject here is that there are too many humans relative to carrying capacity. Naturally, human numbers must go down. However, in an overproducing, underutilizing, and mechanizing system, there will always be too many people willing to work for a wage relative to spare capacity. In such world held hostage to capital's twain of guns and ideology, the wage, or the price of labor power, the counterpart/magnitude of value outlays upon which life depends, gathers more animistic qualities. The process of people sacrificed before their historically determined time at the altar of the fetishist price system, the scramble for wages, encapsulates the process by which capital grinds human lives for profits. Waste begets waste by the forms of value construed by capital. The metamorphosis of value into waste may be established as an ascent from concrete, the saner capital forms, into abstract, the now ubiquitous waste forms. Objective waste in form and substance acts as a supercapital. It reproduces by producing more waste alongside the growing demand for waste. Waste does not redistribute to the working class. The demand for waste generates profits from the reproduction of society. The more emaciated society, the more capital captures in rents arising upon its monopoly of waste production. Through the power platforms of Eurocentrism and the legacy of colonial wars mapped against dominant ideological constructs, waste acquires a divine-like status. The modes of thought that seize the social mind are based on the falsity of scarcity. So much more waste is required to get fewer and fewer sane commodities becomes the norm. Increasingly, and since the onset of capitalism, militarism remains the principal waste and surplus value generating activity, which socially orders and undergirds the totality of social production. Obviously, without a revolutionary turnaround in the global balance of forces, there is nothing to re-articulate the local struggles into the necessary momentum that vanquishes waste. Imperialism and waste. This chapter investigates the militarism of imperialism as a subcomponent of accumulation by waste. Harvey has argued that the US is no longer the sole imperialist power and that China and Russia are as hegemonic or, inferentially, as imperialist as the US. Such qualification is erroneous. It desubstantiates the concept of imperialism, it strips it of its ideological determination and defines it either by its material constituents or metaphysical attributes. As such, it potentiates US-led imperialism and justifies further aggression towards other nations of the developing world. In probing this issue, the thesis posited here that imperialist war is both a production domain intrinsic to capital and an application of the law of value assumed in the practice of destruction. Destruction/waste is a reinterpretation/development of the concept of waste worked out by Mazaros. Lastly, imperialism is regarded as an intensification of capital's reproduction by destruction. Goldman noted that imperialism as defined by Lenin and Luxemburg, with its variants since, could effortlessly double for capitalism proper. Such a process, particularly the measure of war as a subcomponent of accumulation by waste, gains prominence under US-led imperialism. A discussion of the interconnected questions of who the imperialists will be resumed in Chapter 4. For the time being, the chapter discusses what prompts wars of encroachment at this late stage of imperialism. 1. Imperialism with reference to the Arab region. The Arab region is the playground where intense global contradictions unfold. It is there where global differences have been exploding and remain unresolved. The Arab region, with its entwined war and oil economies, is a principal repository of the US global hegemony. Needless to say, the control of oil and war flows is of tremendous social and moneyed worth. To formulate a hypothesis about imperialism and permanent militarism without an emphasis on the shifting balance of global powers attendant upon the rise of China, the intervention of Russia in Syria and the suite of crumbling states across the Middle East, would be short-sighted. As the regional and global structural crises deepen, a tipping of the balance of forces in the Arab and surrounding region against the dominion of the US and its allies may precipitate a shift in the global system. 74. Just as the defeat of the Ottomans at sea in the 16th century unleashed European savagery across the globe, today, we must consider the possibility of an end to the dominance of Western war civilization from the very corner of the world that witnessed its beginning. An end not only to the physical dominance of such civilization but also to its amassed war-inducing cultural stock, its dominant ideas, operating by so many shades of social and cultural discrimination, which are the toxins asphyxiating life on the planet. In the age of nuclear deterrent, imperialism stakes new territories either by economic incursions or military encroachment. In the case of economic incursions, the US financial and economic hegemony is being compromised by China. The rise of China may be attributed to all sorts of reasons, but foremost China latched itself to the unconscious side of capital, or capital's search for cheap labor and resources, while retaining the rule of labor represented by the Communist Party of China. Labor was cheap in China, but it was not poor. The gains of socialism under Mao were such that the essentials of life were made abundant and less costly, while the development of pure sciences created the absorptive capacity to nationalize knowledge. China internalized Western production know-how and expanded by feeding the addiction of Western capital for cheap resources. It has matured into a real nemesis of us-led imperialism. China is converting dollar assets into real assets in an otherwise us-controlled or owned planet. In real terms, China controls/co-produces significant production and exchange of use value, the consumer goods satisfying the demands of global society. It is only natural that it will also soon control the sphere of circulation, the money flows and/or the means for exchange value. As to how military encroachment operates in the days of nuclear threats, Zbigniew Brzezinski, the former U.S. presidential national security advisor, best illustrates such cases. For instance, he has recommended that the U.S. and its allies deploy troops to Baltic states to deter Russia from staging a possible invasion of those countries. Once U.S. troops are in, the Russians cannot attack and are further encircled upon. Not much could be done when the terror of nuclear war hangs in the balance. Anecdotally, Brzezinski should have been known for staking territory first, or put your foot in the door first. Strategy under the nuclear umbrella, rather than financial and other forms of containment. Propelled by auto-expanding finance in search of markets and real assets to underwrite the huge volumes of paper dollars, the us-led capitalist class engages in imperialist practice. Such practice is particular to capital expansion since the beginning of the 20th century or the onset of the age of monopoly/finance. It involves the production of huge waste products, the wars, the pollution and devastation to man and the environment. To be sure, the waste, the militarism and the wars are themselves subarticulated domains of waste accumulation, industries in their own right and means to prop up a profit-driven system. However, in 2015, Russia entered Syria by invitation and had since tipped the balance of forces against the US and its allies. At the time of editing this work, it is also arresting the spread of European white supremacy by denazifying Ukraine. Meanwhile, on the economic expansion side, the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative has gathered steam, penetrated new corners, and antagonized imperialism where it counts, assisting the South in improving its productive capacity. The U.S. empire appears in retroversion. Account taken of the tightening NATO noose around Russia in Europe, its move in Syria cannot be said to be taken out of desperation. Russia operates under the structural impact of a growing Chinese clout. Meanwhile, the US has shifted into protectionist mode and declared economic war on China. As argued in Kadri, China's rise is inexorable. Short of an unthinkable US first strike upon China or, less severely, a tightening of control over strategic resource areas, there is little the US can do to delay the speed at which it will be economically unseated. For now, the litmus test of empire appears to be the ill-fated performance of the US in Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and Afghanistan amongst other failures in strategic resource areas. To hedge the domino effect, the US empire must reupholster the seats of its collaborative regimes, else it might come undone. 2. History omitted. Mainstream accounts neglect history as a continuum of real events carried forth by a social subject. They personalize it as storytelling in chronological time, and selectively so. History, however, is the objective and impersonal force, the concomitant of social forces that command space and time. With regard to the Arab and similar regions like Africa, history was an overbearing historical structure. Since the birth of the developing but modern state, there 76 were disproportionate imperialist forces assaulting its autonomy. The imperialism that has engaged the nascent state has also restructured its class formation. Not a single resource in those states escaped the war effort. Schools, hospitals, and industry have nearly all been lost in the whirlwind of the real/physical and ideological wars. Even during the onslaught of American-sponsored Islamist mercenaries during the current war in Syria, Israel declared publicly what many in the Middle East have suspected has been the real policy of the US and its allies, to see a continuing conflict in which the two Syrian sides wear each other down as a better outcome than the decisive victory of either. Israel here was the mouthpiece of history personalizing the interests of US-led imperialism. As a state, it is a byproduct of imperialism constructed around an ultranationalist group armed with nuclear weapons. Lest one forgets, imperialism is the violent facet of capital, which accumulates by destruction, the wasting of social nature, or by relative and absolute depopulation. By depopulation, I do not mean that the sturdy current of global population growth is turning negative, not yet at least. What I mean is that in relation to what the population growth rate should have been, it is undercut by an imperialism, which banishes the social support mechanisms required for the balanced reproduction of the population. To the value system of an imperialist class projected as indefinite progress, the advance of capitalism gauged against pre-capitalist conditions is said to more than offsets its associated loss of peoples and nature, the "it is worth it" argument. For US-led imperialism, wrecking a nation not fully submissive to its policies, wrecking and not just containing it, provides that supplementary dose of power that strengthens its hold over strategic areas and, by implication, its power far afield. Reflexively, the only rational policy for these targeted nations is to combine development with popular resistance. However, already existing policies of development are not much their own, they are not sovereign enough to own their policies. The disfiguration to the national class structure, its growing ties to external capital because of successive defeats in wars and the downfall of the internationalist socialist movement, transferred autonomy over policy to imperialism. The pressure was structural by the weight of received theory serving as capital's ideology and or derived from an unfavorable balance of forces. Once these weakened nations set traps for themselves by adopting imperialist-imposed market policies and sink into indigency, the next step is the war of competition for the remaining crumbs, armed and orchestrated by the US-European constellation. The cornered regional nations would gravitate into the putative industries of the region, the war and oil industries, bolstering imperialist accumulation at the global level. 77. The broadly held hypotheses are such that while the control of oil entails wars, whoever controls oil, especially in the Arab region, has the whole world on a very short leash. The other side of oil control is war making. In terms of output, the war's efficiency is the optimal rate of consumption of both living and dead labor per unit of additional value simultaneously produced and realized. War's output is literally the wasted human that is produced, sold, and consumed. It is easy to imagine war waste as marketed output realized for its use value, or because many rejoice as Western war machinery produces death for a price. Society auto-consumes by its consumption of war waste more so than it does in what is commonly known as consumer or civilian end-use commodities. Example: bombs are more waste than Coke cans, but the latter is waste to a degree. War also consumes/realizes military materiel and nature. It is itself pure waste and pivotal to the broader category of accumulation by waste. War is the predominant activity of the imperialist age, a stage in which exchange value overly vanquishes use value, such that, the category disuse value becomes of benefit to humanity and replaces what is truly of use value. Since war is production by destruction, the more war destroys, the more war produces. 3. War and historical surplus value. Workers' lives are inputs into the war industry. The number of dead bodies, the wasted lives and annihilated natural species, are the products of that industry. Just like other industries, war profits originate in surplus value. They stem from the value of the many hours of socially necessary labor condensed and consumed in a very short chronological time span. Moreover, as briefly discussed in Chapter 1, they issue from the relative reduction of the population or the depletion of the human resource over a socially regenerative life cycle. Because war financing is state-funded, the profits of war are the profits of finance/financial class. Allegorically, such is a match made in hell. Imperialism mobilizes the moneyed monopoly surpluses or the excessive tradable claims to existing wealth, altogether the pressures that fictitious capital and those of the vastly inflated asset value laid upon economic activity to turn debts into real assets. The excess moneyed profits and monopoly credit must be underwritten by imperialist debt to be secure over the long term. The state could be indebted to support the well-being of labor in health and schools, and, alternatively, it could be indebted for war effort, which creates demand. Capital prefers the latter because it undermines the share of labor from the social product. As war absorbs excess moneyed profits and turns it into sovereign debt, it requires further financing. 78. While its expansion of financial debts triggers fiat money growth and more financialization. For Lenin, the frequency of financial instrument issuance portends war. A social class is a subcomponent of history, and just like history it is a composite of social relations, real but abstract, historical, objective, and impersonal. For the imperialist class, war is a win-win situation. It is itself a market and an industry, more appropriately, a sphere of production. In addition to the usual trappings of an industry, it has the additional quality of transmuting some of its concrete labor into abstract labor without appearing that it does so through the deliberation of the markets for exchange. Concrete laborers turn their bodies into moneyed commodities. Incidentally, the money spoils of war can no longer re-engage the war dead. Such dent in the commodity money circuit, capital cannot rehire the dead. The transmutation of abstract labor back into concrete labor turns into a process of capitalizing the living from the proceeds of death. Logically, if war kills everyone, there would be none left to perform concrete labor. Nonetheless, war relatively depopulates to attenuate the tension between the underutilization of human resources and overproduction. In deaths attributed to war, war acutely shortens longevity to meet the requisites of social time, capital commanded time. It forces people to sacrifice much effort, including the sacrifice of one's own life, in very short period. Unlike the milder repression of the civilian end-use commodity attendant upon the labor process, the demands of the law of value for the type of socially necessary labor time required for the production of pure waste, are best delivered by war. Since the product of war is the wasted life, war relatively depopulates to the demands of its own profit-making process. Overproduction may be the absolute oversupply of commodities, but it need not be considered that all the time. Production is a social process that matures in commodities under the command of capital. It meets the demands of a market with a specified amount or purchasing power. A glut in the salient economic sense occurs when commodities are overproduced in relation to the class whose consumption has been saturated or ones that cannot afford what is being produced. The concept of overproduction extends the notion of economic glut because the anarchy of capital has an inbuilt kernel to permanently overproduce for all markets at the going price. As a social process, overproduction always takes place in relation to a respective market. Through the power of its sponsoring capital, overproduction forces underutilization or disengages resources, which could potentially dampen its expansion. Overproducing capital, which is all of capital by definition, also arrests the expansion of the developing world through labor-saving technology and product dumping, displacing national industry. Typically, capital must regiment the working class to the 79. Travail of the labor process or create the cheap and disciplined labor engaged in production. Cheap not only in relation to wages but also to all the health, education, and other costs of labor reproduction over society's life cycle. To reduce the wage bill and other labor costs, capital must reduce the average wage per laborer paid over her lifetime or the number of laborers. For capital, people living longer lives and receiving pensions, for instance, should be reduced. In addition to exploiting labor, war serves the end of shortening longevity. In the case of the war industry, value is not just the thing being produced, the dead body or wasted things, it is a relation of subject to object, the things workers produce and the workers themselves organized in classes or strata. Just as all other commodities, the value of war products has substance or is a unity of the thing being produced with the forms of organization and consciousness codetermining its production. This is a different substance from that of David Ricardo's labor as the substance of value. Ricardo's was only the material substance, the concrete/objectified labor in the commodity averaged out, as distinct from the dialectical category of social labor or mediated concrete labor or substance which is presupposed by a social subject. In parallel with the overarching dominance of the class struggle, workers reclaiming what they socially produced will depend on labor's solidarity and revolutionary consciousness. Workers' struggles against capital are reversals of the contradiction between use and exchange value at the heart of the value relationship. For workers to be successful, they must overcome their capital-reared subjectivity, or the subject whose consciousness is a byproduct of capital's ideological rule. Capital produces both the commodities and, through ideological means, the consciousness that furthers the expansion of commodity production. It collapses subject into object, and such reification renders man into a thing. Wresting what is social or of use to society from being privately appropriated in money form requires a deification of modes of thought. The process of dethingification demands not only a reformulation of the concepts with which workers perceive themselves and their material circumstances, but also a re-articulation of anti-systemic concepts deployed to transcend the conservatism of dominant ideology. Yet, the rate of surplus value wrought by militarism continues to be doubly significant. The war literally consumes the laborer, and through war's placement of nationality above working class solidarity, it divides working people. Profits rise in relation to rising surplus value. However, just as alluded to in the previous chapter, there is no identity between value and its moneyed value form. There is a concrete or dialectical unity in which the categories of essence and appearance manifest in their 80 state of becoming. Recalling, value to money form of value is a relationship of essence to appearance whose measure is price. At first, value's transformation into production prices requires movements of labor and capital to equalize the rate of profit, as well as consideration of the monopolization of technology, which are measures imposed by imperialist practice. What technology to pass to a developing country, or how many refugee boats should sink at sea, is what makes the higher technical composition of capital and the associated purchasing power of the North. It is not the things, the backward machine, using more intensive labor emitting more value vis-a-vis price, which impels value to fly to the greener pastures of the North. It is the imperialist assault that reconstitutes all the conditions for the formation of low wealth and low prices in the South for value to transfer north. Value transfer booms by the growing differential between prices of production and market prices, or the low costs of production of commodities in the South and the high prices they fetch in the North. The law of value, the regularity of practice of which reconstitutes the social conditions for most profit with least costs, midwifes the grounds of price appearance and profit formation. Inferring a specific moneyed form of value from value, or vice versa, is an estimate under uncertainty, which depends on the ideological bias in the conceptualization of value and its moneyed form. Through imperialist assault, the further the price of products accrued by the direct producer in the global South sinks below value, the lower become the costs to upkeep Southern society. With arithmetic certainty, as the necessary labor falls, the surplus labor and profit shares of the North rise. Yet, it is not imperialist assault or Europe's historical surplus value, which redistributes higher shares of income to the North, as argued by Western Marxism. It is rather advanced Northern technology. Better machines that produce higher-end commodities, which fetch higher sums of money, are said to be constituents of higher surplus value. However, the development of the productive forces is not the product of European civilizational advance per se. It is more decisively a product of colonialism, which has undermined the South as subject and hijacked its history. In other words, the development of the Northern machine has been necessitated by the development of the South. Framed in a waste accumulation context, the machines and their commodities are primarily determined by the prematurely extinguished lives of Southern subjects. In such waste/value social relation as sociological subject, it is the wasted lives whose destruction transfers value and, which are agents of history by their very demise. Labor deemed excessive was decommissioned to ensure the efficacy of market-engaged labor. The value forms of nationality labeled high-tech, say by the provenance of the better machine from Germany, has also contributed to northern racial superiority. The northern working class became part owner. 81. Of the northern machines and/or became alleged principal creators of surplus value merely because their productivity followed wages. Surplus value, however, is not productivity. The former is a social category, the activity of production as a form of value, while the latter is an economic or a quantifiable facet of the social category. Moreover, surplus value in its relative and absolute components, which are in actuality the indifferentiable historical content of the profit rate, lends itself to measurement by the unit of currency of the dominant power with the higher technology, and its inherent bias. A value relation exposes the way society structures its reproduction. Mentally distinguishing the value category from its money form allows us to examine the conditions of each separately. Value or wealth formation is a global process. It begins and ends in human reproduction under capitalism, from birthing people to dying people. In social reproduction, all labor is productive, including the labor of giving birth or the labor of the trenches. Although the prices or the money sums will be much lesser in the South, value more than appertains to the most short-changed working classes. The subject in value, the power labor exercises in the process of de-alienation, confronts capital's effort to efface labor from value completely. The mainstream's neglect of social class is a projection of labor effacement from the value relation. In value, all the working classes are alike or different by how strongly they concede to or oppose capital. The differing quantities or sums of money associated with the national productivity of a working class do not set it apart from other working classes. Being for or against capital does so, because it is class power that lays the grounds for the formation of the moneyed wealth. The subject class whose product is most alienated from it, or the subject associated with most value formation correlates with the least moneyed amount of moneyed wealth. Class power determines the differential shares of the global social wage. The decisive relations in capital's totality are a relation/contradiction of subject to subject or labor to capital come south to north, as well as another ontological relation of subject to object, labor to commodified nature. Interconnectedly, the first contradiction fathoms how the value relation and its law of value coordinate social reproduction, while the second contradiction defines man's relation to nature or the metabolic rate of social reproduction. A more powerful labor, the de-alienated subject, collapses use value into socially necessary labor time or value proper. 4. Brinksmanship without organized labor. Imperialism has already taken the planet past the brink. Regarding its impact on nature, recycling and sorting trash to avoid calamitous capital is a ludicrous. 82. Prank masquerading as science. Capital's profits rise by how much it commodifies and pollutes now and in the future. Accordingly, there is no escaping social planning, which brings to mind the dictum, we must organize man and nature. Yet not a single day goes by in which mainstream intelligentsia does not deprecate communism, heretofore the ultimate form of planning. Across Europe and in the US, the Western working classes are so comfortably numb such that they vote in droves for governments practicing imperialist war abroad. Levin broached this result by how tenacious American public was when it voted George W. Bush twice into office. However, that is a long-standing class position. The duality of the working class structure in the West is such that those who vote align with capital while a significant proportion does not vote, but still reproduces capital. The voting class and the bourgeoisies factually share the same opinion. The non-voting classes are beaten to a pulp to count for anything. While empirical studies show that U.S. public opinion bears little impact on public policy, a decomposition of such surveys, especially on the sources of social spending, finds implicit agreement between governing and governed that imperialism is a credible source of income. There are thousands of self-proclaimed Marxist professors, yet Western communist parties exhibit membership numbers in the hundreds. Such reveals the point to which revolutionary thought has been contained in the West. Such individualism exceeds Gramsci's note that struggle for the sake of struggle, brutish apoliticism, lacking the party spirit which is the fundamental component of state spirit, is one of the most critically important assertions to uphold. Individualism on the other hand is a brutish element, like the behavior of the inmates of a zoological garden. At this juncture, the multitude of individual professors have come to act in concert, as the vocal expression of liberal imperialism. When nothing is achieved without discipline and concrete strategy, Western Marxism regards organization in the abstract. Lenin pointed out that to consider organization only as pure abstraction, something that has no causal connection to real world, is to leave the proletariat needlessly defenseless and confused. The impotence of the peace movement as the US, Britain and France bomb or intoxicate the planet is testimony to capital's triumph. As to the imperialist wars in Syria, Iraq, Libya, and Yemen and others, these are often carried out by the alibi of the Hollywood-like evil leader. While use-led imperialism promotes and funds reactionary jihadists, empowers sectarianism, and incapacitates the state, it lays the foundation for continuous war. However, historical agency is neither that of an evil leader nor of the trans-historical psychological traits and inclinations of a clump of individuals. The abstract or isolated subject cannot exist. The individual. 83. Is a social relationship reflecting the many social relationships of the social order, of which only the relationships organized to produce a political impact by means of organized political action develops into relevant agency. The agency of the masses confronting imperialism faded with the disintegrating state, which is ordinarily the medium of political expression and practice. While most refugees originate from the Arab region, after years of the supposed war on terror, one estimate puts the number of dead at 4 million people. 3. The disaster and its ramifications are ex post facto proof that US-led imperialism in the Arab region pursues a clear policy of state decapitation and depopulation. While most countries in the Middle East are in ruin, it is possible that things could have been worse. Logically, so much power and wealth flows to Europe by the rate at which the Arab region declines. Typically, one cannot entertain counterfactual history as a process that has no predetermined outcomes because the likelihood of the other outcomes associated with the hypothetical state is not known. If we assume one thing to have changed in the past, we must be aware that at the time other related things will also change, which is impossible to guess. Additionally, it is redundant to speak of what would have happened when we know what has already happened. Likely reasons for the actual rate of devastation, as opposed to an abrupt and comprehensive collapse, would be either the absence of measures to deal with outright chaos, or hesitation due to opposing powers from around the world fearing the same fate. In mainstream politics, two messages clutter the airwaves. The first is the double-speak of international relations: the negotiations are ongoing, the threats, or the drivel that the EU cannot absorb more refugees, etc. This last point is peculiarly laughable because there was never a time in capitalist history in which there were no wars and refugee flows. Marx's catchphrase that there is nothing more abominable than to posit the great deportations as the future of humanity has already been borne out. As for the second message, it is history that whispers it. History is not the person of an abstract president commenting on various incidents and tossing the course of events one way or another. History is the totality of social relations of production, governed by the capital relation, to remake the capital relation. Unless one hallucinates that her vote changes the world, history is the real, alien, and an impalpable material force that runs social life, history or God. To paraphrase Mazaros, capital, the dominant relation of history, is not a material entity, let alone a rationally controllable mechanism, but an ultimately uncontrollable mode of social metabolic control. It escapes any meaningful degree of human control precisely because it has itself emerged in the course of history as a most powerful totalizing framework of control into which everything else, including human beings, must be fitted, and prove thereby their productive viability, or perish if they fail to do so. One cannot think of a more inexorably all-engulfing totalitarian system of control than the globally dominant capital system. One senses in this remark the weight of history, the primacy of ideology, its forms of social organization and institutions, which lock production relations in place relative to the advance of productive forces. To illustrate the constancy of production relations in the context of a political event, during the 2016 U.S. electoral campaign, the phrase "Trump is anti-establishment" became the refrain of the mainstream media. However, such a buzzword was not to last. Had the working class apprehended the deeper meaning of the concept of establishment, that is, the social and institutional apparatuses of class rule, the tremors of such an understanding and their aftershocks upon remolding consent and the reigning forms of consciousness could have been significant. To best illustrate objective and impersonal history, this mainstreamish notion of establishment is helpful because it snaps a still picture of capital's forms of social organization and its ideological frame of reference, the apparatuses of capital. Figuratively, the populace can vote Trump or the much more morally astute character of Bozo the Clown, yet history's manifestation in the empire's organizational structure of power, its so-called establishment, would still run things at the behest of the leading world financial class. A principal condition of production relations, the means of political control, remains firmly in the hands of capital. The history referred to in this work is history manifest in waste and its sub-industries of wars and measures of depopulation. This history is a surrogate of consummate capital, and its deliberate aim is to reduce by violent means the moneyed magnitude of value of natural and human inputs by reducing nations of the South to indigence. Not to forget that the exercise of immiseration is production and a form of value. Although this omnipotent history bears resemblance to Hegel's Weltgeist, that immutable and cosmic, impersonal and purely creative force with an evolving design, it is not the same as the history in question here. The history unfurling before us is one that abides by profit-making under conditions of overproduction, in contrast to the dialectic of spirit in time. It requires the underutilization or disengagement of resources, the cheapening of inputs and the setting aside or destruction of humans and nature. There is no reason it should assume an 85. Ascending trajectory, unless of course labor organizes with anti-systemic or anti-private property ideology. It is more in conjunction with Marx's history, the materially founded social relations, or the actuality recomposed as social activity perceived by thought as a concrete totality. In formulating the relationships pertaining to the totality, Marx takes into consideration nature, organic bodies, and objective social ideas. Hegel, on the other hand, and correspondingly so, considers an abstract totality located in the heavens, or a totality of forms of thought unrelated to their correspondingly changing substance in the real world. Idealism is not too different from monophysitism in the sense that reality conforms to the Holy Spirit or divine ideas. The chasm is indeed profound. For Hegel, forms are reasons for themselves. So pure being for Hegel makes its beginning as pure thought and immediacy itself, simple and indeterminate, and the first beginning cannot be mediated by anything or be further determined. Meanwhile, for Marx, no form, category, or abstract idea can be reason for itself. All that exists in thought and in the material world is interconnected and changing in relation to social activity, specifically, labor. Like Hegel's, however, Marxian categories are historically specific categories, with the added decisive layout of materialism, which according to Althusser is a complete departure from Hegelianism, although the logic remains contiguous. As the premise or first principles changes from idealism to materialism, the whole philosophic body changes too. Although both philosophies posit an uncertainty to history, Hegel's history will necessarily find its way to the ethical state. For Marxism, a forked path of development and/or reverse development is possible, thence, the either socialism or barbarism cliché. Uncertainty in idealist history arises from uneventful periods dulling spiritual development, which meanders back and forth by disruptions to the self-realization of species being and culminates in the transcendence of man into the ethical idea or some liberal democratic state. Hegel refers to prolonged peace as a state of regression in the development of the spirit, which is best abruptly be shaken by war, and which catheterizes the woes associated with lethargic stages. In Hegel, man self-realizes as she becomes the state. In typical idealist manner, this is an inexorable process of humanity working itself up to an ideal or the absolute, which is a causa sui concept. Hegel dubs it reason for itself because it's reason that brings it into being. In materialist history, man self-realizes into an exploitative labor process where the means of production monopolized by a certain section of society, confronting living labor as products and working conditions rendered independent of this very labor power, which are personified through this antithesis in capital. The things man produces acquire mystical qualities. 86. And rule mankind, not because these things do things, but because there are men who fall under the spell of these things and start being things themselves. Through these products of labor acquiring social forms designated by capital, the competition of free laborers for wages unfrees them and bids them against each other. Capital, the rather definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and lends this thing a specific social character, authorizes its things to become forms of capital and to reproduce the activities of labor. And although changes in consciousness are determined by changes in the material circumstances Marx, the ideality of the Marxian system rests on the mediation of theory into practice, otherwise, the state of praxis sown by revolutionary ideas and evidenced in revolutionary struggle. The following passage from Mao elucidates the point. If we have a correct theory but merely prate about it, pigeonhole it, and do not put it into practice, then that theory, however good, is of no significance. Knowledge begins with practice, and theoretical knowledge is acquired through practice and must then return to practice. The active function of knowledge manifests itself not only in the active leap from perceptual to rational knowledge, but, and this is more important, it must manifest itself in the leap from rational knowledge to revolutionary practice. The knowledge which grasps the laws of the world, must be redirected to the practice of changing the world, must be applied anew in the practice of production, in the practice of revolutionary class struggle and revolutionary national struggle, and in the practice of scientific experiment. Unlike Hegel, the perversion of revolutionary thought into a pro-imperialist ideology for Marx could end in dystopia. As of late, the ideal has become the form of capital underlain by the state of socialist defeatism. Counter-development has shifted the ideal from sane egalitarianism into a barbarism. Subject to the prevailing hegemony of capital countered by negligible anti-systemic organization, society seems light years away from Marxian classless society. However, the receding power of the US vis-a-vis China heralds the retreat of dominant ideology and its ways of thinking. To reword Marx, most of us may continue to be irrelevant historical agents or to make history as we do not desire, under imperialistically imposed and lopsided power structures, given and transmitted from the past, until necessity deems otherwise. Necessity in the practical sense, as will be discussed below, is the appreciation of China leading the counter-systemic forces. The illness of nature and the many war dead testify to undesired history. History, overdetermined by the Western structure, transmitted from the past. 87. By its grip over the reason and rationale for development, charts the state of becoming of particular developing nation. Facing the resultant vector of colonialism and imperialist class power, a developing nation-state is in command of itself to the degree it successfully engages in anti-imperialist struggle. Defined as such, an anti-imperialist developing nation is not a failed state, no matter the physical ruin, so long as it opposes us-led imperialism. The state as the institution that mediates the disparate interests of the proletarian class and global capital, as per Mazaros, stands or fails not by the loss of territory in anti-imperialist wars, but by its servility to imperialism. Since capital is imminently wasteful, forecasting events may just be an extrapolation of the bitter Arab and African histories onto future dates. To juxtapose such to the prediction of past events, the ethnic cleansing and occupation of Palestine in 1948 that ushered significant Arab defeats and loss of territory, a long Lebanese war punctuated by smaller ones, and many Iraqi wars, etc., is straightforward. And although Egypt has had its last war in 1973, it nevertheless was devastated by the neoliberal policies instituted after the Camp David peace accords. Egypt's case is a reminder of Lin Biao's remark that war brings destruction, sacrifice, but the destruction, sacrifice and suffering is much greater if no resistance is offered to imperialism as the people become willing slaves. Egypt's current rate of abjection and the malnutrition of its children could only bespeak of tragedy incurred in wartime-like conditions. As can be inferred, the losses to the expanding Zionist-imperialist alliance triggered the underdevelopment that followed. Since the second half of the 20th century, the number of refugees, war, and war-related deaths in the Arab and African regions is in the millions. Together, deaths related to war, expulsion from the land, and premature austerity-related mortality, or deaths occurring long before the historically determined life expectancy, are tantamount to depopulation. Note that this is not different from a whole history of systemic depopulation under capitalism, but the rising number of casualties and refugees connote a region experiencing systemic but gradual development. Unlike the mainstream's dichotomization of states into failed or successful states, what history wanted, history got. All are soberly reminded that the course of events in this region cannot escape the grip of imperialism and accumulation by militarism. Antecedently, militarism and its wars appear as waste in Marx's economic manuscripts. He refers to war as the direct equivalent of a nation throwing a part of its capital into the water. Militarism as waste comes out clearly with Engels in The Irrationality of Militarism in Anti-Düring. Militarism dominates and is swallowing Europe. But this militarism also bears within itself the seed of its own. 88. Destruction. Militarism also emerges as a preeminent means for the realization of the surplus in Lenin's early works. Waste arises first in production. The concept of waste as treated by Bauman rightly addresses and criticizes the irrational consumerism of the modern world. However, as mentioned in the introduction, it does not cover a process of production growing by its waste side and controlled by monopoly capital. Its selection of consumption as a socio-behavioral pattern removed from a primacy of production overlooks the laws of capitalist development, especially its law of value. In a planet controlled by abstract as opposed to concrete time, everything and everyone is waste to some degree. The natives of the American continent were nearly exterminated in the early years of the capitalist age, which was also consumption adjoined to production. Irrational consumption predated the liquid world of Bauman. History is rational only when tested against the elimination of private property, otherwise people incarnating capital as citroi are just the reason of dominant ideas. In such class rifts co-aligned with the practice of immiseration, the culprit is not only an abstract capital or the idea of capital, it is capital's power and the personified agents of capital. There are different levels of waste, and some are wasted more than others according to their class order or north/south divide. The structural divide between imperialists and the conquered masses is a consequence of the reign of capital rebolstering capital. A similar point can be made in regard to Anselm Japp's work, The Autophagic Society. Japp's concern is to combat the automatic subject of capital which inhabits everyone as the subjectivity of capital. However, the real development of this structured whole arises upon the law of value, a production side concern. When Japp attends to the production side, he does so as an abstract whole composed of analytical dichotomies, like productive and unproductive labor, otherwise one-sided categories emanating from sectioned economic activities. Once more, in social reproduction, society is altogether productive. Analytically, reality may be stretched or narrowed, some are said to be productive, and others are not. What is divisible in thought in an economic state, the productive-unproductive schism, is in actuality indivisible by its social side, or the side of social relations organizing production. Holistically, or insofar as what is given in immediacy, such dichotomy is illusory. It may be introduced to understand an argument, but only to be transcended by the ascent from the abstract to the concrete of the argument and, finally, to correspond to the phenomenon being addressed. One can analyze ad infinitum, but one must move closer to the actual process, which is society altogether produces to consume. That some are productive, while others are not by some criterion, down the line runs counter to the thesis that the wage is social. That is, it takes a whole society working together to produce and 89. Earn a wage share of total income. His separation of concrete categories such as productive and unproductive labor demonstrates a knack for formalism, which is fine but only to the point where the whole must be treated as independent while being at the same time a transmutation of its parts. Without this ascent to the abstract, the law of value, which reworks society into the productive entity that it is, disappears because its history has disappeared as a result of formalism. What also disappears with the workings of a law of value without history is the disproportionate equivalation of value for a specific moneyed form. Without transformative history, capital's charade of free and equal exchange is maintained to get the most out labor for the littlest prices. Rarely cited for his contribution, Thorstein Veblen has masterminded the sociology of waste. Arthur K. Davis has considered that wasteful consumption was just as essential to Veblen's work as emulation, leisure, recognition, and conspicuous consumption. Factually, these concepts are interrelated because to conspicuously consume in order to be recognized or gain status implies more wasteful consumption. Consumerism and the model of earning without effort, the emulation of the rich, the leisure, the recognition associated with conspicuous consumption are interrelated. However, this view remains a demand-side-led waste process. Waste consumption instigates more waste production, in contradistinction to waste production creating the wasting subject alongside the waste commodity. More to the point, for Veblen capitalism frustrates science and workmanship, and incites to waste, fraud, and artificial scarcity as the upshot of Veblen's analysis of the existing order. In another more remarkable passage, Davis explains how for Veblen the technological apparatus, by virtue of the obsolete and hence arbitrary institution of private property, is privately owned. And the owning business interests consistently restrict output to increase their profits. They can readily do so, whether the modern machine process, pictured by Veblen as an endless chain of specialized dovetailing links, is artificially broken up into wastefully competitive sections, or whether it is unified under monopolistic trusts. Thence, Veblen's definition of ownership as the legal right of sabotage, or equivalently, private property imminently wastes. 5. Militarism versus military spending. There is a marked absence of the law of value in demand/consumption side theories. The law of value does not equally devastate social subjects. Imperialism, the intense application of the law of value, affects high doses of violent repression in the South for the purpose of commercial exploitation. War, more so in the finance monopoly stage vis-a-vis. 90. Earlier capitalist stages, become systemically an end in itself. Capital accumulates by means of war and war is itself a sphere of production. It is so not only in the making of the weapons but more importantly in the financial spin-offs, the tech development and the foundational act of mowing down lives as an initial, intermediate and final stage of production. War incorporates the moments of cultural reproduction that rejuvenate the knack for more war as waste. Militarism as a domain of accumulation is not the same as military Keynesianism. The latter is the economistic version of military spending denoted in capital's price accounting, the supply and demand for military materiel and corresponding state spending. Aside from being a social realm of accumulation, militarism accounts for the impact of war on value outlays denoted by the consumption of lives. It comprises the social cost of labor's reproduction, the necessary labor allocated to society whose money form abides by the demands of the militaristic rate of surplus value. The variation occurs as living labor whose labor power serves as cheap input into the production of expensive dead laborers. Labor contributes super profits to capital when it engages the cultural industry of death, and specifically when it reproduces itself dead. With hegemonic militarism, a laborer is more valuable to capital dead than he is alive. To elucidate, militarism mimics the factory, in its social organizational structure, its industrial culture, the class system that reproduces it, the salaries of the professors and media pundits who promote it, all lumped together. As an investment area, militarism, unlike other investment areas that dip as time goes on, it always has the potential for growth. It is a peculiar province of accumulation capable of infinite expansion. It is the social, cultural, and financial spheres welded together, which balance the reproduction of the capitalist order through metabolising high rates of human and natural inputs. Militarism is an object of capital, while capital itself ultimately controls this automatic and rhythmic movement of militarist production through the legislature and a press whose function is to mold so-called public opinion. The imperialist state, unlike dependent states, creates sovereign debt/credit as it borrows in its own currency. The financial obligations it emits also oblige it to further expand by imperialist aggression to underwrite the fictitious part of its debts. Imperialist state debt is both the financial instrument afforded to its own financial class at low cost due to global signage and the harbinger of future imperialist wars, only harbinger. The casus belli is the balance of the class struggle that reenacts the condition for social reproduction through and by war. Under crises of overproduction, or as returns to capital decrease with lower rates of surplus value, the metabolic rate of value destruction and creation. 91. The furnace of value proper, entwines the war with the civilian economies in a waste partnership to redress falling rates of profits. Unlike the civilian end-use commodity industry, militarism expands because state funding of waste is the effective demand side continuously satisfied with the provision of dead people from an excessive population. Mazaros infers this growth by waste point as capital severs the correspondence between use and exchange value, or as the gap between what society produces and what it really needs widens. In radically disengaging itself from the structural constraints of use value as tied to human need and real consumption, and thereby the humanly meaningful measure of legitimate aims and objectives is repudiated as an intolerable fetter to development, the road is wide open to displace many of capital's inner contradictions. And this can go on for as long a historical period as the new outlets and modalities of realization remain free from the pressures of saturation on the one hand, and from serious difficulties in securing the necessary resources for the cancerously growing and ever more wasteful pattern of production on the other. This type of, by Marx unexpected, structural change in the capitalistic cycle of reproduction is accomplished through a radical shift from genuinely consumption-orientated production to destruction. However, the destruction of which Mazaros spoke only glosses over the destruction of human lives. The reason is not because it is too horrid a subject to explore. The notion of living labor consuming living labor as a value activity and form of value escapes his broader argument. Moreover, it is rather his mentioning of capital's civilizing mission that makes it cumbersome to reprioritize depopulation as the leading value/production activity into his argument. However, there is no sane civilization that value imparts. The commodification qua objectification of labor under capital's hegemony also re-establishes the moral grounds with which capital dispenses with the human resource. Formulaically, the rate of relative depopulation becomes positively related to capital's ideological hold. Depopulation as a value activity offsets the human resource underutilization by the outright elimination of humans. Although much is said that under the mature forms of capital culminating in mid-20th century fascism, race-based demographic policies forged the dining of minorities in pursuit of full employment for the superior race, the relative depopulation of the Third World has been afoot since the dawn of capitalism and for similar reasons. Unlike pre-capitalist days past when empires amassed tribute from expanding the population and investing in new irrigation techniques and 92. Infrastructure, the capitalist system devours laborers' lives whole as commodities. Prior to the current capitalist mode of production, when humans came to depend on the market, that is before people started to sell their labor for a wage to produce in excess of market absorption capacity, feudal empires would for vested interest avoid smashing the peasants, their irrigation systems and their low-tech tools. They needed them for tribute. Long periods of stagnation and stability took root, long dures as they have come to be known, because although political regimes may change, the economic base of society experienced few upheavals. The ancient conquering empire would soon repair the irrigation canals and restore stability. Pre-capitalist crises were crises of underproduction and underconsumption, primarily caused by nature. Chapter 6 deals with this historical issue. Capitalist crises, however, are about overproduction and historically/socially predetermined underconsumption. At the present juncture, grain and cereal overproduction is more than sufficient to meet demand, but hunger is nurtured by capital. Hunger is one of the tools by which imperialism regulates labor and responds to the requisites of the labor process. To subdue labor by hunger wastes labor and also shrinks the time and space into which revolutionary ideology may threaten capital. The politics of diminishing the grounds upon which revolutionary ideology may sprout assume priority over the economic concerns of capital. Capital's hold on power is the class reason of why value relations exist, hence, all the more reason why imperialism is primarily sociological. 6. The war event. Of the waste domain of accumulation, war is an event to which the same labor input, which serves both as living labor and output, is a condition that stands out. The involved working classes perish way before their due time. War and the broader militarism contribute to the regulation of the reproduction or de-reproduction of labor. And just as any other industry deals with its commodity in surplus, it calibrates the stock of labor power to the historically desired level. Some industries scrap commodities, while obviously the more acute militarism scraps human lives in shorter intervals. Crucially, and by undermining the autonomy of labor, war facilitates the expropriation of resources. That is, war cheapens the moneyed equivalent of labor power, the wage rate. War is both killing as an end in itself and killing as end to strengthen the warring party's position. There is always the issue of competition with other capitals, which curtails imperialist thirst for blood. All warring imperialists produce death for sale and would as capital proper benefit from an enlargement of wars. However, the issue of the expansion or diminution of the reserve army. 93. Of labor, the excess population to be wasted, is a matter that must cohere with the demands of the rate of capital accumulation. A corollary necessarily follows. As capital accumulates by the domain of militarism, it reduces humans to objects, that is, to their labor power or to simply their physical bodies. Naturally, it also desubjectifies labor or lets labor dwell in the subjectivity of capital. It renders a human being thing-like or slave-like. Desubjectivation here is the adoption of the subjectivity of capital pressed upon labor. Capital beats labor into submission before it reifies it. In its elemental state, capital is the reason of a commodity with many thingified adherents. In the organic relationship of living to dead labor, the accounts are straightforward. The more living labor is cut down vis-a-vis dead labor, there will be less value outlays on living labor and more surplus labor turning to constant capital to enhance productivity in order to meet average profits. Over time, people are paid less, while a remaining part of the surplus goes to enhance the capital stock, leaving less for profits. On account of lesser living labor, the rise of the value composition of capital dampens the rate of surplus value. In war, however, living labor transmutes into literal dead labor at high frequency. More living labor would be needed to produce itself as dead labor or the commodity on offer. The reswitching of labor for labor means that the numbers of fallen people engaged in war, or quickly consumed in the labor of the trenches, mitigates the dampening effect on the rate of surplus value resulting from the tendency of the organic composition of capital to rise. Rephrased, there has to be more labor hired, which is also raw material for itself as dead labor. Additionally, capital would require more of the deaths of war per given level of technology to eliminate laborers, the death product. Didactically, however, a human as social being is producer-consumer. She delivers as input her labor power while she produces commodities, and she participates in or commands/submits to the various stages of the realization of that commodity. She makes a commodity and may consume other commodities. War with its several social time-defined stages of realization is a slightly more complex production-consumption process. In one clear aspect of this process, a laborer makes the bomb, but the bomb consumes a laborer. Although consumption is entropic, the higher degree of auto-destruction in war demands a requalification of its high state of social entropy, or the socially unnecessary waste paid for overtime. Set against the crisis of overproduction, commodities exchanging on markets foreshadow resource allocation. They presuppose the operations of the law of value. These commodities lay down their rationale as fait accompli insofar as what to consume and produce. Plainly, they assume a fetish status. 94. In the commodity as it exists objectively, outside of us, the private, or exchange value, is set against the social, or use value, and these opposites repulse each other. We are in a world where the commodity we created is at war with itself to expand and resolve in the money form. It has to sell above the cost incurred by the private producer, or at a great cost to society. To fall back on Marx, in the formation of market prices based on the prices of production, there occurs the contradiction between the law of value and the general rate of profit. Value stands in a mutually exclusive relation with market price, since the final price contains profit, which is surplus labor added during production. Accordingly, the law of value comes in to reallocate resources in order to keep socially necessary labor time to a minimum and for prices of production to also cover costs and meet average profits. All the commodities we create roughly constitute our wealth. The owners of commodities adopt the roadmap of the commodity for self-expansion as their own and lay out the social conditions as well as the credit necessary to extend the market. The financial organizations issue credit selectively by activity and in correlation with the rising business cycle. They lend more in times of prosperity and favor firms whose inputs are cheap and outputs are dear. However, the social source of profit is not to be found in the lower prices of inputs, or the reduced costs of capital or the cost of labor relative to revenues. Such is an arithmetic operation, which corresponds only to the micro account of the firm, but not the social accounts of value-forming activities vis-a-vis market conditions. Production is a social dynamic. Profits arise via the social or political measures taken to reduce the autonomy of direct producers. These measures are also value-forming activities. The outlays on the labor input into every stage of production must be slashed relative to the total labor constituting the commodity. The decisions to do so are marionette through commodity fetishism. Commodities exchange for each other, supplanting the role of people. They set the conditions to be established for the minimum socially necessary labor time required for their own expansion. Commodities control things by the degree of their objectivity/alienation. If they fall outside of social control, their internal contradictions are freed to resolve the predicaments they face during expansion by the most egregious ways. In other words, the less the leverage labor has in class politics, the more the order created by the commodity forces people to live by its rules. History, seen as the series of social events earmarking social reproduction, becomes the manifestation of the encoded but powerful value relation. Society's forms of organization and reigning ideas reconform to the demands of the commodity's unbridled drive for self-expansion. To be sure, the violence attendant upon the repulsion between use and exchange value is the roadmap for the permanent war. 95. While expansion by war abides by the diktat of the expanding commodity, such correspondence is not a one-to-one rapport in chronological time. It is also not about economic performance correlating with its lagged performance to influence future events. The process of expansion builds by the intensity of the capital-labor contradiction and how it settles. Whichever subject is in control, capital, or labor, that subject will redesign the time as well as the space available to society. Under monopoly finance capital, a different class context, a more concentrated form of capital to which war becomes the primary means to unwind the tension between the development of productive forces and the relations of production, surfaces. The tension in concrete form is between the accumulation of capital on the one side, and the division of colonies, neo-colonies, and spheres of influence for finance capital on the other. The higher rates of financialization and frequency of exchange also encumber social development at higher rates. The social repression required to crush labor rises in scope and scale, precipitating severe social crises. Aggression against the developing world picks up speed to bolster profits. Unlike any other time under capitalism, the imperialist age entails more of the violence to support capital's way of social reproduction. In terms of militarism and its wars under the monopoly finance historical stage, there are two principal dynamics to consider. First, militarism absorbs and redeploys money surpluses. The thesis originated in Lenin's work on imperialism and later developed by Kalecki. As discussed in Kadri, the point was further elaborated by Baron and Sweezy and Mondale among others. Secondly, and via immediate or protracted depopulation, militarism and its wars modulate the reproduction of labor. The rate of population growth under capitalism is lower than what the historically determined level would be for social reasons. The mainstream regards the premature deaths of the many in faraway places, areas inhabited by cheap labor, as a mere humanitarian nuisance, in contrast to being the predicate of capital's social dynamic. Eurocentric Marxism perniciously falls back onto some positive correlation of price with value to argue the whites are rich by their own effort. Cheap things or people are of cheap value and therefore unimportant to the restructuring of the social system. The impact of violent depopulation or severe austerity measures reducing life expectancies upon revolutionary consciousness is circumstance-specific and difficult to assess. In tangible terms, depopulation influences value outlays on labor, as well as the rate at which the stock of labor power, or the potential of the unwaged labor available to society, fluctuates. Kalecki pointed out that governments prefer to invest in the military because, unlike other social spending, like health and education, which crowds out the private sector, militarism invests in the private sector. Since the time Kalecki wrote, the interest-bearing capital, including its fictitious component. 96. The financial assets to which there is no corresponding real value, have risen faster than any previous time in history and well beyond the demands of the real economy for moneyed assets. From where Kalecki stood, he could not have envisaged the skyrocketing dollar debt of U.S. empire to which much of the present and the future stock of humanity's labor should be held as collateral. The de facto ownership of conquered or collapsing states by us-led imperialism, the control of strategic resource flows, the regulation of the stock of labor available for production and/or the pillage/commodification of what remains of nature are altogether the counter-value of U.S. debts, or equally, future dollar issuance guarantees. Since the onset of hyperfinancialization, the costs of pollution and social ills have filtrated into future prices that impute in the current social costs of production as risk premiums and options to be traded. For since Kalecki, the real wealth with its bigger underside of waste have grown and are realized in the market of today for a price. Illustratively, with more efficient but cheaper cars, emitting more altogether because their numbers grow, and much more social misery, each waste element is lain above an exploitation activity, which increasingly consumes humans. Rising US dollar supplies and profit rates as of the second half of the 20th century overstretched moneyed capital relative to existing real assets and surpluses. Projecting Lenin's benchmark, the rate of issuance of imperialist state debt adumbrates war, implies that the contingencies of future wars are oscillating at a faster pace, only to be tempered by the nuclear deterrent. War consumes labor as material substance by consuming the laborer. It literally alienates the life of labor from labor. Relatedly, through the Warenjenst power position of imperialism, the dominant ideas, which instill defeatism in labor, gain ground. Such vortex of ideological dominance falsifies all that is real. It does so by perverting the modes of abstraction by which knowledge is acquired and classified. On the doctrinaire side of things, it rewrites history in ways to beautify the existing order. Revolutionaries and peoples massacred by empire become, through the selective facts of logical positivism, or other analytical variants thereof, icons of the very same system that wasted them. During the lifetime of great revolutionaries, the oppressing classes constantly hounded them, received their theories with the most savage malice, the most furious hatred, and the most unscrupulous campaigns of lies and slander. After their death, attempts are made to convert them into harmless icons, to canonize them, so to say, and to hallow their names to a certain extent for the consolation of the oppressed classes and with the object of duping the latter, while at the same time robbing the revolutionary theory of its substance, blunting its revolutionary edge and vulgarizing it. Today, the bourgeoisie and the opportunists within the labor movement concur in this doctoring of Marxism. As victims of imperialism become its heroes to further its objectives, the concrete condition of reproducing labor to be realized as commodified dead labor in shorter time spans will still lurk in the background. The maelstrom of living labor consuming living labor, or the conscripted soldier devouring the life of his victim, become the militarism as a domain of accumulation that fires up surplus value. Imperialist war produces dead people whose associated surplus labor adds to dead labor. It expands finance or the monetary space into which value as a social relationship incubates. It also raises the scale of commodification, which increases the scope of objects that capital can trade with. War then becomes a domain of production as well as the mediation of production crises. 7. On imperialism and essence. In a world of underutilized resources, the class at the helm of imperialism does not comparatively gain much from a subdued but intact developing nation. In terms of finance, the wars may cost trillions, which in turn become the credit of the financial sector. Trade with states like Sudan, Syria, or Yemen whose dollar GDPs are negligible is scarcely in the billions. In more foundational terms, that is, in value terms, the wars create surplus value and recreate the conditions for the future expansion of value or, rather, the social grounds for profit-making. Surplus value is a consummate moment of the law of value. The law of value or, a subcategory thereof, the law of absolute surplus value reworks development processes to meet. 98. Rising profit rates. Naturally, imperialist wars massively adjust social conditions and are the leading practice of the law of value. Chiefly through wars, the law of value is the essence of imperialism guiding its development. At a further remove, essence is not the essentialism prevalent in critiquing mainstream discussions of identity politics, the sort of broad-brush approach to history in which primordial identities such as the constructs of Sunni Shia or the Serb-Croat are locked in a hate relationship transmitted from the distant past. Such history serves as cover for imperialist aggression. Time, however, is dynamic. An essence as used here is the dialectical category referring to the social laws that constitute the value relationship. In other words, those relations specifically between labor and capital that satisfy what it takes to establish social production. Production exists in and through the value relationships, principally, those of circulation, exchange, production, and consumption taken together as the social production totality, and subject to the law of value under capitalism. The practice of imperialism given in phenomenon as appearance is rooted in the value relationship whose essence nests in its various moments, its abstract, use, and exchange values, reconfigured by moneyed mediation and modern finance to ultimately reactualize by the aggression of imperialism. The contradictions at the heart of the commodity itself break out of their abstract state into their concrete state unfolding as the practice of imperialism. The essence of value is what distinguishes capital's social product from previous forms of non-capitalist social products. At no time before the onset of capitalism was the market-mediated product of labor determined by the scope of product alienation from the direct producer. With capitalism, the majority of the population must be dispossessed of its tools and means of production. Prior to capitalism, Markets represented a particular circumstance as opposed to a general phenomenon. The performance of capitalist markets influences much of social life. In terms of dynamics, the value objectified in the commodity and its use value repulse each other represents an abstract or one-sided moment of essence. Notice the abstraction here is real as opposed to metaphysical. The worker is truly deprived of her product, which is an observable condition. Similarly, exchange value resolves the immanent contradiction between value and use value, which is an ascent into the abstract or the abstract labor stage. The laws constituting essence guide the ascent from abstract to concrete states. Analogously, militarism intensifies the contradiction between the labor of society, value proper, and the social ends that commodities serve, use value. Through wars, it lays the foundation for minimal necessary labor that eases the realization of commodities at above average cost. It particularly facilitates the sale and consumption of waste commodities, including part of the supposedly excess labor and its labor power. Labor power, the commodity, is the initial building block of 99. All commodities. To realize the commodity labor power, militarism and its war industry must destroy the laborer subjected to the militaristic wage system. Capital, pressured by its intrinsic contradiction, wars to further transform surplus labor realized in moneyed profits into capital. Capital's contradictions and their associated mediations are cotermined. They may be put across as sequential and teleological for the purpose of elucidation. However, there is neither a first nor a second stage to its development. It is overdetermined. There are also no monisms or dualisms of opposites in dialectics, the sort of one-sided truths, fragments which await their integration in a third. Croce is not alone in calling for the abandonment of the triad, or the commonplace idiom of thesis, antithesis and synthesis, in favor of a system evolving by auto-differentiation. It is not a case of capital opposing labor and existing apart from one another. Capital is the product and the negation of labor at once. Social production is the totality of social production relations vertically ordered as contradictions resolved in auto-negation. The making of a commodity involves no stages of production processes consecutively ordered. For instance, a war for raw material in the future could determine the output of the car industry in the present, or conditions of production in the present may incite a war in the future. Even the commodity's consummation in consumption is not its final realization stage. The energy and pollutants it releases lead to unpredictable but market-mediated outcomes. Obviously, these could poison nature and tax man. Conceptually, various stages of social production can be compounded into a single process and are said to be cotermined and overdetermined. Unlike the stagism of chronological time, or the partial story of the factory owner who arranges everything, from A to Z, to produce commodities, the historical context in which he produces is what informs production, and it is circularly and interminably causal. Production, whether it involves civilian or military cycles, is a time-asymmetric predicate of its own component stages and inputs. Production occurs in social or abstract time, or the time in which its reconstitutive events crystallize at the behest of capital. The production and the exchange of commodities are concurrently the projection of the contradiction within a commodity, a macro-refraction of which is the north-south divide. The greater the divide at the heart of the commodity, the greater becomes the divide between north and south, as well as the efficacy of the law of value incarnate in imperialist practice. It may be as well to note that Marx begins his analysis with the objective commodity as a reified labor replete with contradictions. The subordination of use to exchange value is logically the subordination of the planet to war or pure waste. The intensity of waste accelerates with commodification. Conversely, the expansion of waste culminates in the retreat of sane civilian end-use commodities, sane as in commodities that do not overly consume social. 100. Nature. The value outlays that cover the production of waste circularly ration the resources available to the working class. Society has less to consume and what is consumed is polluted. That imperialist war mobilizes surpluses and strengthens control over resources is a thesis central to debates on militarism. Militarism amounts to the central moment in the production process over which all other stages of production pile up. It establishes the brute and ideological power of capital and, as such, it is basal to all production domains and relations. Imperialism is to militarism the genus class. Moreover, imperialist war as a value-forming activity, a form of value and a sphere of production is unmentioned in mainstream debates. War is rarely considered as the law of value in practice. Often the second contradiction of capitalism, competition between capitals, occupies central stage because its investigation imparts information useful to imperialist centers. However, the origin of profits is in the primary contradiction. It is to be sure the degree to which use value retreats before exchange value. Such growing gap implies that the profit rate rises, albeit, conditionally upon demand becoming increasingly reconstituted by demand for waste products. When use value turns into its opposite disuse value, or as waste is consumed, capital realizes what it produces. The value contradiction settles into a state of surplus value by socializing qua expropriating the private laborer of the means of sustaining life as well as life. To expropriate years of life from the longevity of the laborer amounts to an optimal form of exploitation. Intercompeting capitals war against each other over shares of the booty, while the internal impulses of militarism invoke war all on their own. By the latter point I mean that the inertia of the fetishes of gun commodities urges the imperialist to war against others. The gun, symbolic of coercion, and as an objective commodity/fetish is in control of the state, and it only ceases to be so when the state becomes socialist. Aside from the war of capital against labor, intercompeting capitalist wars are value activities that further socialize labor and regiment the labor process. These nations race each other to deepen repression and with that the rate of exploitation. Various capitals compete to control production at source. They disagree over shares and / or whether the competing capitalist state is not doing enough to immiserate its own labor. They also compete to further impoverish imperialist nations just as particular capitalist does for the single laborer. However, imperialism expropriates not the single laborer but the whole of the developing nation. In an organically interrelated social realm, the first and second contradictions of capital join forces in a symbiosis to further exploitative relationships. The retail efforts of the capital-labor contradiction are 101. Reinforced by the wholesale impact of imperialist wars, which broaden the scope for imperialist enslavement of whole nations. For instance, to bomb Chad is to ensure that Chadian resources and labor will flee to Europe or be available at slave-like low prices for a long time. Imperialism is intense capital or its state of becoming in encroachment wars. As capital in its imperialist stage intensifies the production of waste, the resistance of developing masses in anti-imperialist struggles cease to be territorial wars. Their struggles will not only be wars for the liberation of territory or over territory, they become class wars meant for the liberation of men before territory. Freeing national territory is instrumental only insofar as it repels an imperialism remaking itself by waste. The national liberation struggle becomes a last-ditch fight to defend the very physical and spiritual existence of peoples of developing nations. Militarism as a domain of accumulation accomplishes itself by some measure of extermination. Marx could have replaced accumulate in accumulate, that is Moses and the prophets, with exterminate and said instead exterminate, that is Moses and the prophets. Imperialism's law of value imposes severe resource underutilization to maintain monopolistically created scarcity and, in parallel, premature human extermination. It either dismantles labor's platforms or social forms rearing revolutionary labor and its political expression, like anti-imperialist states and unions, or it casts away a certain stock of labor. Unlike previous modes of production, socially exercised depopulation is systemic to capitalism. Depopulation, or the downward pressure exercised on the demographic growth rates, is no longer about providing a sufficient stock of labor power for the commodity to auto-expand. The case is no more about pre-capitalistic shortages of labor. Capital's contradiction with population growth arises from the restlessness of the too many unemployed and/or the so many poor people to be fed. It's thinning down the vast supplies of labor, and the measures of relative depopulation are domains of accumulation. Recalling, the products of war are the wasted lives peddled as commodities. Humanity's product alienation from such commodities, the dead people qua commodities, is the life of man alienated from man, and, therefore, it is doubly problematic. First, there is a part of society, a capital class, which trades in the death of man. Such is a definitive estrangement from the human self. As the other dies, the product alienation is complete. There will not be a laborer expecting a wage to reproduce in the future, because reproduction ends with her death. As to the laborer remaining alive, she also self-alienates by the very fact that she is a social being whose well-being degrades by the rise of a culture of death. To complicate matters, the wages that reproduce the person remaining alive include part of the returns. 102. Accruing from the sale of the other person's life as a war dead. Putting the argument in terms of imperialist versus imperialist nations, it is the aristocratic nation classes which must develop some ghastly ideology to justify cannibalizing the lower classes. For instance, they must ascribe the reasons for warring against the developing world to tribalism in Africa, Islamic fanaticism, or atavistic slavism, but never to the fact that their riches are based on an accumulation process that requires a culture of mass murder. Secondly, as society takes its orders from value to produce more of the war commodity, that is, the exchange of the war dead for an actual or a potential price, such social reproduction by the consumption of war and its war dead further estranges warring activities from social control. The market for the practice of imperialist aggression gains in autonomy. More chauvinist ideological strands must flourish to allocate more social resources for war. An example of such war market chauvinism is the segregation that flourishes with any form of settler colonialism. For instance, Zionism was labeled as a form of racism by General Assembly Resolution 3379 because it does not recognize the humanity of the Arab. Being unrecognized as human makes it futile for the vanquished Arabs to negotiate their fate with Israel. Moreover, as Arab masses self-disarm, the Zionist state will reproduce itself via the accelerated elimination of what it considers as the non-human Arab. The imperialist class in command mutes debates of constant war. Unlike the much talked about environmental catastrophe, the war is attributed to the phantoms of ancient cultures or a socio-psychological obsession with death coming alive in the present. To the strata allied with imperialism, protecting the environment is a wholesome affair, whereas the massacres abroad or the grind of severe austerity are either trivial or unrelated to central capital accumulation. Capital is fathomed as mostly a nourishing relation whose minor transgressions could be fixed with reforms. That argument is faulty because in the state of things before us, capital's avarice for cheap resources has already overconsumed both environment and man. Equally important, growth levels and residually profits levels arising upon inequality conjoined with waste production continuously rise. In a fully integrated production circuit, whether by Pax Americana and its austerity or Bellum Americanum and its war, the crushing of longevity in the developing world is of necessity to accumulation. Meanwhile, the dichotomy man-nature persists for class reasons. Although the accumulation of wealth by colonial wars and wars of encroachment was decisive to the initial rise of capitalism, and later to its continued resilience, the deaths of an estimated 900 million people in European colonial and imperialist wars since 1500 are attributed to a cross between manifest destiny and unintended consequences. Since capital consumes man and nature means that both of these inputs are objects of the same. 103. Law of value. We cannot arrest the consumption of one, without arresting the consumption of the other. Moreover, nature is property, commodified and traded, while it is man who makes the value of commodities and, also assigns value in symbolic form to commodities. Under capital, social nature is all there is to nature, while labor is innately the social in social nature. With that interconnectedness, nature cannot be saved without saving man. The environment cannot be salvaged by Western environmentalists, which posit that imperialist wars abroad are unrelated to their environmental struggles, or worse yet, that the rise of the South will precipitate Western collapse in a negative-sum game. Lawson astutely notes that whereas the liberation of the South would broaden the scope of class struggles inside the dominant countries and create increasingly favorable conditions for the proletarians of all countries, such ideas are based on the myth of apocalyptic economism. While wars cheapen the inputs derived from social nature, they also strengthen capital's real and ideological hold, and categorize the state as the instrument of capital. Wars expedite social nature's auto-consumption over and above sound replenishment rates. Although the economic drivers of war may be highlighted, for much of received theory, war remains just a trans-historical predisposition of empires associated with man's inherent greed and fallibility. 8 Markets past and present. To repostulate, the Third World has been cheapened in money terms. It has been beaten into cheapness and it does not count for much in the dollar-denominated economic circuit. The often aired news item that most of humanity accounts for an insignificant share of world income, and most are plagued with cultural or territorial conflicts, reconfirms by the demonstration effect the putative insignificance of the developing world. However, such rift also reconfirms the international class divide, not only that between capital and international labor but also between the capital-partnered sections of working classes in aristocratic nations and the rest. The supposedly immutable international class divide, associated with inferior cultures or races, has become an advertisement for more of the imperialist wars intended to protect the northern, especially the American, ways of life. Of course, the imperialist center does not use the expression inferior cultures or race per se. It, in fact, never ceases to remind us of its humanitarianism and that third world people when given the opportunity are equal or as intelligent as white people. Imperialist wars, however, botch opportunities and impose scarcities. By Fanon's reverse social psychology reinterpreted here in the spirit of the above text, in the equality of races proclamation, while the system diffuses the sham of scarcity, there is 104. So little to go around for everyone, the notion of equality with brown people becomes a threat to northern classes. Contrary to its anti-racist intonation, white-sponsored equality incites the wasting of southern masses. What is peculiarly awry in the calculation of war loss are human losses, which unlike the capital stock, humans are treated as bountiful and cheap. By capital's accounts there are far more workers relative to spare capacity, possibly like oxygen in the air. Moreover, the profits wrought by cost-cutting measures and mechanization restructure production in ways that engender redundancy. However, it is labor as subject in the value relationship, which reconstructs the historical conditions, including the scientific progress necessary for Western machine making. As Southern labor loses its battles for autonomy, it also fails to oppose the deindustrialization of its own social formation. The flip side of the incapacitation of the South is the capital concentration in the North. The subject relation of the machines in the North, the relation by which Europe industrializes, is the systemic debilitation of the South. The process is represented in the premature dead laborers of the South. Prior to capitalism, empires traded in low-output technology. Under capitalism, what technology imparts, and the increasing returns of technical progress are skewed and twice alienated from social control. First, technology is privately owned, and secondly, the production of technology is socially funded to support private ends and specifically military R&D, material and technology. Under capitalism also, nearly everyone must sell their labor on the market for a wage. A market was called a market in pre-capitalist ages, and it is called a market now. However, the current market is of different content. As time and social relations change, the underlying conditions for production and exchange also change. Changes in market form and content are not deviations from immutable forms. They are historically specific. Prior to capitalism, the performance of puny markets for long-distance trade in luxury goods did not influence unemployment and famines on a large scale, as increasingly does the market in modern times. The modern market has all sorts of objective godlike signals to move it. Questions of how markets calibrate their growth, their commodification of life, to questions related to the social and natural adversities they have caused and alternative plans, these ought to be central to scientific investigation. However, the essentialism of the mainstream, the idea that markets always existed irrespective of the content they assumed, is a trans-historical fallacy. True, questions of degree matter to science, however, when things grow, they become something different in quality. While information and exchange are common to all markets across history, at no other time in history was the overly produced product of man, the commodity, socially in control of society. Nothing stays the same across history, including the logical signs with which 105. Science formalises phenomenon. Supply and demand may be symbolized by S and D, yet, these are the historical activities of production and consumption. Before capitalism, the surplus product was directly snatched from the direct producer. Under capitalism, the market denotes the surplus product in money form, deliberates upon it, and assigns it to capital by the chimera of free trading agents. Symbolically, the notion that supply equals demand cannot apply to the pre-capitalist age or the age of consistently low production relative to demand. It also cannot belong to the capitalist age of supply exceeding demand. The identity of supply and demand, as a tool of neoclassical economics, falsifies the reality of modern capitalism because as value equates to price, what is produced is consumed, and there would be zero additional value produced. The observable capitalist phenomenon, however, tells us that society systemically underconsumes in relation to what is being overproduced, while the rate of underconsumption undergirds the rate of surplus value. Through capital's surplus labor, which as it transmutes into capital's form, the social conditions for underconsumption are continuously recreated. Similarly to the qualitatively shifting meaning of the concept market, the word war itself has a different content and determination across time. Empires will still seek tribute and imperial rents, but one must look further into the changing reasons of encroachment wars under capitalism. History is not a process of the idea, a rational reality, it is a system of forces as per Croce. And to reread Croce, these are forces shaped by ideas refashioned by material circumstances, such as the rule of the commodity, the financialized market, and overall the way people engage in production to reproduce themselves. History is not a uniform landscape in which a formal concept explains all stages. All that exists is not a mutation of that a priori concept. Historically specific circumstances require specific explanations. Regarding anterior imperialism, Lenin emphasized that colonial policy and imperialism existed before the latest stage of capitalism, and even before capitalism, but general disquisitions on imperialism, which ignore, or put into the background, the fundamental difference between socio-economic formations, inevitably turn into the most vapid banality or bragging, like the comparison. And he adds, even the capitalist colonial policy of previous stages of capitalism is essentially different from the colonial policy of finance capital. Finance associates with a higher velocity of exchange. The pressure it imposes upon the real economy takes blind accumulation to a higher structural level. The combination of higher turnover in production alongside the greater objectivity of the commodity further reify the instruments of finance whose expansion is the inevitability of war. Capital, rotten to the core, is the totalising dominating economic power of bourgeois society. Its core activity, the privatization of all that 106 is social, must be established as the starting point as well as the finishing point of analysis. Under capitalism, humans are born of capital, not only to be its alienated laborers but also to systematically have their lives shortened before their due time. In the era of monopoly finance capital, however, the potential for war rises as the principal contradiction of capital with labor further lodges in the North/South divide. Imperialist countries enslave developing countries by stripping them of their sovereignty. The shift in the imperialist class structure from a class-to-class exploitation into its other concrete form, the colonial and financial enslavement of the vast majority of the world's population by an insignificant minority of the richest advanced capitalist countries, is a change in the social type of the leading bourgeois discerned from capital's novel forms of commercial exploitation. To establish a break in the character of the imperialist class resulting from a degree of change in the mode of production, to rethink an end to imperialism's Leninist content, one must prove that the imperialist class, which reproduces by militarism, has been drawn to a close. Every other symptom of the imperialist order can change by a matter of degree: its financialization, capital flows, concentration of power and assets, etc. However, the one point that may vindicate a theoretical departure from the old definitions of imperialism is the essence of the imperialist class. Did such a class change from the days of the First Great War or the Second Great War, when the bourgeoisie of each of the imperialist states, hurling themselves pell-mell against their enemies and against the walls of the world, making use of a war to divide up the world anew in order to escape from the economic and political crisis, go on to create an even greater economic and political crisis, or has modern us-led imperialism acquired a different content? It is in the unity of logical with historical discerned from the practice of the law of value that the answer may be found, and which will be addressed partly below, but more fully in the concluding chapter. 9. The military landscape and China. Us-led imperialism intercedes at every moment of history. The reasons of the recent imperialism and its imperialist wars, such as the ones ripping apart vast swathes of the developing world, have more or less stayed put. The U.S. has extensive military presence worldwide. It recently rearranged alliances to stunt China's development. These are rearrangements of tactical moves to meet its strategic objective, which is the subjugation of China. In many areas of industrial development, China overtakes or is about to overtake the U.S. It will likely unseat the U.S. in terms of nominal economic 107 size within a decade. In purchasing power parity income, it already does. While China quietly strengthens in the background, the US objectives are both the continuation of debilitating wars inflicted upon Chinese trading partners or the blockage of its trade routes. Incidentally, China's rise breaks the rule by which capital uses the wage system to keep the developing world underpaid while moving imperial rents to buttress the wages of the central classes. In order to free its productive forces, China had freed the value relation, albeit at a cost to its people and environment. In hindsight, these attritive costs established better national defense capacity through positive linkages with Western technology. Given the inevitability of the imperialist threat, the costs of freeing Vla are less expensive than what China would have to endure had it not been armed with better technology. The hypothesis held above is such that the only certainty under imperialism is its constant slaughter. In the meantime, in its efforts to contain China, US-led imperialism is supported by an army of Western Marxist intellectuals. 5. It is true that China has invested in sub-Saharan Africa and has exported/imported capital therefrom. However, does such trade-cum investment qualify it as imperialist? Not so is the answer. China is hard at work dumping its US dollar assets. US dollars denominated trade surpluses are just as much a burden to developing formations as debts to US empire. The US is an empire whose wealth grows by its indebtedness. Since most global transactions are required to be in the dollar, value transfers in money form seeking safer assets, convert developing nations' wealth into dollars and ship it to the US. Apart from the US, no other nation has more risk-free financial assets, which act as conveyor belts of value exacting tribute from the rest of the world. When financial rents flow from this or that nation, it does not mean that these dealings with the dollar would characterize these social entities as imperialists. By such nonsensical standard, a mother receiving remittances from her daughter might turn out to be imperialist. The US-led capital is not imperialist only because of the quantities of imperialist rents it draws from the rest. It is primarily imperialist because it is capable as subject to violently subdue those who do not submit to its tribute policies. To posit that everything is everything proves nothing. Theory is about a hypothesis to be proven. In the odd case of the US, all holders of dollars owe the US dollars wealth they hold to the US. Such is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of fact. The long list of sanctions and the confiscations exercised by the U.S. Treasury may suffice as proof. 6. That is a characteristic peculiar to the class power of the imperialist class exemplified in the structure of the U.S. and its allies. This, in addition to the rents on dollar signage, point to the US-led constellation as the sole imperialist formation. In reference to labeling China imperialist, Roberts argues that China does not invest abroad through its state companies because of excess capital or even because the rate of profit in state and capitalist enterprises has been falling. He aptly criticized such an approach for lending the lie to the common idea among some Marxist economists that China's export of capital is similar to the export of capital by imperialist nations. For many, imperialist investment abroad, including the militarism and the foreign aid, absorb the surplus capital piled at the center. However, aside from not visiting any wars on other nations, China's aid to developing nations buttresses their capacity and national security, which is anathema to imperialism. Not that there are physical limits prohibiting China from turning its moneyed surpluses into physical infrastructure, quite to the contrary, China's potential for growth from internal investment or via an internal flying geese paradigm, modernizing its hinterland, may absorb its surplus. Yet, its actual capabilities suffice to satisfy its demands for capital goods as well as others. Roberts, however, raises concerns over the law of value operating in China, with billionaires at the top undermining the commanding heights approach of the Communist Party. However, the class subject in value and its law is an anti-imperialist China, which begs the question of how a country like China, whose expansion negates imperialism, would suddenly turn around and become imperialist. In the ideological sphere, this speculative stance resonates favorably with the imperialist trajectories. The other issue with Roberts' position says of China that some undemocratic guys on top might network to abort socialist progress. The case may be that such remark is reminiscent of Engels' critique of German social democracy on capitalism operating under socialism, or there cannot be capitalism without capitalists, which causes a political swerve to the right. It is a point that Ammon raises about the failure of the Soviet Union to reform leftwise after Stalin. Ammon thought that after Stalin the influential Novosibirsk Soviet school adopted a hollow understanding of Walrasian economics, or the notion that perfect competition with Tatanement leads to fragmentation of property, with the state naturally becoming the only source of power and funds for economic expansion. Not that the system's imperfections are the class materialist circumstances, which surface in the unstoppable global waste. The notion that every worker is also an entrepreneur without class participating freely in the economy runs counter to the fact that many in the top party ranks in the Soviet Union ended up owning what was privatized. What evolved in the Soviet Union was a revolution from above, with those capable of seizing the economic opportunity under private capitalism turning the system altogether into the capitalist fiasco it has become. As discussed in Kadri, the same turn to the right in the Soviet Union does not appertain to China. There are no commanding heights in China unconnected to the mass base, but rather a party whose rank and file exemplifies working class participation. Roberts' networking ascription misses the antecedents of class over its instantiated feature in networks. As argued in the previous chapter, networks are momentary frameworks of class, and dominant classes lay out the context into which organizational structures such as networks evolve. Based on the heightened tensions with the US and the rise of working-class living standards in China, many capitalists in China without capitalist forms of class organization do not compose a weighty component of its ruling class. As evidenced by the US labeling China a strategic foe and the boomerang effect re-solidifying China's anti-imperialist position, there was no room for China to turn right even if some desired to do so. No matter the networking, the difference with China is such that even though there is a socialism with capitalists, Chinese capitalists must pool their resources with the masses to defend their vested interests in a state-controlled national economy that sources their wealth. They reproduce by national and local financial means as opposed to dependency on rents from us European financial markets. In the political sphere, China's adherence to the thesis that détente with imperialism is not a possibility, in addition to working-class democracy exercised through the Communist Party, have reshaped its class formation in ways that harness the increasing wealth into better national defense positions, similarly to what was proposed by Lenin in his new economic policy where the linkages with the West strengthen the national front. In hindsight, détente with state planning contributed to the demise of the Soviet Union, while a proletarian-controlled market opening to the world catapulted China to the top of the global order. Insofar as anti-imperialism defines socialism, the higher Soviet degree of planning vis-a-vis China was not indicative of the former's commitment to socialism. 110. The imperialist class as a subdivision of history aggresses and exercises power in various forms, including the contemporary allure of Western democracy. Western cultural appeal has enthralled the working classes in former socialist Eastern Europeans, while the working classes of China entwine their cultural values to anti-imperialism. The financial and cultural containment proposed by Brzezinski and Griffith, especially, the attraction of American culture to promote dissent as happened in the Soviet bloc, has had limited effect in China. Nonetheless, in the Western Hemisphere, the estrangement of man from society through bourgeois democracy is so complete such that there is scarcely any serious counter-imperialist political dissent. As a means of class power exercise, Western democracy establishes the fact that the historical ends of white classes are consistent with those of capital. Anyways, the maxim that the stability of political rule by popular consent is inversely proportional to repression, apart from oppressing their minorities, Western regimes need not restrict civil liberties at home. Roberts further notes that China's relaxation of capital control in 2017 is indicative of commanding heights corruption. However, the lessons from China's history show that its policies are brokered by a balance between national development and national security, with the accent placed on the latter objective. Consider its entry into the WTO, which was initially construed as costly to its national economy. Yet, it is a step China had to take to circumvent the US's obstruction of its many bilateral trade treaties coming up for renewal. China's openness effort was gradual and calculated. It exposed its economy to foreign infiltration only when it was in a position to sustain the costs in ways that strengthen its national security. A point not so dissimilar to Roberts was made by Weber. She pointed out that the Communist Party's cautious approach to loosening price controls was mainly influenced by the party's understanding of the decisive link between China's rampant post-war hyperinflation and the 1949 revolution which swept the nationalists from power. Here, the price system is theorized as subject when it is a form and instrument of class. The Communist Party is the working class institution whose learning curve reproduces its hold on power. The relevant question should address the class typology of the Communist Party of China, or why time and again through popular democracy it increases common prosperity, anchors policies, such as capital control and inflation reduction, in the strategic interests of the masses. Furthermore, the operation of the law of value, in particular, the designation of minimum socially necessary labor time or capital's optimal allocation of labor power to further the expropriation of labor, is not only internal to China. The law of value applies globally with a hierarchical order of command. 111. The imperialist atop the system or the dominant social relation lays the rules to channel resources. The US's rush to contain China is the permanent offensive, which enables the class formation within China to recoil into a defensive position. The two wars in Korea and Vietnam had the containment of China as their avowed purpose. The CPC also makes it clear that hedging imperialist aggression requires a twining of political and economic independence. In the final analysis, political independence and economic independence are inseparable. Without political independence, it is impossible to achieve economic independence. Without economic independence, a country's independence is incomplete and insecure. It is wide off the mark to pin CPC adaptation, as Weber did, to changes in the price level rather than concern for Western expansion by war, which is the serious threat that repositions China's policy. Doubtless, fighting inflation builds popular sovereignty, but in a developing context macro variables are tools of national security. It is standard for Western academia to support imperialist aggression, otherwise in such democratic atmosphere, it is undemocratic to stand with lesser democracies. It is also standard format in China's political economy to reflect the institutional requirements of socialism that guarantee stable economic growth, and prevent systematic macro risks, in addition to defining a reasonable range between the upper limit of unemployment rate and the lower limit of inflation rate. However, in China's anti-imperialist war, whether of low or high intensity, it is defense technology and revolutionary ideology that exemplify the weapons of national defense. What brings down a sovereign formation whose defenses are weak, is primarily its interiorization of imperialist thought as proper science. One such idea would be to voice fighting inflation at home while not mentioning that macro policies must be commensurate with building working class autonomy in the face of imperialist aggression. Imperialism governs when its mode of thinking governs or when the national class flips into comprador position. Thenceforth, the social formation self-defeats with imperialist views absorbed by the working classes as if they were their own. Arguably, it is not naivete to disregard the permanent aggression of U.S. imperialism as a definitive steering relation of historical developments. Speaking of the credulousness of taking lightly U.S. aggression, Luciana Bone sardonically instanced on social media, "Have you been bombed, invaded, occupied, lately? Blockaded? Sanctioned? Have death squads visited your family? Had your regime changed by a fascist military coup? Had your elected presidents 112 been kidnapped or killed? Had your human rights workers, your journalists, your union leaders been murdered? There's only one country in the world that facilitates all that and more, so world affairs are easy to understand, once you name that country. Beside the racketeering, the US sets the world interest rate of risk-free financial instruments to which capital flees from riskier developing world environments. It siphons off the wealth of masses. As the US lowers its interest rates, as happened prior to 2007, 08 crisis, bonds and T-bills become less advantageous. It pushes institutional investors to speculate on smaller commodity markets, raising the price of basic food across the planet and exacerbating hunger. However, even in accounting terms, locally fired up inflation whether on account of price hikes or penuries may be contained so long as outside pressure on the national currency is blocked off by a regulated capital account and independent monetary policy. With several interest rates calibrating investment with savings through issuance of publicly held national debt, or possibly with the old recipe of negative interest rates at play making holding cash over the long term useless. Such capital account regulation remains the case in China. In terms of subject, it was not inflation or price liberalization that brought down the Soviets, it was an ideologically disarmed working class that relinquished sovereignty and with that control of the capital account to dollarized finance, the principal venue of value transfer. Most dollar financialist states cave into a comprador position because open capital accounts and dollarization are the instruments of a capital class expanding in the shadow of imperialism. In China, the material bases of reproduction are national as opposed to dollarized, and these recast the national class structure into a more socialized mode of production. In contrast, the reason Japan accepted devaluation during the Plaza Accords of 1985 is because its state and capital lacked autonomy vis-a-vis U.S. capital. That is not the case of China. The rise of Xi Jinping and his accentuation of Marxism is not a product of personal whims. A return to more socialist practice is a winding down of China's new economic policy. The building of the national front to withstand the US impending offensive is the responsibility of China's nationalistic capital, as well as the sturdy agricultural sector developed under the leadership of Mao, which remains the crucible of working-class autonomy. Trade and financial surpluses in China imply positive savings, nationally garnered investment and plenty of potential for building capacity. China's investments prioritize areas of dual use that promote national security. It does as it must because in every US-China Economic and Security Review Commission report presented to Congress the message 113 is China's threat must be put to rest. In one instance, the scaremongering says, the PLA's long-term strategy to gain advantage over the U.S. military includes developing informationized capabilities and exploiting ostensibly civilian information systems, likely including those built overseas by Chinese companies in response to China being an alleged existential threat to Western formations. The ESRC report says that the ruling Chinese Communist Party regards the liberal democratic values championed by the United States as a fundamental impediment to its external ambitions and an existential threat to its domestic rule. Not surprisingly, China itemizes its national economy together with national security. It converts the moneyed assets into real assets at home and abroad in an effort to dump the dollar and acquire joint developmental footholds as a matter of self-defense. By pursuing common interests, it hedges against imperialism. By developing itself, it develops others. As such, it confronts the weight of history represented by the structure of US-led imperialism, while its particularization or the pursuit of its own security and development reverts into the development of other or universalism. It may be as well to recall that until China began to make inroads around the globe, nearly all the South was owned by the North, factually by military superiority or conventionally through the dollarization of its assets and the spread of its ideology. The South largely remained the North's austerity and war industry playground. China is gradually rebalancing power structures by its model of mutual capacity building. Its wealth demonstrates its success as a model for others to follow. Moreover, to conjecture that China is imperialist as of this moment, because China in the future will be a bigger economy, is more derision than science. It is an assumption to which the elements of proof are yet to be. Counterfactual theorization aside, Chinese labor struggles against conditions of global wage slavery through its party and state. A significant share of its wealth is held hostage in U.S. Treasury bills. China's developmental practice in Africa cements South alliances. China has not demonized nations and struck poorer nations, a trademark of US imperialism in the 20th century. More important, it has not funneled value from the Third World through its currency flowing back. China is a net exporter of value to the developing world. It is specious to add selective facts on capital flows from hither and yon to prove that China is imperialist. Suffice it to say, world wealth is dollarized and not held in the renminbi. Unless referred back as social constituents of the social production totality, whose leading class reproduces in real time by means of war, selective empirical observations from actuality do not make much of a theory. 114. 10. Actual and potential war. Theoretically, with respect to war's endurance, U.S. militarism accommodates capital's necessity or the commodity/value self-expanding by means of war. Militarism is not only a platform for exchange or finance, but also, as Luxemburg stressed, a domain of accumulation. As such, it is a social process that involves the production of historically significant surplus value. At least by the damage to the planet and society incurred to date, waste qua militarism is growth without a steady state. At this point, there is so much waste such that the civilian end-use economy, the economy of iPads, trousers, etc., serves as a tributary to the accumulation of waste. The wasted people and extinct nature that went into production, and the waste that comes out of production, is bigger in its size and impact upon dollarized wealth than what is perceived to be dollar-denominated production by the mainstream. Accumulation is not only about stocking up a heap of commodities, but also about the reproduction of the class agencies and their ideologies that manage the creation of wealth. A Western Marxist definition of accumulation lacking the social agency component, such as the conversion of some portion of surplus value into additional capital, to produce more surplus value, is no different than the Keynesian identity, savings equals investment. Accumulation is the social process, and only subordinately the things that presuppose the social process. It involves value creation and destruction, as well as the destruction of social subject by social subject. The class in charge of imperialism usurps value from conquered formations via super and commercial exploitation. It concurrently consumes value to produce more commodities or waste. Its market, a surrogate of people engrossed in the commodity, adjusts social reproduction to its rate of capital accumulation. The value of living people or resources consumed in war, wasted for prices imputed or to be imputed in production as the cost of waste, need not be dubbed negative surplus value. To split value into positive and negative value, or to speak of forces of destruction instead of forces of production, is the witticism that stems from a class position, which presumes that capitalism has borne progress in its initial stages. Mondale 1975, and Custis 2007 may be representative of the Western tradition dubbing capitalism as progress. The same undialectical dichotomous approach is applied in relation to dark value, as if there is such a thing as light value. It is the sort of on the one hand and on the other hand analysis, however, with the twist that the ideological tide turns the negative side of capital into a worthwhile cost of development. To say that on the one hand, there are many negative outcomes to capitalist production, but on the other hand, it is positive, misses the point that such 115. Analytical breakdown will be instrumentalized by the tide of dominant ideology. Moreover, the transformation of value to price is not a logical operation. It is a mediated and historically contingent process, which transforms a social production activity into a moneyed economic activity. The value associated with any commodity is at the same time useful and disuseful/waste, albeit, with the tension at the heart of value wound up to be realized as waste. The value relationship in its actualization is both its usefulness and its disusefulness or waste, whose states of becoming are conditional upon the balance of class forces and their agencies. Socially, surplus value in its reified form may be thought of as the residual between necessary and surplus labor. However, in its deified subject-wise condition, it is not an accounting operation. It is not an arithmetic exercise to which prices could latch onto. The dynamic of the value category is immanently a negative dialectic. The value category is only presupposed by the pile of things/commodities, whereas it is the class culture internalized via a history of repression and exploitation, which recreates value. Capital's wars are its industries. War is a process that sets aside value, reworks value and destroys value. War as destruction is both consumption and production of value in multi-temporal and spatial arenas. War triggers a chain of production and consumption, sub-processes, which diffuse the waste of battles farther afield. The war dead, the input and output at once, is labor whose rate of exploitation is gauged by the shortness of life. People may unwillingly engage in war to literally work themselves death. Moreover, war and its technology are alienated social processes that spur increasing rates of military investment whose average product, unlike investments in other consumption items, rises by the intensity of war itself. War, in its actual or potential state, is primal to capital accumulation. Consider Syria as an example of an actual war. Syria's GDP is about $23 billion in 2019. 7. The sums spent on the destabilization of Syria or to fuel war are less than trillions spent on Afghanistan or Iraq, but still in the hundreds of billions. The war has contributed to the death of 350,000 and displaced more than half of the population. 8. For U.S. empire, the spending is an investment in the death of Syrians whose future returns are immediate to its militarism, and subsequent in terms of waste come value gestating to gel into a money form, and more distinctly, from the power positioning that ensures future moneyed flows to U.S. markets. Syria is historically an imperialistically aggressed formation. The Western Marxists who back the war on Syria because its president is undemocratic typify pro-imperialist Marxism. Not that democracy means anything in a class society other than a form of power exercise. The de facto ruler of Syria remains, figuratively speaking, a US/Israeli howitzer cannon atop of Mount Hermon, which could hit any alley in Damascus. 9. The cannon metaphor is the ultima ratio regum, or is the final argument of kings, ergo the embodiment of the US as imperial sovereign. Under assault since its inception as a state in 1920, Syria degenerated into a fragile social formation. It was either bombed or carried by the tide of neoliberalism to inflict damage upon itself. In both cases, the Syrian ruling class, conditioned by Syria's productive and security deficits, compromised the security of the working class, and roundaboutly, had sovereignty compromised. Working class security is the backbone of sovereignty. The many wars Syria lost to the US, Israeli alliance and the lopsided power balance cannot be excluded from what came to be the current Syria. Western Marxism conceives of Syria without that history, or without imperialist aggression as the agency disfiguring a social formation to set it on a course of auto-destruction. It regards Syria as a prophetic word, an instantiation in still time and not an actual/historical social class formation. Such evisceration of history allows Western scholars to apprehend the Syrian ruling class as an omnipotent subject of history. The mainstream argument is as follows: successive Syrian governments made Syrian history, and it is these governments that are responsible and must be deposed, even by NATO. It turns out that the wars of the West visited upon Syria were a sort of costly burden to empire in its pursuit of justice. Moreover, it is not the case that the US-led imperialist class and the Syrian ruling classes are both equally culpable for the agony of Syria. Historical causation is a not cake to be divided. By class ethics, it is only the regnant imperialist relation that historically causes, and it is to blame. The Kantian moral equivalence in this context is vacuous because under such rational categorization all are equally guilty, which drops the fact that it is history governed by US-led capital class which founds the undercurrents for the making of events. At this historical interval, two principal camps, the imperialist US-led camp and the Sino-Russian camp, are also intervening in Syria. An alleged third camp of unjailed Western Marxists, whose power is the word in the biblical sense and, which has less tanks than the Vatican, paraded its affinity to the spontaneity of the Syrian revolt as follows. This is a revolt that was sparked by the children of Daraa and the sit-ins and demonstrations of the youth in the cities, the peasants of the rural areas, and the dispossessed and marginal east of Syria. It is they who rallied nonviolently through protests and songs and chants, before the regime's brutal crackdown. Beneath the nuanced romanticism devoid of class hatred, such statement exhibits a besottedness with Western democracies. They are extensions of BBC-type propaganda, where so many partial details are provided with the aim of obscuring the structure of power delivering the blows. For instance, the BBC cries over so many animals going extinct, but never mentions that it is the US/UK-headed capital relation, which exterminates life. Worst yet, it uses the sympathy of viewers to later garner their trust and support for bombing in places like Libya and Mali. 10. At any rate, the sequence of one-sided facts builds in a pristine order, except for the key omitted link, which is best put colloquially as who did what to whom or who can really do whatever to whom, which relation is subject. An adjacent question is how Syria could transform into anything better with Israel, an imperialist post masquerading as solution to the Jewish question, by its side. Within the confines of the outstanding balance of power, such petition uses the tragedy to demonstrate that Israel, a settler colonial formation, is a sit-aside observer that harbors nothing but democratic hopes for its neighbors. Subject to constant assault in such unfavorable power balance, Syria declares that it will choose the time to hit back against Israel in self-defense. It rarely does, to the extent that the catchphrase, "choose the time to respond," became a current joke extending the defeatism of consciousness as a spin-off of actual defeat. The point to recall here is that real time and the decision to act are at the command of US-led imperialism, while the signatory professors formulate a Syria position independent of real time, which crosscuts with the strategic interests of imperialism. Regarding control of time, the US-Israeli alliance determined the pace of recurrence of assaults in time until the Russian intervention in 2015. Israel's control of space had shrunk because it was left with fewer options due to Russian presence, not to forget that Israel was earlier, in 2000, defeated by the resistance in South Lebanon and forced to withdraw. An earlier variant of this anti-campist professorial camp was supporting the pro-US factions in Kurdistan, Iraq against the successive Iraqi government since 1958. Kurdistan, Iraq has become another imperialist stronghold. The pro-Kurdish Western stance has recently evolved into support of Rojava, which again turned out to be another imperialist bastion. Calls for the protection of the politically correct and unveiled Kurdish women from the wrath of other Muslims that veil their women abound. Rojava was an alternative to the crisis created all over the world by capitalist modernity and should be supported and developed. However, this is not a fashion war. Such is reminiscent of the mission Civilisatris, whose progress was the bitter pill swallowed by the natives, the hundreds of millions of deaths, to be readied for modernity. US-held territory in Syria robs the country of its wheat and oil. In April 2018, the Pentagon announced that it plans to arm 65,000 Kurds, actually many of them are Arab collaborators. 11. Imperialism is supporting the rise of yet another ultra-nationalist group, and signs of ethnic cleansing, as in shooting Arabs returning to Raqqa. 12. Or giving the houses of Arab Christians to Kurds are emerging. 13. However, the real issue, to which all other concerns dim in significance, is the strength the US gathers from occupying and installing military bases in this region and the ripple effect magnifying its power structure throughout the world. While for a global society captivated by trivialities, watching the smaller crimes of ISIS, the empire continues to carry out the structural genocide in the shadows. To be sure, structural genocide is the materialization of the capital class and its ideology. Of note, works on structural genocide such as Wolf and Leach are about measuring the volume of blood spilled by capital rather than its historical causation or theoretical determinacy. Although the analysis begins with an impersonal history, as in a mode of production responsible for the reduction of longevity, they end up leaving room for the bloodletting to be measured by the victors, thus refeeing the mode of production or personifying history. In Capital's ideological torrent, the nuanced analysis of the Western left would equally incriminate Fidel Castro for the limitations to civil liberties he exerts in anti-imperialist struggle. To bring the picture closer with a more insidious example, Western Marxist literature highlights the Mufti Husseini of Palestine visit to fascist Germany to exonerate Israeli war crimes. The ideological resonance of such history is not in the truthfulness or insignificance of such visit. It is impossible to prove that Palestinians caused the Holocaust, however, bringing the issue to public attention, no matter how trivial, will be put to use by the mainstream media. The purpose of funding such projects is not the specifics of diplomatic history, it is to drill into a popular imagination suffused with Disney culture that the Palestinians had something to do with fascism, and as such, Zionist Israel is duly visiting revenge upon them. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu noted at the 37th World Zionist Congress that the Palestinian Grand Mufti of Jerusalem suggested the genocide of the Jews to Adolf Hitler. 14. The Western Marxist compromise of theory emerges in the misunderstanding that there can be no theory independent of ideology. What would be left in the social memory is not the argument that central capital as an idea exercised is deadly, but the bitter ideological aftertaste that only this person, the Mufti, or these Palestinian natives are deadly fascists. Within the connection of theory to practice, Western left theory on Syria and similar issues is born out of pro-imperialist practice to support imperialist expansion. With such interface, theory cannot be progressive because it emanates from the academic class that exemplifies capital. As the practice of Western Marxism misplaces the class enemy, it breeds false theory. Western Marxism conceded on theoretical principles rather than ideology, which have ended up turning ideology against Marxist theory. The war on Syria was an example of an actual war. The potential war is the potential of any future war, including nuclear conflagration. The possibility of such ghastly event lingers in the background because it is entwined with capital's reason, the ultimate waste. As capital proceeds by pauperising while advancing techno-wow, the less nuclear-capable states will achieve higher levels of nuclearization. In an order characterized by the war of each against all, the existential threat eroding the environment by attrition will suddenly materialize. Whether by reverse engineering or other learning by doing means, nuclear or another form of devastating technology may become a weapon that any country can develop. With a changing global balance of forces, the types of wars that were visited upon Iraq and Libya may face more serious obstacles if implemented in similar places. It is no longer possible for the US to choose the form of war it wants, because it no longer has crushing superiority over the enemy from the very start. On account of preserving its own territorial integrity, China favors the integrity of the developing states. China also recognizes the national rights of the Palestinian people to Jerusalem. This alone challenges Israel, the spearhead of US-led imperialism. It is no secret that the Zionist movement advances the objectives of imperialism beyond Israel and its surrounding areas. Theodor Herzl, a leading figure of Zionism, noted that for Europe we shall serve there as part of the rampart against Asia, and function as the vanguard of civilization against the barbarians, quoted from Mach-Over. Israel unabashedly intervenes in areas experiencing human rights abuse from which the US and Europe's moral posturing inhibits their direct intervention. Cooperating with embargoed apartheid South Africa in the nuclear field was one such example. 15 Israel's colonialism blended with the myth of the chosen people is the contemporary version of American manifest destiny blended with frontier mentality. At a more general level, Israel's debilitation of Arab states has little to do with any existential threat it could face from these states, and more to do with a settler colonial society carrying out the mandate of imperialism. If anything, the enormous deaths from poverty and war in the Arab world are examples of Arabs wiped out of existence by US-Israeli aggression. It is after all the cloud of imperialism that weaves the constructed facts of what is and what is not an existential threat. In the broader picture, the US effort to drive a wedge between China and Russia at minimum cost to itself has not borne fruit. In terms of size and gravitational pull, China's pull attracts an array of states disgruntled with the US mode of accumulation by the gun and the kitsch of Hollywood-type culture. It may be audacious to envisage the future, however, the current alignment of forces in the shadow of China are actuating the transition to a more balanced global order. Rebalancing power structures in times reigned over by the commodity fetish may actualize the ultimate potential war, the nuclear war. Why so? This is a speculative issue. I will only address one side of it. For rational history, the logical end that capital gravitates toward is an all-wasted world. Waste is a profit-making process. Adjacently, militarism and the production of waste are the rationality of persons exercising the rationality of history as capital or the capital class. These persons promoting the war are circuitously personally affected by their own acts. They consume the waste, and their rational choice over the horizon is not rational insofar as it involves lasting damage to the natural basis of human reproduction. Yet, they continue to do so. The common-sense projection of this thesis implies that a consummate form of waste realized in nuclear war may bear Fermi's quip that our world cannot peacefully coexist with nuclear weapons, and that is why Earth is not visited by people from the future. Addressing a similar issue of rational history and irrational people who war at the behest of capital, Mazaros labels such processes as the ultimate rationality of developed capital. History's rationality, however, requires capital to bring under its control every corner of the globe to redress its irreconcilable contradictions. It corresponds to the logic of capital at the present historical stage, and it is at the same time the most extreme irrationality in history, including the possibility the fascist conception of world domination coming to maturity. Incidentally, history or capital incarnate in the succession of self-serving measures is only irrational if its organized dimension sows the reasons for its discontinuity. Leaving aside the point that fascism is capital maturing into its elemental state, and therefore it is a continuation of history's rationality, Mazaros concentrates on the waste processes of European history. He illustrates wastefulness with a case of Western consumerist commodities. Most products are only slightly useful and mostly waste. Environmental degradation figures in his work altogether in more accentuated fashion than the imperialist war to waste in the colonies. However, the colonial and imperialist aggressions are building blocks to capitalist history and its rationality. Growth at any cost is the rationality of impersonal capital, or to parody Abbey's dictum, growth for the sake of growth is the rationality of the cancer cell. Capital's reason self-optimizes by increased infighting between proletarians. Nothing could be more self-serving to capital than transforming workers into a lump of flesh, squashing their consciousness such that they dig their own graves instead of capital's. Such why fascism is the ultimate rationality of capital, or the reason of unfettered capital realized. With regards to imperialist war targeting security exposed developing nations and its political economic explanation, it is best to keep in mind the following aide-memoir. Because war, as industry/consumer of resources. 122. Which redresses the tapering rate of exploitation while at the same time realigns resource allocation to equalize profit rates. It is both objective, as in being independent of social control, and permanent. The production process is a complex supply chain organized over several geographic areas and predetermined by the measures taken to pave the appropriate social grounds for exploitation. In the case of war, these appropriate social measures require, for instance, the construction of conflicting identities that eliminate the prospect of working-class solidarity. Thus, imperialism reformulates the developing formation upon socially divisive lines or through reinforcing imperialist-imposed identities, the genre by which the bigger chunk of the social product flies out as imperial rent. And to be certain, the biggest chunk of the social product is not the civilian end-use commodities and their attendant moneyed form, it is militarism and other forms of waste. Wars and the waste, the continuation of war and post-war debilitation, amount to significant rents. Sectarian divisions are the type of products that mainstream academia peddles with its many conferences and workshops. It treats the hallucinatory identity divides as impassable trans-historical barriers. Not that bourgeois democracy is anything other than an illusion, but imperialistically inspired constitutions enshrine identity-based citizenship as the political form of class and transform society into a caste-like structure. The citizen becomes a figment of the fictional identity amenable to the reproduction of capital, but not social man. Even constitutions that uphold equal legal rights, these must combine their de jure proclamations with de facto unequal social rights, otherwise capital fizzles out. In the capital-imposed international division of labor, there are states tailored for the less developed races, or peoples whose spiritual development remains locked in autocratic orders. Some might be considered free, while the majority are enslaved because of their culture of illiberalism. For the mainstream, these are states in the process of state formation. They never grow up or are supposedly weighed down by the primordial type, the Orientalist conceived Arab or African. However, it is not the vitriolic vocabulary of Orientalism, which resembles any other hate discourse of class across history that one takes issue with. It is rather the absence of periodist history and its laws of development. Developing states must be imperialistically designed and reconfigured subject to continued aggression. They are receptacles of war and waste. Their intercommunal wars are condoned by the layers of central working classes that have adopted capital's inner logic as their own. Judging by their passivity, these layers of central strata mutated into capital, as opposed to mutating into the labor, which reveals itself as a form capital. The distinction between these two transformations is key to understanding the potential war. 123. When labor becomes a form of capital, the possibility of labor becoming itself or realizing its potential exists. In addressing the antagonism between the Irish and the English working class, Marx thought that English workers must realize that for them the national emancipation of Ireland is not a question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment but the first condition of their own social emancipation. 16. He added that the task of the International everywhere to put the conflict between England and Ireland in the foreground, and everywhere to side openly with Ireland. However, in view of waste development since, the case made by Marx that northern working classes may support national liberation movements, anti-imperialism, and self-emancipate may not hold. In this letter Marx was commenting on how English workers live off the imperialization of Ireland, and yet they see in the Irish worker a competitor who lowers their standards of living. The Third World has been similar to Ireland and layers of the working class in the north have become more absorbed by capital. They see the others as threats to their clout that redefines the rent component in their wages and conduct preemptive wars to block their development. Thus, whereas the antagonism between workers, as Marx says, is artificially kept alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. That secret remains the source of capital's power, but the antagonism is more a north-south antagonism. Although Mazaros, like Marx, may have pinned hopes on northern labor turning revolutionary, the reversal when reproduction is rooted in waste is not possible. In other words, the antagonism turned out to be labor reproducing by imperialism as opposed to being artificially propped up. The consistently little impact of anti-war movements shows that northern classes have more than just conceded to capital under pressure, their plight was about the cut out of war booty. The case may be that the issue of the organicity of northern labor with capital cannot be argued on the basis of length of time, that is, it is not because it has been since the 19th century and still there is no potential of northern labor being borne out that one can postulate that the northern working class is a circle of capital. Length of time, and one may add change by a matter of degree in their ties over time, do not invalidate such theoretical position. There are some remarks to keep in mind here. First, capital and its power are manifest in the degree to which capitalists and their adherents adopt the reason of the commodity as self-expanding value. Secondly, the nub of capital's power is the interlabor contradiction. It is that between the wasting classes of the North and the wasted of the South. Third, the evisceration of the revolutionary vanguard in the North or the co-optation of Marxism and the rise of Western Marxism are not haphazard. These have not been significantly questioned and, as such, they represented a systemic class position concomitant with the redistribution of imperial rents between capital and its adjunct white classes. Together these observations requalify the capital relation, which may be said to be the private appropriation of socially produced wealth amended to include a prerequisite that considers the northern working class to consistently auto-reproduce by war booty and waste. This white working class mode of auto-reproduction by waste activities is both ontological and systemic. Recalling that the white working class sprouts in the South, however, its structure of power lies in the North and it is largely phenotypically white. With waste prevailing as a mode of life, the reproduction of the northern working classes under the constraints of capital occurs by the dereproduction of the South. Northern classes situated in the position of the consuming classes and, within an overall degenerative system of waste, practice the class cannibalism that rebolsters their imperialism. As such they have personified capital, and like capitalists, they have adopted the reason of the commodity. With people become things in command of history, and with waste become self-expanding value, potential wars, including the possibility of a nuclear war, are ever more realizable. 11. The Western Marxist position on war. Imperialist intervention undermines the right of people to bread and working class democracy. Conversely, that right is only wrought in anti-imperialist struggle. The dominant currents of Western Marxism, aligned with NATO, may be distinguished from revolutionary Marxism by the criterion set by Ho Chi Minh's at the 1924 Fifth Congress of the Comintern. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that so long as the French and British Communist parties have not brought out a really progressive policy with regard to the colonies, have not come into contact with the colonial peoples, their program as a whole is and will be ineffective because it goes counter to Leninism. I will explain myself more clearly. In his speech on Lenin and the national question, Comrade Stalin said that the reformists and leaders of the Second International dared not align the white 125 people of the colonies with their colored counterparts. According to Lenin, the victory of the revolution in Western Europe depended on its close contact with the liberation movement against imperialism in enslaved colonies and with the national question, both of which form a part of the common problem of the proletarian revolution and dictatorship. To conclude this chapter, I will contrast the above threshold with some key Western Marxist positions on imperialist interventions. Halliday, amongst many others on the liberal left, supported the invasion of Iraq. The gist of that argument was that although the US and its European partners were imperialists, the Iraqi regime was fascist. Post-invasion events in Iraq have discredited this point. It reaffirmed that fascism cannot pertain to a developing country opposing imperialism. The racism of the slave against the white master is not racism. The point imperialism against fascism was an imperialist class position meant to obliterate Iraq by demonizing its leadership. The US-led assault on other developing nations presents us with a similar case. The purpose of sensationalizing certain Marxist intellectuals of the Western world is to spectacularize their pro-imperialist positions. It may be as well to note that the dominant ideas are the ideas of the dominant class, or said differently, the dominant idea is the dominant class whose material and spiritual forces lay the grounds for social development. The hyped issues and questions are the playground of thought afforded by capital to promote itself. Capital cleaning the environment is one such oxymoron, another is its promoted public intellectuals. Consider Chomsky's remark that Saddam Hussein is as evil as they come, which paralleled the media avalanche justifying Iraq invasion by the vilification of the person of Saddam. Suddenly the position of the intellectual, Chomsky, who early in his career was funded by the Pentagon, co-aligns with the dominant war currents. The self-imposing question is within the prevailing balance of forces, what purpose other than backing the imperialist invasion does such a statement serve? Neither consequentialist nor deontological ethics, nor any other ethic for that matter, can be invoked to support such view. Although there is no puritanical theory without ideology, the ethic of such beautiful souls negates everything and achieves nothing. The revision of history also serves as an input into imperialism's contemporary war industry. To illustrate, Kostas Mavrakis' inquest into Alain Badiou's fame, points out that Badiou is a sound theoretician, yet it is only his position on multiplicity undermining particularity, implying a demotion of the particularization of others in national struggles, which promotes his celebrity status. Badiou emphasizes the different struggles on the margin. 126. Of Western society, such as the immigrants' struggle to gain legal status in the host country, while he underplays the potential rise of nations like China and others by anti-imperialist and emancipatory politics. This emphasis of the tangential struggles overshadowing nations self-particularizing in anti-imperialist struggles does not cross capital at some sore point, hence, Badiou's eminence in the mainstream. While Badiou supports some measures of anti-imperialism, David Harvey denies imperialism outright. Harvey conveys a message that does not oppose capital at any of its strategic intersections. As early as 1996, Harvey supposed that Indian land claims, the militant particularism may give rise to nationalistic, exclusionary, and some cases violently fascistic elements. This point parallels the noble savage become fascist with bows and arrows theory, which turns Marxism into a colonial settler ideology. Of late, Harvey declares capitalism a failure, but he either shuns revolutionary violence, or sneaks into the discourse the notion that socialist construction is an impracticable ideal. The ideological offshoot of such position is to chisel into collective memory the failure of the Soviet model, or the point that despite its faults, capitalism remains the best there is. Much of the anti-systematic theorization is lost as capital's apparatus focuses on the parochial pronouncement, terrible Soviet socialism. Insidious bits and pieces of anti-capitalist jargon from semantic Marxists, the ones secretly infatuated with Western democracy, are flaunted by the Western Marxists at one with mainstream economics to reascertain the reasonability and irreplaceability of the existing social order. Harvey's argument dilutes imperialism. He analytically figures two processes to capitalist development, one of accumulation and overproduction, and the other about territorial expansion. Nicely enough, territorial expansion releases the bottleneck of overaccumulation by dispossession, similar to Lenin's point of war resolving capital's principal contradiction, but without the use of Lenin's vocabulary. Controlling space corresponds to the redeployment of fixed capital assets abroad, or longer-term investment, which ensure higher returns over vis-a-vis financial papers. Harvey's modern forms of dispossession are never at the scale of primitive accumulation. However, time does not stand still relative to growing wealth. In relation to existing wealth and the size of the global population, the relative dispossessions, the erosions of social nature, have grown exponentially. The fact that natural resources are dispossessed, polluted and made scarce may suffice as proof. In his reply to Harvey, Smith aptly theorizes that by downscaling forms of primitive accumulation, which are central to modern imperialist 127. Practice, Harvey denies imperialism. Still to this Harvey-Smith debate, Lenin's sociological definition of imperialism, his primacy of politics, is missing. Also missing are the ideological underpinnings of the imperialist order that trail from centuries back and by which dominant capital reproduces. As such, their discussion cleaves the mode of consciousness from the determination of imperialism. It omits the inertia of the ideological forms of which, for example, Churchill's idea that the retention of gas as a permanent method of warfare spreads terror and lacerates uncivilized tribes, still restocks the undercurrent of present-day imperialism. 17. Moreover, and in connection with things that explain things without social subjects, Harvey's long-term investment in fixed assets becomes causasui, whereas their reliquefaction by destruction is more profitable to capital than returns on static assets over the long run. War and its related reconstruction are value-making processes. Militarism exhibits increasing returns because its destroyed human input is also its output. Harvey arrives at this position because he substitutes the leading role of finance for merchant capital, which then lays down the scope for industrial capital. However, financial capital is the leading element that dictates the rules and the length of the turnover cycle. As a trigger of imperialist expansion and a reactualization of money in real assets, finance requires more than just an investment that covers depreciation costs plus newly formed gross capital formation. It requires wars that decimate to rebuild, and more important, to control and own the assets of the world. The totalizing characteristic of capital is not the homogenization that merchant capital imposes upon industry, it is the waste that sells. Harvey's imperialism without an address implies that the U.S. military bases and fleets are not bodies of imperialism. Imperialism is just an idea and national liberation movements cannot take aim at the US European conglomeration. For Harvey, watered-down imperialism is found in any space where capital realizes its capital as fixed stock. For instance, part of capital has been fixed and flows in and out of China. China is thus hegemonic and nearly imperialist. Such new imperialism shifts blame away from whiteness, the stock of historical surplus value from which most events necessarily but not exclusively gel. To theorize imperialism on the basis of inanimate substance without subject, buildings or growing real estate by which capital boosts future investment in real estate, is a bourgeois class position. 12. Closing comment. In dialectics, concepts such as primitive accumulation, overproduction, and dispossession may be inferred from one another depending on the level of abstraction. Illustratively put, overproduction crisis necessitates an expansion of forms of primitive accumulation with higher rates of dispossession, including the stripping away of labor's autonomy. Accumulation shifts its form of exploitation, from super-exploitation to the much more intensive commercial exploitation, the modern form of slavery by encroachment wars. These concepts mean something only in relation to the totality of social production and in relation to the class context. Of late, the terms imperialism and empires have been introduced into popular discourse as if an inevitable condition, which is constant across time. In an almost schizophrenic expression, today's unequaled imperialism is brushed aside by a glamorous history of empires that does not remotely resemble the socially induced, as opposed to the natural, atrocities of capital. In sounder subordination of ideology to theory, any elucidated concept of imperialism means something only in terms of its impact on anti-imperialist struggles. The Leninist sociological imperialism, the historically specific monopoly finance imperialism, differs from the economistic accounts. In the monopoly age, finance unlocks the expansion of capital. Just as in any turnover cycle, accumulation begins with money and returns in more money, the objective of accumulation in a financialized world remains moneyed profits. To restate the orthodox point, financiers disdain the real production process. Meanwhile, for profits to grow by sublated surplus value, repression cheapening labor to be released in social time, the working class must consume a lesser portion of the surplus product. Alongside this mechanism, capital grows by a process of auto-consumption, a social metabolic process, to which imperialist war is the principal resolution. It is in auto-consumption where the primacy of politics first blueprints the trajectory of surplus value making. There is in the Leninist approach a social agency molded by the developments of its own historical circumstance, not just logical concepts assuming different degrees of abstraction. There is a change in the social type of the leading social agency, the industrial class transmutes into the modern imperialist class. Amidst a dilution of imperialism argument, one is at liberty to fabricate various imperialisms and to designate who is more imperialist between competing imperialisms. Anti-imperialist could then easily stand for anti-Russian and anti-Chinese position, or a tactic of lesser evilism. Still, the power to which war is foundational in financial and ideological terms is the U.S. Vlchek notes that the US, UK and France are already responsible for hundreds of millions of 129 lives lost on all continents for centuries and have zero moral mandate to judge or punish anybody. However, it is not only the moral mandate that counts in defining imperialism. These Western formations are solely mandated by capital to act as such or to act as imperialists with a chameleonid-like morality. In the next chapter, I address the mainstream severance of subject from object, or the empiricism that blunts the contribution of theory to anti-imperialist struggle. Chapter 3. Against empiricism. The suggestion that Russia and China are as imperialist as the US only serves to strengthen the ideological barricades of all the reactionary forces aligned against the working masses of the Third World. Us European social democrats and their hired intellectuals have steadily supported imperialism. The contemporary state of socialist organizational and ideological defeat is a direct product of what the liberal left has sown. To investigate history and find that the Western Marxist position, used interchangeably with the Americanism of liberal left, intersects with the imperialist position is not only an academic exercise, rather imperialism is about bomb dropping, and such intellectuals contribute to the structural genocide perpetrated by capital. Academic anti-Stalinism, in particular, remains a well-paid industry that cements the social sciences behind the sanctions, austerity, and massacres of imperialism. The image of Joseph Stalin, which has become capital's scarecrow and the metaphor that summarizes the state of the class struggle, is deployed to demolish possible social alternatives. This chapter argues against the empirical bent in the study of imperialism that characterizes China and Russia as imperialist states. The thesis to be argued is that empiricism is the ideology of capitalism. Accordingly, the chapter further explores the sociological basis of imperialism. It illustrates that what differentiates 20th century and current imperialism from its previous historical forms cannot be solely attributed to an intensification of the symptoms of imperialism in war and economic usurpation. It is rather the changing quality of the imperialist class, a class whose predisposition to disparage real production and to grow by the acquisition of imperial rents, namely, through the channels of finance and war, designate its sociological type. Moreover, since the early 20th century, the biggest chunks of imperial rents have been carved out from the steady erosion of social nature as opposed to meeting rising effective demand for sane commodities. Demand for waste has exceeded demand for useful or more sane commodities. The environmental calamity, the austerity, and the steady wars demonstrate that the demand for shorter human lives, which are commodities on offer, surpasses the demand for useful civilian end-use commodities. 136. 1. The empiricism of Harvey. To illustrate the case against empiricism, I draw on Harvey-type empiricism. However, any other empiricist would fit the bill. Harvey argues that us European imperialism morphed into diverse hegemonic centers. Imperialism, the clobbering act conducted by the Western financial class, which siphons value from the Third World, is replaced by the term hegemony. To support his point, Harvey offers an empirical account of shifts in fixed capital formation to the East and financial flows associated with superexploitation. These flows amass in a capital stock which of late implants itself physically in the East. Growing Eastern infrastructure and other fixed assets demonstrate a geographic tilt in global power and wealth. His, he says, is not a rigid imperialism with a rigid geography of core and periphery set out in world systems theory, it is rather uneven geographical development, proliferating and differentiating divisions of labor, an understanding of global commodity chains and spatial fixes, and the construction and destruction of regional economies within which a certain structural coherence might form for a time. Such teleological progression enroots itself in an empirical account, in terms of spatial fixes, or the areas where capital builds its structures to absorb profits wrought by superexploitation. The logical end stage is that the capital of imperialism has deconcentrated and decentralized itself to remain an imperialism in the Leninist sense. With hegemony being any act of dominance under the sun, a year later, Harvey argues against the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. A counter-empirical argument to wealth moving east is the huge market capitalization sums of us Europe, which still daunt anything Eastern. The Financial Times asserted that the US is not in decline because in terms of market value, 14 of the top 20 companies were headquartered in the US, and to boot, many of the world top-ranked universities are American. The West is aware that China's rise undermines the image of the US. The FT adds superinflated electronic dollars to cast the US in a better light. One may also add all the electronic credit, the derivative and repo markets and the collateralized debt obligation, which make up the hundreds of trillions of US dollars that search for a counter-value in real or waste assets. Depending on the data one chooses, the empirical argument may go either way. One thing is for sure, imperialist indebtedness is imperial wealth underwritten by imperial control of future labor. Since it is the US that aggresses, or since it is NATO muscle exercised in war and other forms of pressure that underwrites the overblown moneyed assets, the imperialist subject is then us-led imperialism. Forgotten in reductive debates is the historical subject whose state agencies club the international working class into submission. Also forgotten is the role of 137. Ideology that produces an amnesia in consciousness as a prerequisite to imperialize. An example of imperialist muscle would be the US bombs dropped by Israel on overpopulated Gaza. Events like these, buttressed by propaganda pieces such as those by the FT, rebolster the clout of the imperialist subject. They valorize assets in dollars everywhere by a combination of hegemony speckled with empiricism or the science of death produced by Euro-American universities. To observe money flows as they are amassed into a stock of capital is a form of crude empiricism. Such empiricism presumes the object of theoretical practice to be reality itself, while the product of theoretical practice, the knowledge obtained, to be a real part of the real object to be known. Furthermore, these measures may be logically falsified by any other account of a related experience. In an organic totality, an additional empirical observation must be of different quality and does not necessarily falsify what is before it to invalidate the received thesis. In history, any object observed is the differentia of other observations, things self-differentiate. The object exists as palpable or logical being in an interrelated whole. Observing the object in its state of change in time invalidates any prior formal conception of its former logical state of being. However, just because another observation quantified into a number serving as a comparative benchmark emerges does not mean that what was construed as a theory of that object requires revision. An understanding arising upon a newly conceptualized fact alters the acknowledged law of thought only when the subject integrated with the object assumes a new form. Us-led imperialism does not go away because some capital moved south, it ceases to be only when the imperialist class, the subject, radically changes or vanishes. Knowledge begins with experience, but it is the concepts drawn from experience, as opposed to experience itself, which are the edifice of theory. For empiricism, since indefinite observations spew out indefinite theories, the outcome is one of theoretical nihilism. Nothing can be known because theory changes by indefinite sense perceptions. Drawing on Marx, Ilyankov explained this problematic of empiricism with reference to David Ricardo as follows. When the general law contradicts the empirically common position of things, the empiricist immediately sees the way out in altering the formulation of the general law in such a fashion that the empirically general will be directly subsumed under it. At first glance that is how it ought to be. If thought contradicts the facts, then the thought should be altered so as to bring it into line with the general phenomena immediately given on the surface. In fact, this is theoretically false, and by taking it the Ricardian school arrived at complete rejection of the labor theory of value. The general law revealed by Ricardo was sacrificed to crude empiria. 138. But the crude empiricism was inevitably converted into a false metaphysics, scholasticism, which toils painfully to deduce undeniable empirical phenomena by simple formal abstraction directly from the general law, or to show by cunning argument that they are in accordance with that law. To adopt a concept or abstract it from observation, without materially grounded categorization, grounded in a law of development, is to adopt a metaphysical mode of abstraction despite initially drawing on facts from experience. Empiricism intersects with metaphysics because its abstraction begins with experience formaliste and then presumes that the observation develops as a mutation of the abstract. It picks a form for the object and then drops the progress of the object in real time as a result of its own internal laws interacting with its constituent totality. The metaphysic here is the absence of laws of motion or the social subject that affects the changes of the object, otherwise put as the absence of the category of totality/history. A concept without law is an illusion of reality. Said differently, empiricism drops history or totality because its theory is subservient to a dominant ideology that effaces specifically social class as subject. It focuses only on flushing out what is beautiful in capitalism, because it cannot admit that its one-sided empiricist constructs accomplished the waste engulfing the planet. After all, people practice ideas. Empiricism's object independent of subject, the duality, is metaphysics in reverse. The a posteriori condition, or what is experienced, turns into an a priori logical form, whose development is purely logical and unattached to the real development of the object under consideration. As such, there are things outside consciousness and things inside consciousness, as opposed to the conjoined practice of theory, which follows the motion of the object reshaped by thought practiced. When an abstraction must miss something of reality by ontological barriers, laws of thought capture the relation of thinking to practice or the relation to the object, the thing outside of us, which develops by the subject's activity, or the shifting consciousness emerging from the changing conditions of social being. As abstracts outside of consciousness, Harvey's spatial fixes are objects in hypothetical time. They are also subjects without self-consciousness. As commanding commodities, They mold the outcome of development. They interface with the actual state of things and restructure development, including our changing consciousness in line with their dynamic. Space as an empirical abstraction is a thing which becomes a subject of other things and history. By replacing the social class subject qua the imperialist class by the buildings that capital had erected in the East, space supplants the subject imperialism. Space imposes itself upon the mind as subject seemingly independent from. 139. Dominant ideology. The social actors, the subjects of history, are as reified just as space. Hence, Harvey's space and spatial fixes are props for a magical disappearing act in which history as actualization of dominant ideology vanishes. In the empiricist line of argument, where there are spatial fixes, one finds many imperialisms or milder hegemonic variants thereof. The moment a subject, the specific capital, deals with the financial channels and the degree to which it centralizes or concentrates some capital, something which all capital does, a new and improved theoretical concept of imperialism arises. The quantity of capitalist assets and rents defines which state is more or less imperialist. However, variations in degree do not admit theoretical judgment, they merely illustrate the magnitude of something. Such is more model than theory. Moreover, such theory is stillborn or born wrong. Not that theory is supposed to be right, but at least its categorical law should hold steady within a periodist or historically definitive time frame until proven wrong. If the theory changes with the inevitable or that observations change, then it is false ipso facto without experimentation. Methods of abstraction in crude empiricism, the object without class subject, is not falsifiable, it is false by the old rule that no truth could be established in a changing world. The interaction of formal theory unreferenced against processual observation severs the concept from the motion of the object to which it refers. That happens not so much because concepts are logical entities while reality is fast-moving, it happens because in crude empiricism the concept is abstracted as reason for itself, no one did it, it did itself. In a manner similar to the ideal in philosophical idealism, it is indeterminate being. Empiricism begins as experimental, but dubiously turns the concepts derived from experience into an a priori form unrelated to experience. It then reinserts the form back into its dynamic environment with the social subject written out of the picture. The hypostasist form or thing without subject acts out its history. Accordingly, theory ceases to be social theory, and it is hardly natural science. Consider for instance how mainstream economics accounts for more facts by adding in more variables into its models. It begins with an economy without money, then adds money, it deals with a closed economy, then adds openness or tariffs, etc. As more of the experienced observations qua variables assume a priori status and are added to equations to account for a variety of real events, they become no more than the relation of different quantities to one another. Niebil notes, and I quote at length, "One cannot perceive these quantities statically, not realizing that changes in their relative positions may be indicative of a change in the character of the whole, of which the observed quantities are not merely parts selected and determined by what is supposed to be theoretical analysis." 140. In other words, insistence upon the relative lesser importance of exact quantitative measurement and emphasis on the use of mathematics for the establishment and description of existing relationships between quantities does not extricate one or those who work on the same basis from the difficulty, nay contradiction, of wanting to present a moving scene with a static slide camera. No fundamental departure from the basic assumptions of quantitative theory has been accomplished. Reality has been only removed by one more stage from theoretical perception and analysis. The issue is more delusional than just clocking the approximated difference between a static reality to a moving process. The reality removed is the social subject removed. For crude empiricism, the static process, the initial abstraction from the phenomenon in question, is a transhistorical characterization. Things are so much alike across time. It also has a primordial and atemporal subject interwoven with its substance, as opposed to a historically specific subject. The object then becomes quantifiable and measurable across time, with loss of content justified because for something to make sense, it must adhere to mathematics. The object rendered variable lends itself to arithmetical operations, markets, consumption behavior, and allocation mechanisms, etc., are quantifiably the same units and add up across history. However, the concept that captures each and every observation transmuted into a variable is itself a fabricated whim of capital. Even as we formalize experiences/events and signify them in variables and, subsequently, relate the variables to each other by mathematical operations to provide an a priori synthesis, capital-biased knowledge would still be irrelevant to the condition one wishes to study. Aside from the fact that capital chooses what to quantify, in departing from trans-historical assumptions, one arrives at a gelatinous conception of reality, the sort that says people consume, but not that they consume differently in different times. There is no socially specific history to which any of the crude empiricist formalizations appertains. Crude empiricism is gauged through an already established capital system of accounts. It is objective only insofar as the system erected by capital counts as objective. Such is beyond the pale. Capital's system of accounts is as utilitarian as its theory. On account of missing qualitative change, it is also strictly tautological. The relation of output to its various components, such as investment and consumption, is mutually self-reinforcing. Output rises or falls with its recorded components. However, much of output is unrecorded waste. Capital will not compose an accounting scheme to measure how much damage it has created and marketed. 141. Still, there is much information to be gleaned from the formal accounting framework of capital. There is all the waste that has been produced to be sold, which is interred alive in the quantities and prices of utilitarian variables. Consumers do not pay cheap prices for commodities because producers are efficiently using resources, they do so because the producers have not paid for all the wasted lives and nature. The commodity's moneyed form of value or price is competitive because of the unpaid waste prices imputed in the sale price as social debts against the future. Although there is no cross-reference between the form of the variable and the laws of social dynamic, some information about the system is better than no information at all. Capital's variables are not reformulated subject to the changing nature of their social origins. The consumption of the poor is treated on par with the consumption of the rich, although the rich consume the poor. Then again, these accounts are made to be just applied and not to better society. Conversely, the genuine test of social theory should be set against the perfectibility of global society. What purpose does it serve to speak of buoyancy in the stock market when the upshot of such fervor is social immiseration? Complacency by reliance on logic, the eloquence of mathematical models, voids any meaningful exchange between a priori synthesis and actuality. Crude empiricism is not about knowledge inaccessible by experience, the noumena, it is about experience captured in a concept that bears a subject-less and one-sided relation to the reality it addresses. Empiricism begins by circumscribing the idea from objective reality, drops its relation to the fast-moving condition from which it was initially drawn, and then assumes that its capital-skewed logical synthesis delivers value-neutral knowledge. Yet to meaningfully approximate the subject or the historical social relation, must be ex ante accounted for in the construction of concepts to be measured. Liking chocolate to gain in utility is symptomatic of history as subject, but not subject. Empirical conceptualization inadequately captures change because it begins with the indeterminate one-sided instead of the one-sidedness whose subject relation develops from within and in relation to the whole. Relatedly, Niebil commented that if it is true that qualitative analysis containing basically the element of change, must start with the understanding of a process, and that particular events can have meaning only as formations within a field of relevance, then any start of an investigation in the opposite direction, from the particular event to the whole, the process can lead only to an approximate characterization of that particular event and as such under all conditions must contain a certain margin of error. The overarching field of relevance is the class struggle. For instance, it is not possible to obtain useful information from the money form of a commodity without understanding. 142. What the balance of forces are at the heart of the class struggle, which determine the grounds for the formation of the money form by means of repression. For instance, capital subdues labor by violent means to lower the price of labor services or wages. Moreover, the activity of subduing labor is value forming and a form of value. Niebil stresses reverting the particular concept of an event to its field of relevance, or the context from which it arose, to rectify the misconceptualization of the object, which then forms justification for an otherwise unavoidable margin of error. Without considering the role of U.S. military bases, its world reserve currency status, and the isomorphs of the dominant imperialist class sprouting in the South, the fullness of the background that realizes capital flows into spatial fixes will be missing. A concept grasped by sensuous perception in still time without the dynamics of its law subject does not address what is being investigated, it looks at things but not the social makers of things. The concept money flows stocking up in fixed capital assets independently of a historical subject, the imperialist class laying out the policies to accumulate capital, is a one-sided abstraction. It is also partial truth meant to falsify facts. Partial truths are inescapable, however, when situated within a context of developmental laws, they deliver processual truth as opposed to false meaning. The confluence of U.S. militarism, ideology with symbolic forms of hegemony echoes the social relation or subject that defines what and who is imperialist or anti-imperialist. True enough, the US European imperialist class is becoming weaker facing China. However, this imperialist class still imposes itself as the sovereign that commands the channels of wealth transfers to empire. A variation in degree does not set the standard of whether the US is less or more imperialist or has ceased to be imperialist. A historically grounded theory constructs its universal as the process mediated by the multitude of self-differentiating particulars. Their mediations obey the historically specific laws of development. This is not to be reduced to the platitude of diversity within unity. Theories, which track observations constituting an epiphenomenon, here the capital flows to the east, without addressing its general laws of development or the history of the social forces behind the rise of the epiphenomenon itself, fail to account for the transformation of the particular into the general. Capital flows to the east not because a single capitalist decides to do so, but because capital as a whole or history decides to do so. More broadly, unmediated theories fail to account for the subject undergoing change and unfolding as history. By adhering to the law of value, the development of the subject of history, heretofore capital, is the realization of the imperialist class in its practice of imperialism. Such practice culminates in waste whose socially entropic rate surpasses that of a planet whose relatively low entropy supports life over the long term. 143. 2. Diluted imperialism. Empiricism thins down the concept of imperialism to the point where the statistical figure and its correlation with other figures homogeneous all the social actors behind the making of the figures, master and slave become alike. In what they choose to quantify out of reality, quality disappears. All subjects, consumers, and consumed, are similar by the unit of measure, whether kilograms or US dollars. Although nodal shifts in the development of the measure inform of qualitative change, capital's measures are one-sided enough such that deducing changes in quality from corresponding changes in quantity varies to the whim of capital's prefabricated accounts. The many countries exporting, importing, centralizing, or concentrating some capital in kind and moneyed form can be categorized to some percentage as hegemonic or imperialist. In the such metric scale, some regional powers are labeled sub-imperialist or mini-imperialist. The measures of capital are put together to conceal its essence or the laws that intermediate its development. Any or all the social forces engaged in the international class struggle could become imperialist because quantity-wise they deal with dollars and engage to some point with the loot of us-led imperialism. At any rate, they are all capitalist and are engrossed in a wage system. All nations are crucibles of exploitation. They erect capital assets in spatially fixed structures, export capital, and receive it. In crude empiricism devoid of categorization, quantity trumps the sociological subject. The differentia specifica of the social type determined by its social relations disappears. Quantity would never redefine quality by dialectical inversion. The measure as unity of quantity and quality comes into being prepackaged as a unity of quantity with quantity, as opposed to mediating their contradiction. In the Kantian vernacular, the sameness of such empiricism voids the possibility of judgment. If everything is of the same quality or subject-less, the variations in the measure only inform of structural changes when capital decides so. The omission of defining social relations internal to the object or more, aptly, the content, implies that the imperialist American-Israeli-Zionist alliance is similar to the Russian-Chinese alliance. Both alliances anyway rely on the size of fixed capital assets in space, capital flows, market extensions, etc. Expressed differently, for a quantitative approach to define the imperialist as imperialist and/or to nuance imperialism, as in the farcical question who is more imperialist, the agent of this or that imperialism must be of univocal historical qualities. However, the quality that the mainstream prescribes to the object doubles for the quantity it ascribes to the same object. Quantity and quality are interchangeable. For instance, prices are the equivalent of util/value in neoclassical value theory. An individual consumes and she gains in utility while consuming more, although at a decreasing rate. All the while she 144 pays preferably low prices for commodities that equivalent the utility gained. Because her tastes define what is of value, what is true of her consumption-driven well-being is true of society. Yet in society, some consume or derive utils from the bombs that obliterate many others. The conventional approach or to consume and be happy is a one-sided and trans-historical characterization of consumption. Its subject is the same throughout history. The taste's subjective determinants of value miss the fact that the grounds for price formation are shaped by violent disobjectification. The lower price that buys more stuff to make someone happy is also an even lower price paid for violently extorted labor and resources elsewhere. While all consumption is auto-consumption, under capital, the process is degenerative, and waste holds sway. The system's auto-negation, its transformation into waste or the self-evident qualitative shift before us is not yet tapped by capital's putative accounting systems. Quantification by capital's accounts writes off the variations in quality attendant upon the activity of the subject. It is the tool of special interest groups by which they cloak themselves, making it difficult to discover the dynamics of social production. The more sophisticated quantification techniques deployed by the mainstream, the more the capital effaces itself. It outrightly reduces the social relation to symbols devoid of social content or reference to the interdependence of reality. In their measurement of growth, for instance, Nordhaus and Tobin, to whom war is an unfortunate event, exclude defense expenditures. They see no direct effect of defense expenditures on household economic welfare. No reasonable country buys national defense for its own sake. If there were no war or risk of war, there would be no need for defense expenditures and no one would be the worse without them. Within the confines of waste accumulation, or the consumption of waste for utils, military spending is an investment that enhances the welfare of the North relative to South. In the downward welfare spiral of waste, to instigate the bombing of several states in the developing world at once does not dent their incomes relative to others. Niebuhr dubs such procedure, fitting symbolic math unreferenced in reality back onto reality, or an ideology whose formalism preserves the stillness of things, the conservatism and the dogma. The premise that all nations in the historical stage of capitalism are capitalist nations is a truism. However, that some are more capitalist and better than others is an even more specious proposition, since capital as subject is a social relation. It is possible to build an argument of this nature only when the initial building block of social theory is the abstract man of metaphysics or a thingified man, as opposed to the socially interrelated man, the subcategory of class or the masses. Once a discussion of imperialism deliberates the 145 Nature of the imperialist class from selected facts given in immediacy rather than the history of facts or events affected by historical agency, the actuality delivered by necessity, it departs from Marxist social man. One is reminded, Marxism does not parrot the saying man makes history, because this expression understood as abstract man is exploited by bourgeois ideology which uses it to fight another true expression, one vital for the proletariat, which is the masses who make history. Harvey says his theory is not rigid. Pinning capital to space as a start to working our way towards a definition of imperialism is as rigid as space. It is a hypostatization of capital, the living social relation. Capital, which is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and lends this thing a specific social character, becomes a thing realized in a spatial fix. The spatial fix, which is also waste, is a form of capital, but the measure of the form in moneyed capital constructed as an ideological weapon and concretist in salient currency or dollar form is also a form of capital. The measure does not tap into the changes in the essence of capital, it merely taps the appearance given in the fetish of moneyed form of value. To conceive of imperialism as a world system of economic financial accumulation, uncentered and without a structure subject at the helm, is an understanding with which the conservatives would be at ease. Such is a world in which demonstrators in central New York who pay taxes to fund U.S. military adventures presume their social formation does not perforce acquire surplus value by means of destruction. They postulate that their token activity, unarticulated with the mesh of global power, sways capital away from its accumulation by waste production. Judging by the bloody trail of capital, far from achieving the desired results, their protests humanized imperialism and bestowed upon it a pseudo-democratic guise. In uncentered imperialism, the U.S. amasses the capital flight of the globe because the barbarians of the South, now dubbed hegemonic or mini-imperialists, are incapable of peacefully cohabitating or self-governing. The projection of capital as a rhythmic non-hierarchical world order without an imperialism is itself a tributary of dominant ideology and a capital form. Waste is an ongoing industry. With the strong buying power of a few dollars, the US-led class constellation can wreak havoc upon the developing world. With its NGOs, it can hire hungry intellectual mercenaries to instigate conflict and undermine the national base of social reproduction. More so, imperialism invests in the creation of essentialist forms of social organization, such that when the supposed tribes of the Third World war against each other, it can hide the class dimension as well as its role in the conflict. The propositions of 146. Diluted imperialism and its alternate side, the many hegemonies, are of capital's cultural arsenal. These are supposedly confronted by the messianic world unity of peoples lined up behind the many red professors in U.S. universities who teach capital as an accounting exercise rather than a recipe for Molotov cocktail. To draw on the experience of the developing world, opposing imperialism consisted of real armed and cultural struggle or the primacy of the war of ideas, in which universality qua internationalism, was asserted by the exercise of particularity or the national struggle. Harvey's approach to imperialism follows the old structuralist, functionalist hegemonic ideology, an issue that Abdel Malek called merely Marxist, but not at all Marxist, at the end of the day. To resituate Abdel Malek, other remarks in our critique, imperialism uncentered in the crude empiricist sense becomes an amalgam of well-defined units, with a more sophisticated epistemological vocabulary, or a more refined methodology, not method, with a zest for universalism which truly belongs to the messianic vision of the grand epic of the white man's burden. Moreover, spatial concepts or core/periphery concepts referencing fixed geographic notions bereft of a sociological definition of imperialism also belong to the universalist, reductionist tradition. As can be seen, Abdel Malek is critical of the dyad core periphery that does not prioritize imperialism and its comparator as the class, which transforms the separateness of North-South into unity. To revert to first principles, capitalist history, the totality of the social relations of production, the capitalist relations, can be summarized as capital, a totalizing relation without limits and with a rationality of its own. It transforms everything social into private class wealth and power. It continuously tears the worker from her tools or means of production, it socializes her, just as it erects barriers between use and exchange value or between anything social and private. It does so decisively by means of war. I caveat decisiveness since in social as opposed to formal determination events gel necessarily but not exclusively, in contrast to absolutely. The capital relation, the contradiction of capital to labor, the first contradiction, projects itself onto a north-south plane under imperialism. Capital actualizing its essence, the practice of genocidal colonialism, is capital's unconscious tool and first appearance on the world stage. In this oneness or totality, capital makes history in as much as it defeats anti-systemic labor. Equally, capital's structural constituents, its different spheres sub-articulated with it, and born into the frame of its totality, make history not as conglomerations of atomistic individuals or formal subsystems, but as sub-agencies of capital. Their political thrust is historically relevant when it furthers the necessities of capitalist social transformation. In the hierarchy of capital, the subordinate comprador is historically relevant when it exercises excessive forms. 147. Of repression leveling the social grounds for exploitation. The apartheid South Africans, or the Zionist Israelis unabashedly prove more aggressive than their patrons in Central Empire. For the central capitalist to raise the rate of exploitation they would have to revert to fascism, a position which it redefends of late. The intensification of capital is imperialist practice, which amounts to the dissovereignty and socialization of the global South, socialization as in to make more social than private the worker or to deprive the masses of their resources. Imperialist war in connection to other venues is the principal activity that reasserts the rule of capital. True to form, a steadier capital rule promotes economic gains down the line. New markets ought to be forcefully engaged to be expropriated or to expand commodity production and profits, ergo, a new war is undertaken for financial gains. However, at times encroachment wars are carried out for no apparent economic gain. Wars against states may be argued as wars for no apparent economic reason. Generally, wars cost billions or trillions while the bombarded country or its market generate little revenues for empire. The resources that the aggressed country possesses could be of picayune moneyed value. The Western left is awash with literature pointing to imperial campaigns as losses or unintended consequences. On balance, the moneyed expenses on Western wars are quite high relative to the lowly moneyed income of the aggressed nation. However, U.S. expenses are the revenues of its financial class. The war's ramification upon the reconstruction of imperial real and cultural forms of power is of incalculable worth insofar as it swirls into an agency of surplus value. The structure of power nestled in the U.S. recreates the money forms of capital in ways to promote the expropriation of the global South. The West prints the safer currency principally because it is more hegemonic. Nonetheless, the blinkered Social Democrats leave out the war campaign as a value relation. The value produced by militarism as a domain of accumulation, together with the value spiraling from the disembowelment of labor, are the engines of current and future surplus value. The imperialist bludgeoning measures inflate the power of the subject of value in inverse proportion to the decline of the global South. Power then marks up the prices of final commodities while cheapening all of inputs used in production. Aside from the irreparable damage to social nature, the purposeful de-development of the Third World by imperialist assault predicates central development. Furthermore, the global repercussions of encroachment wars funnel capital from around the world to U.S. empire. Either through the financial channels, by direct dislocation and disengagement of Third World resources, by waste selling or by shortening lives, war as the exercise of the law of value must be expanded to boost surplus value creation. The reason. 148. Of history commanded by capital appears as a shrewd act only by the extent of capital's power. The powerful is right and emerges as intelligent, whether right or wrong. Empire lets its moneyed form or dollar act as a veneer by which it extracts much value for a little price. All the while, the notion of reified exchange rates acting as subject hides the battering that created the conditions for the same exchange rate to appear as a godlike figure. The degree of alienation of social processes from social control corresponds to an objective reason of capital, which is formed by impersonal history and is as impersonal as history. Such reason directs capital's activity in tandem with its needs for a specific stock of labor power on offer and for a socially necessary labor time derived from the stock of labor power effected in production. Capital requires a reserve army of labor and a lean workforce delivering much lowly paid concrete labor in short time intervals. It is in a struggle for time. The time to regulate labor reproduction and the time to employ labor in production are a major concern. For that, it has to own and control not only the past with its memories rewritten to its advantage, it must also be able to own and allocate future socially necessary labor time. Because it has full control of the past and future labor of society, time to capital is no longer the uniform and irreversible time or chronological time. Every hour, minute and second, past and future, are under capital's thumb. Reigning without opponent, it picks and chooses from chronological time to fit into its social time. It pawns the future of humanity by remolding its past, the history, symbols, and power platforms of the working class to its turnover cycles, frequency of exchange, or more broadly, the rate of accumulation. Capital takes concrete time, the conventional time spent in production and reproduction, and turns it into an abstract and/or social time, which is tradable against the moneyed form value. It gathers all the heterogeneous conditions of labor and converts them into one homogeneous process in which the present does not need to issue from the past. To the alienated working class, the class that does not control the time of production, the continuum of time loses its qualitative aspects. Time becomes similar to algebraic time. The masses born into misery are alive but cannot decide to live their lives since they cannot decide on the allocation of resources across time to obtain a better standard of living. The time of socially necessary labor time with which society reproduces is moneyed. It is the moneyed property of capital whose bent for waste reproduces society. Capital's ability to control time and raise its rates of exploitation entwine with other forms of social control. The barometer of such control is the extent to which man is thingified, or as man introjects the consciousness of the commodity and accedes to its expansion at any cost. Once thingification is achieved, the fantastical market of neoclassical economy, a fiction that cannot 149 be real, becomes real, and discloses itself as efficient. It carries out capital's orders handed down by price signals. It shifts resources about, including subject-less man. Humans become the material of its production process. To maintain a state of thingification calibrated to the rate of surplus value, it also maintains an adjacent class of consumers who can afford to make choices. Capital's predicates of value are in the living labor turned into things wasted, and its adjacent class which devours the thingified living labor. The issue of whether imperialism is sociologically determined or not boils down to the threshold at which economic exploitation reaches a maximum or a point of saturation as markets farther afield become overexploited, hence, capital reaches an economic limit. Luxemburg noted that capitalism comes to a dead end, it cannot function anymore as the historical vehicle for the unfolding of the productive forces, it reaches its objective economic limit. That occurs when most labor is waged and when there would be no room to enhance labor's share of the social product by effective demand policies for profits to rise. However, the rate of surplus value or exploitation determinately occurs by the emaciation/dereproduction of society. In a two-tier system of slave owners who do not recognize that they live in an age of slavery, German labor could for instance endlessly feed off the earlier deaths of developing world labor. Accumulation rates rise, while cheaper labor from the south with its cheaper resources offset northern crises of underconsumption. Consumables become so cheap such that German workers can afford to buy and clear more of the backlog in surplus commodities. Furthermore, Financialization or the expansion of credit and growth accumulated in fictitious capital thrust imperialism into new wars. Destruction becomes the principal commodity produced by capital. Militarism will lead accumulation, which will theoretically demolish any limit to capital. Logically and historically, an explosive system whose moneyed products on offer, the waste and militarism, cannot be exhausted, unless labor reverses the process. The economistic logic of capital with limits faces off against a social reality that grows without limits. In relation to economistic views on imperialism, Abdel Malik noted that sophisticated epistemology, crude empiricism mathematiste, cannot conceal Western deep enmity towards the East, especially China. China is integral to the South. It has not colonized nor lived off the avails of prostituting the South. Abdel Malik's understanding of imperialism as sociological is not anomalous. Marx's definition of capital is also sociological. By sociological I mean that capital first entrenches its rule, and always in relation to the signals it receives from the undulation of the business cycle, and then adjusts the social conditions for reproduction to meet rising rates of exploitation. The repressions or the social activity realized as the exercise of the laws of capital, which continuously reinstate capital, are the sociological dynamic. Economics. 150. Matters in the last moment, or rather, the teleological end stage. Capital's rule is its weight, real and ideological, within the framework of the international balance of forces. Economics dissimulates the sociological dynamic. While profit rates require severe austerity or wars to be restored, what must also be restored first is the clout of capital. It is the politics of the class struggle, not its economics, which is the vestibule to the logic of imperialism. 3. Concretising some forms of capital. Before proceeding and to give concrete shape to some forms of capital, which bolster its rule, I will illustrate with 3 outstanding cases. 1. Institutions. The world is governed by capital's class organs or institutions like the World Bank, NATO, the IMF, other Western statal and parastatal institutions, etc. These are incubators of dominant ideology, a stock of guiding ideas historically or impersonally built up as forms of capital to reproduce capital. Similar to the spirit of a thingified, impersonal, and objective history, there is no right or wrong or good or bad in dominant institutions or ideology. These are the outgrowth of a reified subject, a thing or the objective commodity reasoning its own self-expansion. As Marx noted, the relations of things/commodities in exchange act as surrogates of humans in their relations to each other. Thingified institutions are inanimate beings animating society. They are subjects or the expression of social classes concretist in structural institutions to deliver policies that strengthen capital's rule. More precisely, the activity of ruling class institutions fuses the ideology of the ruling imperialist class with the imperialist class. Ideology and class become one and the same. On the face of it, these political organizations abide by the Charter of the United Nations, whose objective is to criminalize wars. Below the surface, these institutions of capital lubricate the channels for converting social into private wealth, however, as always with an eye to the future and the stability of capital's rule. Although they appear to peddle education as panacea for social ills, such that none opposes the principle, the education they press upon the masses are the false modes of thought. Their projects are social opportunities foregone to society and invested in wasteful activity. Their role in lending into financial bondage foments war and adds to the wealth of empire. As per the dire condition of the planet, not an iota of peace or prosperity would filtrate from the logic of their development. 151. These mega-institutions of capital are not equal representation bodies. In capital's hierarchical order, they sit atop the pinnacle of power. They are principally ruled by the leading imperialist class or the U.S. leading class, which is heir/partner to the colonial European empire and its stock of culture, power, and wealth. Naturally, Such a lopsided power structure trailing from the past privileging the Western world reproduces by maintaining unequal political, social and trade relations with the social formations of the South. 2. Ideological production, at a more basic level, for capital to further its interest, that is, to produce things to sell on a market for profit, it also requires wars to extract cheaper raw material, and it must crush developing nations to lower wages. Since the discovery of historical materialism, warring for resources has been somewhat an accepted tenet of historical investigations. However, the imperialist system must beautify the preponderant ugliness it foists upon the globe. It must introduce ideas that convince people suffering that such is a price worth paying, for ours is the best world of all the possible worlds. It cannot just declare we are going to kill Africans and Arabs for their resources, as it blatantly does. Capital encounters organizationally preserved working class and national liberation war memories, plus other symbols and conventions extolling working class rights. These must be circumvented. With so many just working class wars fought for equality, capital must appease the populace and employ a cant of humanitarianism, such as the salient R2P, to legitimate its aggression. For capital, the aesthetic makeover is relegated to ideological production. Social production is not only about the emission of the consumable or poisonous commodity alone, it is also about the simultaneous production of ideologically flattened man. Flatness or uniformity of the mind is the appropriate adjective because it captures the lack of depth or the obviation of history in the putative modes of thought. It is reason devoid of real time, which instantiates self-consuming man alongside commodity production. Capital produces the commodity and, through its schools, temples, and media bombardment, its Althusserian apparatuses, it also hollows the state of consciousness such that people submissively engage in self-consumption. 3. The price system, in addition to capital's institutions and related ideological production, the role played by the fetish of the money form as subject of exploitation is epitomal. Money fetishes acquire a symbolic structure, which not only signifies the magnitude of value, these also create the social rifts that are the source of auto-exploitative processes. 152. As if by occultation, the money form of value delays its emergence or conceals the price associated with collateral input/output commodities within it, especially the waste commodities. It lines up at the pinnacle of the symbolic order to abuse man and nature now and force society to pay for the damage in the future. The price of waste may be precluded or delayed in sync with the requirement of cost-cutting for profit-making. Prices, which are tools and forms of capital, are presumed to be the value of things. With so much depending on making ends meet with the wage, the moneyed form is perceived as an omnipotent icon whose acts are fateful. To establish the power of the money fetish, capital clubs society into submission. Society ceases to question why certain costs or rewards are effaced from the price at the time of purchase, which transforms all of society into a form of capital. The reproduction of the immediate essentials of life is in the final instance the determining factor in history. The activities of social reproduction and commodity production are codeterminants. Society produces the worker who produces. Productivity is social, or the worker mediates the input of society in the act of production. A social worker is society producing. At the initial stages of production, as in the mother role bringing up a child, the value relation and the surplus value appear non-market related and unpriced, hence, the mother's labor resembles a non-value relation, a vestige of the past alive in the present. However, the price of mother's labor is current, and realized instantaneously in the value of the inputs rearing the child and, subsequently, will impute in the latent prices for which the labor of the child grown into man will sell. The money form and its appearance in the price are omnipresent, interwoven with the edicts of capital's social time, and arise as the symbol of the magnitude of value, by market exchange. These prices, even when they seem to count for naught or are negative as in debits, signal the power relation which ex ante underprice the work of the mother. Prices, low or high, reinforce the divisions amongst supposedly free laborers. They shortchange the cost of social reproduction to emit more of the surplus labor. Whereas value creation is a process of production, a social relation deepening social fissures, prices qua the appearance of the money form of value circularly re-entrenches those fissures. As such, they are inherently flawed representations of value. Where socially necessary labor time counts for much expended concrete labor or for the intense consumption of life in production, the price deriving its authority from the money form of value camouflages the value relations at the heart of surplus value making. Prices arise as an uncertain manifestation bound by the 153. Necessity to lower the value outlays on labor. A theory of prices is not about accurately predicting prices in relation to other prices or quantities. Prices are constituents of immediacy whose mediation ties up to the uncertainty of history or the contingency associated with any social practice. They are the after-the-fact realization of the power rapport in a market ticking away by the signals of the price system. As opposed to predicting what is impossible to predict, a theory of prices informs how an emasculated class subject delivers social resources for a lower band of prices relative to other prices in order to provide capital with profits. It delivers socially necessary labor time for little or no price. The act of purposeful labor or the drudgery of work, and the prices monetizing the work, are respectively the different contents of value and price. For capital, the money form of value attendant upon commodity exchange is an end in itself and means to reconstruct value relations. Price movements adumbrate the path of capital. Fluctuations of profits, the amassed moneyed wealth, permit capital to respond by controlling labor and/or by regulating its social metabolic cycle or the rate at which it destroys value to create value. Through the primacy of politics, the reassertion of its class power, capital uses the symbolism and the actual content of the money form, alienated value, to raise the rate of exploitation. The estranged money form coerces working people as they pursue decent living wages. For example, workers in Greece submit to paying back an odious debt, from which they did not benefit, and which is in reality the credit of the financial class, is an opportune example of a moneyed fetish that estranges decent living standards from the working class. Capital, the abstract but real, and historical relationship, encodes the reproduction of social life by the practice of the law of value. The law of value works the social grounds to condense the chronological time in which socially necessary labor time is spent in production. Concomitantly, its associated violence strips labor of autonomy and cheapens man and the nature owned by social man. These processes follow the command of capital whose many emboldened fetishes and actual physical coercion, especially its formal institutions and price system, represent the summit of a vertical command order. The domineering structure guides social reproduction by synergizing the transition of commodities from proper value, socially necessary labor time, into its moneyed form in profits. By dialectical inversion, the price appearance of the moneyed form restructures the real social conditions for the allocation of socially necessary labor time. As overproduction and the tendency for the rate of profit to fall precipitate in crises requiring a relaunch of the condition for surplus value, capital further shifts into a destructive mode. It begins to overconsume social. 154. Nature at low or postponed prices to redress lagging surplus value. Capital's overentropic demands drain the value destined to the reproduction of the working class and turns it into its surplus value. The feedback loop of destructive reproduction, the lessons learned from recurrent crises, informs capital that there is no steady state to the process of producing and marketing waste. Using the platitude of neoclassical economics, capital discovers that waste commodities annul the diminishing returns to factors of production. In waste jargon, capital discovers that its rate of surplus value rises by the outright consumption of the laborer in the shortest time span possible. For excessive entropy. The production of waste, destruction overtaking useful creativity and accelerating the entropy of the system, is the indispensable condition of capital. Currently, waste has proven to be the leading link in the value relation, a form of capital, and the preponderant product of capital. Waste products, wasted humans, and nature, raise surplus value and profits. Their excessive rents allow capital to buy more time as it usually does by bidding one part of the working class against another. Financialization pressures capital to shorten its turnover cycles or increase the rate at which it consumes more of the social natural inputs, shifting the costs upon society. Formulaically, there will be less resources for society to maintain itself, both because of the costs it will defray to cover the damage and because of the irreplaceability of its lost species and sane resources. The repression exercised to deprive working people of their resource and or to splinter them weakens their position in the political arena, allowing capital to grab a bigger share of the social product. In value terms, in terms of what it takes in wealth to reproduce society, less value or less necessary labor leaves more surplus labor for capital. In fulfilling its intrinsic drive to disengage or extinguish people and nature, the very act of putting to death social nature becomes a process of value creation that reproduces by the destruction itself as the commodity on offer. At least from what is given to perception, pollution is paid for, and the war dead are paid for. The dead person as a commodity contributes to accumulation while she is constructed as the subhuman other, or because of an ideology presenting her life as superfluous. That there are too many people relative to spare capacity and the planet is overpopulated are clichés widely held as beliefs. Moreover, natural value-wise, the elimination of the living person whose death is the commodity realized absolutely lowers the numbers of people and, under steady class power ratios, disfavoring workers. 155. Necessary labor falls. With working class defeat spiraling out of the nexus of wasting lives for the purpose of sale, a process that grounds the diminution of working class representation in politics, the wage share must plummet. It is intuitive that by reducing the power and numbers of working people, a lower wage share emerges. Circuitously, a lower wage bill in combination with forms of physical and ideological assault disempower the working class. The grip of ideology flattening thought, by the variance of the demonstration effect or the more evolved trickery of the society of the spectacle, relegate the working class subject to abeyance. Over its life cycle, labor delivers a similar substance in concrete labor for a lesser price and in a relatively shorter life. Meanwhile, the life of the laborer requires a healthy nature, which supports the continuity of nature and man in unison. The assault on nature is doubly favorable to capital because working class power may regulate the price of nature in favor of labor, while a nature abused for low prices, such that it becomes a dying nature, reduces the cost of labor reproduction because it terminates labor's life earlier. The controversial point should be how most people have come to think of other people as just things whose greater numbers, as opposed to their class power, reduce the price of their labor. Another equally bewildering point is the reification of the social subject devouring social nature. Putnamik and Putnamik argue that the rising cost price of tropical and subtropical commodities rises by production constraints, the limitation of fertile land raising the cost of production and, subsequently, raising the prices of commodities unsupported in the harsher northern environment. However, imperialism is the rise of central production upon the suppression of peripheral production by an act of subordination carried out by the imperialist class. It is the relationship presupposed by the act of subordination. The case may be that the pursuit of tropical or subtropical commodities whose supply cost price is rising heralds more of the imperialist assaults, but so does the interdependent price system in general. Prices rise or fall by the social power relations that makes their corresponding commodities scarce as distinct from the natural conditions that rations them. The reason Putnamik and Putnamik pin imperialism to declining land productivity is their adherence to the categorical independence of underconsumption, whereas underconsumption is a necessary offshoot of overproduction/anarchic competition. The causal order is relevant. Imperial conquests and wars were all about war booty prior to capitalism. What has changed under capitalism are the reasons for warring have come to be social processes independent of social control. Unlike past times when lack food may have incited war, the objectified, plentiful and/or alienated commodity, auto-expanding as value in its moneyed form, becomes the social chart of 156. War. The commodity's own motion resolving its internal contradictions magnifies its resolution in alienation from society by means of wars. Wars serve to generate and grab value, and as forms of capital they reproduce the capitalist class. To strip peripheral labor of its revolutionary consciousness is the primary social and historical reconstituent of surplus value, since it resituates the imperialist class in command of history. The degree of power of the imperialist subject mirrors the rate of surplus value. Apart from the fact that wasting lives is an end in itself, countries with or without subtropical commodities may be suppressed or decimated by imperialism because their powerlessness is the power of imperialism. Nearly all commodities are destined for exchange. Also, nearly all commodities are laced with a socially and environmentally deleterious content. Deadly pesticides, the child or slave-like labor and the blood of wars are ubiquitous. Their use value transmutes into socially acceptable disuse value commensurably with the rising real and ideological power of imperialism. The commodity at war with itself to expand in money form, now wars upon its consumers. Considering the already reached, ongoing or impending environmental ruination, all the commodities that constitute wealth also constitute a heap of waste registering in exchange against a price. In this degenerative process, waste has become the measure of wealth. Moreover, unlike the inventory stock of run-of-the-mill commodities whose excess stock beleaguers capital, the stock of waste is there being consumed for a price and waiting to be priced and sold because someone must pay for it in shorter life years or taxes. The issue remains that the impairment to social nature is irreparable and harmful to all, but the thingification of reason boosts the tolerance of waste. In point of fact, recent studies postulate that it is politically unlikely that humanity can reverse the damage. 1. A healing process requires transforming the world economy at a speed and scale that has no documented historic precedent. Such phenomenal waste being priced, consumed, and put to use reverses the Marxian concept of wealth, defined as the heap of commodities characterized by a use value that betters society. The waste is the wealth of the rich, or the differential between necessary and surplus labor, no matter how disuseful to the broad population. Waste automatically broadens the material rift behind the social class divide. The ruling class affords the costs of a clean environment in gated communities, whereas the working class cannot. One Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, an IPCC special report on the impacts of global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and related global greenhouse gas emission pathways, in the context of strengthening the global response to the threat of climate change, sustainable development, and efforts to eradicate poverty. http://www.ipcc.ch/report/SR15/157. The novelty of waste is twofold. First, the consumed poisoned commodity consumes the laborer at a faster rate relative to the historically determined level of life expectancy. More so than any other time in history, every product of capital resembles a bomb. Second, in comparison to the huge damage already sustained by the environment, the good side of the wealth, what remains unpolluted is determinately insignificant. The green GDP measures are by definition illusory because they do not assess the irreparable losses, which are irredeemable in any money form. As mentioned in Chapter 1, the quantity or the amount of dollars signifying green losses are based on a power platform in which the Third World's masses count for nearly nothing. Simply put, the dead humans are too dead to negotiate their worth in dollars. So far, the waste, within the wealth and apart from it, exceeds the supposedly good wealth, if there ever was such a thing as goodness in capital. Given that the trajectory of the system is exponential/explosive, the costing of the historically destruct inputs, man and nature, exceeds any amount in prices associated with the usefulness of the value in the current wealth. Curiously, it is not the theologians, one similar to Father Panilou in Albert Camus' novel, The Plague, who hollers the end is near. It is the scientists. Eschatology is the thesis of capital's environmentalists. The world, however, will not end on account of sins. It will end as the constituent cells of the system die, or as it experiences a state of excessive entropy comparable to a protracted and slow death. In theory, the losses sustained relative to a sane social and environmentally sensitive mode of production are on course to meet their potential. Alternatives exist. However, unfettered imperialism subjugates nations to overuse nature and man. Ransacking weaker social formations eases the conditions restricting the overconsumption of resources. Although conspiracies abound, the process perseveres not on account of some conspirators working in the dark who make history. The personalized side of conspiracy is doubtless lurking about, and there are plenty of declassified documents to support this point. However, such conspiracies are a symptom of class politics and not the nub of history. Insofar as relevance to social science, the dominant ideology is an act of conspiracy against man, since the planet of man is being undermined by its associated practice. The identities, history is impersonal, and history is class struggle, imply that social class is impersonal as well. Had the personal conspirators been subjects of history, the world would have probably been a better place. Sentient humans, as opposed to things, feel, and as they sense the wrath of the social natural calamity, they might temper the harm associated with capitalist production, which harms them too. The damage imparted so far is at an existentialist scale. The class encased within northern national walls work to keep the trash and pollution out of its gated communities. Still, gates are an ineffective prophylactic. Rich persons are or will be sickened to their 158. Misfortune. It is not the person or each and every conspiring profiteer, which can control social reproduction by the production of waste. It is things, the fetishes, or the commodities created by labor, foremost the waste commodity, which grows by creating the man who reproduces, or rather de-reproduces by the consumption of waste. Impersonal history or class struggle also proceeds by the internalization of the rationale of the commodity by real persons. Self-expansion at any cost, a process refracted in a stock of dominant ideas and forms of thought, which governs the labor process, actualizes by the agencies of history. Its control over the power platforms that incubate the money form appearance of value to correspond to its essence or value, shifts the costs of production in ways that generate higher profits for capital, and conversely, higher costs to society. Such is not a conspiracy behind closed doors that investigative journalists broach, it is the phenomenon playing out in plain sight. Nonetheless, conspiracy is spoken of when people are or feel ensnared. The existential trap has ensnared everyone, and since it is carried by the application of dominant ideology. The state of the world is what it is because the subject is a commodifying impersonal history motorized by a class struggle realized through the agencies of dominant ideology. So far, the working classes do not make history, and the power of capital in the complex structure reproduces the capital relation whose reason for being is to profit out of the devastation of social nature. Apart from the dominant white class uttering accusations of conspiracy to berate inquisitive academics, the real conspiracy is the instantiation of their ideas in the a posteriori condition of social nature. The subject of the overly anthropic system, a system whose cells are auto-collapsing, emanates from the synergy between owners of commodities and commodities as fetishes, or, correspondingly, the violence exercised by capital to shore up its ideology. The symbiosis of thingified capitalists and the things they produce molds the conditions for production on the cheap while mounting the social costs to society. The state in which living people become things or just factors of production, and as things they come alive when they assume a capital form, such that, money works and capital produces, it is then that one sees that the reality that people live is swapped in the mind for the reality that dominant ideology created. People work and not things. In pursuing wage employment to survive without laying claim to the product of her labor, the worker seeks the very thing that recreates the capital relation, or, analogously, reasserts herself as the wage slave in capital. The knowledge horizon of the worker must be bounded by the desire for a wage, an element of the sphere of circulation, never to go beyond and question the social end of the product she socially produces or the conditions in 159. The sphere of production. Bombing for oil or engaging child labor in mines abroad are supernaturally ordained conditions not to be questioned as basis for the higher wages of the Western workers. These conditions are positioned beyond the spectrum of possibility. They are allegedly shaped by the fetish of moneyed wealth as opposed to social labor. Money works here, not people. Dominant discourse rams through the idea that the social end of labor's products is legitimately private as opposed to social. Once the state of social consciousness absorbs as science that wealth is not the product of labor and that its social end serves society by serving capital, then even the waste produced to the benefit of capital counts as efficient production. The pinnacle of the alienation waste spiral appears as estranged labor power becomes a fetish subject whose productivity is its capacity to waste itself by wasting the laborer. The laborer doubly works to self-destruct, once by the reduction of the living wage, and twice, by the consumption of waste. Wage employment splits society from its product. This material chasm, the separation of the objectified labor in the commodity from the worker, or the exclusion of the laborer from the product of his labor, is the material foundation of the alienation that percolates onto consciousness. The separation surfaces most in the imperialist violence, deepening the structural rift between North and the South. Exclusion is an outcome of the fetishization of private property, the essence of capital that commands key instruments of physical and ideological control. When crude empiricism captures the social imagination and things begin to make things happen, such as space and money defining imperialism as opposed to the legacy of wars of extermination by the white nations, only the rapture of Northern Marxism could pave the way to emancipation. With objective commodities, driven by their own internal value contradictions, and exchanging for each other, these things having godly powers lay down the conditions for their own expansion. As already postulated, the qualifier objective attributed to the commodity connotes beyond social control. While the Earth's entropy is lower than the universe's to sustain longer life, by the weight of history manifest in the violence and waste, the encoding of the commodity enters a state of auto-destruct or excessive entropy. 5a. Periodist imperialism and the mainstream. How is contemporary imperialism different from the practice of empires in Marx's time, when Britain competed with other imperialists and exported its colonial loot to Canada and Australia, etc.? How is modern imperialism 160 different from imperial looting in Roman/Byzantine times? Long-distance trade routes would shift wealth from place to place, but the wealth center of empire remained Constantinople. Is there uniqueness in recent developments to warrant an overhaul of the Leninist theory of imperialism? In c. 400 BC, Sun Tzu posited that the acme of skill is to capture the enemy's cities without assaulting them and to overthrow his state without protracted operations. However, in today's world, many countries fall upon the anvil of empire and are set ablaze for no apparent reason. Although the waste accumulated so far clearly distinguishes capitalism, a quick look at the difference is of relevance to defining modern imperialism, to clarifying who the imperialist is and, accordingly, to laying the intellectual foundation on how positions on U.S. intervention in Africa and the Middle East are to be framed, and to what ends. The imperialism of the capitalist age, as a process of wealth expansion, differs from any other time prior to capitalism. Fetishism, the illusion of the epoch, as Marx had said, now doubles for the germane relationship of capital. Prior to capitalism, a god was called upon to conquer the enemy and nature for food. Now a god is called upon to crush those who may produce food for themselves when there is too much food around. That is not to say that the imperialism of Lenin's time is stagnant. It has undergone various mutations, beginning with beggar thy neighbor, demand Keynesianism, up to neoliberal financialization. However, imperialism itself did not perish as a distinctive historical stage into the multitude or decentered hegemonies. Since the turn of the last century, finance and monopolization have grown. A cursory look into the power of corporation over the market will find that less than 100 corporations entwined with finance control much of moneyed world output. With financial expansion comes more mysterious forms of fetishism incarnate in the layers upon layers of moneyed credit. The debts and their associated financial instruments emerging as fictitious capital acquire more of a lead over the making of the social process. The growth of moneyed rents spinning away from finance compels capital to search for real asset by which it securitises its otherwise overextended credit. Although the Minsky cycle shows the excess credit piling up in high-performance times, in level terms, the private control of the money supply consistently creates money in excess to induce real economic activity. The pressure on the real economy to turn over at faster rates in order to follow the exponentially expanding moneyed capital sharpens the contradiction between the way production is socially organized and autonomously developing productive forces. To get the most out of invested capital and increase profits, capital must splinter labor, as well as hike the rate of exploitation. These two processes of power and exploitation are the 161 intertwined constituents of surplus value. They principally gel in imperialist wars of encroachment and super-exploitation. Aggression to subdue the masses of the developing world alongside a liquidation of labor's life in shorter periods are indispensable. The decisive link is the growth of financialization that independently of society's command orchestrates reproduction principally by means of war. In his critique of Hilferding's definition of finance capital, in which he declared the banker is being transformed into an industrial capitalist, Lenin re-emphasized that such was not growth by degree, rather, finance is a new subject of capital defined by its oligarchical structure, and hence, the evolution of more competitive capital into monopoly finance imperialism. It is silent on one extremely important fact, the increase of concentration of production and of capital to such an extent that concentration leads, and has led, to monopoly. The concentration of production, the monopolies arising therefrom, the merging or coalescence of the banks with industry, such is the history of the rise of finance capital and such is the content of this term. Under the general conditions of commodity production and private property, the business operations of capitalist monopolies inevitably lead to the domination of a financial oligarchy. There is a metamorphosis of the leading class from industrial capitalist to a financial oligarchy. It grows by oligarchic competition into post-war détente and until this moment of full-blown financialization. When the industrialist clones the financier, industrial activity becomes fully marked by finance. For Patnaik, the industrial firm's financial operations, such as buyback stock, banking on futures that may never actualize, and defining production by the revenues from finance, complete the transformation of industry into finance. Hudson estimates that 90% of U.S. corporate revenue is used to share buybacks and dividend payouts to support company stock prices. The quicker rate of turnover in finance, its shorter gestation period and ephemeral pursuits impose short-termism on the real activity of production. These processes cram the lives of man and nature in industries of war and super-exploitation. However, change is not only earmarked by the financialization that has taken over. Commodities become decisively less useful and more harmful. Not only bombs, the perfect waste, but apples and oranges also pollute and poison. The measure by which commodities consume man depends on the power of capital vis-a-vis labor. The degree of capital's war upon society has become a magnification of the degree of the contradiction between use and exchange value at the heart of the commodity. The sharpness of the value contradiction. 162. Gains a further edge because, while the commodity is money and money is the commodity marks, the money appearance of the commodity, or its fetish, determines its production process without concern for the social conditions of production. The thesis finance disparages social production becomes finance fully decides the social conditions of production, including the increase in waste. Moreover, since the product of labor and its usefulness are alienated from the direct producer and mediated by exchange, which is now the trade in finance adumbrating commodity trade, waste-laced production must, necessarily but not exclusively, rise, the historical contingency is accounted for. Instead of just going to war for oil, bananas, and oranges, capital wars for waste products and for war itself. The bigger and more frequent wars of the 20th century may not on the face of it indicate that the capital of this period is different than that of the preceding period. The question is then, is this capital different enough from 19th century capital to reperiodize capitalism into pre- and post-monopoly stage? Change, the bigger wars, may indicate growth by a matter of degree but not a change in the class content of the historical period. For the content to change and for history to be differently periodist, the subject class and its reigning ideas must undergo a qualitative change or a change of essence. The newly emerging laws must redefine the class content of the still trailing imperialism of the past. It must transform the new class at the helm into the financial oligarchy. These new laws of transformation work first, to fully financialize the activity of production, and secondly, to produce waste with the aim of cutting short the life of society. In the former case, a financial instrument trading for another financial instrument defines the course of economic production and exchange. In the latter case, waste paves the social foundation of profits, its surplus labor wrought from a shorter value turnover cycle, which exponentially expands accumulation. The efficacy of waste gains grounds by reducing outlays on labor as a result of the waste that trashes longevity, and jointly, by the amount of waste that sells now or in the future. Of the waste accumulation, the pure waste of wars, the mechanism by which nations freely dispose of their resources as per Marx, reinforces the capital relationship, and always by the state of social alienation. Wars as products of capital, as commodities alienating the life of the laborer in death to become a merchandise, and to then be consumed by another laborer, epitomizes social alienation. Waste is thus a money-making degenerative process that amounts to a negative dialectic, or things going from bad to worse. It permeates all levels of social reproduction. On a social psychological level, indulgence in abstract individualism desensitizes social being. Many individual acts of self-consumption cohering with state policy prolong immiseration. Desensitization peaks when 163. Mixed with a dose of psychoanalysis and genetics from the modern frenzy associated with the genetic roots of human behavior. The epitome of such discourse may in a roundabout way speak of fascism as love as just another state of social being. Reishi for instance speaks of evil as excessive goodness and then says that the most sincere love and desire to care for others does not guarantee humanity. Mankind is in a desperate situation. What can destroy it, is also a condition for its survival. This is exemplary of the way Western academia obviates the South and normalizes hate through an essentialist type human condition. What condition for survival does NATO afford to the developing world? Just as history becomes devoid of sense and moral responsibility, so does humanity by being conceived as metaphysical substance, the a priori instinctual drive, its Augustinian human nature. The negative dialectic is augmented alienation as a material process that strips the developing world of its resources. Alienation is not the psychoanalytic point of snatching humanity from its own humanity, although that is what motivates the herding toward the precipice. Alienation is the worker's labor, which is alien to the worker since his labor power has been sold and it is being controlled by capital. Moreover, the wage is reduced to deprive the worker from much of the social product, while the social product undermines the worker by its waste content. Alienation underscores the gap between social being and social consciousness. The damage to man and species under the rule of capital faces off against underdeveloped revolutionary forms of organization and consciousness. The production of waste has been instituted in forms of social organization and reasoned as inevitable. Indeed, waste is the indispensable cost and product of any industry. All commodities, apples, oranges, and bombs, produced and alienated from labor, acquire a moneyed form determined through exchange by the various powers governing the market's time and space. The money form of waste, as opposed to how useful it is to society, preconfigures the workings of the social metabolic order, whether it is sane or wasteful. However, by including bombs in the range of commodities, one includes a purely waste product under the commodity category. The peculiarity arises because the fetish of the bomb has to justify to society its usefulness to self-expand as value. Since the investment in the bomb is a disinvestment in society, the socially necessary labor time that goes into the making of the bomb tugs against the use value of the bomb, which is its productivity or the amount of war dead, unlike Keynes who thought that military expenditure is unproductive. The money form of the bomb is the magnitude of its value. Value here is created by the labor of death sustained by workers obliterated on the ground. The labor of ex-colonies engaged in the realization of the Northern. 164. Bomb pays capital and its allies by the death of its own laborers under the bomb. The working classes of the South dip into their resources to create stronger foundations for Northern surplus value. They have less value/wealth to socially reproduce with. With the pure waste of the bomb, the substance of surplus value forms by imperialist aggression deepening the North-South divide. Conjointly, the prematurely actuated deaths of the Southern masses are a source of Northern surplus value. The bomb's iconic status is also the rent in the wage of the capital-allied working class. It discloses a class content becomes structure in which the class to whom the bomb is lucrative and useful consumes the class to whom the bomb is the shackle of bonded labor. The money form of commodities with its concocted holiness contributes to apportioning lesser value outlays in the form of wages to the working class. Money, made scarce to labor, reinforces lower costs of labor reproduction to maintain the capital's profit margin. The freedom of free labor in pursuit of scarce money wages turns labor into capital when workers compete against each other. However, unlike the lesser waste components, like pesticides in apples, the bomb's iconicity is literally its stature as a weapon. In the pantheon of commodity gods, the bomb ranks highest with Anu or the sky god of Akkad. It is an object of war, or the process that mediates the deepest crisis of capital. Social being is subarticulated with the imperialist class in the stage of imperialism. Classes are the relevant historical categories, and social being is best conceived of as subdivision of class. In imperialism, the concentration of capital expresses itself in imperialist war. The product of social labor is a globally integrated input-output process. Factually, the concept social labor translates into the extirpation of the private laborer. On account of globally interrelated conditions of production, the substance of value, signified by the wage share and destined to reproduce the working class, is the share of the global working classes. The shares are based on a capital-imposed system of distribution. National and identity-wise significations built up by capital are the basis for merit or demerit. Some deserve more and some not on the basis of nationality, skill, gender, employed, unemployed, color, etc. Capital allots a share of the total wage share to each these groups in ways that reinforce sectarianism. Labor stands in opposition. However, splintering the working class, regulating the labor process, is an uncompromisable issue to capital. The labor process is capital's raison d'être, otherwise capital becomes only the fiction it truly is. The shares of wages are doled out as scarce rents that further difference working people. Marx already critiqued the program of the German Workers' Party for its emphasis on the distribution of income rather than equalizing the conditions of production under capitalism. Wages, the exchange of labor power for a moneyed form of value, belong to the sphere of circulation. Such sphere falls under the purview of financial capital and the state. 165. Distribution is the political economic root and function of the state. It is the genus of its evolution. Capital, through the state, specifies the class order. Through it as well, it redesigns the social terrain of production and ownership relations. Concerning production relations, the state predetermines the layout for the social division of labor and the role of each stratum in social reproduction. Because it serves as the dispenser of the wage share to each class, it also defines the concrete living conditions of working folk. The neoclassical framework is silent on the mediating role of the state in the distribution of income. Its second welfare theorem, adjusting incomes through subsidies or taxes to redistribute to the poor, is fundamentally a price distortion that thwarts capital formation. Nothing new here. In neoclassical economics, prices are given and any tinkering with market prices leads to less than optimal welfare. The obvious drawback is the market price itself, which is not given and which could not be anything else but the product of a power platform. Conventional economics ignores the role of revolutionary consciousness as subject, not because it is unaware of how knowledge is formed through practice, but because it does not want to draw the slightest attention to the presence of social alternatives. It posits trickle-down and productivity leading wage growth without historical forces. It discards capital as a historical force in a social environment in which the inclinations of capital are held as popular beliefs. Its evaluation of the wage is the wage of each equivalated to the marginal revenue product of labor. The wage bill is the sum of these individual productivities, or individual wages add up to the wage bill. Obviously, it adds different and unadditive qualities in productivities. By the rules of the capital controversy, capital is inherently heterogeneous as well as of varying age across the economy. While wages go up and down, the value of equipment will go up or down depending on the labor cost of the equipment. Labor produces the machine whose price correlates with the cost price of labor. As such, the substitutability of capital for labor becomes null and void. In a roundabout way, the point reasserts classical political economy that things are a product of history or that concrete labor is the substance objectified in the commodity. Neoclassical economics theorizes that price is a measure of productivity. It may do so because both price and productivity are its concocted constructs. However, the money form's basic function is to distort the value contribution of labor. Moreover, all movements in shares of incomes are driven by rents. The money form given in the price is an epiphenomenon of market power balances, which had created the conditions for scarcity to mark up prices. Price-making processes, including the notion of what is productive or unproductive, are reformulated time and again by the organized dimension of capital to reinsure capital. It is not much theory to sum what is unsummable, the different qualities of productivity. It is also unrealistic to tautologically explain the 166 productivity that capital has designated by the price that capital has assigned. Capital as history had already laid the grounds for its symbols to remake itself. Wealth grows by the development of the productive forces. The accumulated dead and living labor are the substantive content of the productive forces. These comprise the instruments, know-how, and modes of organization of production, in addition to the social class subject, which is the universal legacy of human culture. The know-how of production is the past store of social labor realized in minimum socially necessary labor time for a social wage. The price at which a commodity must sell to meet average profits, the production price, lays down the threshold for what is the minimum labor to be employed to stay afloat. This price is set by intercapitalist competition. The less competition there is, the more control of production prices capital will have. The share of wages, however, is determined by the power of labor in the state, its position in the labor process, and its hold on production. Altogether consequences of class power. The wage of each stratum within a class formation is representation of its power share within the global wage pool. In macroaccounting terms, Kalecki has shown that it is the product market and not the labor market which is responsible for wages. The real wage, wages over prices, is not determined by productivity, but rather by the degree of capital's monopoly power and resource leakage through the external account. In other words, capital's hegemony/clout and its usurpation of the surplus, typically by imperialism, are wage setters. Capital's macro policy pressures the wage share down through austerity. Also, excess credit/state indebtedness pushes up the general price level, such that real wages fall. Competition assigning minimum labor must be accompanied by state policies that compress the wage share of labor. The masses of the developing countries, especially, the bombarded ones, receive low wage shares not on account of their productivity but rather because the masses are not well armed to confront imperialism. The unshakable maxim is, in popular sovereignty there is development. The higher wages of the North are not high on account of productivity or some moral component trailing from the past. For Marx, humanity is outside of political economy, inhumanity is in it. Capital has never shown a moral obligation towards anyone. These high wages are the dividends of imperialist adjuncts. They are the premia derived from the historical surplus value, the accumulated material substance of wealth and its corresponding culture, which favor a section of the working class for its organicity with imperialism. The global wage share rises with internationalist solidarity. The substance of value, the reified socially necessary labor time, is what all of society invests in a commodity. It is similar to humanity's natural patrimony, as in it does not. 167. Belong to a sect. The global wage share also belongs to the global working class. Capital's mainstay is to pay a certain section of working people high or low wages, so long as these are believed to be deserved entitlements by received theory. These differential privileges reduce the overall share of labor from the global social product. The mainstream hides from view the reality that society produces to reproduce and that all of global society earns. The wars of the imperialist class, its austerity and assault on the environment, disproportionately immiserate and reduce the numbers of working people in the Third World. The relative population decline contrasts with a secularly rising demographic trend. Although, the rates of fertility change with modernization or as the accumulation of capital rewrites the cultural norms of human reproduction, imperialistically imposed development compels demodernization and unemployment such that the disengaged rural population never internalises the low fecundity of modern industrial society. Healthiness and longevity schisms mirror the capital-enforced class divide. Capital is innately enciphered with the class cleavage and the social nature of production since these are foundational to its being real. Its reification, and the way it relegates historical causation to things, tallies with its objective to secure the rule of capital. Its science never lays blame upon the capital relation. Exposing value relations and new forms of capital, especially the waste, is the deification that meets scientific inquiry. The exposure of the class responsible for the waste is the counter-ideological offensive whose moment of critique is the truth within a torrent of falsehood. 6. The persistence of waste. Of the totality that is the waste, militarism is the germane layer of capital's system. Without it, capital ceases to be. US-led empire floods the world with its dollars, imposes its dollar as the surrogate but leading currency for all imperialist nations, issues bonds to underwrite, absorb, and redeploy the monopoly accumulated moneyed surpluses. The bonds, private and public, expand the assets of the financial sector and its capacity to lend and further expand the money supply. The private sector free rides on the war economy tech innovation, or as the state invests in the military and leaves more of social spending, healthcare, or education to the private sector. At a foundational level, militarism is key to the resilience of capital because it mobilizes labor power and engages the demobilized labor in the industry of death. Inferred from social productivity, every living human is a productive laborer. The work she performs, even the act of dying. 168. Under a bomb or as a result of austerity registers for a price. Militarism lowers longevity, the rate of population growth, and strips the working class of its autonomy by undermining its potential or actual forms of social organization. Militarism is a domain of accumulation that lowers the overall share of the working class from the total social product. In terms of future value, U.S. corporations may account for more than half of the globe's business sector. To that inflated worth, the electronic dollars promised against to be acquired future assets, is sub-guaranteed by U.S. power and prospective aggressions. At any rate, the transmutation of many of the world's megafirms into dollarized institutions sheds their national differences. U.S. hegemony over the world's business sector through the dominance of US finance, open trade and capital accounts, and the storage of wealth in the dollar homogenizes the rents of differing capital classes. Although capital turns its competition into intercapitalist conflicts, Such occurs only if the competing formation is nationalist capitalist. The US could impose a re-evaluation of the yen upon a surrendered Japan in the Plaza Accords, and not war with it. However, it could not to do so with Russia. The US financialist class formations differ from nationally based formations, whose social product is homegrown and denominated in the home currency. The former has its wealth stored in the dollar, while the latter's capital account is regulated and national money circulates as home. In contrast to financialized and homogeneous capital, labor auto-differentiates by some identity, which is a condition derived from capital's ideological dominance. Weakening capital boomerangs into weaker identity divides. Workers' weakness positions class above identity. Capital then appears internationalist before capitalists and, as nationalist chauvinist before labor. The two poles of the first contradiction of capital, the labor-capital contradiction, become the homogenist and dollarized capital, on one end, and the fragmented global labor, on the other. In the age of imperialism, this first contradiction actualizes in a north-south divide. War, the epitomal practice of militarism, functions as both a predicate of the capitalist wage system and a self-contained wage system. War pressures third world wages down by commandeering third world states. States are forms of social organization that either abort or potentially express the will of the masses, and it also employs workers for wages. The concept masses as used here are peoples armed with revolutionary consciousness. The modern forms of imperialist wars are realized on the political-economic stage as massive forms of enslavement. Slavery is a category of the working class whose social cost of reproduction pushes below the necessary minimum. This class was optimal for capital when militarism affects demand by means waste. While colonialism massacred the natives and replaced them with slaves, then, capital at this juncture consumes the wage slaves in shortened intervals. The crushing power of capital is its bequeathed historical surplus value. Within capital commandeered class relations, doing anything for profits at any expense, is capital's reason on display. It mobilizes all sorts of agencies whose beliefs are summarized in the catchphrase "the system is great." The perception of power varies by class angle. For the generic northern academic, there is a Cartesian duality in the structure of power. It has a soft and a hard side. Analytics separate real aspects of phenomena in the mind to recompose them as a synthesis or false reality also in the mind. In the words of Krumah, the concept of an object cannot be properly formulated in idealism. Having once dismantled the world, idealists are unable to put it together again. It is as if one could not have soup anymore, but only its ingredients. Soft and hard powers are, however, real forms of power in which the soft power prepares the grounds for hard power to materialize as waste. The resultant processes swing between less and more extreme violence. The rule remains that depending on the positioning of capital's power at the heart of the class struggle, repression is inversely correlated with regime stability. There is rarely an investigation of the interpenetrative structure of capital class power whose gravitational field inclines toward imperialist genocide. For instance, a child in Gaza who has experienced Israeli bombardment has a firm comprehension of power, not only because of its imagined horrors, but also because she witnesses the instantiations of the deliberations of capitalists in the act of bombing. She sees a unity between thought as subject and the act of violence as object actualized in practice. Her reflection of material conditions automatically identifies the subject with its activity. Zionists are what they do. Rather than a dualistic or monotistic tradition in which things are reducible to 170. One reason or another, or are united in one ultimate source, her experience is the discovery of the practical critical, which the basis of revolutionary activity. In her contemplation and fear of the next attack, she will know the futility of attempting to predict the precise time of the next attack. She will, however, know with certainty that so long as capital is exemplified in Zionism, the subject that spearheads imperialist activity, the next wave of bombardment is just around the corner. Her identifying the sociological type of the enemy, the class practiced in bombardment as the self-actualization of its reason, is precursor to method. The unity of subject and object in thought, to conceive of a bomber state dropping a bomb with a single concept, a concept that shifts with the activity of the subject, reconforms method to the requirement of practice, as opposed to the practice of method. Although such practical critical activity rendered in thought is the womb of revolutionary consciousness, capital's co-optation of Marxism has turned the masses' mistrust of capital into self-blame, or worse yet, into blame upon individuals rather than upon the system. Capital's feat is to conquer social science, in particular, to drill into mass consciousness the personalization of history. Reducing the power of history to the person is social democracy's key mechanism in the transition to higher forms of capital, its evolution into fascism. So far, the imperialist system has proven resilient. In systems parlance, its feedback loops, its feelers for balancing ideological with physical assault to subdue the working class, had served it well. Foremost, its organized dimension, its forms of social organization, subsumes the working class and the means by which its ideology builds. It now could store the memories of the working class on its servers and manipulate the information to re-emphasize only the point that breeds working class defeatism. The systemic distortion of modes of thought with an accent on the elimination of history in the historical method lubricate the wheels of militarism. Central capital's oscillation between the concessions of social democracy and fascism responds to the strength of anti-systemic labor. Whereas crises of overproduction conjoined with income inequality must raise central consumption to redress profitability, militaristic consumption acted out in imperialist wars has instead become the optimal counter-cyclical measure. Militarism grew alongside the crisis of capital, not as a tributary, but as seedbed and key sphere of production. And just as other spheres of capital, militarism culturally reproduces by reproducing the subject who consumes and engages in the production of waste. Figuratively, Coca-Cola has its sugar-kick-loving subject-object/producer-consumer just as much as the bomb has its bomb-loving subject-object/producer-consumer. The war's cultural stock, the spread of democracy by drones, re-energizes militarism and its imperialist practice. 171. Defined at a more general level, imperialism is the state of becoming of the global law of value in violent forms. From such a definition, a sociological understanding of imperialism does not preclude the use of structural concepts such as core/periphery or east/west nor limit them to geography. These are structural as well as ideological descriptors, which specify the broad outlines of class struggle. Davis, a pioneering theorist of core/periphery, applied the dyad to the study of the relation of the native Indians to the white Canadian settlers. His metropolis and hinterland are cast as the structures of capital versus working class. Similarly, the use of core/periphery or north/south as structural cleavages echo the class rifts between imperialism and national liberation movements. The overwhelming repression reigning upon the surviving Canadian Indian population in the 1960s remains to date a continuity of expropriation by annihilation. Indian morbidity, their principal cause of death, and a life expectancy that is way below the white folk are continuations of the Canadian white settler mode of extermination. 3. As a paragon of structurally racist formations, Canada's hate culture is of the standard Western norm in which everyone is equal before the law, but many are highly unequal socially. 7. Lenin's imperialism. Lenin refers to imperialism as parasitic or decaying capitalism, in which oligarchies strive for domination and not for freedom, the exploitation of an increasing number of small or weak nations by a handful of the richest or most powerful nations. It is nation exploiting nation of which, as I have emphasized in Kadri, the principal forms of exploitation are commercial exploitation enacted in wars of encroachment and, only subordinately super-exploitation, which earmark imperialism. Profits emerge from the repressive activity boosting the rate of exploitation. Imperialist war visited upon the developing world masses is a resolution of capital's first contradiction. Alongside it, inter-imperialist competition, or the second contradiction of capital, promotes more exploitation to meet minimum socially necessary labor time. Together these two relations contradictions combine to deliver optimal accumulation conditions. Monopoly finance imperialism is not a repetition of primitive accumulation in the colonies. Forms of primitive accumulation, the enforced transformation of the private laborer by fire and steel into the social laborer has never stopped. It assumes varying modes across history. Primitive accumulation is when great masses of men are suddenly and forcibly torn from their means of subsistence and hurled as free and unattached proletarians on the labor market. The history of this expropriation, in different countries, assumes different aspects, and runs through its various phases in different orders of succession, and at different periods. The extrication of communities in the English countryside from their commons was the primitive accumulation of England. However, primitive accumulation was widely practiced in the colonies. Colonial genocides extricate the communities of the South from their lives. This is a different level of primitive accumulation. Horne's account of how the rise of the commercial class in Europe unleashed massive slavery and American Indian and other genocides, corresponds with Marx's position. Direct slavery is just as much the pivot of bourgeois industry as machinery, credits, etc. Without slavery you have no cotton, without cotton you have no modern industry. It is slavery that has given the colonies their value, it is the colonies that have created world trade, and it is world trade that is the precondition of large-scale industry. Thus slavery is an economic category of the greatest importance. Without slavery, North America, the most progressive of countries, would be transformed into a patriarchal country. Wipe out North America from the map of the world, and you will have anarchy, the complete decay of modern commerce and civilization. Cause slavery to disappear and you will have wiped America off the map of nations. Marx established that modern capitalism has been built on the backs of enslaved labor. Slavery is the form of capital that has hitched the colonies to value-making processes. At a rudimentary level, for social production relations to transmute into value relations, labor power must enter the market for exchange. Social life comes to depend on the sale of its alienated and objectified labor. Commercial exploitation alienates the labor of slaves from slaves. It consumes the lives of social labor in shorter times, recalling, it either murders the native and installs the African slave, or reduces the longevity of the modern wage slave. Patently, capital must get the most out of the slave while under imperialism it intensifies the business of shortening life. 173. From a waste accumulation angle, the consumption of Africans in slavery and American Indians in genocidal war are stages of production and industries in their own rights. They are measures for crises resolution under capitalism or the practice that resolves capital's contradictions. History is a transformative process. From feudal forms of slavery, into chattel slavery, up until the enslavement of nations by imperialist encroachment, the name slavery persists but its content and function change. The financial class is heir to the commercial class. Modern commercial exploitation is recognizable in wasted social nature and forms of structural genocide. Then as now, commercial exploitation revs up the rate of profit. So pervasive were the gains from chattel slavery according to Horne, such that John Locke stipulated that every freeman of Carolina shall have absolute power and authority over his Negro slaves, of what opinion or religion soever. Although Locke regarded slavery as vile and miserable and so directly opposite to the generous temper and courage of our nation, he also argued for it via a liberal route. According to Lenchman, Locke attempted to legitimize slavery by portraying it as a form of punishment for crimes committed where no central political authority or justice system exists. If a victim of an assault is entitled to take his attacker's life in self-defense, Locke reasoned, he must also be entitled to take his attacker's liberty. In other words, since the barbarian who lives in tyrannical surrounding may assault a white man, it is justifiable for the white man to enslave the barbarian in order to save his own life and civilization. Peoples unlike the liberal West, whether persons or states, must be enslaved. However, the real reason remains slavery reproduces the white man. Losurdo sardonically commented that the reason for Locke's justification of slavery in the colonies is that he was a shareholder of the Royal African Company, whose initials were imprinted on the bodies of many black slaves. Aside from the analogy with Kafka's penal colony, supporting slavery is a class position, which must grow over time since accumulation itself is primarily the power of the capital class exercised over labor. Fast forward to the current times of white dominion, one could only flip through the daily papers to notice that the West may be preparing to enslave another weaker nation because its dictator is a non-liberal barbarian. Since chattel slavery, few persons own in wealth as much as half of the world population. The system has augmented its dependence on slave conditions rather than on free wage labor. Furthermore, to entrench their gains, slave owners had to hold absolute power of life and death over their slaves then as they do now when they condemn nations to sanctions and war. Veneered by humanitarian cant, the novel form of primitive accumulation in the imperialist stage, or the expropriation of the masses of the South, actualizes in a combination of climate-induced evictions, austerity, and imperialist. 174. Wars. Capitalism in its imperialist guise hegemonically articulates peripheral modes of production. Since there is only one capitalism, the historical stage, defined by the capital relation, there will only a capitalist mode of production whose forms and functions vary from place to place. There would not be a non-capitalist mode of production trailing from the past, which remains active in the present. Such would only be a historically irrelevant vestige. Old traditions linger, including ways of subsistence agriculture, but these all the same are under the thumb of the imperialist class. Insofar as its form and function, a mode of production is the state of becoming of the productive forces and production relations. The process of such mode is dictated by the more powerful subject, which is central capital or imperialism. Point 4 For instance, it is not the culture or old machinery of Mozambique, which characterizes it as pre-capitalist, it the power of the U.S. Navy ship that could eradicate that nation with a single salvo. The labor and other resources of subjugated modes of production may be maintained in suspended animation until capital deploys them or destroys them. Capital classifies by class power and sociological type within the hierarchical social structure. The category of non-capital within the pyramid of capitalist relation is a non-functional trace. The sausage-minded may still posit that there is a good capitalism in the center and a barbarian one in the surroundings. However, the capital relation is not a sliceable salami sausage. Capital is indivisible. The Burqas, the Taliban, and a life expectancy of around 50 years in Afghanistan are symptoms of the industries of imperialism into which the financialized us-led class invested a few trillions of dollars. To jolt memories, the war costs are not costs to capital, they are investments to waste and cap the potential of the Afghan masses for years to come. As opposed to the northern welfare state whose aesthetic appearance is the blood of the South, that is, the highest capital relation is defined by its most genocidal facet, which emanates from the North. Articulating the South by belligerence, or its transformation by bombardment ingraining ideological defeat, rips away the property of a whole nation, encroaches the resources of the masses, and turns their national character into a socialized global asset readied for production or waste. In a context in which the waste commodity leads, the capitalist mode of production loses for society not only what it gains for the individual capitalist, society sells what labor produces, as well as the lives of laborers economized and eliminated before their due time. The working class is cornered into a socially subjectless asset, a material of capital, ready to be engaged or dispensed of as a waste product in capitalist production. The actualization of modern accumulation appears as primitive accumulation writ large. Aside from war itself epitomizing waste production, for the scattered resources to be mobilized into slave-like conditions, a whole culture of submission must take hold. A culture of house Marxists becomes the pervasive tradition imposed by the synergy between the power of the imperialist gun and the fetish of commodity, like the house slaves of Malcolm X. The old whip of the slave driver fades and submission inbuilds into social consciousness by the rate of alienation whose actual condition is the expropriation of the masses. The rate of alienation has always been the degree to which the worker's labor power is not her own. However, under the onus of waste industries, it is the life of man, which is a product reared by society, that is alienated to be sold. It may be alternatively possible to argue that dead social nature sells because the same 19th century Marxian position that argued abstract labor as the universal, which arises upon an advanced price system, now has an even more complex and integrated price system of futures and virtual markets. Marx demonstrated that with the advanced U.S. price system, which can practically reduce the value of all forms and quantities of labor uniformly to sums of money, so that any kind of labor becomes an interchangeable, tradable good or input with a known price tag, and is also practically treated as such. At this juncture, the world is dollarized, while labor power trades against commodities worldwide. Any commodified social activity trades in versatile time on an exchange platform and ledgers against a price. However, there is more to this than meets the eye. It is not only the price of the sold product that registers in exchange, it is the many unrecorded prices of the social activity supporting the production of that product as well. Hedging and futures markets are cases in point. Any price is an amalgam of other time-transcendent prices that are imputed within it. Unpaid for or, even the negative prices, of wasted lives and nature have for long reconstituted. 176. Grounds for profits. Irrespective of how complex the apparent price system, waste has sold for a price since the onset of capitalism. In short, every social activity that predicates the coming into existence of a product sells at some point in time and is, therefore, attendant upon a value relation. Although slavery under capitalism is ownership of the person, the purpose of ownership remains the exclusion of the working class from the right to control its stock of labor power. The auto-defeatism of a working class internalizing the ideology of capital backed by a U.S. military base is an optimal form of control, and also ownership. Private property, in its de jure or de facto state, is the state of being of capital. Property expands from the ownership of a person into the ownership of a nation, including its modes of demographic and cultural production. Under imperialism, the labor of the nation becomes slave labor. Since labor power is physically undetachable from the masses, no matter the statutory rights of workers within the enslaved nation, labor will be disposed of in waste production and in shorter life cycles. By the demands of minimum socially necessary labor time, capital employs the concrete work of a laborer in a time span sketched out by the requisites of its re-empowerment. Just as water and air are commodified, the displacement of living labor into the reserve army of labor, or conversely, the preponderance of idle labor or labor whose contribution to the surplus product is waged indirectly and assumes a low or negative share from the social product, compels its commodification. Once commodified in a world where everything has a price, labor is wasted for a price. The rate at which waste turns over rebosts the rate of exploitation. Capital accumulates by quickening the frequency of waste. The lump of unsovereign workers, and everyone is a worker in social reproduction, the humans turned into objects, like water and air, call upon capital to industrially waste them. Their defenselessness expands the substance of value as well as deepen the value relation. Capital draws the most out of labor, ejects it, and constructs an industry to eliminate it. The labor of the modern wage slave is productive through early death because it is waste productive. In war, as per our hypothesis, living labor produces dead laborers who are forcibly engaged in the work of self-defense. The dead are dead labor, a form of war raw material and product that contributes to value. The waste industry expands to cover much of social activity. The rationale of capital, its cache of ideology circumscribing policy, preconfigures the allocation of labor vis-a-vis its wastage in relation to the rising numbers of the reserve army of labor. Since the latter rises upon a secular trend on account of development in the productive forces, so does the waste. The twofold nature of intense commercial exploitation is such that the slave nation hands its output to the imperialist as well the lives of its working class members to be cut short as products of capital. The shorter life here is not contrasted with an unrealizable longevity level. It is not to say that people must 177 live to some future and longer life expectancy. People could live longer relative to the longevity already experienced by the central working classes. Adjacently, as capital expands by the production of waste, waste becomes the new form of capital. The waste relation reproduces capital. Whereas in the 19th century, the money's fetish form reigned as the sovereign of the commodity world, possessing the exclusive social power to establish the value hierarchy of all persons and objects relativized in regard to it. In this century, the ranking of the fetishes of the commodity world has changed. The money form equivalating 19th century sane commodities no longer sits atop the decision-making ladder of capital. As imperialism reigns in the working classes, production does not only reach a limit that forces it to shift into increasing dead labor, including the death of laborers, it automatically unfolds on its essence, its principal contradiction or the ransacking of anything social for private ends. Thence, the two facets of fetishism present themselves as novel ideals. First, the fabricated glitter of the commodity works in reverse, such that waste becomes of use value. Secondly, but more importantly, the reification that places causality in things becomes ideology armed to ensure the earlier than historically determined expiration of man. The wasted social nature develops into the collectively celebrated death instinct, which governs social reproduction, or rather, de-reproduction. For the value qua waste to self-expand, its moneyed fetish further reallocates resources into waste commodity production. In structural terms reflecting the content of waste, the North has no other alternative but to war or waste in order to accumulate. Accordingly, excessive social entropy mimics the manifest destiny of the U.S., however, here genocide is dictated by the money form fetish in symbiosis with the waste commodity. The waste-related rate of exploitation, the war industry and its related austerity snuffing the life of society in shorter intervals, supports high rates of return for capital. Imperialist-affected commercial exploitation, the exploitation of non-autonomous nations, implemented through colonial slaughter and imperialist wars, raise the practice of primitive accumulation to a higher level. In its material form, wasted social nature and the displaced costs of production, which undercut social reproduction, become the substantive content of value. A labor absorbed in waste, the powerless subject in value, is also a form of capital. In the unity of substance-subject, the more concentrated, centralized, and financialized capital becomes, the higher the frequency of exchange becomes, and the more time must conquer space. Thence, the more developing country resources must be cheapened or wasted. The sources of profits come to rely upon the very act of liquidating human life rather than what the expenditure of the muscle and intellect of that human life produces in sane end-use commodities. In such macabre state, the wasted life itself is 178. On sale and the source of profit. The abolition of the working class subject, the gradual erasure of its symbols, memoirs, and forms of social organization, which had through its powerlessness within the superstructure contributed little to the law of transformation of surplus value into profits, comes full circle in labor's auto-destruction. Deductively and in reference to the current geopolitical situation, the defeat of Russia and China will expose the masses of the developing world to further repression. With the powerful capital of the center articulated with subordinate capitals, the old practice of primitive accumulation, the imposition of capitalist relations by blood and fire, persists to one degree or another, as it must since the crisis of capital also persists. Commercial exploitation rises to a degree of exploitation that involves the literal consumption of working classes, which have been turned into self-consuming slaves without a modicum of negotiating power. In English primitive accumulation, the expelled laborer enters a work contract as a wage slave to be industrially exploited. In the colonies, the commercial exploitation spun around the dynamic of primitive accumulation, even that superficiality of free capital labor contracts is annulled. There might be marginal circumstances in the periphery where wage-slave contractual enclaves exist, but these all the same are entwined with the central classes that serve as aide-de-camps of capital. 8. Misinterpreted imperialism. Lenin's imperialism, with its capital concentration and centralization, monopoly finance and export of capital, and the division of territory, is dialectically a totality, which resolves by the medium of encroachment wars. Lenin's imperialism is a complex whole prompted by financial capital. The whole is a world in which the colonies occupy central stage insofar as revolutionary potential is concerned. As implied by Ho Chi Minh, the point of theorizing imperialism, with its unequal exchange and the global law of value, was since Lenin a debate with patronizing Western Marxism that the developing world is just as human as the North. Of these constituent relations, the export of capital is peculiarly misinterpreted. The center's export of capital, official development assistance, or any other form of capital flows and aid, these are investments that deepen the waste cycle. Considered over longer ranges of time, what capital exports from the center to the periphery, including the costs of military campaigns, are investments construed as costs. What momentarily appears as debit on 179. The imperialist balance sheet, will over the social turnover cycle reappear as high returns. Although the rich will reap what they spend by the widow's cruse when selling cars and chewing gum, they will earn more than what they spend, when they peddle waste, militarism, and the eradication of social nature. Central capital exports either to sustain super-exploitation, and the conditions for civil strife, reignite militarism. In realizing capital's objective, every imperialist act targets surplus drain. In conjoint production, the military campaigns that entail the migration of paid NATO soldiers mercenaries to the south is what dislocates the cheaply remunerated labor, which emigrates to the north. Apart from engaging in resource extraction, capital exported from the center to the south has two historically set objectives: first, the liquidation of developing country assets, and secondly, the disempowerment of the masses such that the imperialists control the power platforms that set the macro prices. Policies of openness in unsovereign, newly industrializing economies shift national resources into safer dollar markets. The flight of resources thrusts the weak nation into some form of intercommunal strife historically orchestrated by the real and ideological means of imperialism. Imperialist war is the principal lever that imposes the conditions of surrender upon the masses. It generates capital on its own and promotes the concentration of capital. The interrelatedness of war with imperialist economic policies makes of war the leading link around which all economic activities coalesce. Although a final realization stage for any commodity in continuous time is class pinned down, a war commodity may be the only commodity that comes nearest to opening and closing an economic cycle with a higher degree of accounting accuracy. Then there is the disconnect between finance and industry. Moneyed capital and the rentier disparage the tumult of real production. Under imperialism, or the domination of finance capital, the separation reaches vast proportions. Finance also disparages war as a sphere of production. The industry of war requires the making of machines and the training of men. However, the growth of finance rests upon the expansion of war. Crucially, the supremacy of finance capital over all other forms of capital means the predominance of the rentier and of the financial oligarchy. It means that a small number of financially powerful states stand out among all the rest. The extent to which this process is going on may be judged from the statistics on emissions, i.e., the issue of all kinds of securities. A century later, the speed of U.S. debt emission resketches imperialism's pent-up demand for war. The U.S. market floods the global market with its financial instruments. With a burgeoning culture of financial parasitism, it rears an imperialist class whose inclination to war pushes against the walls of the nuclear deterrent. Despite its 180 waste explosive path, there is some reasonableness to be gleaned from such waste history. history lends itself to decipherability from an understanding of its laws. The sturdier becomes capital's rule, the more it will curtail demand-side policies, specifically policies which may beleaguer capital's inner drive for shifting costs onto society. The anarchic side of capital, its desire to profit by demolishing socially responsible demand, grows with the power of capital. Additionally, the organized dimensions of capital, its state and related institutions, which balance the relation between the welfare of the North and imperialist belligerents in the South, play a lesser role. The defeatism of labor results in lower labor shares. Capital reaches its logical end. At the intersection of working-class fatalism with capital's demand for war, the unthinkable nuclear conflagration becomes possible, though not certain. Such nuclear and environment-related existential threats were not around during Marx's time. One cannot map Marx's critique of political economy against modern imperialism without reperiodization. Marx's method, however, overrides the shortcoming of synchronicity. In particular, his social accounting scheme, which assesses what it takes to cover the cost of labor's sustenance, prioritizes a politically empowered proletariat before the economism of unions claiming to fight for higher wages. In a divided world, however, lower central costs of living rely on changes in the mode of production to which colonial aggression and commercial exploitation are conduits. The order of changes occurring in an integrated global production system is not only gauged against the money magnitude of value usurped to the center, which concludes in higher central standards of living. It is not only because Haiti and the Dominican Republic are drained into abjectness that bananas are cheap in the North. Imperialism unsovereigns and suppresses any form of cultural identity, which preserves the memory and symbols of past class and national struggles. It especially aggresses anti-systemic thought that places subject over substance, class above identity, or politics over economics. Lenin's analytical breakdown of imperialism in 5 characteristics is perspicuous. By the dissection of imperialist phenomena in thought, Lenin was accused of being unimaginative, and so there can be no thought of any essential enrichment of the Marxian dialectic on the part of Lenin. In the field of philosophy, to speak of a Leninist school is impossible. What is impossible is the practice of the Russian Revolution without a theoretical innovation that corresponds to the requisites of the time. As a matter of principle, a revolution that wrests power cannot be theory applied, it must be theory evolving with practice. The fault in Maddox's critique is dogmatism in thought, and his search for a philosophy, which is dogma in its time frame. The search for philosophy is simply a bourgeois proclivity, for philosophies are as diverse as the conditions in which 181 life is practiced and as still as the period upon which they reflect. Maddox's points are logic devoid of corporeal being/relation to experience. Outside an interface of ideas with material circumstances, logical ideas without structure move nothing. Logical forms cannot brandish weapons to overthrow a political system. Ideas must be transplanted in proletarian forms of consciousness and social organization, whence Lenin's dialectic in theoretical practice guiding the practice of theory. Furthermore, these Leninist analytic markers of imperialism are social time-defined moments whose transformative conduit is imperialist war. War eases the contradiction between the development of productive forces and the accumulation of capital on the one side, and the division of colonies and spheres of influence for finance capital on the other. The contradictions of accumulation resolved in war as dialectical measure, indicates Lenin's awareness of dialectical immanence. Contradictions do not disappear, and their resolution is historically contingent. In commenting on the conspectus of Hegel's Science of Logic, Lenin noted that Hegel brilliantly divined the dialectics of things, phenomena, the world, nature in the dialectics of concepts, the totality of all sides of the phenomenon, of reality and their relations. That is what truth is composed of. The relations, transitions equal contradictions of notions equal the main content of logic, by which these concepts, including their relations, transitions, contradictions are shown as reflections of the objective world. The dialectics of things produces the dialectics of ideas, and not vice versa. After noting this observation on the margin of Hegel's Science of Logic, Lenin commends him for envisioning that the interface of the dialectics of the real world as reflected in the dialectic of ideas, preceded Marx's position on how objective dialectics foredetermine subjective dialectics. Hegel was an objective idealist for whom self-contained reason as opposed to material circumstances held primacy. Nonetheless, Hegel was an Aristotelian student for whom the art informed truth, but always in a subordinate position to the absoluteness of spirit classified in categorical subdivisions. Obviously, Lenin was aware that thought is informed by the practice of theory and that immanence does not spring from applying a priori forms, but rather the opposite, from reading into the dialectics of change related to the real history of the object. Lenin's imperialism stretches capital from being the European war of each against all to becoming the international war of each against all. He rejected Koskai's position that capitalists may unite in a phase of ultra-imperialism. Koskai misrepresented capitalists as pre-capitalist merchants whose proceeds grow by their marketing skills, such that they might overcome their differences to maintain the status quo. In contrast to merchants, capitalists do not buy their product from a private worker who owns his tools. 182. They engage labor deprived of tools, a social labor, whose output increases with the rate of exploitation. Without command of the labor process, the regulation and socialization of labor such that it relinquishes what it has produced, capital will revert to being itself, merely an illusion. The originality in Lenin's treatise is twofold: first, the war of imperialists against the colonies and / ex-colonies to rev up exploitation, and secondly, the necessity of inter-imperialist war over command of value transfer channels and shares of the surplus. As mentioned above, Lenin displaces the thrust of the first contradiction of capital, the labor-capital contradiction, onto a north-south chasm. The inter-imperialist war, the second contradiction of capital, takes its cue from that displacement. Their antagonisms rise because they must raise the rate of exploitation to earn higher profit rates. Both contradictions unwind in wars and other forms of exploitation superimposed upon the ex-colonies. The second contradiction is not secondary because inter-capitalist conflicts raise militarism and waste, and with that the rate of surplus value. In conformity with the Leninist proposition on the inevitability of inter-imperialist violence, Mazaros postulates that the formation of modern nations has been accomplished under the class leadership of the bourgeoisie, in accord with the socio-economic imperatives inherent in the self-expansionary drive of the multiplicity of capitals and their drive for greater territorial control, in ever-intensifying conflicts with one another, which might culminate in the potential annihilation of humankind in our own time. In the absence of anti-systemic struggle, the thingified capitalists may just bow down to the will of the bomb as itself expands. However, as a point of departure, the system of capital hegemonizes the social kaleidoscope with its own cultural creations. Moreover, with the thingification of capitalists, the identification of the capitalist with the commodity, and when different spheres of imperialist capital compete to deepen oppression and exploitation at source and over their shares of a waste-derived surplus, the chances of nuclear annihilation rise. With global policies unchanging, the planet is on track for a slow-motion extinction. There is additionally, an endogenous political economic argument in support of Mazaros' point. Imperialists disdain a competitor who is not sufficiently aggressive against peripheral classes. They contest an entity that receives in imperialist rents a share through financial channels higher than the average returns on its stock of capital, like the U.S. Meanwhile, profits must rise with the rate of exploitation whose partial feedback is the exposed conditions that meet the price of production, a price over which capital does not have full control. To reassert its rule vis-a-vis the threats presented by nationalist or socialist developing states, and interrelatedly other imperialist. 183. Competitors, all while submitting to the law value, capital engages with the waste currents that position the globe on a downward spiral. The case for the doomsday scenario augured by Mazaros may also be put as follows. As oppression readies exploitation, the social measures adopted to redress the conditions for receding profits must worsen. Figuratively, the oppression here is not about whisking away the industrial worker of the North from shirking on the job or other moral hazard conditions. The oppression intensifies in the South, where putting children to work in bombarded areas to cheaply feed the northern industrial worker. One is reminded that apart from the intranational class wars, intercapitalist wars are also value-forming processes. All unjust wars are sui generis pure waste industries. The notion that armaments are more expensive to destroy than to produce is redundant arithmetic, because either way, war is the value process and the revenue of the financial class. The unrecognized condition in such stance is the product of the bomb, which is the wasted lives registering as value. Surplus value making is both a destruction and a creation of value process ongoing in social time. In its somewhat unrestrained forms, the forms of capital culminating in post-Cold War neoliberalism, which consolidate the waste in production, the law of value, or the law that systematizes the self-expansion of value at any cost, may reach its logical end. In such an absurd state, capital irreproachably consumes the lives of laborers in war and austerity and lodges the product, the deaths of people, against some set of prices from which imperialist rents are derived. Imperialist wars as an application of the law of value consummate in the ultimate state of capital, the condition of waste. Reverting to the initial proposition, waste is already the predominant form of capital. Capital's logical end is a condition in which all that exists is reduced to waste. Mazaro's apocalyptic proposition may no longer be far-fetched. For Lenin, there is a breaking point at which diplomacy between imperialists recedes and inter-rich nations conflict flares. That threshold is sociological, in contradistinction to economistic. In his version of imperialism, a financial, industrial class conditioned by the higher turnover rate of financial transactions may compete for profits. However, it places its primary concern onto the social regulations and measures that lay out the grounds for profits. The bigger European colonial powers in Africa, the UK and France, tolerated the smaller colonial powers, such as the Portuguese or Belgians, because these smaller partners carried out unspeakable atrocities at their behest, else the Belgians would have been booted out of the Congo. Leopold's brutalities typify the commercial exploitation. In that sense, the disparagement of industry by finance is more about a dissatisfaction with the slow rate of immiseration enacted upon labor by industrial capital. Finance requires more. 184. Industrial-scale immiseration and coordinates real economic activity with the higher pace of its moneyed expansion. Financial transactions, exchange, and mergers and acquisitions do not create value, but their commanding position accentuates the creation of value by means of waste production and accomplish capital. Labor process regimentation, regulation, in addition to the literal but combined consumption of labor and labor power to support production, these are the underlying conditions that finance prepares to create value. 9. Imperialism and nature. In relation to the concept of surplus value, the flow of wealth is a transformation of surplus labor, or the labor above that which is necessary in value terms for labor to subsist, into a capital or money form. The production dynamic is a social relation, which is relayed by the subject-to-object rapport de force at the heart of the value relationship. In social production, agency is instantiated class rather than the reified productive forces. Technology does not animate itself, and the very existence of machines that produce presupposes the existence of the class subject. Theoretically, forms of social organization whose structure is objective and impersonal preconfigure production such that profits arise from consuming the value of the cheapened labor inputs. Put in reference to waste accumulation, people in bondage to capital's frame of knowledge organize to produce by consuming other people's, hence, people are subject and substance, respectively. The value outlays on labor, or necessary labor, principally fall by means of war, or less significantly by other coercion mechanisms that cheapen labor, as well as the natural resources owned by labor. With a declining clout of labor, the steadily rising rate at which capital metabolizes man and nature in production transfers capital's long-term costs onto society and underwrites profits. While capital acts first to cement its rule, the primacy of politics, the economic, or the profit form of the surplus value symbolized in moneyed units is derivatively shaped by the horizon of that last moment. Accordingly, capitalists may compete for a higher moneyed share of profits. However, their organized dimension recognizes that profits are rooted in a surplus value relation, which expands by the divided, emaciated, or the prematurely extinguished lives of the Lazarus classes. The money form signification of value, its magnitude, varies by the law of the transformation of value into price. As a subdivision of the law of value, the transformation of value into price is a superstructure-mediated measure ensuring higher surplus labor, or conversely, lower necessary labor by the power capital and its fetishes exercise over market forces. The price-to-value ratio is a tendency in which the subject in the value relation, capital, to the degree 185. It commands power in the balance of class forces, including its technology as part of its historically amassed surplus value, establishes the groundwork such that the sum of prices it usurps as profits are based on the most value for the lowest cost. The principal form of power driving higher profit rates springs from imperialist aggression, or the purest waste, which demolishes labor as subject/owner of resources, peddles social nature as a waste product, and sets the power infrastructures of all commodity exchange. Against the proposition that waste accumulation, the militarism, and war economies, are value-making processes creating value proper and conduits of value in the global market, war is posited as a sphere of production. It produces for profits, and it becomes an end in itself. As such, the war enterprise, as a subcategory of militarism, is broader than Mazaro's run-of-the-mill wasteful production undertaken so long as its products can be profitably imposed on the market. The apples sprayed with toxins sell, but more importantly, the deaths in Africa and the Middle East sell as well. Militarism is a more wide-ranging concept than the accounting framework of the military-industrial complex, which is defined by Mazaros as that which appropriates and dissipates apparently limitless resources and overproduced capital funds. Wasting human lives, potential and actual, is a domain of accumulation and a process of production in which depopulation is inherent in the motion of capital. The rationale for this proposition rests first upon the contradiction of use with exchange value, which predisposes the laborer to waste as a result of the violence exercised to expropriate him or because the death of labor sells, and secondly, competition replaces living labor with dead labor, leaving much of the reserve army of labor as the stock that lures commodification to be wasted. In both cases, the death of the laborer is both means and end. Marx's characterization of capital as a blood-soaked relation was not merely for metaphorical purposes. Crushing the East to launch Western capitalism was an industry and a repository to Western industry. With production relations turning capitalist, the 16th century waged laborers were soldiers assigned the task of decimating natives and/or their wages were part of the loot. The vanquishment of the East is the principal historical subject of early European cottage industry and later its industrial revolution. Theoretically, the justification for this point is to be found in a history governed by social relations as opposed to personified subjects. For Frank, the roots of capitalist development lie in the development of a world mercantile capitalist system resulting from the rise of a world commercial network. Development of the world into a single mercantilist system was necessary to pave the way for a surplus appropriation chain which Frank identifies as the scaffolding of capitalist expansion. At a more abstract level, the value relation is the genome of capital. Marx's discovery of labor power as the commodity whose exchange regulates the 186. Reproduction of labor meant that for a small European market swamped with commodities, much superfluous labor in the South had to be eliminated. Too many people need to be fed and such necessary labor unnecessarily, for capital that is, rises. Crises of overproduction were inborn with capitalism prior to the classical observation of the glut. Even bullion had been overproduced relative the stock of commodities and precipitated in inflation that lingered onto the 17th century. Colonial and other rents are concentrated in northern markets. Relative to demand, competitive pressures flood northern markets. Capital's dilemma is such it cannot redistribute to absorb excess inventory and it must reduce costs at source. The elimination of natives is an industry of waste led by cost reduction. Also, profits emerge as the costs of inputs from the colony fall by the expatriation of natives. Literally, the eliminated persons lower the costs to levels below the cost of slavery. More to the point, the slaughter is a waged activity and, thusly, a value relation with its own attendant surplus value. The rents/wages of the slaughterers constitute a share of the colonial rents. The cultural expropriation of the colony re-energizes the slaughter relationship shaping European development. To waste the aggressed people in the East first creates the employment opportunities for the soldiers of the West, and secondly, the objectification of the slaughtered is resurrected via its moneyed form as the dead labor of the West. Marx's metaphor of dead labor as the vampire that lives by sucking living labor is the unspoken waste of capital. Machines do not only displace people, their capital owner and subject eliminates the people that machines displace. Technological advance is not the product of a superior European race, which is in racist stance a garden in a barbaric milieu. Yet, liberal Marxism never ceases to parrot that capitalism is progressive. The already established loss of species, the damage to man and nature so far, plus the forecasts that the planet is doomed, preclude any notion of progressive capital. Although the risk of nuclear conflagration computes into doomsday assessment, the already incurred social and ecological loss is sufficient proof of doomsdayism. Under capital's rule, there will be less of sane nature to produce with in the future than the present. This rationing of commodified nature by the intoxication of resources making production costly reasserts the ongoing waste production as a value relation upon which profits, which spring from the sale of commodities marked up by future difficulties, will soar. Despite efforts such as Dorninger et al. And Hornborg and many others to pin a price cost on losses, the loss is immeasurable. The post hoc fallacy does not apply here. The waste is phenomenal, and all that preceded it, overdetermined it. The breadth of irreparable loss is social, with nature being a sideshow. More so, the dollar amount magnitude of the waste, cannot be rendered without presuming price as appearance is the quotient of the class struggle, which in a 187 culture ensconced by capital implies that all estimates at this time are conservative. All one can say is the scale of the loss may be figuratively put as either being crushed by a 50 or 100-ton train, little difference does it make. In addition to the cost of natural depredation and the permanent loss of natural stock, the issue remains that capital devours the planet for the luxury of the few. It is not the physical limit of resource use that may come to an end, it is rather the capital relationship, which reproduces man/social nature by the disproportional disposal of man and nature, which does not come to an end. The depletion of resources is constructed socially to foster scarcity, which acts as a repository for price differentials favoring the rich. Scarce commodities associated with constructed costly production become affordable by the rich and inaccessible to the poor. For example, the destruction of distributary water pipes, the contamination of water, and the rise of plastic bottled water industries make safer water only available for those who could pay. Mind you, the plasticization and its carcinogenic spin-offs are a bonus for pharmaceutical and medical industries. Whether temporary or fabricated, scarcity underlain by waste marks up prices and boosts profits. No matter how difficult it becomes to mine for resources, such cannot convince capital to alter its trajectory. Ecological imperialism biasly sickens the masses of the South. The richest 1% of the world's population are responsible for more than twice as much carbon pollution as the 3.1 billion people who made up the poorest half of humanity during a critical 25-year period of unprecedented emissions growth. Similarly to the use of nuclear weapons, and in their self-defense, peoples of the developing South could abuse nature to bring down the planet in an act of mutual destruction. For the sake of argument, let us posit that progress is relative to the social efficacy of resources available to a society in a specific historical phase, social in contrast to private efficacy based on the economism of capital's price system. The sane social efficacy formula in any social system is as follows: despite the harm forced upon man and nature during production, the gains imparted upon society offset the harm. Such is not the case, and that is why progressive capitalism rings hollow. It resembles the hypothetical consumer surplus in neoclassical economics. People are happy with the price at which they bought their commodities because otherwise they could have been paying a much higher price. The difference between what they paid and what they could have paid is the neoclassical basis for the consumer surplus/welfare. In welfare terms, however, this surplus is nonsensical, at least because it omits negative welfare, or the possibility that wretched people are not even in the game since they cannot afford to remain alive for long. Add these people to mainstream welfare calculation, and the absolute and relative welfare of global society sinks way below zero. 188. 10. Imperialism and dead labor. The concepts of consumer surplus and progressive capitalism are rationalistic stopgaps that assuage the guilt of those who disproportionately benefit from the rent attendant upon imperialist exploitation. Historically, every socially inspired policy alternative performed better than societies with uninhibited private capital at the helm. Socialized health and education demonstrate development. Ex post facto, the social alternatives, judging by the formula of social efficacy defined above, delivered more benefits per unit of input, in social as well as economic dynamics, than private pursuits serving the select few. Keynesians, for instance, flaunt the superiority of the post-war Golden Age versus the Leaden Age neoliberalism. Still, they allied their imperialist wars or that efficient demand policies were reforms that countered revolution. Keynesianism was capital's politics at work, paying parts of the working class to decimate another part. It later foregrounded the rise of neoliberalism and birthed the resprouting fascism in Europe. Since capital struck its roots in colonialism, the cost of the anarchy that overproduces for minority consumerism was realized in the lost opportunity to allocate resources to social ends, and in the losses to social nature. For that leisured minority, most working people can be curtained off by some anti-working class identity that is equal before the law but unequal socially. Examples of the outstanding labels for the other's inferiority are as follows. They do not deserve to share in the wealth because they are too primitive to use advanced machinery, or they are the others by their national identity or color. They can be poor because of constructed labels such as their culture, etc. All in all, the race of the chattel slave is given a different brand name while keeping the same content insofar as accumulation is concerned. Identity differences are an automatically occurring cultural state entwined with social being. However, its political function is forcibly, or de jure imposed and weaponized by capital against labor. Unlike humans, nature cannot be cordoned off. Refugee boats can be sunk at high seas, but diseases cannot. In proportion with class position, the toxins in the environment implicate the physiological being appended to any social class. That nature self-avenges as it disgorges man-made adulterants is an expansion of an outstanding condition experienced by pre-capitalist formations. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place brings about the results we expected, but in the second and third places it has quite different. 189. Unforeseen effects which only too often cancel the first. The people who, in Mesopotamia, Greece, Asia Minor and elsewhere, destroyed the forests to obtain cultivable land, never dreamed that by removing along with the forests the collecting centers and reservoirs of moisture they were laying the basis for the present forlorn state of those countries. Thus at every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. The blowback of nature in the Anthropocene is visible. To re-articulate the main assumption in order to discuss the thesis of waste from a different angle. With the advance of time, capital develops its essence, or law of value, into its appearance, the waste. The system is avowedly an overly anthropic social class system, which consumes social nature beyond a socially sane replacement level. It expands at a faster rate as it metabolises more units of man and nature per unit of output. For value intrinsic reasons, output sells more by its waste content rather than non-waste products. All the same, these output units are the reified socially necessary labor time drawn from the stock of society's labor power to be waged, but only after the regulation of the labor demographic process. Society, the store of labor power, deploys its labor in production subject to capital's minimum socially necessary labor time, or how capitalists meet average profits to remain afloat. How many people work without a wage, how many are employed for a wage, and how many capital weeds out to satisfy the perquisites for a minimum social cost of labor reproduction are questions related to the articulation of various working strata with the pyramidal structure of production. Capital incorporates relations of size and skill of the workforce, including its birth, fertility, and death rates in relation to its power standing within accumulation prior to determining its type of engagement. These demographic rates are historically predetermined moments as opposed to immediate policy variables. Their sluggish variations are codified by the rate of capital accumulation and the longer-term policies of capital's institutions. The rate of capital accumulation is determined by the rate of abjection. The rate of capital accumulation is the surplus product transmuting into a form of capital to reproduce capital. The substance of which the surplus is constituted presupposes the subject or the social relation acting as subject. For the classical political economists, higher wages induce population growth, raise agricultural rents, people become more expensive to feed. 190. Circuitously, population growth rates taper down. Ricardo shared that Malthusian position and shrewdly remarked that the rate of capital accumulation reconstitutes the grounds upon which the rate of demographic growth changes, albeit with lengthy lags. Not much has changed with the neoclassicals. Higher and stable income positively influences fertility until the negative price effect, or the cost of children, cancels the income effect. Doubtless, to extend fewer resources on the reproduction of the labor force shortens longevity and weighs in on fecundity. Such mainstream observations from phenomena whose reason is psychobehavioral make sense only under partial conditions and are chosen from a myriad of facts to exonerate capital. They basically posit that capital performs more efficiently for society with lower wages, while the contrivance of the trickle-down spills the efficiency gains over onto society as well-being gains. Under capitalism, population growth varies with what the rate of capital accumulation encodes in reproductive behavior relative to the development of the productive forces. The gap between rural and modern/urban traditions of fertility mirrors the differential modes of capital accumulation in these respective sectors. Formally, the system's dynamic is co-founded by the rate of replacement of living by dead labor and the resulting relative surplus population that depresses living wages. However, put only as such decontextualizes Marx because what depresses the wage is not the too many unemployed people, it is the cloud of labor in the class struggle that nets the wage share predestined to reproduce labor. Although there would be too many people whose effective number of hours in capital's productivity accounts is negligible, the sheer number of people as substance pressures wages down only when that substance is subjectless or when idle people are mere flesh and blood with a pro-systemic consciousness. Such reification is bliss for capital. Capital then reasserts the duality between a class, which earns enough to consume its upscale products but does not systemically oppose capital, and a class consumed in the production of capital's products. The latter are reduced to things that do not oppose capital. The former class only negotiates its share from the social product as opposed to overthrowing the exploitative production conditions of workers from the South. Moreover, it is not the uddividi/substitutability of the concrete replacement of man for machine that gels as the driver of labor disengagement. Neither heterogeneous man nor dissimilar machines are summable. There cannot be an average of things composed of different qualities unless they are reduced to some universal quality. It is because of labor in its abstract form, after its mediation in exchange via the universal equivalent, money, which is common to all commodities, that value becomes quantifiable as human labor in general. More important, it is only after commodities exchange and sell that the 191 total mass of labor power stored in them as socially necessary labor time, or value proper, assumes a money form of value, which ex post signals the minimum social labor regime to be enforced upon the labor process. Just as each individual wage is the dividend from the wage share of its respective power of labor in the class struggle, a given commodity contains a share of the socially necessary labor time inferred post facto from its standing vis-a-vis the social product. Formally again, as the interaction of the parts, the many forms of concrete labor, transfigures into a universal whole, the abstract labor whose evolved characteristic differs from the sum of the parts, the whole or the system represented in the sum of values begins to reproduce society by the feedback loop generated via the mutual interaction of the part with the whole. Under the social system of capitalism, it is capital's institutions, principally its ideology and state, which lay down the rules of the game and fashion the feedback loops to its requirements. The signaling mechanism through the money form, the principal feedback mechanism, rainforms production conditions such that the surplus labor portion of the social product rises. However, as the waste side of the commodity prevails and addresses the wants of people coerced into accepting waste instead of what is useful to them, the above historical dynamic ought to be qualified. For Marx, better mechanization displacing workers, or the rising organic composition of capital with its associated lower surplus value rates, exerts downward pressure on the rate of profit. Marx notes several mitigating factors to the tendency of declining profit rates, among those lower costs of raw material and higher rates of exploitation. There is an additional point to note with regards to changes under monopoly finance capital, especially that monopolies, by their power and size, obstruct free entry and rearrange/delay the replacement of old technology, making relative surplus value rise with the organic composition of capital. No matter the method of measurement, Sweezy's argument appears to be empirically borne out. Obviously, profit rates did not decline to zero. To be sure, Marx did not predict that profit rates will decline. His approach is not formal and shuns such astrological casuistry. The tendency of declining profit rates was already an established empirical observation in classical political economy and, in fact, Marx argued why the profit rates were not decelerating as fast they otherwise should. Prima facie, by letting the economic growth rate approximate the profit rate, it is safe to say that the rate of profit and beneath it the rate of surplus value have risen in tandem with better mechanization and rising inequality. But correlation is not causation. It is not because of monopolistic innovation, or laterally the creative destruction of Joseph Schumpeter, that relative surplus value rises, it is because the destruction or the creativity developed. 192. To waste social nature. Destruction is the primary enterprise of capital. More to the point, Marx's position that the rate of exploitation rises and mitigates falling rates of surplus value holds. Waste accumulation effected through more intense forms of commercial exploitation is the qualifying condition. The militarism of pure waste, the ransacked and sovereignist states with cheapened or wasted labor are the counter-tendencies behind buoyant profit rates. A rising organic composition of capital is inherent to capital. Competition endogenoses objective improvements in the productive forces. As the quality of capital per unit of labor grows, fewer people are employed to produce the same quantity of commodities. The ratio of constant to variable capital outlays also rises. Less value on labor is outlaid relative to constant labor. and with fewer productive and living labor engaged, lesser rates of surplus value emerge. Whether by absolute value measures or by cheapening the consumption bundle of labor, higher exploitation must kick in to redress falling rates of profits. Formulaically, capital must lessen the value expended on the reproduction of labor or necessary labor time, which leaves more for surplus labor. Capital is the subject relation and not the things one names capital. All under the edifice of the superstructure, the surplus labor time residual is then cross-mediated by the competing forces of the market into profits. To posit things from the spectrum of classical political economy, when values gravitate to natural prices or long-term average costs, then relative to the mass of fixed capital, and as wages rise, there would be less and less left for profits. Ricardo attributed the tendency of the rate of profit fall to rising wages corresponding to rising prices in agriculture, which supports a growing population. He adds that there can be no rise in the value of labor without a fall of profits. If the corn is to be divided between the farmer and the laborer, the larger the proportion that is given to the latter, the less will remain for the former, and suppose then, that owing to a rise of wages, profits fall from 10 to 9%, or instead of adding £550 to the common price of their goods for the profits on their fixed capital, the manufacturers would add only 9% on that sum, or again £495, consequently the price would be £5,995 instead of £6,050. As the corn would continue to sell for £5,500, the manufactured goods in which more fixed capital was employed, would fall relatively to corn or to any other goods in which a less portion of fixed capital entered. He then says that the tendency, this gravitation as it were of profits, is happily checked at repeated intervals by the improvements in machinery, connected with the production of necessaries, as well as by discoveries in the science of agriculture which enable us to relinquish a portion of labor before required, and therefore to lower the price of the prime necessary of the laborer. 193. At first sight, that is not so different from Marx's position that increasing relative surplus value mitigates the tendency of the profit rate to fall. Under the surface, however, Ricardo approaches the issue from a quantitative angle. Concrete labor is the substance of value, while the long-term cost price is equivalent value. Profits proportionate surplus value such that as the laborer retains a higher share of wages, the profit rate declines. Wages, however, for Marx are the prices of labor power that reproduce the laboring class, and not the price of concrete or individual labor. He was not concerned with the empirically given observation of the falling rate of profit. Most political economists noted average lower rates of return associated with higher capital costs over time. The context for the price of labor power is similar to the context for any other commodity, with the variant that society reproduces labor and labor power. Capital's power exercised constructs the scarcity or abundance that lurks behind price fluctuations and instantiations within a band whose historically articulated purpose is to keep value relations hidden from view. In opposition to Ricardo, who atomizes labor and treats it by its concrete side, which then leads to the impossibility of adding up heterogeneous components of production, Marx does not attempt adding dissimilar things, and instead traces the development of the commodity in the after-the-fact market transformed forms of value from concrete labor to abstract labor. Ricardo's one-sided empiricism, as in the truth resides in the gravitation of price around value, lends itself to be handled by mathematics. The dead labor in the machines can be calculated and dated backward. However, the omission of history or social relations is an omission of time and space. A hypothetical and/or time-independent commodity may be considered in terms of the quantity of labor that went into its making, whereas a real commodity developing in real history is considered in terms of the effort that society mustered to produce the laborer who delivered his labor power into the commodity. That is what actually happens in real time. Although both Marx and Ricardo assign the same names to their theoretical concepts, they differ in the way they relate these concepts to concreteness. In today's illusory economics, Ricardo would still be real because he recognizes a difference between value and price and/or that wages are the source profits. However, he does not recognize the exploitation attendant upon value and class relations that nurture the grounds upon which differential prices form. He does not relay why the same labor effort in the same job in Sri Lanka pays less than in England. Ricardo's prices are ahistorical symbols or abstracts that remain abstracts. Whereas for Marx, exchange value assuming a money value form in the price is the resolution of the contradiction between value and use value, which is the alienation that is commensurate with exploitation. 194. Apart from failing to follow the commodity in its development from concrete to abstract forms, Ricardo drops the role of value and class relations behind the formation of prices. That is still better than neoclassical utility theory, whose crude empirics sees true value in observed prices, decided by individual tastes, and a price system paralleling hedonistic volition. In Ricardo, labor, capital, and land as production factors are reduced to differing quantities with corresponding prices, which provide a certain output and profits. The laborer is only responsible for his or her labor, but not the costs associated with land or capital. As profits originate from factors other than labor, labor as the source of value or the Ricardian labor theory of value flounders. However, the Marxian notion of social labor reproducing society by the use of social assets whose determinations are class-wielded, let new profits rest in the social condition of exploitation in which new value emerges from the short-changing of living labor and or by the underpricing of its labor power. Note that this is not a static arithmetic approach. Old value or dead labor residing in constant capital is passed to the commodity as it is, minus depreciation, while newly created value arises upon the surplus labor time captured by capital. This is a dynamic system of flows. Ricardo's average labor effort or heterogeneous concrete labor cannot be measured, and ditto for differing productivity of physical capital components, which also cannot be averaged out. Contrariwise, Marx's laborer is thus not a hypothetical, but a social being whose labor develops historically and is mediated in the more universal/abstract moneyed symbols, which are summable but not equivalent to value. These symbolic money forms reflect the grip of capital over labor and indicate whether the share of labor from the social product reproduces or de-reproduces society. Marx's laborer is a social/historical laborer, or a subcategory of class, as opposed to an individual who resides outside time/history. His surplus value concept is the class-designated share of a capitalist class from the social product whose substantive value form is what it takes to feed and clothe society, in contrast to the profits of a single capitalist. More appropriately, value is the relation that draws on the process of working class exploitation, while prices are the forms of capital whose purpose is the concealment of that exploitation. Marxian political economy is not about that capitalist paying less to that laborer to gain more, it is about the capitalist class exploiting the laboring class as a whole and the rate of exploitation or surplus value that sketches out its profit rate. The conditions for immediate exploitation and for the realization of that exploitation are not identical. Not only are they separate in time and space, they are also separate in theory. The former is restricted only by the 195. Society's productive forces, the latter by the proportionality between the different branches of production and by the society's power of consumption. And this is determined neither by the absolute power of production nor by the absolute power of consumption but rather by the power of consumption within a given framework of antagonistic conditions of distribution, which reduce the consumption of the vast majority of society to a minimum level, only capable of varying within more or less narrow limits. It is further restricted by the drive for accumulation, the drive to expand capital and produce surplus value on a larger scale. The outlays on variable capital will depend on the rate of the living wage and/or the wage share of the working class over its life cycle. Workers are inescapably excluded by advanced mechanization, while tech advance combined with imperialist aggression capping peripheral progress undermine meaningful waged engagement. Imperialism depresses the value outlays or variable capital. The rising rate of exploitation will support the profit rate only as inequality rises or as some can buy while others cannot afford the stuff they produce. Plainly, Exploitation necessitates uneven development under crises of overproduction. Conversationally, capital competes by lowering its input costs while overproducing for narrow market strips. The market, therefore, must be continually extended. The more productivity develops, the more it comes into conflict with the narrow basis on which the relations of consumption rest. It is in no way a contradiction, on this contradictory basis, that excess capital coexists with a growing surplus population. Unlike Ricardo, Marx sees no co-alignment between value and price. Capital profits only if it seizes labor by means of political oppression, and with that the contribution of the working class to the social product. The case may be that under the free reign of capital the revenues with which society subsists, the equivalent of necessary labor, may reach extremely low levels. However, with waste accumulation, it is no longer a case in which necessary labor may or may not fall below zero, or that it asymptotically reaches zero, as discussed by Miller. It is a case where one central class, the wasting class, extends itself by taxing the lives and future reproductive bases of another working class, the wasted class. The key form of exploitation here is not the self-evident point that lower wages waste working people, it is the process of wasting people itself as a key enterprise of capital in which exploitation is exercised to produce waste. What appears momentarily as very low prices for the waste products, the dead. 196. Afghans, Africans, and others, these are nonetheless marketed at some price level, which masks their seminal value contribution. Miller's remark on the quantification of necessary labor is misplaced. Waste is produced as value and paid for not to harm society but in ways that are acceptable to society. The self-reinforcing cycle of harm is value self-expanding. Marxian labor is a social category, or a social relation which is subject, whose clout contracts or expands inversely to capital's hegemony. Because price obscures value and because there cannot be an identity between value and price to set quantitative limits on how value behaves, value in the form of waste may expand indefinitely. Surplus value only equals profits in a fantasy world, whereas surplus value as a subdivision of value and through its associated fetishism foregrounds the price system as the social form whose purpose is to recreate conditions for future surplus value. Value is mediated in the money form and cannot be quantified in a similar manner to the utils of neoclassical subjective value theory whose values agree with prices. Neoclassical theory asks how much utility an individual may acquire from consuming a commodity when she spends her income on consumption, but never asks how the income of that individual came to be what it is. As such, the theory may be reduced to the platitude that the rich are happy, and the poor are miserable. Isomorphic quantification, ordinal or cardinal, cannot apply to objective value relations because while their products are material, they as subject social relations are real but intangible. At any rate, capital only measures variables whose accounting basis it has ex ante fathomed. Over the horizon, wages as signification of minimum value required for sustenance can become negative because capital destroys laborers and expropriates their savings and resources, such that over their lifetime their wealth is negative. That does not mean that value is either negative or positive. It is obvious that waste is negative to society but relatively positive to the bourgeoisie. What is a posteriori recognized is a law of value predisposed to waste. In forms of waste related to commercial exploitation, a worker earns less than minimum subsistence, because the wage package includes health and other benefits, which as austerity or war cuts reduce the already minimal wage, the lifetime wage package turns into a negative amount. 5. The worker ends up paying capital with her shorter years of life because of deteriorating living conditions. Coincidentally, these cuts to labor impute as higher relative savings for capital. Capital pays less in money wages for more value extracted from labor. Subsequently, the rate of exploitation or the rate of surplus value rises, which down the line translates into growth in profits. Account taken of the different historical periods, such is unlike a slave who works for zero wages and is maximally reproduced by the slave owner to perform under low-tech productivity conditions. Contrariwise, Modern forms of commercial exploitations to reproduce the laborer and dispose of her as early as possible. In processual terms, the phenomenal waste dissipates and rations social nature to reproduce current as well as future society relative to historically available capacity. For instance, the impact of global warming, war and austerity upon rural agriculture is no longer just to extricate/socialize farmers from the land, it is also to ruin the land such that it no longer supports as much life in the future. Sickened nature acted as if it is capital's dead labor and passed the waste value stored in it to reduce the longevity and autonomy of the rural strata over the social turnover cycle. Considered upon the observed living conditions of the upper classes in relation to the observed dipping living conditions of the masses, necessary labor is dropping. The working class must borrow on top of its earnings to support itself, while the bondage to debt recompromises livelihood. Over the social turnover cycle or the time in which a generation reproduces itself, the earlier than historically determined death of working people leaves more surplus labor for capital. Communicated to society via capital's moneyed system, surplus value keeps rising by working class dividedness and a surplus product of waste. In a nutshell, the damage to social nature and the costs paid by the working class for waste tip the social natural energy balance responsible for social reproduction into the de-reproduction quadrant. Although in the pre-capitalist phase, labor was scarce relative to low-tech resources and relatively immobile, labor under capitalism has grown more mobile and abundant relative to capital's used and spare capacity. Under imperialism, the rates of profit generated from the elimination of a proportion of persons minimally waged, especially via militarism, are more significant than the rates related to the production of salient civilian end-use commodity, although militarism predicates the whole system. The sum in trillions spent on mowing down Iraqis who subsisted at around 60 cents under the embargo is a case in point. Austerity and the migration of NATO soldiers to the south uproot labor and shape a more mobile global workforce. Historias capital implies a rate of aggression from which a proportional rate of refugees/migrants emerges and positively influences central growth rates. The flux. 198. In the populations of the X/colonies responded more to the rate of repression, imperialistically suppressed modernization, rather than the symptomatic wage rate. Central to the waste thesis is the commodification of the idle labor force and the reduction of its numbers. The law of value ought to correspond to the phenomenon shaped by capital before us. Any social being that does not significantly reproduce capital in a run-of-the-mill activity is commodified to be wasted, which further reproduces capital. Capital disparages independent or semi-sufficient labor. Where the capitalist has at his back the power of the mother country, he tries to clear out of his way by force the modes of production and appropriation based on the independent labor of the producer. In waste the producer is literally cleared out. Thus, waste is both a predicate and an initial building block of the social reproduction cycle. Such is not to be inferred from the formal analytical framework, or the quarterly data reported by capital, because these money-symbolic attributes are needed by capital to falsify reality. At a fundamental level, society produces and consumes commodities to reproduce or de-produce over a periodist time stretch. The laws of capital condense concrete labor in chronological time, which in turn tallies with minimum socially necessary labor time. In the main, socially necessary labor time, or loosely, labor as value stored in the semi-useful or waste commodity, may not only reproduce, but also to reproduce society and, through the act of life depletion. 11. Waste and living labor. Some social activities of labor in production may be abstracted one-sidedly, such as productive labor and another unproductive labor, concrete and abstract labor, etc. These are apprehended in thought as two intermediating abstract and concrete conditions. Holistically, it is society with its social and/or living labor, which produces a social product. Since it is living labor, which creates new value, then by means of capital's putative repression as the mediatory relation, the categories of unproductive and productive labor actualize as living labor. Seen from an angle of social reproduction, The notion that some activities are unproductive and do not contribute to social surplus may be true only when these activities, like whistling, play no part in the spiritual/material reproduction of labor, which is always possible but implausible. The cornerstone of production is about remaking labor to produce commodities, including the labor power commodity. Laborers also enclose within their physical being labor power, which is a commodity that sells but is meant to inadequately. 199. Reproduce the working class. Capital alienates labor power from the laborer and society. As a commodity idealized in the wage, labor power in the hands of capital acquires a fetish status and commands social life. The alienation is a real extraction process, which spins off into all sorts of real and psychological ailments. In a totality of capitalist production relations hierarchically structured by repression, abjection is the equivalent of social alienation from the social product. The hunger imposed upon the planet is one such case of food alienation. Marx rebutted Hegel on the natural state of alienated, natural man to whom suffering was an existential condition. Later permutations of this Hegelian precept have sprung up in the existentialist yet metaphysical postulation, the human condition. Marx's alienated man is not merely a natural being, he is a human natural being. That is to say, he is a being for himself. Therefore, he is a species being, and has to confirm and manifest himself as such both in his being and in his knowing. And as everything natural has to come into being, man too has his act of origin in history. The being and the becoming of Marx's man is history. Man as nature is man the thing, and Marx continues to say that because this positing of thinghood is itself only an illusion, that man is only natural as opposed to being human or social. The activity of social/human man realized in anti-systemic struggle imminently confronts the thinghood to re-establish man as delienated social being. Man is only a product of the thingification imposed by capital, while the anti-systemic activity of man confronts his thingification, otherwise, it dealienates man. Unproductive labor registers as unproductive because time is the time commanded by capital and the price system is the price system of capital. In a socially overdetermined situation, however, recursive changes in one social activity re-impact all social activities via the universal medium of the money form of value. The money form of value integrates and reflects the many prices for all the unregistered activities that have contributed to social reproduction. Prices encapsulate within them the implicit, negative, or future cost prices that society incurs. A singing activity, dubbed unproductive, through the pleasure it imparts to the well-being of a person, becomes a value relation mediated as abstract labor for the modicum of the price imputed in the symbol of wage by which the laborer reproduces. In production, the one-time activity, the stock of labor power is not the sum of the values realized in commodities. The labor power of idle or unproductive labor is counted as to not contribute to value at the time of reference. Matters are different in social reproduction, or the time of remaking society. Therein, every member of the community is socially productive. Society invests 200. Its socially necessary labor time in remaking man and his labor power. However, when governed by capital, which necessarily grows by alienated social relations, society labors to reproduce itself as happens when waste is in command. Apart from anti-systemic struggle, none of society's production activities could escape the alienating conditions of capital. Capital's adjunct forms sprout everywhere. In reproduction, the walls separating productive from unproductive labor are only logical but not real. They disappear under capital's coercion as it totalizes social activities contributing to social reproduction in the universal moneyed form of value. Despite capital's effort to designate social products by nationality, the world's social product is one and a single measure, which is world income. Contingently upon time and space configurations, moneyed world income refracts but not fully corresponds to the world's production effort. Unbeknown to capital, its efforts to commodify and monetize social activities disclose what capital hides. The global social product, assuming the money form of value is the product of global social labor, as opposed to being the product of this or that nation. In real time, capital's measures of immiseration fuse the one-sided category of concrete unproductive labor with abstract productive labor into their state of becoming as living/dead labor. Unproductive labor occurring as only unmediated concrete labor is a falsehood in a process of social reproduction. For instance, the work of unpaid housewives proves social/abstract as opposed to concrete or private, especially as the mother partakes in a share of the family's income, no matter how small. As each social activity of society must contribute to new value, the process of reproduction is carried out by living labor, which is now all of society. The divide between productive and unproductive labor is not some average of both rendered or an arbitrary demarcation line. Productive and unproductive labor are categories of dialectics, or the abstract and concrete sides of the same real living labor. In other words, it is specious to assign high or low productivity to any sort of labor by their shares of income from the social product. An unpaid mother is not unproductive because she earns zero income, she either earns a positive or a negative share of the family's income. More important, the juxtaposition of arithmetic formulae upon an organic process of production foregoes the determinacy of all the parts working together to ensure a social dynamic. Without mothers, nothing exists. In an analytical world in which commodities are useful, the rate of surplus value declines by the rate of replacement of living to dead labor. Correspondingly, more value outlays on constant capital and a lesser rate of outlays on variable capital. However, in a world of waste products, living labor employed to operate waste-producing machinery, delivers a waste product in 201. Which the living laborer himself serves as an input into his own death, which is parenthetically the product. Plainly put, machinery will keep improving, however, the machine operator and those implicated by it are input into the machine as well as a product of that machine. Engrossed in capital's reason, society's living labor realizes as the self-wasting living laborer. The preponderance of waste attendant upon militarism and sickened social nature, the latter also a surrogate of constant capital, imply that the numbers of living laborers involved in the production of their deaths as products must also rise. Since capital increases output by hiring laborers to self-decimate, surplus labor rises as the number of self-decimating living laborers rise. Concurrently, there are more workers being hired and expiring prematurely per given level of constant capital. Over the generational lifetime of society, the wage bill falls in relation to the value of labor consumed in production, leaving more for profits. The rate of self-wasting labor is commensurable with the rate of exploitation. With social being determining social consciousness, the subject of the waste industry is not an idea in someone's head, it is history and its ideological stock, resolving in the historical surplus value. History lays down the foundation for more laborers hired to uncritically produce more of themselves as dead laborers. Capital-led production relations shift gears towards the propagation of a waste culture. Non-waged/non-revolutionary humans associated with social reproduction invite capital's commodification and decimation upon themselves just as subject-less nature does. Relative depopulation, materialist in the reduction of longevity, becomes a thing that satisfies a human want. Meanwhile, the financial bourgeoisie quickens the waste of waged and non-waged working people. Their principal source of profits is not the better paid consumers of the North, it is rather the labor practiced in the self-depletion of people. The mitigation of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is discernible in the rising global growth and profit rates. The single most mitigating factor is the waste industry, which employs more laborers engaged in prematurely wasting themselves or other laborers. As more living labor participates in waste production, the higher value outlays on variable capital assuming lower moneyed form associated with shorter lives relative to constant capital rise, which is no other than a higher rate of exploitation. Waste spin-offs into new sub-industries, developing the productive forces and refining the social division of labor expand the scope, the spreading out, for the exploitation of living labor. Shipping German used car batteries to be smelted and recycled on the banks of rivers in the Third World, leaves many communities with serious illnesses. More people are employed in novel waste-related activities. However, because trashed social nature sells. 202. Especially trashed humans, the surplus value that arises from the very activity that demolishes a capital-designated superfluous population rises with the rate of saleable deaths and with the diminution of the supposedly idle population. Under the onus of imperialism, the working classes that should socially reproduce with sane activities begin to reproduce at the behest of capital. Calculably, capital offsets the tendency of the rate of profit to fall by the rate at which waste-generated surplus value rises as a result of its higher surplus waste product. With that, the decline of the necessary labor compares with the decline of the surplus population. Such is a win-win situation for capital. The trashing of humans before their due time is the scale effect in the intensification of surplus value. As posited in the previous chapter, wasting people by reducing their longevity relative to the historically determined level resolves the contradiction between the growth of the productive forces and production relations. Capital abhors the positive fallout of scientific progress upon the population, which as it automatically lengthens longevity, it may also strengthen the class position of labor. To suppress the positive effects resulting from the objective development of the productive forces, wars, consumerism, and poison-laced consumerist wealth must rise. 12. The Western environmentalism of save fauna and flora neglects the inbuilt inclination of capital to expand by excessively metabolising social nature. Capital wars against man and nature to strip the working class of autonomy and to disubjectify man. Nature without subject is matter without subject. It is in the symbolic world of man that surplus value transmutes into moneyed profits, and it is the production of this symbolic world, which blends in with capital's repressive steps to constitute the forms of capital. The social activity of social man is value creating or the inertia that leads the system. In the making of surplus value, nature is consumed only to consume man and remold the mind of man. The former phenomenon, the consumption of man as borne out by the laws of capital, chiefly the absolute and/or relative extermination visited upon the Third World, remains less noticed in the mainstream than the natural calamity. There is a superficial US/European inclination to discipline the environmental pillage, but not imperialist wars. Although that inclination is not so much about self-preservation, since a polluted future marks up profits at present, the issue remains that a degraded environment quietly injures all humans. The case may be that fearing injury to himself, the thingified bourgeois then calls for some capping of emissions. However, little 203 is said about the structural genocide that derives from commercial exploitation. The silence surrounding premature deaths evinces the ideology of class-to-class cannibalism. Shortened lives and wars generate profits. For the ruling classes, the current situation is a trade-off between the slow self-inflicted damage from environmental toxins versus the wealth grab via imperialist wars. The source of both woes is the capital relation evolved into imperialism. War and nature-inflicted harm, through the consumption of laborers and their labor power, are processes of exploitation. Their real and ideological products interlace with each step of production to transfer capital costs onto society. For 5 centuries, the colonial industry of waste has reduced the cost of consumables in the North, making it possible for wealth to rise. Slavery, the genocides of the natives, and the mutilation of nature are not killing for sports, they are the persistent forms of commercial exploitation or the pedestal of northern wage slavery. Man and nature are commodified, and as commodities, they are produced and consumed in coherence with the rate of accumulation over a social production cycle. As commodities, they are not realized before or after the sale of any run-of-the-mill commodity, like cars or bombs. They are realized or absorbed by the market and priced in social time, or the time into which capital disciplines people to produce with least costs to itself or with costs transferred onto the shoulders of society. Past and future cost prices of waste commodities realized or to be realized, implicit or explicit, are either imputed in profits or will mature in some future economic gain. Social or abstract time oppresses private or concrete time because it crams people lives in shorter chronological times for profit making. It leaves people little time for leisure or little time to live. Lafargue's expression that the poor working 13 hours a day had no time to think of their toilet, captures the gist of social time oppression. To date, Amazon workers still seek the right to toilet breaks. 6. Yet Lafargue's more poetic phrasing that capital's time kills us second by second pertains more closely to the time of waste industry. Waste plays out in the background of all production or simultaneously as a precursor and an offshoot of production at the same time. Social time is not similar to chronological or sequentially ordered algebraic time. It is not that something happens in the past to influence the future with a given probability and a given lag. Social time is event time, or the time that depends on the qualitatively changing nature of the social classes and its deflection in the money form of value that shapes real events. When time. 6. Truth Out, California passes bill to ensure Amazon workers can take bathroom breaks. https://truthout.org/article/article/ensure-Amazon-workers-can-take bathroom breaks/ 204. Equates to capital's money. It determines the quality and length of life lived in chronological time. Social time cohering with the changing balance of class forces is the time of production. Since classes are indeterminate within the class struggle, and because history as the class struggle overdetermines events, social time is the actualization of such historical overdetermination in social living conditions. This overdetermination of the many contradictions of capital, which resolves in financial papers written against the future, also prices waste and organizes social reproduction always in line with capital's tendencies. Markets for futures, options, and derivatives are affected by waste and its impact on current and future resources. Submitting waste to its moneyed value form boosts its production. Waste emerges as a domain of accumulation that retains all peoples involved in social reproduction as productive labor. The waste output/events are recursively cross-determining throughout the path of time. The past value of waste as well as its future value are forms of capital to which chronological time is the unit of measure. These waste forms of capital, the activity itself and its moneyed form, determine developments in chronological time such that labor auto-destructs for a price. To repostulate, social time squeezes the lives of people in short chronological intervals. Obviously, under labor or as the working class frees itself from the time constraints of capital, time leaps into the time in which what happens in a day equals what happens in generations. Social time is the quality of life experienced as real time or the time in which the analytical breakdown of cause and effect assumes its dialectical indeterminateness. Cause and effect are conceptions which only hold good in their application to individual cases, but as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other, and they become confounded when we contemplate that universal action and reaction in which causes and effects are eternally changing places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa. The phenomenon of waste has been birthed on account of many interrelated past and future causes and/or effects. However, the consumption of man and nature by capital, in the case of man way before her historically established time, is an internality to capital, as opposed to the mainstream's externality. Negative externalities exemplified in the waste of man and the extinction of irreplaceable species, are the products that overwhelm all other products. Although Marx posited that humanity will not give itself more problems than it could solve, it 205. So seems that the opposite may be true. Externality also is logically or formally true, but realistically or operationally false. As a concept, it is an anti-working class weapon, just as every other concept of the mainstream. It is somewhat comical because it asks the class in power whose profits are based on waste to pay for the waste. The conventional approach splits the unsplittable production process into waste and non-waste components, and then treats each apart. As such, it precludes the fact that capital has to cheapen inputs, and for that it has to flatten the mind of the working class, flatten bodies and then minds. The resources of a society bereft of labor's autonomy can be used irresponsibly for the cheapest costs. With production being objective to society, socially unaccountable measures pervade nearly all that is experienced under capital. The waste as externality is not an externality or unwanted consequence, on the contrary, it is wanted and inherent to the value relation. Value, the socially necessary labor time, invested in the commodity auto-negates into use value, which in turn auto-negates into exchange value to finally resolve in the universal equivalent or money. The first contradiction, or moment, occurs as the capitalist invests in a commodity for which he has no use. The second contradiction, or moment, occurs as the capitalist resolves the first contradiction by transforming use into exchange value. He has to sell the commodity. The commodity is the object, while society expressed in social relations is the subject. To produce a commodity for profits, the laboring class must earn less than what it takes to acquire a decent standard of living relative to the wealth prevailing at the time, not relative to pre-capitalist wealth. The phrase "an Afghan may live to 50 now, which is better than his life expectancy 500 years ago," is meaningless. Over the social reproduction cycle and in value terms, the socially necessary labor time deployed in production has to be minimal and has to leave more surplus product for the capitalist. The value outlays on labor, making up necessary labor, recede with falling consumption over the shorter lifespan of the average person. Wars, neoliberalism, and waste are domains of accumulation in their own right as well as means that also shorten lifespan to reduce the number of people that draw on resources and pensions. The necessity of waste for production exists in parallel to an accumulation process whose only purpose is exchange subsumed in waste. Unrestrained, the value contradictions imply that it is theoretically impossible under capital's ideological hegemony for the plight of man and nature to prevail. In practice, the law of value manifests in capital's historical trail of destruction. Yet, in typical chauvinist cant, the prolocutors of Western civilization never cease to remind the planet that without their discoveries, life expectancy would have been much lower than that which prevails. On average, Africans and Arabs live longer in the 20th century, but that is not because capital. 206. Intended to extend their life expectancy to that of the North. In one of the World Health Organization's oft-repeated phrases, the drugs for malaria were initially developed to treat bovine parasitic diseases in British dairy farms, which fortuitously treated many but not all of the disease's symptoms in Africa. Argumentatively, capital shortens life to earlier than that foreseen under available capacity. Capital's self-exculpation is that without European civilization, people would have died at 20 years of age in the jungles or deserts. To compare someone dying from depleted uranium exposure in Fallujah at the age of 43, and at the same time, say she should be happy, because in Sumerian times, she would have at best lived to 23 is an empty platitude. Time is of fluctuating quality or conditioned by the set of social relations determining its structure within a given chronological period. Comparing the development of different historical periods along chronological time requires qualification and periodization. In any case, irreversible time does not easily lend itself to measurement, not because of the stationarity or non-stationarity of statistics, but because of changes to its social content, which invariably call for a reperiodization of history. Missing in the chauvinist argument is not only that peripheral development must be capped to become a feeder to central development, but also the slaughter of the South, which has always been the primal industry of capital. This culture of capital, whose structure is Western and whose stock of knowledge grows by imperialist aggression, is so pervasive such that few venture beyond the lifeboat ethic to ask, how neoliberalism and bombardment of the Yemen, for instance, can bring its life expectancy to 30 or 40 years lower than Europe's. It does not take much to know that Norway lives to 90 and the Congo to around 50, and that 90 is bigger than 50. Numbers as forms cannot inform social knowledge without examining their comparative progress over time, or their history. The defeatism of the developing world supports a reading of events without recourse to their history. In their effort to appease the conqueror out of fear, the vanquished masses may squash their memories to make do or merely survive a little longer under imperialism. Fanon goes further in his distrust of imperialism when he considers the liberal measures to modernize women in the colonies as a form of cultural rape whose purpose is to resituate the colony for further pillage. In response to this cultural rape conjoined with despondency, Cabral's fighting words assertively prioritize the cultural struggle. A people who free themselves from foreign domination will be free culturally only if, without complexes and without underestimating the importance of positive accretions from oppressor and other cultures. 207. They return to the upward paths of their own culture, which is nourished by the living reality of its environment, and which negates both harmful influences and any kind of subjection to foreign culture. Thus, it may be seen that if imperialist domination has the vital need to practice cultural oppression, national liberation is necessarily an act of culture. 13. Waste and technology. Under the weight of the reigning ideology, it is futile to pierce mainstream discussions with the point the North wastes humans. Even as the environmental problem caught the attention of the media, the encroachment wars that reinfuse waste production at every layer in the commodity cycle are not addressed as the West's industry of waste. It is still ethical for NATO to bomb for democracy using depleted uranium. Although, the environment could have been the Trojan horse of the masses, it is being sidelined by an analytical positivism that relegates the cause of war and pollution to something unavoidable or intrinsically psychological, but never capital. By turning the imaginary into the real, waste becomes necessary despite the losses. Worst yet, waste may be assumed as a genetically inborn behavioral proclivity. The mainstream's behavioral economics is hard at work to find some genetic reasons for the trail of destruction. The new discipline is capital's eugenicists and legerdemains. Nevertheless, resources are scarce only because they are constructed as scarce, while the trashing of nature adds to the scarcity. Even oil turned out to be abundant and a supposed Hubbard peak could be rescheduled until the 22nd century. Masses armed with socialist ideology, opposing and providing an alternative to capital is about the only thing that is scarce. That a member of the Royal Academy insinuates depopulation as a solution to overpopulation does not inconvenience capital. Reworking the numbers of capital's victims by mathematical formulae is the acme of positive social science. Ruling class ideologies and their corresponding institutions serve the imperialist class often with recourse to the normative considerations of Protestant-like self-flagellation. Doing the work of capital is doing the work of God. It is also advantageous by capital's ideological optic for Madeleine Albright, the person who says it is worthwhile to kill 500,000 Iraqi children to get rid of Saddam Hussein, to author a 2018 book entitled Fascism, a Warning. In this sort of work, capital arrogates to itself the right to mass murder by the pretense of crusading against fascism. Evidently, the fascism Albright targets is not real fascism, but the fascism of American war movies. The real fascism, the racial/cultural superiority of the West, its ironclad forms of organization and the whole of the international trading and financial system corporatized by the 208 power of NATO, is omnipresent in imperialist practice. It assumes, as it must, novel ideological justifications for wars whose industrial pursuits combine the wreckage of man and environment as domains of accumulation. In capital's class-based ethics, through its meliorism or technological determinism, all the past waste can be righted by new technology, and therefore, not be condemned as immoral. What occurs now, no matter how horrible, will at a future date when the tech benefits spill over become progress. Mechanization, the intrinsic development of science commandeered by capital to functionally abide its expansionary drive, is chiefly the arms industry. Competing capitalists must create the conditions for unlimited supplies of indigent labor to produce with the cheapest possible costs. Realistically, what had bettered the world in the past is not the thing technology, it is the social policies of the working classes like land reforms and universal health care, etc. These are the anti-capital personified, or the antithesis of value. However, in current times where the membership of revolutionary socialist parties at the heart of empire would possibly fit into a bingo hall, not for a brief moment will the science or technology produced by illustrious professors escape the clasp of dominant ideology. At this juncture, there is also a marked absence of organic intellectualism to section the synapses of capital, or the watershed at which capital's cultural hegemony resolves in social activity, perverting capital's own conceptual constructs against it. The momentum for the re-embellishment of Western civilization, otherwise, the spiritual and material forms of capital, appears unstoppable. The forms of socialist organization and revolutionary consciousness that cradle progressive action in the North have been interwoven into capital's objectives by imperialist dividends. As if by rote inculcation, capital has drilled the pro forma phrase "there is no alternative" into the social mind. However, popular culture foisted Tina as the justification for imperialist booty. In the face of rampant waste, the lacuna remains that working classes hold on to beliefs that reproduce capital. The position of northern classes articulates their social being fused into imperialism with social consciousness. The tiers with revolutionary potential in the North have been beaten into submission, while capital has contained Marxism, by creating the Western Marxist strand, and deployed it to sow pro-systemic propaganda. Gradational improvements or piecemeal reversal of natural decay carried out under bourgeois reformism are not feasible. Capital imposes the restrictions and the loopholes to avoid its own regulations. Mazaros imagined the thrust of capital's casuistry in the most extreme outcomes as follows. For the extermination of humanity is the ultimate concomitant of capital's destructive course of development. And the world of that third possibility, beyond the alternatives of socialism or barbarism, would be 209. Fit only for cockroaches, which are said to be able to endure lethally high levels of nuclear radiation. This is the only rational meaning of capital's third way. Thus far, the penchant for the adage capitalism is progress in Western Marxist or liberal discourse keeps making headways. Joan Robinson's line, "It is worse not to be exploited than to be exploited by capitalists," is one such refrain. A natural end of this statement would be Ayn Rand's advice to the natives not to fight the civilizing mission of white men, else they would continue to live a primitive existence. Under capitalism, little if anything or any corner escapes the guns of capital. Human and other resources are consumed or await consumption as if in a state of social hibernation until then. Because gunning down native people, or a similar activity of immiseration or a debasement of the environment, are forms of capital as well as production activities imbricated within capital's social relations, it cannot impart progress. The difference between the potential of technology, what could be done with it, in relation to what is done with it, or its actual application, capitalism turns out to be the most retrogressive stage in human history. Although, remaking social life under capital must consume social nature, capital's overconsumption drives the system to implosion. Capital's creative destruction, used by Harvey in the Smith-Harvey debate, is a vacuous or trans-historical justification for the imperialism of the current age. Since the dawn of time, any creation of a product meant for consumption requires destruction, as in the use of inputs like firewood, and then creation. Such is the ontology of subject to object. Under capital, however, the rate of destruction relative to sane replacement rises. Machines are the intermediaries of class to consume another class. The value outlays on the reproduction of society involve expending labor to waste human lives, which are incidentally value as well. Creation in creative destruction qua progress cannot ensue from the replacement of living for literally dead labor/laborers. The factories of Western civilization are not solely those stationed in Europe. They are also the waged soldiers using war machinery to destroy life in Africa and Middle East. These are the principal factories of capital, which undertake the initial and final stages of production. The death of labor at the hands of capital is a self-reinforcing production process that filtrates into all production processes in no sequential order, or only in satisfaction of capital's social time. The argument for progress or the lack thereof is not only an empirical test of whether society has more destruction than creation relative to long-gone conditions of Stone Age populations. It is about the definition of the concept of waste one sets out to measure. Progress is not about the discovery of new technology, which scraps the stock of old machinery precipitating a crisis, all the 210, while improving the technological component in the productive forces. It is also not some ingenious change in English social relations spilling over into better plows in the English countryside that launches capitalism by increased productivity. Producing under competitive conditions for a growing global population and its rising demand for higher output would continuously resolve the contradiction between the moving parts of the machine and its energy source, resulting in higher technology. The progress of science is objective, while its application in technology is capital instrumentalist. Machine advance under capitalism is not a sign of civilizational progress. Technical progress is socially funded and privately appropriated as means of waste production. Its subject social relation is the death of the developing world by the practice of colonialism imperialism. In objective and immeasurable historical uncertainty, in contrast to subjective probability, machine advance is a predicate of capital as opposed to being a criterion of social progress. Bettering machinery is endogenous to capital and, by the objective progress of science, capital appropriates and operationalizes knowledge in production by pressures of competition. Machinery, however, cannot be sort of 90% progress and 10% unsatisfactory retrogression. Theoretically, it is either or because it depends on the social relation in command of machinery, it is capital reified. Furthermore, the capitalism as progress proclamation is Eurocentric. It neglects the billions in the Third World whose labor and lives are excessive to an overproducing system. It overlooks the constant social crisis plaguing the planet, as distinct from a central crisis constituted by negative GDP growth over 2 successive quarters in the Western business cycle. In a globally integrated production process, the frequency of Western economic crises lays the groundwork for the constant social crises elsewhere, including its wars. On account of overproduction, capital already disengages much of the world's human resources, just as it scraps machinery, farmland, and factories. Measurement of progress depends more on the class value system espoused by the measurer. In terms of first principles, what is theoretically and empirically established is that capital does not produce for the benefit of society, it produces for profits. These broader downward spirals correspond to the actual or objective development of the commodity as self-expanding value and its reproduction by the law of value. Capital metabolizes through value destruction as well as value creation, not just by scrapping the value of old machines, but by an industry of violence that destroys without resurrecting the destruct in better form. It simply wastes it. Value is a social relationship presupposed. 211. By objectified labor, but whose subject is social/political agency or the resultant of the class struggle. Capital's logical end is to scrap the subject in labor, or to objectify labor. From the exchange value moment of the value relationship, the law of value emerges as an allocator of resources. Nonetheless, disengaging old technology and renewing it enhances the technical composition of capital and the combined production of civilian end use as well as the waste component in all commodities, or just waste on its own. The real argument for progress is about the achievements of internationalism, as opposed to purely nationalist forms of working class struggles. Any improvement in the quality and quantity of some detectable aspect of the commodities produced so far, is the result of labor's opposition to capital. Internationalism is in a race with time in which the working class must in the last moment see capital as a fiction of its own making and collapse the distance between its actual and potential power. Abdel Malik proposes a united world front of working classes and national movements facing the constellation of comprador and imperialist forces to dethrone capital. As a rule, interworking class solidarity rising above nationalism, sectarianism, or sectionalism is the benchmark for internationalism and progress. Society produces waste. It has produced more waste than other useful goods. Waste reduces life expectancy by class gradation. The lowest classes reside in the space known as the Third World. These classes are subjected to the wrath of imperialism and eco-imperialism. Working people pay dearly to clean the waste and to treat themselves from the ills imparted by waste. With the poorly represented working class, waste doubles for capital. It shrinks the share of working class wages by some proportion of the waste tax or by the extent it shortens average lives. It undermines the value of global necessary labor time to the benefit of surplus labor time and other forms of capital. Formulaically, as the rate of social natural replenishment falls below the rate of depletion, the rate of profits rises. Although waste is an existential threat, it flourishes within the confines of the profit system because it is of relative benefit to the bourgeois class. All hurt by the ruination of nature, but the working class hurts more. War is a stark form of waste production. Restating the war as waste thesis, a nation literally takes its resources and chucks them away. This chapter reconsiders the war and waste economies as value relations and as the new forms of capital peculiar to the age. Before proceeding, I caveat that it is not for prevailing bourgeois ethical reasons that imperialist war and environmental wreckage will stop. Although the survival of the species is the precondition of all other good, and since we ought not to engage in self-defeating behavior because the welfare of mankind is the source of authority for our moral rules, paraphrasing Dunham, ethics are always class ethics. Bourgeois ethics are the ethics of the wasting class. Dunham exclaims that the history of ruling classes tends to produce one kind of ethics, and the history of non-exploitive groups another. Save the struggle against capital, under the rule of capital, all is unethical and aesthetically ugly. Unless labor wins, not much will change. At this juncture, imperialism hands society the choice between death at its hands or an attritive form of mass suicide. It either kills by war or affords the grounds for people to kill themselves because on a value relation level, the victims of wars and toxins are commodified, sold and consumed as waste by the victors. 217. 1. Forms of exploitation. Fast progressing productive forces, of which mechanization is one component, also accelerate the speed at which production relations change. Imperialism, the leading process of production relations, obliges by violently conquering nations to cheapen inputs. To raise profit rates, capital must reduce necessary labor, the share of the social product wrought by workers and their families, which in turn imposes upon capital the task of continuously altering the mode of production, such that production relations identify with the productive forces. Capital must capture the resources and the labor of others down south to cheaply feed its workers up north, which within the confines of value leaves a bigger share for profits. Imperialist wars are its leading practice to re-articulate the less developed modes of production, restructure value relations and decree the rule of capital. The impact of war or the environmental waste upon the relative shortening of human lives is endogenous to the system. Unopposed by working class solidarity, commodity fetishism, or the rule of commodities, insatiably consumes resources in production to satisfy capital's demand for cheaper inputs and profits. While individual capitalists pursue profits, capital's organized dimension, the institutions of finance monopoly capital, the international financial institutions, representing the global ruling class whose wealth is dollarized, induce us NATO military spending, aggression, and reaffirm us-led financial capital as the central social relationship. They do so by imperialist rent redistribution that strikes a balance between the various capitals, including the capital-partnered northern working class against the south. The payoff to the northern working class is not so much hush money from the sphere of circulation, as it is a dividend for being organically tied to capital, which makes of it a class or capital circle that requires the exploitation of the South. Forms of exploitation mutate. They went from the early manufacture or cottage-type industry and the entrapment of people into slavery by devastating the African continent, the early commercial exploitation, into the recent more generalist forms of commercial exploitation, exemplified in the wars and the premature deaths of the modern age. In a rather modern form of commercial exploitation, the destruction of security-weakened states dislodges their resources, leaving them up for grab. Imperialist wars evict vast populations to create slave or a coolie-like floating mass of refugees. Slavery en masse pops up to support capital accumulation as it experiences deeper crises. Commercial exploitation did not end with early primitive accumulation, and it should not have ended, because social crises assuming phenomenal status are negated and preserved in the immediacy before us. In its novel content, it remains both a pedestal for central capital, it works the slave-like labor, and it is an industry of waste. It desubjectifies labor and squanders man and nature for a price. Its war industry side is the domain of militarism at work. The worker consumes another worker using war machinery. Generalist commercial exploitation of the modern age is the practice of imperialism in wars and the biting austerity, which roundaboutly buoys the further practice of imperialism. Unlike Harvey, Lenin's imperialism of the finance monopoly age cannot be reduced to its symptoms observed in a mass of wealth concentrated by geographic space, sites of super-exploitation or the phenomenon of capital flows. Theoretically, for capitalism to change and become a new category of monopoly finance imperialism, its content, essence, or motivating laws must change. Lenin has a transformed historical agent in mind, or a new subject with which he defines his imperialism. It is no longer the industrial class of the 19th century, which governs development, it is a financial monopoly class. The monopoly financial class militarily expanding, usurping value by means of war, retransferring value to the center by financial conduits, is the new imperialist class whose accumulation is finance-triggered. Its growth trajectory engenders further militarization qua waste. What to do with the amassed monopoly/finance moneyed surplus reshapes the money owner into an imperialist yearning for the next war. It is not the products of capital that have to change for capitalism to transmute into imperialism, it is the old class subject. However, the subject is not a corporeal person. It is also not the idea in some Western designated dictator's head whose heroic powers mold events, like Western media constructed villains such as Sankara or Gaddafi. More cogently, it is not the trans-historical ideas that instantiate in the present, not the virtues of Western civilization dragging on from Hellenistic times applied to current conditions. The subject is the social relation or a class as a subset of capital as history. It evolves on the basis of the activity resulting from the interconnectedness between the unconscious side of capital as history and capital's conscious or organized dimension, respectively. The subject is the resolution measure of the dialectic of the base with the superstructure. The forms idealized by the dominant class as they are put into practice are the objectification of the subject class. For instance, the preponderant militarism and waste, which asphyxiate the planet, are the hypostatization of the subject class, which is the monopoly finance class whose structure is the us-led center. However, as more waste engulfs the planet, the increasing suffocation does not necessarily mean imperialism is transcendent capitalism. Without redefining the subject, more waste does not imply that the old capitalism with its old imperialism has changed into the monopoly finance imperialism of the modern age. Variations by degree do not suffice to requalify sociological change. If the social type of subject stays unchanged, the grounds. 219. To establish a new class category, like the monopoly finance class, will be missing despite the increasing amount of waste. Capital wastes, but monopoly finance must waste in a peculiar way to qualify as a novel class category. Lenin recognizes that the predominance of the rentier and of the financial oligarchy is the new type of the dominant class subject. He also observes an intensification of capital governed by a subject-class relation whose material basis is finance. He notes that war is the chief activity resolving capital's contradiction. War was the means by which capital re-articulated the modes of production to cheapen the consumption bundle of workers in the North. War matures into a more objective process of capital whose independence is as remote from society as finance. Williams notes that wars are bigger and more frequent in the 20th century, and competition has an inherent tendency to escalate into political tension and conflict. However, Lenin looks beyond the economistic interpretation of imperialism and adopts a sociological explanation. His theory of imperialism is principally a theory of war carried out to establish capital's primacy actuated by financial expansion. Evidently, with imperialism comes imperialist rents. Value produced in the periphery assumes a money form, which bundles within it more than just the value extracted by super-exploitation, but also the value proper that was required to support the social reproduction of life in the periphery. Although the value relation is intrinsically dark value, the work of unpaid mothers in the developing world and the lost lives due to waste are also components of value transfer to the North. To raise profits, the living conditions of many developing nations must deteriorate relative to the prevailing historical standard. Conjointly, the violence of imperialism reproduces the waste-conditioned labor process and working-class acquiescence to waste. Monetization and commodification under finance capital swiftly transmediate concrete labor, all the labor activities contributing to social reproduction, into a universal category of social or abstract labor gelled in the money form of value. In addition to monopolies preventing the rise of cheaply developed new technology that writes off their investments before recovery of their sunk costs, the rising surplus value gains momentum because monopoly power restructures the forms of exploitation. The nexus of militarism-dollar hegemony is the gyroscope to better regiment labor and foreground the rate of exploitation. More so than competitive processes, monopolies buoy moneyed profits on the surface by accentuating social crises below the surface. For Smith, value transfer from the Third World has spiked over the last 40 years with super-exploitation. However, as a source of wealth, super-exploitation trailing from colonial pillage and enmeshed with the commercial exploitation of the colonies, was as relevant then as it is now. As a rule, the transfers of value in money form to the center rise or fall by the balance of power between capital and labor. The transfer itself is the expropriation cum contradiction resolved as a refraction of the contradiction nesting the heart of the value relation. Capital is the dispossession of labor. The stream of value exemplified in the money form is a social category whose quantification depends on the superstructural balance. What is dear or cheap in relation to value is symbolically pre-decided by the power of the social class subject and in line with the interest of that same class subject. Capital's wealth, including the saleable waste, increases with the progress of time as labor wanes or as productivity and its fetishist signification increases. That a developing country is superexploited and that its recent transfers of value to the center have peaked may relay more information about the rate of subjugation of that country to imperialism than what its moneyed capital transfer to the center does. Afghanistan, for instance, exports little or no capital to the US, while the US funnels capital and waged soldiers into Afghanistan. That does not mean that Afghanistan's value transfer to empire is nil. On the contrary, the value created by its very destruction via militarism is a production activity priced in the trillions. The war mobilizes much of US moneyed capital, realize it in us inflicted war waste. Moreover, the power emanating from the incapacitation of Afghanistan underwrites the excess issuance of US dollars, or the financial asset that becomes the wealth of the US financial class. Subject-wise, the power that the US gains from destruction lowers the outlays on necessary labor and increases relative surplus value far afield. The war on Afghanistan mimics a form of foreign direct investment whose backward and forward linkages strengthen the waste production cycle. The rate of exploitation is discernible from the changing shares of capital and labor over the social turnover cycle. These shares reflect the rate of abjection and the respective class powers of capital and labor in the class struggle. Sweatshop manufacturing activity and proletarianization in the South are ongoing, but to narrow value transfers to the North only to the putative product cycle as it relocates to the ex-colonies and not to militarism and waste is a partial take on history. It places the source of wealth upon the machine cycle in contrast to the bludgeoned masses come agents of history by their act of dying early. For capital, it is the crushed labor subject in the South, which translates into lowly priced products and resources. The act of crushing labor itself is the primal industry of waste. The wasted lives are the explicit products or the implicit value in every item displayed on the shelves of northern markets. For the symptoms of super-exploitation and fixed capital assets derived value to define imperialism as in Harvey, these also must correspond to the reproduction of the global labor process. The Harvey scheme of fixed capital resolving the economic surplus or overproduction imbroglio, is not the 221 decisive relation underscoring the regimentation or reproduction of labor. Imperialism regulates the reproduction of labor via the combined impact of indigency and wars. The law of value materialist in the practice of US/European aggression takes its cue from market signals and operates through political measures that remold the labor process. The law of value cannot be partitioned into this or that country's law of value. As the systemic allocator of labor, it manifests differently by the degree of oppression exercised to extricate, engage, and dispose of working people. Only US-led capital with its military reach and institutions manages to impose these measures. Neither Russia nor China significantly extend via military incursions nor control the IFIs and their culture of neoliberalism. More important, all the symptoms of imperialism without the dynamic of wars of encroachment phenomena do not make imperialism. Either by Fortress America or Manifest Destiny, the US underlying belief system operationalizes value with subclasses or comprador considered dispensable. The US exteriorizes these beliefs in its war, which also serve to re-erect its power symbols. Whatever seemingly progressive agenda it flaunts, such as democracy, it does so as part of the charade on display in a commodified world promoting the exact opposite of the declared objective. Even its liberally touted issue of gender equality others the developing world and paves the grounds the criminalization of the masses. Not only does it serve as justification for aggression, it also imposes gender repression in many aggressed countries as these suspiciously perceive the Western traditions. In Islamic societies, for instance, the modes of gender repression do not trail from the distant past. The homogenization of women's dress code is a novel phenomenon linked to mass commodification. US-sponsored transfigurations in mores and traditions turn into the false opposition reared by capital and funded by comprador petrodollars as the modern ritual to oppose the traditions of Western societies. The inter-intra wars of identities situated above classes refashion the conditions for future imperialist wars. With its carefully reared identities, imperialism chooses an enemy that incites further wars. It develops the playgrounds for anti-imperialist war in ways that do not undermine capital's rock, its private property. Perhaps not so anecdotally, but all one has to do is take note of the many Western universities' workshops attributing developing world problems to culture or religion, as against the weight of history, in order to prove that the US is not an imperialist power. 2. Substance and value. Imperialism concentrates the expression of the law of value. Its practice informs of the repression exercised to regiment labor. Its purpose is to deploy a stock of labor power from the total labor available into production, and, preferably, through imperialistically imposed forms of exploitation. As postulated in the previous chapter, unlike Ricardo's theory of value, which is determined by the concrete amounts of labor, embodied in the material substance, and measured in an average labor time, Marx's value is said to be assessed after market deliberations by the relative magnitude of value given in its moneyed form. It is not concrete labor, which is measured, but labor mediated into its abstract form. Ricardo's value is a tangible and unmediated concrete substance. His commodity undergoes exchange as a result of the one-sided functional needs of society. It is consumption-led, or the commodity's raison d'être is to serve a function for society rather than expand by its compelling contradictions from within. To illustrate, fossil fuels expand/transform into CO2 and, while fossil fuels are necessary to sustain accumulation and consumption, CO2 emissions implicatively become necessary. To arrest emissions, society must part with the stupor of consumption, or break the habit. Such is the standard Western refrain. Parochially, people must rid themselves of capital's subjectivity and adopt the asceticism of Protestantism. Marx's commodity, however, is an objective alienated social product with a momentum of its own, which makes it production as opposed to consumption-led. It is not because people need fossil fuels, with its unwanted CO2 that the commodity self-expands, it is because labor is a form of capital, while the working class exercises no control over the production of commodities. It is because the masses of the South are beaten out of their oil, and so the solution is to stop beating the South. It is objective history qua capital that consciously produces the CO2 and the willing consumer of the CO2. To break that cycle, history must be broken, which is to say, us-led imperialism must be defeated in the X/colonies by warring against it even in its home base. Self-propelled production is predicate of consumption. Also, the Marxian defined commodity is a social object whose internal contradictions transform it into its universal equivalent, the money form. Socially necessary labor time, or value proper, is only one moment in a value relationship. Value alienated from the social laborer for private ends and mediated in the money form sets the motion of the commodity. Labor as a concept assumes a different corresponding form with the different analytical stages of commodity making. It begins as private labor socialized by fire and steel, literally people deprived of means of self-reproduction and thrown into the market to survive, as social labor. The social laborer then performs the concrete labor whose mediation in the money form transform it into abstract labor. Private and social, productive and unproductive, concrete and abstract are the subjective dialectic subdivisions of social labor, ergo, the working class. They exist as real but 223. Partial conceptual descriptions to elucidate the evolution of the value relation. The abstract or the general is the state of becoming of the many concrete or particular concrete labors that acquire a measure in money form post-exchange on the market. Ricardo's thingification of value, that value is palpable work, or the physical effort embodied in the object, deviously permits value to acquire a national identity. One may say British value or Sudanese value. It bestows upon the value category a provenance other than global society. Value whose substance is a thing could issue from a national space as a thing, not so however as a relation. From a Ricardian and other mainstream angles, the formation of fixed capital assets over a specific national territory can be independent of the universal stock of knowledge or the international financial and power relations that have fashioned developments in the productive forces. Value becomes only the material with which people work upon a specific space independent of its history. Such an approach warrants the point that English wealth, the stock of value flows, is the product of concrete English labor. Wealth is construed as the effort on a given space but not the interrelated or historically amassed power through imperialist wars. It simply is the outcome of the physical and intellectual effort of English workers. The history of the commodity reduces to the owners of the transformed material within it, as opposed to the social relations reconstituting it. Such is an empiricist method of reasoning. The concrete amount of what is perceptible to the senses in a given place or span of time is value, whereas the abstract is an idea of the concrete that cannot be seen or touched, hence, a metaphysical abstract. I emphasized after-market deliberation above for theoretical determinacy. In the overdetermined whole, where dialectical logical categories, such as form and content, essence and appearance, etc., follow no sequential order, that is, as form and content evolve as process, determinacy rests with the leading subject, not with any other signifiers of the object. Subject defines the object's dynamics. Nothing in the contradictions of the dialectical categories implies the primacy of form over content, essence over appearance, or vice versa. Within the totality in which form and content actualize, determinacy rests with the class-delegated historical subject, the market, and its fetishisms. On account of its essence or the laws decreeing the rate of surplus value, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall could be endlessly mitigated by severe repression exploitation. As a case in point, the rate of profit appears steady or rising as it actually does, since in capital's accounts, economic growth rises, and since profits are a residual of growth when distribution holds steady. Commodity deification or the fetishism, the surrogates or agents of capital, in turn, impose the intensity of the law of value or the historical agenda of